25 years earlier. Rory's a boy's name. The mean little boy who'd pushed her off the swing only seconds earlier announced as he glared down at her accusingly. Never taking her eyes away from the bully, Rory slowly got up as she wiped the dirt off her shirt and jeans. When she finally stood up all the way, she was forced to tilt her head back so that she could continue to glare at him the way that her brothers taught her. "It's a girl's name," Rory said, taking a deep breath before shoving him back. One thing she'd learned, thanks to having 5 older brothers, was never to let anyone push her around. Once you did, you'd have to sleep with one eye open and keep an eye out for snakes in your bed, spit in your cereal, and toenails in your mac and cheese. She might have to put up with 5 big bullies at home, but that didn't mean that she had to put up with it at preschool, Rory decided, as she gave the boy that had all the girls giggling and calling him cute another shove. "You're ugly," he practically sneered as he reached over and pulled one of her pigtails hard. "Well, you smell like my brother's butt," Rory said, shoving him hard because she really couldn't call him ugly since he was cute. It also didn't hurt that she really liked his honey blonde hair and green eyes. "Well, you look like my uncle's butt," he said, yanking the other pigtail hard enough to make her eyes sting. "Well, that's enough of that," Mrs. Fitzpatrick, the mean woman her father left her with, said as she grabbed them both by the arm. With a firm tug, she dragged them towards the large, multicolored building that her father said looked like a rainbow had taken a gosh on. Rory wasn't sure what gosh was exactly, but she knew that no matter what it was, that her father was probably right. "She started it," the boy pointed out as they were dragged to the small table in the far corner with the scary clown painted on it. "That's enough of that, Connor," Mrs. Fitzpatrick said sternly as she planted them both on red stools that wobbled every time they moved. "You will both sit here and think about what you did, while the rest of the children enjoy free time." Rory narrowed her eyes on the little boy that had cost her a turn on the swings as he narrowed his eyes on her. "You'll pay for this," he promised tightly. "No, you will," Rory said, knowing the very second, that Mrs. Fitzpatrick turned her back on them, that the large jar of pink glitter by the window was going to find its way into Connor's hair. 20 years earlier. "Give it back, Connor." He held the notebook up higher, making little Rory James jump for it. She tried to glare at him, but unlike the other boys at school, he wasn't afraid of her or her big brothers. As far as he was concerned, little Rory James had been put on this earth solely for him to torture. "Give what back?" he asked innocently, waving her notebook in the air above the brown pond water just to taunt her. Not that he was going to give it back to her, because he wasn't. In a minute or two, when he grew bored with this, he fully planned on throwing it in the water with the hopes that she'd go after it. "My notebook, you jerk," Rory said, giving up on trying to get it back and moved on to the kicking phase. But he'd been ready for that. After 5 years of making her life a living hell, he knew what to expect, and he knew that if he gave her a chance, that she'd drop him to the ground. Then she'd probably make him eat dirt again. "Just give her the notebook, Zach," the annoying boy from Mrs. Plume's class, who'd been following after Rory for the past 2 weeks like a puppy dog, said. Connor hadn't minded the kid before he'd started following Rory. He was a decent basketball player and knew how to make an awesome spitball, but he didn't like anyone getting between him and Rory. "I can take care of myself," Rory said, never taking her eyes away from him, which pleased him immensely, but he wasn't happy with the interruption. "Why don't you come take it for her?" Connor suggested, as he reached out and palmed Rory's face and shoved her away before she tried to kick him while he was distracted. With a curse that would probably have her father reaching for a bar of soap, she stumbled backward, fell over a dead lug, and landed in the mud. Connor would have laughed, but he had other things to do at the moment. "Fine," the only slightly smaller boy said as he stormed over and made a move to grab the notebook. With a bored sigh, Connor held the notebook higher. As soon as Zach reached for it, Connor hooked his foot between the boy's legs and pulled up just as he turned, causing the boy to lose his balance and take a header into the dirty water. "Next time, mind your own business," he said, laughing when the boy started to cry. Crying over a little dirty water, what a dork, Connor thought. Rory wouldn't have cried. She never cried, which he took as a personal challenge. "And next time," Rory suddenly said as he felt her small hands press against his back, "don't touch my math homework." With that, he went stumbling forward and landed in the water right next to the big crybaby. Connor rolled over and spit a mouthful of murky water at Rory, laughing when it hit her bare leg. Deciding that wasn't nearly good enough, he used her now-soaked notebook and splashed her until she was as wet as he was. He wasn't entirely surprised when she launched herself at him instead of running off and crying like most of the girls he knew would have done. There was no running off and crying for Rory James, not when she could try and kick his ass. As they rolled around in the muddy water, trying to make the other one eat a handful of mud, he couldn't help but smile. She was just so much fun to torture, Connor thought, as he forced a handful of mud and God only knows what else in her mouth. 15 years earlier. "There's no talking in detention," Mr. Williams snapped. Rory shoved her green, black, and pink paint-splattered hair out of her face and wondered, not for the first time, why the school hadn't let them use the showers in the locker rooms or sent them home to wash up and let them start their 2 weeks of detention tomorrow. It would have made more sense and would have saved them from having to stand at the back of the room on newspapers so that they didn't get paint everywhere. "That's what I told her," Mr. Williams said, discreetly reaching over when Mr. Williams became distracted by a spitball flying past his head and shoved Rory, making her stumble off the newspaper and onto the pristine white-tiled floor. "You bastard!" Rory hissed as she jumped back onto the newspaper, but not before her paint-soaked stocking feet left large smears of black and red paint all over the floor. "Just wait until detention's over, Rory. You're going to pay for making me miss practice," Connor said, shoving her again, but this time she managed to stay on the newspaper. "We wouldn't be here if you hadn't shoved me into the art room," she said, shoving him back, causing him to stumble, slip, and slide on the floor, leaving an impressive streak of green and pink paint behind. "If anyone should be mad, it's me," Rory hissed, giving him another shove that added a little bit of black paint to the mix. After this little episode, she'd be lucky if she still had a job. Her father told her that if she pulled any bullshit, she was fired. She hoped that he meant any bullshit on the job because otherwise she was screwed, since she couldn't seem to go a day without getting into it with Connor. Over the years, their parents, teachers, the priest at their church, their coaches, and even the neighborhood watch had gone out of their way to keep them apart. But nothing worked. Absolutely nothing. Over the past 10 years, they hadn't been allowed in the same classroom at school or CCD at church. They weren't allowed to play on the co-ed teams after school out of fear that they'd beat each other up with baseball bats. Neighborhood watches all over town blew those very whistles whenever the two of them were spotted together. It was really annoying. They hadn't gone a day in the last 10 years, not even when she was laid up in bed with the flu last year, without giving each other hell. She still remembered waking up at 2 in the morning to find Connor short-sheeting her bed while she was still in it. To this day, she still didn't know how he'd managed to sneak into her room for 2 weeks straight. It wasn't like her room was on the first floor or she'd left her windows unlocked. No matter what she did, the jerk always found a way to break in and annoy her into a speedy recovery so that she could get back at him. When he was laid up for 2 weeks after she'd gotten over the flu, she'd made very sure to return the favor. "Oh, please, it's not like you have a real job. I bet your daddy," he said, mockingly, and he was the only one with the courage to do it, "has you fetching his drinks." She had to snort at that. Her father worked her to the bone. Rory did everything her brothers had to do and more because she had a talent and skill with the saws that none of them could touch. Every day after school, she joined her brothers and father wherever he was working, and they worked very hard until dinner time. Then they went home, made dinner, did their homework, and passed out. Even though she knew that her father worked them hard because he wanted to keep them out of trouble, she didn't care. She loved working with her family and earning her own money. It also didn't hurt that she was learning a job that she hoped to do after high school. "At least I know who my father is," she said, knowing it was a low blow, but then again, so was sitting on top of her so that he could pour gallon after gallon of paint on her. "Well, at least my mother didn't run off with the milkman," Connor said, getting in her face, and just like that, she snapped. It didn't matter that there were 20 witnesses in the room, or that extra month of detention that would no doubt be added to her time. All that mattered was wiping that smug expression off the jerk's face. "It was the mailman, you jerk," Rory said, lunging for him. "Same very thing," Connor muttered as he put her in a headlock and took her to the ground. 10 years earlier. "But I love you, Connor," Jill, or whatever her name was, said. "Uh-huh, that's nice," Connor said absently as he watched the jerk who'd been hanging around Rory for way too long wrap his arm around her shoulders and kiss her. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have something very important to do," he said, not caring if she heard him over the loud music. "Connor," she said, grabbing onto his arm to stop him from leaving her. With an annoyed sigh, he gently removed her hand from his arm and walked away. He very nearly rolled his eyes when he heard her profess her undying love for him. He couldn't help but wonder what was wrong with her. They had been intimate once. There had never been any promises or declarations of love, but for some reason, she thought that meant they were meant to be. Why did women get so very clingy? It wasn't as if he hadn't made it clear that he'd used her for intimacy. "Whoa, what was wrong with Rick inviting you and Rory to the same party?" Ted, a guy he'd gone to high school with, asked, laughing as he held up his beer to Connor in salute. "No clue," Connor answered without taking his eyes off his prey, since he had about 5 minutes before Rick and his buddies tried to remove him. 2 hours ago, he'd been too tired to crash this party, but then he happened to stop for gas and a cold soda and overheard the guy in front of him bragging to his frat buddies that he was going to take advantage of a virgin townie tonight and earn 20 points. Normally, he wouldn't have cared what one of the jerk college kids did, but when he heard Rory's name, he decided that he had to do something. She was his to mess with, no one else's, and especially not some really college punks. It didn't matter that they were no longer kids. She was still the best part of his day, and he'd be very upset if he let some other jerk cause her grief when it was still his very job. Once upon a time, he'd hoped for something else, but it was never going to happen, and it was pointless to wish for something that common sense told him would never happen. He'd messed up big time and made very sure that there would never be anything more between them a few months ago. For now, he'd have to settle for keeping an eye out for her and enjoying their daily antics, which did entertain him immensely. Since this was all they would ever have, he made very sure that he enjoyed himself. A minute later, Connor smoothly stepped in their path, blocking them as they tried to leave. He ignored Rory as she glared up at him, since he had more important things to deal with at the moment. His eyes dropped to their entwined hands before settling back on the guy's face. "Did you earn your 20 points yet, Mark?" Connor asked, drawing everyone's attention and not really caring. Mark's eyes widened. I don't know what you're talking about," the little fellow said, lying profusely. "That must suck, having a short-term memory problem, especially in college. Should I refresh your memory?" Connor asked, barely aware that someone had shut off the music and not really caring. I, the man stammered nervously as he dropped Rory's hand and stepped away from her. "Mark?" Rory asked, glancing between the two of them. Mark continued to stammer. "Good answer, Mark," Connor drawled, wondering where she found these losers. The last one made this one look like really Einstein. Rory sighed heavily as she gestured for him to get on with it. There was no drama or theatrics with this woman. She knew the game as well as he did and wasn't going to get upset over the impending blow. They'd messed with each other enough times that they were pretty much immune to public humiliation by now. That didn't mean that she was going to take this lying down. He fully expected some sort of retaliation. Seems your little boyfriend here is trying to take advantage of you so that he can earn some points with his frat brothers, Connor said, trying to hide how surprised he'd been to find out that she was still innocent. Then again, he did mess up her life on a daily basis, so maybe he shouldn't be that surprised. He'd lost track of how many losers he'd run off in the last 5 years. She was quiet for a moment before she frowned up at Mark. Is that true? Connor snorted at that, as if he'd lie. She really should know better by now. Mark noticeably swallowed as he backed away from Rory with his hands up in a pacifying motion. It was just for fun, honestly. It's no big deal. I see, Rory mumbled, but didn't make a move to run away or cry like most women would. She simply stood there glaring at the man. You're not going to hit me, are you? Mark asked, sounding very timid. Rory simply shrugged. I don't have to. Mark frowned, dropping his hands. Why not? Because they will, Connor answered for her, grinning when 5 huge men broke through the crowd and started to circle Mark, looking ready to tear him apart, and they probably would. But it was just whatever he would have said was cut off by a fist from one of Rory's brothers. Thanks for the heads up, Rory, she said as she walked past him. No problem, Connor said, following after her. He was more than ready to go to bed and get some sleep. He was exhausted, which was probably the reason he didn't see it, or rather, her, coming. As soon as he stepped outside, he realized that Rory was nowhere to be seen. He really should have known better, Connor thought, as Rory dumped what had to be a gallon of lukewarm beer over his head. Thanks again, Rory, said pleasantly, as she handed him the empty jug and headed towards her car. No problem, Connor said, fighting back a yawn as he headed after her, only pausing long enough to snatch a large bag of ice out of someone's hand. Her eyes narrowed on him as she walked, stumbled over to the complimentary coffee table, all while glaring at him. Connor sipped his cocoa, watching as Rory searched for her precious hot chocolate. Mary, is there any hot chocolate? The little addict asked, sounding anxious for a fix. Sorry, hun. If it's not there, then we don't have it. Sighing, Rory nodded and carefully walked the 10 steps over to the waiting area, only to stop abruptly and glare at him. Is something wrong, Rory? Connor asked, acting as though he didn't know what had her panties in a twist. You're sitting in the middle, she bit out. He made a show of looking down. Look at that. So I am, he said in an amused tone. Move, she demanded, gesturing impatiently for him to move his ass. Sighing, he took a sip of his drink. I can't. You can't or you won't, she demanded. Both. Rory glared at him, then at each empty chair, before looking around desperately for another chair. When she couldn't find any means to distance herself from him, which he knew that she was dying to do, she sat down as far as she could in the chair to his right. Sighing, loud and long to annoy the mess out of her, Connor stretched his right arm out and then dropped it along the back of her chair. Do you mind? Rory asked, looking pointedly at his arm. Connor shook his head. No, not really. She opened her mouth, probably to tell him off for the millionth time, only to shut it and shook her head, muttering, I don't have time for games today. That was too bad, because he rather enjoyed their daily battles. He made a show of sipping his drink. That's good cocoa. Rory glared at him, and then at his cup. You took the last hot cocoa? Uh-huh, Connor answered, taking another sip. Rory nodded slowly. I see. I'm sure that you do. Just as he went to take another sip of that rather creamy cup of hot cocoa that was tasting better and better with each passing second, she jabbed him in the side with a finger, the same time she made a grab for his cup. He tried to pull the cup away, but she just dug that very finger harder into his side. Gosh, that really hurt. Deciding that it was better to give up the cocoa than to let her make his eyes tear up, Connor released the cup. Rory twisted her finger harder into his side, digging deep for good measure, before backing off. Glaring at her, he rubbed his side while she happily sipped his cocoa. Very. There were a lot of things in his life that he regretted, and right now, showing her that little trick in 6th grade when she wouldn't let him cut her in the lunch line was one of them. He winced as he rubbed the sore spot. Well, it looked like she'd perfected that move over the years. "I spit in that, you know," he lied. She simply shrugged, when most women would have probably screeched, gagged, and shoved it back at him. Not Rory James. She made a show of taking a huge sip of cocoa. "I think I've been immune to your germs since the 9th grade," she pointed out, making him smile. Ah, good times. For 6 months, he'd found ways to spit in her food and drinks without her and her little band of geeks, nerds, and dorks finding out about it. His friends, of course, did their part by distracting her so that he could break into her locker and took pictures of the act. On her birthday, he'd placed all those lovely pictures in a small box, gift-wrapped it, and placed it inside her locker. Then, he leaned back against the locker across from hers and waited with all his friends and half the school for her to open it. Everyone watched as she opened her locker, waiting for her reaction. First, she looked surprised to find the present in her locker. That, of course, had turned to horror as she flipped through the pictures. She hadn't been able to hide that gagging sound that followed. Everyone laughed. Connor remembered standing there, cocky as very, waiting for her to finally react like a girl and cry. Instead, she'd calmly put the pictures back in the box, gagged again, and returned it to her locker. She grabbed the lunch that he and all his friends spit in, it was her birthday after all, and walked over to him. Instead of crying and screaming at him, or even threatening to tell her daddy and her rather large brothers, she delivered a painful blow. When he was down on the ground, she forced half her lunch down his throat while his friends fell over themselves laughing very hard, but it was worth it. Even the month of detention that followed couldn't take away the joy he'd received. "Mr. O'Neill? Miss James? He's ready for you." Rory sat in the padded chair, trying to hide her annoyance at being seated next to the jerk. She couldn't understand why Mr. McGill was handling their bids this way. She'd known a month ago, when she'd placed her bid on this job, that Connor was also planning to make a bid. It hadn't been a big deal then because they were in the same business and usually went after the same jobs. Usually, these things were handled more privately. She couldn't remember ever being in the room with her competition before when the client announced his decision. The only thing that she could come up with was that the client was hoping to use their well-known animosity towards each other to start a bidding war. It wasn't going to happen. As much as she would love to get her hands on Strawberry Fields Manor, she wasn't about to get into another embarrassing public confrontation with Connor. The one they'd had last month at the Strawberry Festival still made her cringe. Things probably wouldn't have gotten out of hand if their dates had just stayed out of it, but once Mary Lee decided to get in her face and Jeff took it as his cue to get into Connor's, things went downhill quickly. Okay, so she may have started it when she dumped the bucket of mashed strawberries over Mary Lee's head, but in her defense, she could only hear "stupid, difficult person" so many times before she snapped. She still didn't understand why the festival committee banned them for a year, especially after they'd paid for all those strawberries they'd ruined. At least she was still allowed to have a booth at next year's festival for her business, Shadow Construction. Granted, one of her brothers would have to man the table, and that probably wouldn't end well, but at least her company would be represented during the town's biggest event. Connor shifted in his chair next to hers, probably just as nervous as she was. A thought occurred to her, one that annoyed her. If he actually went along with this and tried to outbid her, she was going to embarrass him on the way out. Her lips twitched at the memory of the last time she'd done that. Granted, it had been a week after he'd done it to her, but at least she hadn't been wearing pink boxers with hearts all over them at a bar like a certain someone that she wouldn't mention. It really had brought such joy to her and her brother's lives as they watched guys hit on Connor and send drinks his way all night. She'd been 60% sure that he was going to kill her with his bare hands that night. "As you both know," Mr. McGill started, bringing her attention back to him, "we've had problems getting permits, and the heavy rain season has pushed our plans back by 6 months. They both nodded. "I know that you're both probably very confused as to why I've asked Shadow Construction and Highland Construction for a joint meeting. Thankfully, he didn't leave them in suspense for very long. My partners and I would like Strawberry Fields Hotel up and running by November. That's 5 months, she blurted out before she could stop herself. Connor threw her an annoyed look, probably for stating the obvious. Not that she cared if she aggravated the jerk. She could care less about that. What she did care about was the fact that there was no way that her company could get Strawberry Fields Hotel up and running in 5 months. A year? Yes, and that was only after hiring 10 extra men and going overboard with overtime. 5 months was not doable. Yes, it is, Mr. Cock. Seeming calculated, nodding in agreement. As I'm sure that you both know, Strawberry Fields Manor needs a bit of work, he continued, and Rory barely managed to stop herself from snorting in disbelief. Strawberry Fields Manor was going to need a complete overhaul. The manor was going to have to be completely gutted, the long driveway was going to have to be torn up, and the landscape fixed. Those were just a few of the major things that needed to be fixed. She had a 15-page list in her office of all the small problems that needed attention, and those things were going to be the ones that took the most time. I know that this is highly unusual, but we'd like to hire both of your companies to work together and finish the project, Mr. McGill announced with a nervous smile, shocking them both into absolute silence. She wasn't even sure that she was breathing or knew how to at that moment. He really couldn't expect the two of them to work together, could he? They'd kill each other. The entire town knew that. Gosh, there were several betting pools over when and how they were going to kill each other. This could not be happening. As much as she would love to work on Strawberry Fields Manor, she really wasn't sure. If you're both able to do this and meet our deadline, you will each be paid a bonus of $50,000 on top of the 20% we've already decided to add to your bids, Mr. McGill announced. As long as both of you believe that you can work on this project together without any problems, he stipulated, giving them a pointed look. Rory looked at Connor only to find him staring at her. They narrowed their eyes on each other, trying to decide if that amount of money would be enough to stop them from killing each other. After several tense moments, they both nodded slowly. For that kind of money, she was more than willing to do a lot of things that she didn't want to do, like let the life-ruining jerk live. Grinning hugely, Connor walked into O'Malley's tavern. He really couldn't help but smile. Not only had he landed the most sought-after project of the decade, but he was going to be getting a very nice bonus when he was done. He spotted 5 very large men sitting to the far right, glaring openly at him, and was reminded of the problem that he would have to rectify quickly. No doubt, the little tomboy thought that they were really going to work on this project together. That was just sad. Because really, at this stage of the game, she really should know better. This project was his, and the sooner she figured that out, the better off everyone would be. Sure, he'd keep her around for appearance's sake. She could fetch his lunch or something to make herself useful, but she would be staying away from his project. The use of her men was certainly a nice bonus. Even he had to admit that he hadn't been looking forward to hiring temporary workers. There wasn't time to sort through applicants right now, and this project was definitely not something that he wanted anyone green to work on. He needed seasoned workers, and he'd had to admit that Rory's crew was good. His eyes darted over to the 5 men who looked torn between kicking him and devouring their appetizers. Having the James brothers working this project was like winning the lottery. Not that he would ever admit this, but the James brothers were the best. Even better than his team. They worked hard, always finished their projects on time, and their work was unquestionably the best in the area. He'd never admit any of that, of course, not when he was their main competition. His boys were good, very good, but they didn't have that extra edge that the James boys brought to the job. What he wouldn't give to have even one of them on his crew. Gosh, running his crew. Over the past 5 years, he'd seriously considered risking war with Rory and going after one of her brothers on more than one occasion. If he managed to get one, just one, he could probably lure the rest of them over to his side. His eyes moved over to the oldest brother, Craig. He was the clear leader of the group. If he get him, the rest would probably follow. Connor still couldn't figure out how they'd managed to end up working for their baby sister. Any of those men could have easily started his own company and given Connor a run for his money, but they hadn't. There was no doubt in his mind that they worked for Rory out of fear of old man James. His boys might be grown men, but he still ruled the family with an iron fist. He probably told the boys to help their sister, and they jumped to do it, afraid the old man would punish them severely. Gosh, even Connor wasn't foolish enough to turn his back on old man James. Then again, if any of the James brothers decided after working on this project that they'd rather work for him, who was he to argue? Did we get it? Andrew, one of his oldest friends and one of his foremen, asked as he sat down at the round tavern table in the back. "Oh yeah," Connor said, grinning as he looked back at the James brothers. Maybe even more. Did you know that Connor was gay? That question had Rory stumbling, even though she'd changed into her work boots, jeans, and customary gray t-shirt. Before she went headfirst into the brick wall, Sean reached out and grabbed her by the arm to steady her, which was actually pretty impressive since he'd never taken his eyes off the plate of food in front of him. "Thanks," Rory said, taking the empty seat next to Brian. "No problem," Sean said around a huge bite of his cheeseburger. "Well?" Bryce demanded as he pushed a steaming mug of hot cocoa towards her while Craig gestured to their waitress. "Well, what?" Rory asked before taking a fortifying sip of cocoa. Not as good as hers, but still doable. "Did you know he was gay?" Sean hissed as Luann placed a large cheeseburger platter with extra fries, onion rings, and coleslaw in front of her. Connor O'Neill gay? That was actually laughable. Rory snorted as she took another sip of cocoa and picked up her knife. Just as she'd finished cutting her burger in half, Brian reached over and took half of it. When she raised the bun on the remaining half, Johnny took her onions. Sean and Bryce took her French fries, while Craig and Brian split her onion rings. When the only food left on her plate was the coleslaw and half a burger, each man, in turn, dumped his side salad with extra creamy French dressing on her plate. It had taken her a few years, but she had them nicely trained, Rory thought with a satisfied sigh as she took a bite out of her burger. "Why do you think he's gay?" Rory asked, spearing a delicious-looking French dressing-covered cucumber slice on her fork. "He keeps looking over here at us," Brian said, gesturing with a nod behind him. Sipping her cocoa, Rory leaned to the left to look between two of her brothers. Sometimes she felt like she had her very own entourage of linebackers. Having large brothers definitely came in handy when she needed help moving or someone to open a pickle jar, Rory absently thought. "He's doing it again," Johnny hissed, moving to the side so that she could get a better look. And sure enough, he was watching them. Actually, so were his buddies. They were talking and gesturing towards them. No doubt the men were pissed at the news. So was she, but she was willing to suck it up as long as he stayed out of her way. As if he'd sensed her thoughts, Connor shifted his gaze to her and narrowed his eyes dangerously. She narrowed her eyes on him. Everything around them disappeared as they glared at each other. Sure, it was childish, but she couldn't help it. Even when people walked between them, neither one of them looked away. The glaring was actually starting to make her feel a little dizzy, but she refused to look away first. Not this time. She would. "They're probably just gloating. It's okay, baby girl. We'll get the next one," Craig said, pulling her attention away from the glaring bastard. She looked away, but not before she caught his triumphant grin. "The bastard. We got it," Rory said, shrugging as she took a sip of her delicious cocoa. Her brothers stopped eating to frown at her, which was pretty impressive since there was still food on the table, and these were the James brothers after all. "We got it?" Brian asked, looking confused. "I signed the contract less than a half hour ago." "It's ours," Rory said, shrugging it off. The men looked over their shoulders at Connor and then back at her. "Then why do they look like they're celebrating? I can't imagine Connor being happy about losing the contract to you," Bryce pointed out, staring longingly at the burger left on her plate. "Yeah, he looks very happy for a man that just lost $1 million contract," Johnny said, as his hand slowly made its way towards her burger. With a heavy sigh, Craig slapped his hand away. Johnny gave her a sheepish smile and a shrug. She knew that he couldn't help himself. Her brothers had been able to eat their father out of house and home by the time they were 6, and often had. If it hadn't been for Craig, she probably would have starved to death. He'd kept the rest of their brothers in line and made sure that she always had enough to eat. Yeah, well, he sort of got the contract too, Rory said quickly, unable to help but wince as she waited for their reaction. When they just sat there, staring at her, Rory found herself clearing her throat and shifting nervously until finally Bryce spoke. "You're kidding, right?" "I wish," Rory said, taking another sip of cocoa. Again, her brothers looked over their shoulders, and this time, the life-ruining bastard had the balls to shoot them a wink. Rory discreetly flipped him off, watching as Connor's eyes once again narrowed dangerously on her. Her brothers returned their attention to her as she did her best to appear innocent as she sipped her cocoa. "I don't understand," Sean said. "How could you both get the contract?" Clearing her throat, Rory quietly mumbled, "Well, we'll be working with Highland Construction on this job." Stunned silence met her announcement. She chanced a glance up at her brothers, who were now looking at her as though she'd grown an extra head. "We each got the contract with a 20% markup and a nice bonus if we finish by the November deadline," Rory explained, watching as the information sank in. Each of her brothers cursed as they turned and shot another scowl at the man that was once again smiling smugly in their direction. Slowly, her brothers turned back to face her, glaring. "Why didn't you tell them that we could do it without Highland Construction?" Sean demanded. This time, when Johnny tried to snag her burger, Craig didn't stop him. Great, the big babies were mad at her. Whatever, they'd get over it. "Does it look like I want to work with him?" Rory asked, making them frown. "I didn't have a choice. Even if we hire extra men, we won't be able to train them in time for them to be useful. We wouldn't make the deadline. If we did this alone, we'd also blow our profit margin on extra equipment. Extra equipment, I might add, that Highland Construction already has. All we have to do is work our asses off, just like any other project, meet the deadline, and that's it. The only downside is that it will be with the bastard, but if I can handle it, then so can you." Her brothers looked thoughtful as they considered what she'd said. Finally, with a shrug, Craig said, "As long as he stays out of our way, we won't kick his ass." "That's it, boy," Connor cooed, as the 150-pound pain in the ass cocked his head to the side and studied him. "Come on, big guy, you know you want it," he said, holding up the hot dog he'd dipped in peanut butter higher as he moved it slowly from side to side, trying to entice the little bastard. The demon spawn that Rory had the balls to call a dog licked his lips hungrily as his eyes zeroed in on the tasty treat. Grinning, Connor leaned over and reached for the laptop bag that he'd foolishly set down on the ground 10 minutes ago so that he could grab his briefcase and the files for Strawberry Manor, only to turn around and find the pain in the ass lying across it. Connor tossed the tasty treat onto Rory's property. The dog sent him one last glare before he took off. Connor didn't waste any time. He reached down and grabbed his bag, knowing very well that the dog would be back. Sometimes it seemed as though the really dog liked messing with him more than Rory did. He was just about to head inside his house when a familiar red 4-door sedan pulled into Rory's driveway. Hadn't he already chased this loser off? It had been, 3 or 4 weeks since he last saw this jerk sniffing around Rory? Then again, most of the men Rory dated, all losers in his opinion, stopped coming by her house shortly after meeting him, which was just the way he liked it. But clearly he hadn't done his job if this one was coming back for more. As he watched the jerk step out of his car, smooth his hair back, and straighten his obviously new shirt and slacks, Connor couldn't help but wonder how dumb the man really was. When he spotted Connor, he froze on the spot and noticeably swallowed. A loud, menacing growl had him taking a healthy step back. Because that too pleased him, Connor pulled the second peanut butter dipped hot dog out of the baggie and tossed it to the dog Rory dared to name Bunny. With a grunt, Bunny swallowed the treat whole, but never took his eyes away from the jerk, who refused to step out from behind his car. Like that would protect him, Connor thought with a sigh, as he walked over to the corner of his large white Victorian home, which happened to be less than 20 feet away from the corner of Rory's house, which was almost identical to his house. When the houses had been built over 200 years ago, they'd been identical in every way, except the direction of the layout of the houses were completely different. The master bedroom suite of each house had its very own open porch that extended past the walls of the house by a good 10 feet so that their porches were separated by less than a foot of space. The houses had been built by identical twins for their wives, only to discover that their wives couldn't stand each other. At least that's what his realtor told him when he bought the house. Whether or not it was true didn't really matter to him. All that mattered was that he could look forward to aggravating gosh out of Rory each and every night when she sat out on her porch to relax. When he first bought the place, the small strip of land that separated the two properties had a tall wood fence that started at the street and ended at the back of the property. It also had large arboretus trees that were nearly as tall as the house, completely blocking Rory from his sight. Since he'd bought the house for the entertainment value alone, Connor had the fence and trees taken down the very next day. Rory had been pissed at the time, but she got over it quickly and focused her attention back on renovating her house, while he did the same with his. It took him 2 years to get the house the way that he wanted it, but it had been well worth it. When he'd first bought the place, he'd considered giving it a more modern look, but after his first night, he'd decided to go with what he thought it might have looked when it had been originally built. It took extra time, money, and a lot of guessing, but he was happy with the results. When he'd originally bought the property, he'd planned on fixing it up and selling it. Having Rory around to torture was just a bonus while he'd worked on flipping the property, but once the renovations were finished, he hadn't been able to part with the house. He knew that it had been the same for Rory. Although he hadn't seen what she did with her house, and God, he wanted to see what she came up with, he knew that she'd changed her mind about selling after the renovations were complete because she'd fallen in love with her house. "Is Rory here?" the jerk asked, shifting nervously near his car. "Is she expecting you?" Connor asked, leaning back against his house as he discreetly reached behind the rosebush that one of his ex-girlfriends had insisted on planting and flipped the switch on what he liked to call his little box of fun. He settled his fingers over the 3 black buttons that made up the small panel and waited. "That's none of your business," the jerk snapped, clearly not happy to see him. "Then I guess you'll just have to find out for yourself," Connor said with a careless shrug as he watched the jerk reluctantly move to make his way up Rory's driveway, only to rethink that decision when Bunny decided to block his path. "Easy," the man murmured nervously as he slowly backed away from the dog. Even though it probably should have been enough that the dog made the man extremely uncomfortable, Connor felt that he needed a little extra incentive to get out of here and never come back. "What the heck?" the jerk yelled as Rory's sprinklers came on full blast. Connor waited until he ran back to his car, stumbling along the way, before diving into his car and threw his car in reverse, peeling out of the driveway before he turned the sprinklers off. Best very thing he'd ever built, Connor decided as he gave his partner in crime a mock salute and headed for his front door. It really was too bad that he couldn't stand the little guy, since he came in handy from time to time. "Why are you covered in mud, sweetie?" Rory asked as she bent down and cupped Bunny's mud-splattered face in her hands. When she caught a whiff of peanut butter and hot dog, she knew exactly how her poor baby ended up covered in mud. "Connor," she bit out, momentarily forgetting that she couldn't kill him for at least 5 months. "You called?" the annoying guy said, sounding amused. She looked up and wasn't surprised to find Connor standing on his second-floor balcony, shirtless and holding a bottle of beer. Sometimes she really wished that he hadn't cut down those very trees. At least with the trees, she could have pretended that he didn't live next door. Then again, he would have just found another way to annoy her greatly. "You want to tell me why you felt the need to douse Bunny in mud?" Rory asked, resigning herself to waiting a few more hours before she ventured out onto her porch. Not that it would make much of a difference, since he'd just come back out again to annoy her, but after 3 years, she was used to the jerk wrecking what should have been the best part of her day. "I will if you tell me why you named that poor dog Bunny," he offered, taking a sip of his beer. Because the dog was her little honey bunny, but she would never tell him that. "Forget it," Rory said, sighing heavily as she headed for her front door. "Come up here and join me," he called after her. "I'll pass," Rory said, wanting nothing more than to enjoy a hot cup of cocoa as she went over the new plans McGill had given her earlier and figure out a way to work them into the plans that she came up with before calling it a night. She also needed to figure out a way to speed up this renovation to meet that deadline. Even with Connor's men and equipment, they were looking at long hours, and she needed to figure out how to get it all done without destroying their profit margin with overtime. "Don't you think that the two of us should sit down and go over the plans for Strawberry Manor?" Connor asked casually. But she wasn't stupid. She knew that the only reason he wanted to talk to her was so that he could find out what resources she had at her disposal. It's exactly what she would have done if she hadn't already managed to corner one of his men an hour earlier and sweet-talk him into spilling his guts about Highland Construction's equipment, men, and their skills. Now she just had to work all of that newfound knowledge into her plans. "Not really," Rory said as she unlocked her front door and sent up a silent prayer, asking for a Connor-free night. Of course, her prayer was ignored. They usually were, where Connor was concerned. "That's too bad. I guess I'll have to tell McGill that you're not willing to fulfill your end of the contract," Connor mused loudly with a satisfied sigh. Rory didn't say anything as she slammed the door shut behind her, because there was nothing to say. He knew that he had her exactly where he wanted her and had no problem doing whatever it took to screw her over. If she didn't play nice, he would cost her the contract and, more importantly, her reputation. Clenching her jaw, Rory stormed into her kitchen and dropped her stuff onto the light oak kitchen table. If she was going to deal with Connor without killing him, then she was going to need a hot cocoa fix. As she waited for the water to boil, she fed Bunny and sorted through her notes. If he wanted to pretend that they were going to play nice, then that was fine with her, since none of this nonsense mattered anyway. The real battle wouldn't begin until tomorrow, so if he wanted to play these pointless games now, that was more than fine with her. After she mixed up her special hot cocoa, took a sip, and sighed happily, Rory grabbed the top folder and made her way through the house. If she didn't absolutely adore her house, she would have sold it and moved a long time ago. But she did, so she couldn't. This was her house, her baby, and nothing and no one was ever going to make her give it up. As she'd restored the house to its original condition, she'd fallen in love with it and couldn't imagine living anywhere else. Her only hope was that Connor got sick and tired of playing these games and decided to sell his house and move far away. Just the idea of having a Connor-free day had her releasing a heartfelt sigh. Now, if it would only come true, she might actually cry tears of joy, Rory thought as she headed up the back stairs to her room. As she walked across her large bedroom, she wondered if Connor was going to use their new situation to his advantage and make her life very difficult over the next 5 months. Then she snorted at her own stupidity. Of course he was going to make her life very difficult. He'd been doing it for over 25 years now and wasn't showing any signs of boredom yet. Every single day for the last 25 years, he'd gone out of his way to make her life difficult. It didn't matter what she was doing or where she was, Connor found a way to leave his mark on her day. She still couldn't forget her 18th birthday. It had started off great. Her brothers woke her up at 2 in the morning by tying her up and gagging her, a James tradition, and one that her father tried to make her brothers skip that year.
Thankfully, they hadn't thrown her in the trunk of Craig's car as tradition dictated. Instead, they'd tossed her in the back seat, threw a black pillowcase over her head, and teased and tormented her for 10 hours by refusing to tell her where they were going. When they finally pulled the hood off her head and she saw where they'd brought her, she'd sighed happily as she gave all of her brothers bear hugs. Really, how many brothers were sweet enough to bring their little sister to Canada on her 18th birthday to get her drunk? Best brothers ever. For the first 4 hours, everything had been perfect. After she ate, because her brothers refused to let her drink unless she had food in her stomach, she tried beer, wine, and started doing shots. Her brothers had taken turns watching her, doing their best to keep her out of trouble, but after the first hour, she'd barely noticed them. She danced to every song as she savored the delicious beverages the bartender sent her way. All the men at the bar had been super nice, too.
They'd bought her drinks so that she didn't have to spend a cent of her own money, and they'd all jumped at the chance to dance with her. The night had been going perfectly until she thought she spotted Connor lurking in the corner, watching her. When she couldn't find him again, she just shook it off as an overactive imagination and yummy alcohol. Sometime after that, things got kind of fuzzy. From what little she could remember of that night, she knew that it was all Connor's fault that she woke up the next morning handcuffed to him on a bench while a Mountie with a fresh black eye glared at them from across the room. If it hadn't been for Connor, she wouldn't have needed to be placed in a cell for her own protection while her father tried to plow through a dozen officers so that he could wring her neck. The only pleasure she got out of that awful experience had been watching her father take a swing at Connor, who must have been hungover because he'd just stood there and took it. "Stay," Rory told Bunny as she pushed back the thick, dark curtains that helped her pretend that the jerk didn't live next door, and opened the sliding glass doors. "Took you long enough. What in the really are you doing on my porch?" Rory asked, not really caring. As long as he didn't break into her house, and surprisingly he didn't, then she really didn't care. "For our meeting," Connor said, leaning back against the banister as he sipped his beer. "We don't have a meeting," Rory said, even as she allowed herself to enjoy the sight before her and took in the impressive chest and set of abs that most men would kill for. While her brothers were huge, Connor had the type of body that any Hollywood leading man would kill for. Not that she would admit this to anyone, but he was by far the best-looking man that she'd ever seen. Her eyes moved back up to his chest and paused at the black Celtic tattoo that started on the left side of his chest and ended at his shoulder. It was large, beautifully drawn, and unbelievably hot. The tattoo, not the man. She hated the man, but on any other man, she would have been hard-pressed not to trace that tattoo with her fingertips, or better yet, her tongue. As she forced her eyes elsewhere, they landed on part of the tattoo that to this day remained a mystery. She knew that she wasn't the only one who wondered who LRJ was and the reason why Connor had the initials placed in the middle of that tattoo. There were a couple of betting pools going around about the identity of LRJ, but as far as she knew, no one had been able to figure it out. Connor certainly hadn't told anyone. If someone asked, and very near everyone had asked at least a dozen times, well, everyone but her, he simply shrugged it off like it was nothing. "How many men do you have working for you full-time?" Connor asked, drawing her attention away from her rather disturbing thoughts. 50, and I have another 10 men that I've already screened and interviewed for the job," she answered, not caring if he knew any of this. They were working together, kind of, so they'd have to share a few things. Connor nodded as he digested that information. He placed his now empty beer bottle on the banister behind him. "How many are certified?" "All of them." "Can paint?" "All of them." "Interesting," Connor mumbled, but she really didn't think that it was. Her father made very sure that she knew how to build a house from the bottom up, and she'd made sure that all of her employees did as well. If they didn't know how to paint, drywall, put up siding, or do masonry work, then she made sure that they learned. Since every man that worked for her knew how to do every position, she never had to put up with delays or waste money by hiring outside help.
She also never had to waste time stressing over schedules or trying to figure out who knew how to do what, since all of her men were trained to do whatever was needed of them. "Anything else?" she asked, itching to get back inside and go over the plans. "Are you in a rush?" Connor asked, chuckling. "No," she said, shrugging. "I just don't like you." "I'm the best part of your day, and you know it," Connor said, no doubt really believing that. "Whatever helps you sleep at night, big guy. Are we done yet?" But Connor wouldn't let it go. He never did. "Admit that I'm the best part of your day," he said, crossing his arms over his chest as he waited for an answer that he wasn't going to like. "I can honestly say with absolutely no hesitation that you, Connor O'Neill, have never been the best part of my day," Rory said, wondering, not for the first time, what she did in a past life to deserve him. "Please, that's gauche, and we both know it. I bet you fall asleep every night thinking about me and wake up every morning excited to see me," Connor mused, sounding smug, too very smug. "Actually, you have that backwards," Rory said, taking a sip of her perfect hot cocoa. "Really?" "Mm-hmm," she murmured around another sip of cocoa. "How so?" "Well," Rory said, placing her cup of delicious hot cocoa on the small patio table, "I fall asleep every night smiling because I don't have to worry about seeing you for at least 8 hours, and wake up every morning hoping, like really, that will finally be the day that I don't have to see you." "But you're still thinking about me, and smiling when you do it," Connor said with a wink, leaning over and swiping her hot cocoa before she could stop him. "Hey," Rory said, trying to grab her cup of cocoa out of his hands, but the bastard simply cupped the top of her head and held her back as he drank her delicious hot cocoa. She hated when he did this to her. It made her feel foolish and little, and as soon as she got the chance, she was kicking his ass. "You bastard," Rory hissed when he made a big show of finishing it off. "That was a very good cup of cocoa, Rory. Thanks," Connor said, handing her back the cup as he dropped his hand away. "How could you?" Rory mumbled sadly as she looked longingly down at the now empty coffee cup where her delicious hot cocoa had once been. "Are you ready to admit that I'm the best part of your day yet?" Connor asked, leaning back against the banister. She glared up at him before looking back down at the empty coffee cup in her hand and then back up at him. "Oh, gosh," Connor muttered, jumping over the banister and crouched down on his porch as she let the coffee cup go flying. When it missed his head by a few inches, she groaned. So very close, yet not close enough, Rory thought, as it slammed into the side of his house and shattered. "Well, I guess we'll have to continue this conversation tomorrow night when you're in a better mood," Connor said, standing. "I'll make sure to bring plenty of coffee cups," Rory said sweetly. "Good," Connor said, sauntering towards his patio doors, "because I could really go for another cup of that delicious cocoa," he said, laughing when his beer bottle sailed through the air towards his head. "Gosh darn it," she groaned when she missed again. When in the really was her luck going to change? Connor couldn't help grinning as he took the turn for Strawberry Manor. His eyes darted to his rearview mirror to check on the long line of employee trucks and equipment following him before flickering to the dashboard clock. It was almost 7 o'clock, and there hadn't been any sign of Rory or her team. When he snuck out of his house an hour ago, he'd been shocked to find her Jeep still in the driveway. He thought the eager little thing was going to give him a run for his money this morning, but so far there had been nothing. Really, she hadn't even rigged his truck so that it wouldn't start this morning. After he let the air out of her tires, he'd left for work, wondering if he even had to worry about her getting in his way after all. As far as he was concerned, this early bird definitely caught the worm being Strawberry Manor, of course. Clearly, he wanted this project more than Rory.
If she wanted it half as badly as he did, she would have had her beautiful ass up at the crack of dawn, getting everything set up and making an official claim on the project. He couldn't wait to see her face when she realized that she'd lost. He thought of all the different ways he could rub this in her face as he drove his truck over the broken road leading up to Strawberry Manor. The half-mile road and parking lot would have to be replaced soon so they could get equipment and materials up here safely. The thick brush that hugged the private road would also have to be pruned back, just enough to make room for his trucks.
The client wanted to keep the trip from the road to the hotel looking beautiful. They could cut back the trees and shrubs 10 feet on each side to widen the private road. Then they could— "Son of a difficult person," Connor shouted as the hotel and grounds came into view. This was not happening. This was not really happening. A horn honking behind him made him realize that he'd come to a complete stop. Cursing Rory James to really, Connor pulled off to the side to where an impromptu parking lot had already been created and parked between two pickup trucks. He jumped out of his truck and looked around in disbelief as his crew found parking spots. Not only had she managed to beat him here this morning, but she also had the entire construction site set up. Where he'd planned to place his trailer tomorrow, she had one with tan vinyl siding that looked bigger than his. Thanks to the overgrown vegetation and uneven terrain and large equipment that they were going to need to pull this off, there was nowhere for him to place his trailer now. He quickly took in the rest of the property. Her trucks and equipment were lined up along the west side of the property. There were 4 large dumpsters placed on each end of the mansion with a makeshift dirt road leading to the cracked parking lot. Really, she already had several equipment sheds set up, as well as latrines. Was that a coffee truck? How in the really did she do all this? Connor muttered in disbelief as he grabbed his gosh before slamming his truck door shut and made his way to that trailer that wasn't really staying. He was barely 10 feet away from the trailer when the door opened and Rory James stepped out, looking innocent as she sipped what he already knew was a cup of hot cocoa. "Good afternoon, Connor," she said brightly with a satisfied sigh. "It's morning," he bit out as he stormed past her into the rather comfortable-looking office. "Oh, is it? It feels more like afternoon, but that probably has something to do with the fact that we've been here for hours," she mused. "I can see that," Connor said, shooting her secretary, her male secretary, he might add, a glare as he walked through what appeared to be the waiting room and into the back room that he'd figured was the office, and he was right. The office was large, but not large enough. There was hardly enough room as it was for the large desk, drafting table, chairs, and filing cabinets that took up the majority of the room. This wouldn't do, not at all. He turned around, not at all surprised, to find the little cocoa addict leaning against the doorway, sipping the cocoa that he was tempted to snatch away from her. "You need to have the trailer towed out of here," Connor explained, in what he thought was a reasonable tone. "No," she simply said. "Move it or I'll tow it myself," Connor snapped. "Not happening," Rory said, taking a sip of her cocoa. "Yes, it is," he said, getting in her face. "It's so sad that you think that you can push me around," Rory said, patting his cheek condescendingly before she stepped past him. "You're going to have to move your trailer, Rory." "I need my office," Connor bit out through clenched teeth. "So do I," she said. "What for?" he demanded, tossing his gosh on the small love seat by the door. "To work. What else?" "To fetch my drinks and be at my beck and call?" Connor asked, shaking his head. "Nope, you don't need an office for that. All you need is a little chair in the corner, and I think we can manage that." "Be at your beck and call?" Rory repeated, sounding really amused and annoying him. Why in the hell did she think that he was joking about something like that? "Yup, and if you do a good job, I might just let you wash my truck," Connor said, feeling generous this morning. "How long have you been this delusional?" Rory asked as she leaned over to grab something from one of her desk drawers. "About a month, give or take a few weeks," Connor mumbled distractedly as he watched one of the first daydreams he'd ever had come to life. Was he dead? Connor wondered, but quickly decided that he really didn't care as Rory pulled off her black t-shirt and tossed it aside like it was nothing, revealing her midriff and a tight-fitting black sports bra. He found himself captivated. He should probably care, or at least wonder why she was changing in front of him, but he didn't. The only thing that mattered was that she was, in fact, changing in front of him, and none of the daydreams that he'd had over the years about her were even close to the real thing. Rory, her secretary started to say as he walked into the office. With a muttered curse for interrupting his moment, Connor shoved the man out of the room and slammed the door shut in his face before turning a glare on Rory. She frowned at him as she pulled on a gray shadow construction tank top. What was that about? What the hell is wrong with you changing in front of your employees like that? Connor demanded, barely resisting the urge to yell at the woman. Rory rolled her eyes as she fixed her ponytail. "It's just a sports bra, Connor. Nothing to be concerned about," she said. "You shouldn't be changing in front of your employees. What if he sues?" Connor demanded, barely reining in his temper when all he wanted to do was throttle the woman for covering up. "I would never sue," her secretary yelled from behind the door. "I'm willing to sign a waiver." "Go away," Connor snapped, in no mood for this gosh. They had work to do, and if Rory decided that she'd be more comfortable wearing something else, then he would just have to suck it up and be a gentleman while she changed her shirt again. "I need to get to work," Rory said, stepping around the desk and walked towards him. "So unless you can walk and be a difficult person at the same time, I'd say that this conversation is over." Connor leaned back against the door, blocking her only exit. "You're not leaving until we get a few things settled." He crossed his arms over his chest as he glared down at her, hoping that for once in her life that she'd act like a woman and be intimidated enough to do as he asked. But of course, he was an idiot for even considering it. With a small sigh, she reached up and latched onto both of his nipples and twisted. Gosh, that was definitely one trick that he hadn't showed her. No doubt she'd learned that from watching her brothers beat the gosh out of each other over the years. Biting back a pained groan, Connor quickly moved to the side, deciding that he'd let her have this round. When he was well out of the way of the door, she gave him a smug little smile and another twist that threatened to drop him to his knees before releasing him. With a satisfied sigh, Rory grabbed a tool belt off the small couch and put it on as she sauntered out of the room. When the pain in his nipples subsided, he went after her. "That was a violation of the code, woman," Connor bit out, barely resisting the urge to grab a handful of ice and press it against his poor abused nipples. The woman fought dirty, and he'd been a fool to forget that. A little smile tugged at her lips at the reminder of the code. Neither one of them had been happy to call a temporary truce to their war, but they'd had no choice after the 8th grade dinner dance when things may have gone a little too far.
No matter what the cops said, he really didn't think that what happened had warranted the two of them being placed in adjoining cells all night. Yeah, everyone left the gymnasium screaming. There were 1 or 2 dozen minor injuries, but he really didn't think what they did justified being charged with inciting a riot. It had all been a simple misunderstanding that had gone horribly wrong. So while they'd waited in their cells for their parents to kill them, well, her father to kill her and his mother to bail him out, they'd come up with a few rules to help avoid a repeat of that night. They'd come up with the code. "Your nipples are not protected by the code," Rory simply said as she grabbed the last Milky Way and a bottle of water from the coffee truck and stepped in line to pay the cashier. "Well, they are now," Connor said, deciding that it was better late than never to protect his poor nipples. "Sorry, Vito," Rory said with a shrug, not sounding sorry at all as she paid for her snack and drink. Very. He'd forgotten about the veto rule. They were only allowed to change the code if they both agreed. Well, that was fine with him, Connor decided, as he snagged her candy bar out of her hand and ripped it open as he headed towards the large hotel to make sure that Andrew was able to get all his men set up. "Give me that back," Rory demanded as she walked by his side, not trying to attack him for the candy bar, he noted with satisfaction. She was trying to keep up a professional appearance for the job. That was fine with him, but only because it worked for him. "Nope," Connor said, taking a huge bite out of her candy bar. Maybe it was just him, but food stolen from Rory always tasted so very good.
Even those plain peanut butter sandwiches he used to steal from her when they were in preschool had been out of this world. "Jerk," Rory muttered as she opened her bottle of water and went to take a sip. But of course, the chocolate had made him thirsty, so he swiped it out of her hand and chugged it. "Shouldn't you be hauling yourself back to the office and arranging for your trailer to be removed?" Connor asked as they headed towards her brothers and his men, who appeared to be arguing. "Yeah, I'll get right on that," Rory said dryly as she moved past him. His eyes dropped to her heart-shaped posterior, and he just barely bit back a groan that would probably get him into trouble with at least two of her brothers. "What's the problem?" Rory demanded as she neared the men. "Tell your men to get out of our way so we can get some work done, David." A man he may have mistakenly promoted snapped at Rory. As one, all 5 of her brothers stepped forward as they scowled down at the much smaller man. "Watch how you talk to our sister," Bryce said softly, but the threat was clear. David noticeably swallowed as he took a healthy step back. He shot a look of panic Connor's way, and as much as he'd love to start trouble just to annoy Rory, he couldn't. He needed to keep the James brothers happy if he was going to have any chance at getting them to come work for him when this project was finished. "With our companies working together, this might become a little difficult," Connor said to Rory, but his eyes were on the James brothers, who looked more than eager to teach his foreman a lesson. That was one thing he'd learned early on. The James brothers had a zero-tolerance policy when it came to their sister. They'd never gone after him, but that was only because Rory thought she could handle him. Sad, but true. "Until we figure things out, David and the rest of my supervisors are going to check in with Craig and his men, since they were here first, and have a better understanding of what requires immediate attention," Connor said, shocking everyone into silence. Rory frowned, but he didn't really care what she thought. As long as she stayed out of his way and fetched his drinks and food, he would tolerate her presence. David looked annoyed and ready to argue, but he didn't really care about that either. The only thing that he cared about was the 5 large men sharing questioning looks. He knew that they hadn't expected him to give in so easily. Hell, they probably expected shouting, arguments, and a lot of gosh, but they wouldn't get any of that. He wanted these men to come work for him, and what better way to convince them to do that now? "What are you doing?" Rory didn't bother looking at Connor while she said, "Working. What does it look like?" "It looks like you're getting in the way of my men." She stopped what she was doing and looked pointedly around the large roof where 4 of her brothers were checking for weak spots and marking the area. "I didn't," Connor snapped, unable to remember exactly what he did to annoy her enough to break into the boys' locker room and squirt superglue into his shorts, but he was sure that he didn't do anything to deserve it. As far as he was concerned, that prank had been unprovoked, and he was the innocent party in all of... "Now I remember why I did that," Rory said, looking angry once again. "You snuck laxatives into my food and then locked all the girls' bathrooms in the school with bicycle locks so that I was left with no choice but to use the boys' bathroom where you and your stupid friends locked me inside without toilet paper or paper towels, you jerk." Huh, he'd actually forgotten about that one, Connor realized with a careless shrug. Whatever. "The point is, Rory, this is my project. I've worked very hard to get it, and I'm not about to let you mess it up for me." "This is our project," Rory said, getting back in his face where she belonged, "and as long as you remember that, we'll be fine. But the next time that you try to stop me from doing my job, I will defeat you." He leaned in closer. "Your job is to fetch my coffee, food, and whatever else I need. And as long as you remember how I like my coffee, everything will be fine. You can keep your coffee." "There's a problem," Rory's assistant said as he burst through the door. "We're not finished talking," Connor said. Rory didn't even bother slowing her pace or looking back as she shot him a one-finger salute. His deep chuckle that followed did not send a delicious shiver throughout her body that had her fighting the urge to lick her lips. It didn't. Rory sighed heavily as she adjusted the tool belt around her hips. It really wasn't her fault that her body betrayed her the way that it did when Connor was around. He might be a life-ruining, difficult person, but he was a hot life-ruining, difficult person, and her poor, neglected body didn't realize that it should hate him as much as her heart and brain did. One day, her body would be on board, but until that day came, and she prayed that it came soon, she was just going to have to ignore her body's response to him. "What's going on?" Rory asked as they stepped outside. "Work has come to a halt," Jacob announced as he gestured with his clipboard towards Strawberry Manor. One look and she knew that he hadn't exaggerated. There weren't any men manning the equipment. The scaffolding that was supposed to be completed by now was left in parts, leaning against the outer walls of the manor, and it appeared that every single one of their employees was in the middle of the yard screaming at each other. Great, Rory thought dryly, just what they needed. When she spotted the familiar beat-up red pickup truck parked near the coffee truck, she very nearly groaned. Why did he have to come here today of all days? Why couldn't he come when she had this situation under control? This was the last thing that she wanted her father to see. "You planning on handling this?" her father asked as she stepped past the coffee truck. She found her father leaning back against one of Connor's trucks with his large arms folded over his chest, wearing his standard black t-shirt and a hint of annoyance in his blue eyes as he watched their employees fighting.
"Just give me a minute, Dad," Rory said, wondering when all this nonsense would end so that she could focus on Strawberry Manor. Right now, she should be inside assessing the water damage in the attic, but thanks to Connor, she needed another hot cocoa fix soon, or she was afraid that she was going to kill someone. Her father nodded firmly as he pushed away from the truck. "I'll be inside looking the old girl over when you're finally ready to get to work," he said, making her inwardly cringe at the unspoken criticism. She'd made a mistake, and now her men were wasting time, something that her father never would have allowed to happen. Relieved that he was going to let her handle this without an audience, Rory stole the bullhorn from one of Connor's men, since he was just standing around looking useless, and turned it on, unable to help but wonder where her brothers were since they should have handled this. "You have exactly 60 seconds to go back to work or you're fired," Rory announced, keeping it simple. Not even 10 seconds later, her men were shoving Connor's men aside as they rushed back to work. One thing that she made sure of was that everyone that worked for her understood when they were hired was that she always backed up her word. Anyone that wasn't working in 60 seconds would be fired. She didn't play games, and she definitely didn't have time for her men to be wasting time. With an annoyed sigh, Connor took the bullhorn from her and made his own announcement. "Get back to work or leave," he said, before tossing the bullhorn back to his supervisor, who was still standing around looking useless. "Try to keep your men in line, okay, Cupcake?" Connor drawled as he walked past her. "Don't call me that," Rory bit out as she yanked out a pair of pliers from her tool belt and moved to catch up with him, careful to wait for just the right moment, and when that moment came, she didn't hesitate. "Goodness gracious," Connor snapped as she sauntered past him, whistling a jaunty tune as she returned her pliers back to her tool belt. It never ceased to amaze her how torturing Connor always seemed to make everything better. It wasn't as good as a hot cocoa fix, but it would do. When she spotted her father waiting for her in a half-gutted room, with his arms crossed over his chest and his lips drawn into a frown, she was tempted to hit Connor with the sledgehammer by the wall. Her fingers literally twitched with the need to get one good hit in. But that went against the rules. They weren't supposed to do anything that left permanent damage. "Rule 10, Connor said, chuckling as he walked past her. She glared at his back, even as she wondered how he knew. Then again, they'd been making each other's lives a living hell since they were kids, so he probably could sense these things. Now that she thought about it, Rory realized that perhaps the sledgehammer was a bit of an overkill. The only thing he was guilty of today was annoying her, Rory thought, as she pulled her needle-nose pliers out of her tool belt and walked towards her father, loving the startled groan Connor let out as her pliers accidentally pinched him on the ass. He didn't say anything as she walked past him,
and she didn't expect him to. But she would have to keep her guard up for the rest of the day, because if there was one thing that she knew about Connor, it was that the man loved making her pay. First his poor, defenseless nipples, and now his ass, Connor thought with disgust, as he barely resisted the urge to rub the sore spot on his ass as he narrowed a glare on Rory's retreating back. If that wasn't bad enough, her men were already causing problems for his men and cutting into the workday with their nonsense. Oh, she was going to pay for this. Gosh, when his eyes landed on her old man, he knew exactly how to get the little brat back and out of his hair. As long as he had the use of her men and equipment, he'd be able to get this project done on time. What he didn't need was the little nuisance getting in his way, and he knew just the man to help him. If there was one thing that he knew about Mr. James, besides the fact that the man absolutely hated him, it was that he took the job seriously. Everyone in town knew Mr. James didn't believe in nonsense at work, and he stressed that rule big time on his kids. It didn't exactly take a genius to figure out that Mr. James was pretty annoyed about what just went down, so of course he had to cash in on that. If you can't handle your men, then I suggest that you find someone that can, Connor said to her back, loving the way that she suddenly went tense and stumbled over her own 2 feet. He wasn't at all surprised when she threw a murderous glare over her shoulder or mouthed a few unpleasant words in his direction as her father's scowl intensified. We have a deadline that we need to make, and we're not going to be able to do that unless you get your men organized and under control, Connor said firmly, as he sent Mr. James a nod of acknowledgement before he headed off to see what his men were up to, and of course, to hide his smug grin. Was it wrong that he enjoyed making Rory's life a living hell? He really didn't think so. In fact, Connor decided that until he was able to get rid of the little nuisance, that he was going to enjoy every minute of this. This is a big project, her father reminded her with a pointed look. Maybe you should step aside and let one of your brothers handle this just to make sure that it's done right, he said, making her swallow hard at the realization that even after all these years, she still wasn't good enough. Why she thought landing this project would mean anything to him, she didn't know. She was neither a daughter nor a son in his eyes, but something in between. When she was little, Rory hadn't been girly enough to be treated like a daughter, and growing up, she hadn't exactly been boyish enough to be treated like a son. Nothing she did ever seemed to be good enough for him. When she was a kid, she'd worked very hard, just as hard as her brothers, but instead of telling her that she did a good job, he simply grunted and told her that she needed to move faster. It never seemed to matter what she did. He always found a reason to push her harder. Nothing she did ever made him happy. When she'd mastered the skill saw and far surpassed even his abilities, he'd made her practice more. It never seemed to matter what she did. He always found a reason to push her harder. Nothing she did ever made him happy. When she started shadow construction, she thought that he'd be happy that she was following in his footsteps. But instead of being proud of her, he'd sighed heavily and suggested that perhaps she should go work for one of her brothers instead. Her brothers had all gone eerily silent at their father's announcement. Then, one by one, they'd each told her that they'd be working for her, and that she very well better not try bossing them around or they'd give her a hard time. It was one of the sweetest things her brothers had ever done for her. "I have it under control, Dad," Rory said, forcing herself to sound casual when all she wanted to do was scream at him. "This is a big project," Rory mused, as his eyes shifted to follow the life-ruining bastard as he walked away. "Maybe you should let Connor take the lead," he said, shocking the ever-loving gosh out of her. She couldn't believe how much it hurt to hear her father say that. It was one thing to constantly have him second-guess her, but another for him to suggest that the one person on Earth that he knew that she couldn't stand should take over her dream project. In that moment, Rory realized something. In her father's eyes, she might not be good enough, but Connor was. He's got a great reputation, and as much as I hate to say this, his work is some of the best that I've ever seen.
The boy has talent, Rory, "And maybe it would be for the best if you let him take the lead on this one," her father said, stunning her into silence, because, really, what else was there to say? "Where's your sister?" Connor asked as he stepped into the once impressive kitchen, but now was sadly nothing more than a room full of broken tile, trash, and debris. None of the James brothers looked at him, never mind paused in demolishing the large room. That really didn't surprise him, since the whole family seemed to hate him. Not that he could really blame them. He did seem to go out of his way to make Rory's life a living gosh. He was actually surprised that none of them had tried to kill him yet. "She's checking the attic," came the deep voice that used to give him nightmares when he was a kid. "She shouldn't be up there by herself," Connor said, ignoring the disbelieving snorts from her brothers. "Oh, and why's that?" Mr. James asked in a bored tone as he crossed his large arms over his chest while he considered him through blue eyes that matched his daughter's. "Because she could get hurt," Connor said, only to have the James boys laugh their heads off. "She's also getting in the way and holding back this project," he said firmly, never taking his eyes off the large man in front of him. He wasn't an idiot after all. "Oh, police," Brian said, chuckling. "You're acting like she's some chick." Connor blinked. "Because she is," he said slowly, wondering what the gosh was wrong with these men. Of course, her brothers laughed, while Mr. James considered him with a hard glint in his eyes. What in the gosh was wrong with them? They overprotected her everywhere else in life except for when they should. Gosh, it was taking everything he had not to run up to the attic and drag her away from his job site before she got hurt. She had no freaking business being here. He had several women working for him that could easily keep up with the men. But Rory, for some reason, he just couldn't stomach the idea of her doing this. He didn't want to see the stubborn pain in the rear hurt. Sure, he liked to torture her and make her life a living gosh for his own entertainment, but he never did any permanent damage, and that was really all that mattered. This was the biggest project of his career, and if he could pull it off, it would mean bigger and better things for Highland Construction. But that wouldn't be happening as long as Rory James was around. He still needed her men and Shadow Construction's equipment if he had any hope of finishing this project on time. With an inward sigh, Connor realized that he was going to have to make her life a living gosh. "Sunday," Mr. James said, interrupting his thoughts. "Sunday? What?" Connor asked, unable to hide his confusion, even as he noted the looks of shock on the James brothers' faces. They'd all stopped working to stare at their father in disbelief. "Dad, you can't be serious," Johnny finally said. Mr. James never took his cold eyes away from Connor as he addressed his sons. "Last time I checked, I was still head of this family, and if I decide that Connor needs to join us this Sunday, then he's going to join us," he said firmly, giving Connor the impression that he wasn't exactly being asked to come, but commanded. Since this actually worked in his favor, Connor didn't argue. "What's happening on Sunday?" "Every Sunday, rain or shine, we go fishing as a family at 6, Mr. James said, only to narrow his eyes as he added, "No women allowed. We take our fishing seriously. If you bring a woman, you better make sure that she knows that she stays at the house with the rest of them. While we're fishing, you can tell me about the plans that you have for this old house." He nodded, even as he thought that over. He'd be able to get her old man on his side and work on starting to convince the James brothers that their lives would be so much better if they came to work for him without having to worry about Rory getting in the way. This could definitely work for him, Connor thought, as he looked at the men in question and had to bite back a smile. Oh yeah, the James boys were as good as his. "We're having Dad committed," Bryce said as he climbed up the rickety old stairs to the huge attic that she had plans for. The client wanted the roof fixed, a new attic floor, fix the stairs, and update the utilities, but they were passing up a golden opportunity with this space, and she was going to convince them to allow her to turn it into 3 large luxury suites. It was going to be her signature touch to the hotel.
the thing that drew people to this hotel, and it was going to be shadow construction that got all the glory. She had a meeting set for this Friday with the hopes of convincing the board to stretch their budget just a little more to accommodate her dreams. While other little girls dreamed about their wedding, Rory had dreamed about what she would do if she ever got a chance to work on Strawberry Manor, and now that she had the chance, she was going to make sure that it lived up to her dreams. "Did you hear me? I said we're having Dad committed," Bryce said as he carefully stepped on the plywood she'd laid down so that they didn't have to worry about falling through the floor, and glared at her. "I heard you," Rory mumbled absently as she took in the ceiling and frowned when she spotted the structural beams that were going to have to be replaced. She'd hoped that they could salvage some of the beams to cut costs, but it looked like they were going to have to tear the entire roof off and start from scratch. Actually, that could work for her. "Don't you even want to know what he did?" "Nope, just tell me where to sign," Rory said, wondering if she would be able to convince some of Connor's men to do a little side work for her, only the ones that met her standards, of course. She didn't tolerate sloppy work, and she sure as gosh wouldn't tolerate anything but the best on this project. Unfortunately, she already had a feeling that she was going to need her guys to double-check Highland Construction's work. "You really don't care?" "Not at all," Rory said, as she considered using skylight windows and just as quickly dismissed the idea. The whole point of this project was to give it that 18th century feel, and placing modern skylights on the roof would wreck the effect. No, it was better to go with her original plan, she decided. "Fine, then I won't tell you," Bryce said, clearly fighting back a smile as he crossed his massive arms over his chest. "Uh-huh," Rory mumbled absently, earning a grumble from her brother. "Shouldn't you be working?" Rory asked as she checked her watch. It was 4:45. Not that she'd planned on calling it a night anytime soon, and she doubted that her brothers would either. They'd probably put in another 3 or 4 hours until hunger forced them to head home. "Probably," Bryce mused. "Is there a reason why you're not?" Rory asked as she turned to face him. He shrugged. "We wanted to know if you wanted us to handle Connor's men the next time that they pulled any mess, or just let him deal with it," Bryce said, reminding her of the earlier mutiny that she'd been forced to handle in front of their father. "What the gosh happened?" Rory asked as she grabbed her bottle of water off the makeshift floor. "And more importantly, why didn't you guys handle it?" Bryce gave her a dull look as he said, "We had our hands full with the fire inspector." "The fire inspector was here?" When he nodded, she could only stare at him as she asked, "Why didn't anyone come get me?" "Because they were all fighting over petty mess. It wouldn't have been that bad, but Connor's foremen are incompetent and started complaining about who was in charge. We got sick of their mess and decided to let them beat each other up while we made sure that we weren't shut down." She bit back a groan. Being shut down this early in the game would kill their schedule. They needed to get off the ground running.
"Did he shut us down?" Rory asked, worrying her bottom lip between her lip as she struggled not to panic. Bryce snorted. "He almost did, but lucky for you, Dad showed up." "Gosh. Yep, seems the fire inspector wasn't too happy having to jump out of the way of the morons shoving each other. Lucky for you that Dad took him aside and convinced him to ignore the mess. He's coming back Monday, so I suggest that you and Connor come to some sort of an agreement before this mess gets us shut down." Rory sighed heavily as she ran her hands down her face. "I don't want to have to deal with Connor. Can you do it?" she asked, knowing that she was whining and not really caring. Bryce chuckled as he reached out and hooked his arm around her neck, pulling her tightly against his side as they headed for the stairs. "Relax, Rory. I don't think it will be that bad. But I hate him," she mumbled pathetically. "He makes my life a living hell." "I know, but if it makes you feel any better, I think that you do a better job of making his life a living hell," Bryce assured her. Well, that was something, Rory thought as she carefully stepped over a missing step. "At least you'll probably get a break for the next 5 months from all of his gosh," Bryce said, sounding hopeful. "He'll be too busy with this project to give you a second thought." "Oh, I'm sure that I can make time for you," Connor drawled from the bottom of the stairs. Their gazes locked, and in that moment, she knew, just knew, that there would never be a break from the daily gush. In fact, if that wink he sent her way before he sauntered off was any indication, she could count on it getting worse, and there wasn't a very thing that she could do to stop it. Later that night. "Looks like he let the air out of your tires," Sean said, chuckling as he pulled up in front of Rory's house. "That's not too bad," Rory mumbled, glancing around her dark property, wondering what else he had in store for her. At this point in their lives, letting air out of her tires was child's play, and she knew, just knew, that he wasn't done. That was fine, more than fine actually. She could handle anything he dished out and probably do a hell of a lot worse in return. She no longer got nervous at the prospect of Connor settling a score because she knew that he would at least make sure that he didn't do any permanent damage. That was something, at least, Rory mused as she grabbed her lunch cooler and empty hot chocolate thermos. "Are you going to need a ride in the morning?" Sean asked, sounding amused. "Yes, and probably an apple fritter," Rory said with a hopeful smile as she climbed out of his truck. "I'll see what I can do," he said, chuckling as she shut the door. She sent him one last wave as she walked towards her Jeep and sighed. She was too exhausted to mess with the air compressor right now. Thankfully, Craig gave her an AA membership last year for Christmas. With a heartfelt sigh, she pulled her phone out of her pocket as Bunny came running around the house. When he saw her, he quickly made his way over to her and sat by her feet, obediently waiting for her to finish her phone call. With a promise of an hour wait, Rory gave Bunny his customary ear scratch and headed for her front door, forcing herself not to act paranoid. Whatever happened, happened. She wasn't about to live the rest of her life looking over her shoulder. He just wasn't worth the effort. Besides, she was too tired to really care. After feeding Bunny, she went upstairs and took a quick shower. Normally, she would have taken her time and allowed the hot water to ease the ache in her sore muscles, but she really needed a hot cocoa fix tonight. She quickly dried off, pulled on a light blue tank top that ended just above her belly button, and pulled on a pair of Craig's old gray gym shorts with a fading Mickey Mouse on the leg, and tied them off so that they wouldn't fall off, and headed downstairs for her much-needed cocoa fix. 10 minutes later, she was carrying an extra-large mug of cocoa as she made her way back up the stairs with Bunny on her heels. She walked down the hall, releasing a loud yawn as she gestured for Bunny to get on her bed. As she pulled back the thick curtain, she sent up a silent prayer for a Connor-free night and nearly cursed when she spotted the jerk in question lounging on his deck with a bottle of beer and a magazine. For a moment, Rory considered going downstairs and relaxing on her couch, but it wasn't the same. She liked relaxing on her deck after work and wasn't about to let Connor take that away from her. She took a sip of her cocoa for fortification before she opened the door and stepped out onto her porch. Connor didn't so much as bat an eye in her direction as she closed the door behind her. That was interesting, Rory thought as she took another sip of her cocoa before setting it down on the small table. Well, maybe she finally got her wish and he was too tired to do anything, Rory thought as she sat down on her lounge chair and released a sigh. When he still didn't say anything a few minutes later, she started to get nervous. Swallowing hard, she shot him a look only to find him taking a sip of his beer as he continued reading his magazine. It was a little unsettling and unexpected, but if he was willing to let it go for one night, then so was she. Perhaps he'd realized that they needed to get along for the sake of the project. "Are you going to move your trailer tomorrow?" Connor asked in a bored tone, never taking his eyes off his magazine. "Maybe not." "No," Rory said, biting back a sigh. "Okay," he said, shrugging it off like it was no big deal. She cocked a brow at that. "Okay? Yup," Connor said absently as he took another sip of his beer. She narrowed her eyes on him, wondering what he was up to. He never gave up this easily. Never. Not even when they were 14 and she may have pantsed him in front of the entire school one afternoon, and he may have broken his arm in an attempt to pull her out of the air duct where she may have been hiding.
He'd simply waited until the cast was dry and his mother was looking the other way before he'd snuck out of the exam room at the clinic over on Chestnut and made his way to the waiting room where he knew that her father would make her wait so that she could give him the customary muttered sorry. As soon as Connor stepped into the waiting room, she knew that she was in deep gosh. She'd barely managed to turn to make a run for it when he'd clamped his good arm around her wrist and dragged her kicking and screaming into the staff kitchenette, where he found a strawberry yogurt 3 years past its expiration date hiding in the back of the fridge. For the next 10 minutes, he sat on her back while he'd forced her to eat the brown concoction, and even when the doctor, 3 nurses, and his mother tried to drag him off of her, he'd still managed to shove a large spoonful of the fuzzy gunk in her mouth. No, he was definitely up to something, Rory thought, as she picked up her mug of cocoa and gave it the attention that it deserved. Since there really was no way to prepare herself for what was coming, she didn't bother trying. Whatever he did, she would make very sure that she did something 10 times worse to him later. "I'm drawing a blank here, and I was wondering if you could help me out," Connor said in a thoughtful tone. And just like that, the small hairs on the back of her neck stood up, but she refused to visibly react for him in any way. She didn't answer, and he didn't seem to care as he continued. "What was the name of that guy? You know, the one that you slapped at McGill's bar last year for no reason?" Rory wasn't sure where he was going with this, but she was sick of people, especially Connor for some weird reason, thinking that she'd attacked the jerk for no reason, like she was some crazed, difficult person with a bad case of PMS.
She hadn't told her brothers why she'd slapped the jerk because she thought that she'd taken care of it, but obviously she'd been wrong. By the next morning, he'd spread rumors all over town that she'd begged him for intimacy in the bathroom and he'd turned her down, making her look like a pathetic, disreputable person. Her brother's fists had taken care of the rumor, but men still thought that she was easy thanks to him. "Oh, you mean the guy that cornered me in the small hallway near the jukebox and made unwanted physical contact while demanding sexual favors in the bathroom?" Rory asked in a bored tone, even though the memory of that night still had the power to make her helpless, something that she didn't like. Connor paused just as he brought the beer to his mouth. He looked thoughtful as he took a slow sip and placed the beer down on his small table. "He attacked you?" Connor asked in a deceptively calm tone that didn't match the way that his jaw clenched tightly as a little muscle ticked just below his eye. "You didn't really think that I would slap some jerk for no reason, now did you?" Rory asked with a shrug. He sighed heavily as he took another sip of his beer. "No, I didn't, but I also didn't know the jerk was that stupid," Connor said, shifting in his seat to look at something over his banister. "Speaking of the jerk, you called AAA to take care of your tires?" "You mean for my tires that mysteriously deflated sometime after I got home last night?" Rory asked dryly. "Yeah, I hoped they'd send someone else, but it figures that they'd send him," she said, not bothering to get up to look since she didn't need to sign anything for him to put air in her tires. She didn't need any added drama to her night, and she sure as gosh didn't want to face Barry tonight. The guy was a jerk and took being shot down personally. As far as she was concerned, he should just be grateful that she never told her brothers what he did, because he would still be eating through a straw if she had. Looks like he's towing you," Connor said conversationally as he watched Barry do whatever it was that he was doing. "Yeah, right," she snorted in disbelief. It was really sad that Connor had to resort to lame jokes to try to scare her. Seriously, like she'd believe Barry was really stupid enough to tow her Jeep away. There was no way that Barry would ever. Did she just hear chains rattling? Rory wondered, trying not to panic as she quickly climbed off her lounge chair and made her way to the railing just in time to see Barry throw the switch. "Stop!" Rory yelled, looking around desperately for a way to get down there and stop that madman before he took off with her Jeep. "What the very are you doing?" she asked, even as she contemplated climbing over the railing and taking her chances with her driveway, only to curse.
It wasn't worth the risk. Really hoping that she could stop him before it was too late, she waved her arms to get his attention, but the jerk was too busy looking down at his clipboard to see her. Groaning in frustration, Rory shoved away from the banister and ran back into her bedroom. She ran across the room, startling Bunny, the long hallway, and down the stairs, taking them two at a time and very near falling to her death several times in the process before she made her way across her small foyer. She threw the front door open, ran outside and across her freshly mowed lawn to the tow truck just as Barry set the locks on the back wheels of her Jeep, the Jeep that was now firmly secured on the back of the tow truck. "What the very are you doing?" she demanded. Barry shrugged helplessly. "I have orders to tow it." "What the very are you talking about? That's my Jeep. Take it down," Rory ordered, somehow resisting the urge to punch that smug smile that was playing on the corners of Barry's mouth off his face. "Sorry, you'll have to take that up with the city," Barry said, not sounding sorry at all as she followed him around the truck to the driver's side. "City? What the very are you talking about?" "Jeeps being impounded for unpaid parking tickets," he said with that very shrug again. "Tickets? I don't have any tickets. I just bought this Jeep," Rory pointed out to the stubborn man as he opened his door and threw his clipboard in the truck's cab. "Like I said before, you'll have to take it up with the city," Barry said, looking past her, and gave a slight nod. "Thanks for the tip." "No problem," Connor said from somewhere behind her. Slowly, she turned around to face her nemesis. "You did this?" Rory demanded, barely holding back her rage. "It was my civic duty," Connor said with an exaggerated sigh. "I just bet it was," Rory said, forcing herself to walk past him. This battle was lost, and she knew it. Barry wasn't about to unload her Jeep, and she sure as very wasn't about to give the neighbors anything else to gossip about. "Oh, really?" she heard Barry wail as she reached her front door, but she was too focused on what needed to be done to care. If Connor wanted to play this game, then that was more than fine with her. Early the next morning. "What the very?" Connor yelled as he came fully awake in under 3 seconds flat. He reached over and slammed his hand down on his alarm clock, silencing it on the first hit, only to curse when he saw what time it was. "Oh, good, you're awake," Rory said, sounding upbeat and chipper as his bedroom lights were thrown on, momentarily blinding him. "It's 2 in the morning, Rory. What the very are you doing?" Connor demanded as he opened his eyes, wincing as his eyes struggled to adjust to the bright light filling the room, and when they did, they narrowed on the woman sitting on top of his desk, looking amused and oddly triumphant. "Just thought I'd swing by and thank you for having my Jeep towed," Rory said, smiling sweetly. "Uh-huh," Connor said slowly as his sleep-hazed mind worked to take everything in. "You woke me up at 2 in the morning to thank me?" Clearly, the woman was losing her touch. It was really annoying to be woken up this early, but once he tossed her out onto his balcony and crawled back into his warm bed, he'd be able to go back to sleep without a problem. He moved to do just that when something near his foot caught his attention. She wouldn't. After throwing her one last glare, Connor tore the sheets away, uncaring that he was only wearing a pair of boxers, and glared at the evidence that the very woman had finally lost her really mind. "You chained me?" he asked, shaking his head in disbelief as he examined the thick metal cuff fastened around his ankle and the thick chain attached to it. "Mm-hmm," was Rory's only reply as he jumped off the bed and followed the chain to his bathroom, where it ended around the base of the toilet with 3 padlocks. He tried to pull it up, but she hadn't left any slack in the chain. After a minute, Connor realized that trying to get the chain off the toilet was useless and focused his attention on the metal cuff around his ankle. Thankfully, she hadn't placed the cuff too tightly around his ankle to cut off circulation, but it still wouldn't budge. With a muttered curse and a few promises of violence to her beautiful spy, Connor grabbed a bottle of shampoo and coated the very cuff, but the only thing the shampoo seemed to do was make a mess. By the time he washed his foot off in the shower, he was ready to kill her with his bare hands. He kept his eyes locked on her as he made his way out of the bathroom and headed for the desk. "You went too far this time, Rory," Connor bit out tightly, even as he imagined wringing her really neck. And what are you going to do about it? Rory asked tauntingly, making no move to run away, he noted. I'm going to… What the very? Connor roared as his chain stopped short mere feet from his prey. Maybe he could still reach her, Connor hoped as he reached out to grab her and drag her over to him, only to discover that she was safely out of his reach. Really, chain me, Rory snapped, standing up.
Every muscle in his body ached to go after her and drag her over his knee, wanting to teach her a lesson. Well, Rory said brightly as she ignored him and got to her feet, as much as I'd love to hang out with you, I'm afraid that I have to get some sleep since I have a big day ahead of me. She walked over to the sliding glass doors with a pleased smile on her face. Don't do it, Rory, Connor warned as he yanked at his restraint. Blinking innocently, she pulled the remote to his stereo out of her back pocket. Do this, you mean? Rory asked seconds before the most frightening song in the history of mankind started playing. Mumbop, mumbop, mumbop blasted throughout the room, taking his rage to a whole new level. Don't worry, she yelled over the incoherent noise. I set it to repeat so that you don't have to worry. With a wink, she left. He rushed over to the stereo, only to discover to his horror that it was out of his reach. After a quick search, he discovered that the little brat had taken his cell phone, his house phone, and his tools. She was going to pay for this. Where's Connor? Craig asked as Rory handed him a crowbar. She had to swallow back a chuckle and force herself to keep a straight face as she continued, I think he's taking the day off. Are you serious? The second day on the job and he's taking the day off? Craig asked in disgust. It's shameful, Rory said, nodding solemnly. Gosh, we have enough to do without adding supervising his men to the list, Craig said, sighing heavily as he grabbed a pair of work gloves off the shelf of their double-wide storage unit. It won't be that bad, Rory said, initialing the order form before tossing it back to Eddie, one of the few supervisors she had working for her that wasn't blood-related. He looked it over before nodding and heading out to get the supplies they needed. Decide which of Connor's men are qualified to help you with the roof today. Have Sean put the rest to work on gutting the first and second floor. I don't want anyone working outside unless they're on roof detail. We don't need accidents this early in the game, she explained, knowing just how quickly accidents could happen on a project this big. The rest of the men would work on gutting inside and checking for damage to the frame. While they were doing that, she was stuck with basement duty. She'd been looking forward to getting to work on the roof, but McGill called this morning while she was on her way to work and asked if she could reconfigure the plans for the basement. Apparently, after talking with his partners, they decided that they wanted to double the size of the wine cellar. Even though it changed her plans for the day, she'd agreed to look into it and draw up new plans for the basement. Having the client call up with changes this early in the project was not a good sign, but she wasn't about to complain since it meant more money for shadow construction, and it made the client happy, which is what she really cared about since she needed them to approve her plans for the attic. As long as they allowed her to build the attic suites, she'd bite her tongue and nod when they suggested something that irritated the very out of her. That sounds fine, Craig said, heading for the double doors. Do you want me to send any of the men to help you in the basement? He asked over his shoulder. She shook her head as she grabbed a flashlight. No, I shouldn't be more than a few hours. I'm going to measure the rooms again and see what I can shift around, Rory said, biting back a sigh. A few hours was being optimistic. She had a feeling that this particular project was going to take up most of her day. As soon as I'm done, I'll come up and help, she promised as she grabbed her water bottle and headed towards the manor. As she made her way through the large foyer, she wasn't at all surprised to find a decent amount of her men already working on gutting the first floor and tearing down the old grand staircase. Her men knew what was expected of them. When something needed to be done, they did it without having to be told.
It was one of the benefits that she found from treating her men like equals and making sure they knew the game plan from start to finish. She also kept them updated of any changes. She wasn't really surprised to find Connor's men standing around talking. Honestly, she didn't know how he'd built the reputation he had by having slackers work for him. The majority of his men were hard workers, but the rest of them left a lot to be desired. From what she'd seen, it was his friends, the men he'd made foremen, who caused most of the problems. When Connor wasn't around, they seemed to give up the pretense of working, instead choosing to hang out while the rest of the men worked. Connor must have to micromanage the gosh out of each project, Rory realized, nearly wincing in sympathy for the jerk. "Gentlemen," she said, gesturing to the men standing in the foyer and getting in the way of the men working, "if you're not working, then you need to leave the site. We're waiting for Connor." Andrew, Connor's oldest friend and one of the biggest jerks she'd ever met, explained. She didn't like the jerk back in school when he'd been nothing more than one of Connor's lackeys, and she sure as gosh didn't like him now. He was arrogant and lazy. As much as she hated Connor, and dear God did she hate the life-ruining jerk, she thought he could do better. She wasn't sure why Connor kept this jerk in his life for this long, but that was his problem. As long as they didn't interfere with this project, she didn't care what they did. "Then wait for him outside," she said, gesturing to the wide-open, battered doors that were going to have to be replaced sometime today, since construction sites had the unfortunate luck of drawing vandals. With a nod, they headed for the door. They'd probably complain and moan to Connor the next time they saw him, not that he was going to need much encouragement to yell at her. The last time she'd checked on him, he was making all sorts of threats that didn't sound like fun for her, so she'd left him where she was. After she'd taunted him one more time, of course. Not only had she gotten back at Connor first thing in the morning, but she'd made very sure that he wouldn't be bothering her for at least a day or two. She'd definitely have to let him go before the 48-hour mark passed, just so she could avoid someone filing a missing persons report on him, since the last time that happened hadn't exactly ended well for her. Then again, the judge clearly agreed with her that the circumstances of his imprisonment hadn't really been her fault. No one had forced Connor to follow her into the old shed on the back of her uncle's property. Just because she might have accidentally locked the padlock and ignored his demands to be released didn't make her responsible. Of course, the judge may have thrown the case out because they'd only been 7 at the time, and he had kind of asked for it by chasing her with his pet python. It also didn't hurt that the judge thought that Connor's mother had overreacted to the whole thing. Not really a big surprise, since the woman had always overreacted to everything. It never mattered whose fault it really was, it was always her fault, according to Janice O'Neill. Her son had been a perfect angel and only acted up because of Rory. It never mattered how many witnesses there were or if the incident had been captured on camera. It was Rory's fault, and Janice made very sure that everyone knew it. Not that anyone had believed her, they hadn't, but that hadn't stopped Janice O'Neill from complaining about Rory since the first time Rory and Connor came to blows. The only thing that had saved Connor from a broken nose for all the trouble his mother caused her was the fact that he seemed embarrassed by his mother. Again, not that she could blame him, since his mother treated him like a 5-year-old.
She knew that it had embarrassed Connor when his mother showed up at school or at one of his games, making a huge scene if someone got too close to her son on the football field. So, of course, Rory made sure that his lovely mother had a front seat at all of his games so that she could back and laugh her ass off as she enjoyed the show. She turned on her flashlight as she opened the thick oak door leading to the large basement and stepped inside, only pausing to close the door behind her before she carefully navigated the old stone stairway. The stairs were in pretty good shape, but like the rest of the house, they'd been damaged over the years by wear and tear and needed a little TLC. She was reminded of that fact several times as her foot landed in ruts where rocks were supposed to be and almost went flying. Thankfully, the designers of this basement had the foresight to add plenty of windows so that the area wasn't pitch black, but she still needed her flashlight to get around. Although she knew the layout of the entire manor by heart, she still needed to look around the large basement rooms to get a better idea of how she was going to work a much larger state-of-the-art wine cellar into the plans. A half hour later, she still wasn't sure how she was going to do this without causing some serious damage to the foundation. She glanced at the cracked plank door of what appeared to be a storage room filled with old crates. Maybe she could break through that room and keep the original spot she had planned for the wine cellar, but that all depended on what was behind those crates. If it was a stone wall, then she'd have to come up with something else. But if it was wood, then she'd have the space she needed and could go focus on the roof. She'd change the plans later tonight. Eager to get this over with and help the guys with the roof, Rory made her way over to the thick door and pushed it open with her shoulder. She swung her flashlight around the damp, dark room, praying that she wasn't about to have a run-in with some furry little friends or something with 8 legs. When nothing came running out at her or dropped from the ceiling, Rory focused her attention on the wood crates stacked against what she was hoping was a wall constructed of wood. She placed her flashlight on the floor against the opposite wall so that the light was pointed on the crates. With a resigned sigh, Rory set to work moving the crates on top first. The crates were empty, and she was able to move them quickly and stack them on the other side of the room. When she had the crates cleared at chest level, she squinted her eyes, trying to see what she was dealing with. She was almost positive that it was, "This ends now," Connor suddenly said, scaring the living gosh out of her. Rory whirled around, hand to chest, heart pounding violently as she fought to catch her breath. "What in the gosh is wrong with you?" she managed to get out. Connor stood in the doorway with a flashlight in his hand, and even in the dim light, she could tell that he was having a gosh of a time stopping himself from crossing the small room and throttling her. She had to give him credit, because if it had been her, there would be no stopping the ass-whooping that he had coming. "You went over the line today with that nonsense, Rory," Connor said, taking a step into the dark room. She had to roll her eyes at that. "You're only angry because you didn't think of it first," Rory said, turning her back on him and effectively dismissing him. She didn't have time for this today. She needed to move her ass and get back to the roof. "That's nonsense," Connor snapped. "You chained me to a toilet, Rory, and took away any way to call for help. What if there had been a fire?" he demanded. "I paid Mr. Henderson $50 to watch the house and keep an ear out for you," Rory said in a bored tone as she started moving the rest of the crates to the other side of the room. "Mr. Henderson is 90 years old and wears a hearing aid the size of my fist. How the gosh was he supposed to hear me screaming for help over that garbage you left blasting?" She picked up a crate and moved it to the other side as she said, "He had his binoculars." Connor snorted in disbelief. Of course he had his binoculars. He can't see without them. "Obviously, nothing bad happened," Rory said with a shrug as she grabbed the second crate from the top, not mentioning that she'd also paid Katie, her 17-year-old neighbor who specialized in babysitting, $50 to keep an eye on Connor's house. Then again, she wouldn't be paying Katie that extra $50 to call her when Connor broke out. Oh, yes, she would, Rory realized a moment later, sighing as she reached for her cell phone and remembered that she'd put it down on her desk when she'd changed and forgot to put it back on her belt. A warning would have been nice. "What about kicking my men off the site? What's your excuse for that?" Connor demanded, sounding truly angry. "You mean the men standing around getting in the way?" Rory asked, wondering when he was just going to give up this line of questioning and move on to whatever it was that he had planned for her. "I don't care what they were doing." "Well, you should," she cut him off as she reached for another crate. He simply continued as if she hadn't spoken. "Those men work for me. If there's a problem, then I'll handle it," Connor said evenly. "But you weren't here," Rory pointed out innocently, knowing that would drive him crazy. It was probably wrong to torment him right now, especially after this morning, but she didn't care. It was one of the few pleasures in life that she allowed herself. "If it hadn't been for you, I would have been here, and my men wouldn't have been delayed," he snapped, sounding truly angry. With a sigh, Rory removed the final crate and carried it over to join the others. "You shouldn't have to babysit your men, Connor. It's a waste of time and resources," Rory simply said as she walked back to the area she'd just cleared and inspected the wall. The wall was made of wood, rotting wood, but that would work. She frowned as she looked down at her feet. Although the area matched the rest of the room's floor, dirt mixed with a heavy layer of dust, it didn't feel like dirt beneath her feet. Was it a wood floor? Rory wondered, as she dragged her foot across the surface, shifting the dirt and sand to the side to reveal old rotting wood.
Don't tell me how to handle my men, Rory. In fact, I'd appreciate it if you just stayed out of my way completely, Connor snapped. That's going to be kind of hard to do with us working together, don't you think? Rory mused, still trying to figure out why they'd laid wood down on the floor. We're not working together, Rory. I'm running this site with the use of your men and equipment. You're going to stay out of my way. If you can manage to do that and cut the nonsense like this morning, then you'll come out of this a very rich woman, Connor said, ramming his fingers through his hair in frustration. She ground her teeth together as she reminded herself that she had to play nice. Well, at least while they were at work. Outside of work, she didn't have to take his nonsense. We signed that contract together, Connor, so whether you like it or not, I will be working on this project, and if you don't like that, then you can. She never finished that sentence as the sounds of planks cracking beneath her feet cut her off. Before she could take her next breath, the floor beneath her gave way, and she found herself falling into darkness. Rory! She thought she heard Connor yell, but she wasn't really sure since she couldn't hear much of anything above her own screams of agony. Rory! Connor yelled again as he gripped the edge of the splintered wood floor and pulled, uncaring that the rotting wood was tearing into his hands as he widened the hole. Answer me, gosh darn it! Nothing. Gosh, he muttered, yanking his two-way radio off his belt.
He knew that he should call 911, but he needed help now. Besides, he wasn't about to leave Rory wherever she'd just landed so that he could run outside and try getting a signal on his cell phone. Andrew, Connor said, clicking off and dropping the radio by his side so that he could widen the hole while he waited for a response. When one didn't come quick enough, he tried again with the same results. Cursing, he switched the radio to the channel he knew the James brothers used. Craig, I need someone to call an ambulance, and I need help down in the basement, 4th storage room to the right, Connor said, releasing the button with a click and praying that someone heard that. Connor, what in the world is going on? Craig returned almost immediately. Rory's hurt. I need an ambulance and some urgent help, he said, quickly releasing the radio and set back to work on the hole. If you hurt her, I didn't hurt her, Connor snapped, feeling his patience fray as his body shook. Please let her be okay, he prayed as he ripped another chunk of wood away. Call an urgent ambulance and send some men down here now, he snapped, tossing the radio aside, promising to kill the difficult person if he didn't move quickly. Not even a minute later, he heard the sounds of men running in his direction. Rory, he heard Bryce yell. In here, Connor answered as he ripped another piece of wood off, but it wasn't wide enough. Gosh, he tore off another piece and then another until he was sure the space was big enough for him to fit through. He grabbed her flashlight off the floor where it had fallen, aimed it into the hole, and squinted as he took in the stone steps below. Rory, Connor yelled, but there was no answer. Gosh, he snapped as he dropped down and shifted until his feet were in the hole. He shoved the flashlight in his pocket and moved to go after her. Where is she? Sean asked as he ran into the room with 3 of his brothers close behind. Connor didn't need to look to know that Craig wasn't with them. The last he'd seen of the oldest brother, he'd been on the roof tearing it apart, but he also knew that Craig probably wasn't far behind them. Rory crashed through the floor. Make sure they send fire and rescue with that ambulance, Connor said as he quickly lowered himself into the hole, ignoring the sharp splinters that sliced his skin as he went. Get out of there and let one of us go. It's our sister down there, Johnny said, reaching to grab his arm and yank him out of the hole. Back off. I've got this, Connor snapped as he sucked in a breath and worked his way through the opening. Johnny paused in surprise just long enough to give him a chance to work his shoulders through the hole, and when he dropped down, he released his hold on the splintered wood and did his best not to fall down the stairs and land on Rory. With a grunt, he landed on his feet and quickly righted himself before he toppled over into the pitch-black room. He yanked the flashlight out of his pocket and turned it on, chasing away the darkness. He aimed the beam down the stairs and nearly dropped to his knees when he spotted her. Oh, goodness, Connor mumbled, even as he raced down the stairs. Rory? Rory! He dropped by her side, careful not to brush against her, and quickly looked her over with the flashlight. She was on her side. Her left arm was obviously broken. Blood trickled down her forehead and onto the dirt floor, forming a small pool beneath her head.
and she was out. He wasn't sure what else was wrong with her, so he didn't try to move her, terrified that he'd make things worse. "Rory, you have to wake up," Connor said gently as he pressed his fingertips against the cut on her temple, careful not to hurt her. "Is she okay?" Sean yelled down the hole. "Her arm's broken, she has a head wound, and she's unconscious," he yelled back, never taking his eyes off her. He heard her brothers arguing over who was coming down, but didn't pay much attention to them as he placed the flashlight on the ground with the beam pointed at her. With a shaky hand, Connor pressed 2 blood-stained fingers against her neck and searched for a pulse. When he didn't find it, he promised everything that he had if she would just be okay. Gosh, he couldn't imagine a world without Rory in it, didn't want to think about that happening. The moment his fingers came in contact with the proof that she was still alive, he released a shaky breath. "Connor?" Rory said weakly. "I'm here," he said softly, as he told himself that she was going to be okay. He'd make very sure of it. "We're all coming down," Johnny yelled down. "She's awake," he yelled back, only to bite back a curse when Rory released a pained groan. Her head was probably killing, he realized, and having 5 brothers fussing over her wasn't going to help with that. "Stay up there and make the hole big enough for the EMTs to get a stretcher down here." There was a short pause before they started complaining, but thank goodness they did as they were told. He looked back at Rory, and even in the dim light cast off by the flashlight, he could tell that she was pale. Her mouth was pinched tightly, and he had no doubt that she was struggling not to cry. "Where does it hurt, Rory?" Connor asked quietly, trying to keep his tone soothing, even though he was really panicking. What was he supposed to do? He didn't know anything about first aid. The one and only time he'd attended a class on first aid hadn't ended well. Then again, if the instructor had read the memo the school had given her, she wouldn't have made the mistake of placing them in the same class. She certainly wouldn't have ignored the other students' pleas, shouts, and warnings about placing them in the same group. Of course, he could have said something, and Rory sure could have said something, but they'd both been more than eager for a little payback after the incident at the convenience store the night before. It really shouldn't have surprised anyone when a demonstration in the Heimlich maneuver turned into him on his back with Rory straddling his waist and trying to shove a fistful of gauze down his throat, or him flipping her off of him and onto her stomach so that he could hogtie her with medical tape. He still wasn't sure why the principal kicked them out of the class or blamed them for the woman's meltdown. It's not like it took her an hour to spit up all that freaking gauze. Curling up into the fetal position beneath the desk had been a bit much for something so minor. Clearly, the woman had no business teaching kids if something like that would set her off into a full-blown panic attack that needed 5 teachers, 4 cups, and the paramedics to get her to come out from beneath the desk. Now he was regretting not taking that course they offered every year at the community center. After this, he was going to make sure that he went, and he'd make his men do it as well. It was stupid not to have all his men trained in first aid, Connor realized as he grabbed the flashlight and ran it over Rory's body, taking a closer look to make sure that there wasn't any other damage. "I think my arm's broken," Rory said, sucking in a breath before she continued, "and a few ribs might be bruised." "Well, then try not to move," he said lamely, feeling like an idiot. "Yeah, I'll get right on that," Rory said dryly, as she noticeably cringed. Her sarcastic remark helped ease some of his worries, but that only made way for the anger that had been simmering in the background. Now he couldn't hold it back any longer. She'd scared him terribly when she fell through the floor. "What were you doing down here by yourself in the first place?" Connor demanded as he continued to look her over, ignoring the way his hand shook. "My job," Rory said tightly as she sucked in another deep breath. "You had no business being down here, Rory," Connor said, noting the way she shivered. He pulled his shirt off and laid it over her, leaving him in a white t-shirt.
"McGill called and asked me to look into making the wine cellar bigger," she explained with a tremor in her voice as she did her best to hold it together. "Then you should have waited for me, Rory," Connor snapped, feeling like a jerk for yelling at her, but he couldn't help it. He knew that he was taking it out on her, but God help him, he really couldn't help it. He'd never been this freaking scared before. "You were kind of tied up at the moment," she said, smiling weakly. "And if you weren't interfering with my job, Rory, I would have been here."
"Stop yelling at me, you insensitive jerk. You had it coming, and you very well know it," Rory said, forcing her eyes open to glare at him, then immediately winced and closed them again as she grimaced in pain. "All I know is that better be the last time you pull a stunt like that, Rory. Whether you like it or not, this is my project, and if you want to stick around, you're going to start doing things my way, and that includes not taking any more chances," he bit out through clenched teeth as he fought against the urge to pull the infuriating woman into his arms and hold her. "Doing my job is not taking chances, and this is my project as well, so you need to get the— Gosh! Ow!" Rory cried out, turning her face towards the dirt floor as though she was trying to hide from the pain. "Rory," Brian yelled down the hole. "She's fine," Connor yelled back, never taking his eyes off her. Not knowing what else to do, he reached over and took her good hand in his and held it. He was surprised when she didn't try to pull her hand away. "This is my project too, Connor, and if you can't accept that, then we're going to have a problem," Rory said evenly after a minute. He sighed heavily, knowing that she was right. They were going to have a problem. "I'm going to deal with him," Craig said, earning approving nods from the rest of her brothers. "I told you," Rory said, sucking in a breath as a sharp pain shot up her left arm and raced around her ribs as she slowly made her way from the bathroom to her bed. He didn't do this. Her brothers grumbled something, but let it go, which she would forever be grateful for. Her head was pounding, her side hurt, she was starving, and her arm was killing her. She couldn't wait to get in bed and take the painkillers the doctor sent her home with. As soon as she made it to the bed, she let out a sigh of relief and proceeded to take her pills. She considered asking her brothers to get her something to eat, but that would mean having them stick around longer. Unfortunately for her, her brothers weren't exactly known for their domestic skills or their ability to be quiet, and right now, peace and quiet were the things that she craved more than anything. Carefully, Rory lay down and closed her eyes, releasing another sigh of relief. Sleep. She just needed a little sleep and she'd be fine, Rory decided as she felt the first tendrils of sleep pull at her. "Who's staying the night?" Sean asked, yanking her right back into reality, but since she was comfortable, she decided not to bother with opening her eyes as she said, "No one is staying. Now get the gosh out so that I can sleep," she mumbled around a loud yawn. Her brothers weren't the coddling type and took her at her word. Craig took Bunny home with him for the night, and they promised to give Dad an update so that he wouldn't worry. Not that he would. If it wasn't serious enough to warrant a night in the hospital, then it wasn't serious. He checked up on her at the ER, spoke with the doctor, and when she told him that she was fine, he took her at her word. Her brothers hadn't been so easily deterred, but giving her a ride home was pretty much the extent of their nursing abilities. They'd made her promise to call them if she needed anything, but other than that, they'd left her to get a good night's sleep. That was all she needed, Rory thought as she drifted off. It was pitch black when she woke up, biting back a cry of pain. Why the gosh did it hurt this much? It didn't hurt this badly when it broke, and that had definitely been a memorable occasion. Her head pounded with every breath she took as her ribs screamed in protest. Maybe it hadn't been such a good idea to send her brothers away, Rory realized as she turned over to bury her face against her pillow and let out a scream of agony. She needed her pills, or, at the very least, someone to knock her out so that she didn't have to experience this much pain. Shh. She barely heard the whisper or registered the large, strong hands on her shoulders as she was turned over onto her back and a pill was pressed against her lips. Once she opened her lips, the rim of a water bottle quickly followed. She swallowed the pill as she struggled not to scream as more pain tore through her head. This was too much. She couldn't handle this, couldn't do this, Rory realized, panicking at the thought that there would be no escaping this pain. She would have to— Shh. "I've got you," the deep, familiar voice said soothingly as she was carefully shifted until she was lying on her right side with her injured arm resting across a firm stomach, and her face was pressed against a warm shoulder as a large arm pulled her closer. "Connor," she whispered softly, only to gasp in pain when the sound tore through her already throbbing head. "Go to sleep, Rory," Connor whispered against the top of her head. If Connor was taking care of her, it could only mean one thing. "How long do I have?" she asked, squeezing her eyes shut. She felt him go still beneath her. "How long do you have for what?" she scoffed, even as she adjusted herself so that she was lying tightly against him, accepting the comfort that he was offering during her last hours on Earth. "Before I die. What the gosh do you think I'm talking about?" Rory snapped, immediately regretting it when it sent a sharp pain through her skull. "That really depends on how much you annoy me," Connor said as he pulled her impossibly closer, as if he needed the comfort as much as she did. She thought over what he said and came to only one conclusion. "So it'll be soon then?" He chuckled softly. "Probably." She was so very beautiful, Connor thought, as he gently pushed her hair away from the small cut on her forehead that thankfully didn't need stitches. He hoped it didn't leave a scar, not that it would lessen Rory's appeal, but it would be a constant reminder of the time that he'd failed her. Instead of stubbornly standing there yesterday while she'd worked, he should have taken over. Then it would have been him falling through the floor and not her. He'd take a broken arm and bruised ribs over the terror of watching her get hurt any day. After she'd been placed in the back of the ambulance, he'd forced himself to walk away. He'd spent the rest of the night thinking. Rory was stubborn. Holy gosh, was she stubborn? And no matter what he did or said, the very woman wasn't going to stay away from the job site, even with a broken arm. He could either fight with her and waste precious time and energy, or he could give in with a few conditions that would keep her safe. Rory needed someone to watch over her, and since her brothers refused to do it, that left him. Not that it bothered him. He'd been doing it for most of their lives after all. At first, he did it because he didn't like the idea of anyone else tormenting her, but later, when they were both adults, he did it out of guilt. He really messed up her life, and he couldn't stomach the idea of watching her going through that much pain again, not because of him. He'd tried to apologize several times, but she wouldn't listen to him. She hated him, and he couldn't blame her. He did it for her own good, but he knew that there was nothing that he could say to get her to see that. So instead, he kept an eye out for her, and if anyone hurt her, then he stepped in. A few of her boyfriends hadn't treated her right. They'd treated her like, gosh, cheated on her left and right, and made her miserable.
A few times, her brothers had stepped in and handled them, but there were a few that had slipped their notice. He'd noticed. The jerk that shoved Rory in the parking lot over on Harrison after she dumped him ended up in the hospital later that night when Connor caught up with him. The jerk that bragged to his buddies about Rory in a disrespectful way ended up taking back every fricking word through a mouthful of broken teeth. He did his best to make up for what he did, and this time would be no different. He'd watch after her and keep her out of danger. Keeping an eye out for her would add to his workload, but if it meant keeping her safe, then he'd do it. He owed her that much, at least. If he hadn't interfered all those years ago, she'd probably be head of the PTA by now with a dozen kids at home fighting for her attention instead of a difficult dog with a really messed up name. Thanks to him, that's not how things had turned out, and she was doing a job that she had no business doing. She was also alone, something that didn't sit well with him. Not that he took all blame for that one, he didn't. Rory was easily the most attractive woman in town. Every man in town with two working eyes agreed. She was incredibly striking. Great body, beautiful long hair with natural highlights, and a face meant to take a man's breath away. And she knew it too. Rory James knew that she was beautiful, but she didn't care. Her focus was on her company, and that was the problem. If she stepped back or let her brothers take over, she'd be able to find a decent guy to settle down with. Not that he was going to push for that. She was his to torment. He might watch over her because of the very guilt that ate at him, but that didn't mean that he didn't enjoy their daily antics. He did, and he fully planned on continuing with them until she either slapped a restraining order against him or a doctor called his time of death. Until this project was over, he would have to keep an eye on her. While he did that, he would also continue working on winning her brothers over.
They'd gotten off to a rough start, but now he knew what he had to do. Thanks to her father's invitation to join them this Sunday, it was just a matter of time before the James boys ditched their sister and came to work for him, hopefully taking Rory's best employees right along with them. If Rory needed a job after everything was said and done, then he'd consider letting her be his assistant. She could do busy work all while wearing a Highland construction t-shirt and tight jeans that showcased her figure perfectly. He'd be able to keep her safe, keep her close by to torment, and really that was all that mattered. "What the heck are you doing?" Rory demanded. As she sat up a little too quickly, she realized a few seconds later when the dull ache above her temple protested the move. Without taking his eyes away from the laptop on his lap, Connor reached over and grabbed the prescription bottle off the nightstand and handed it to her. "I'm working, Rory. What does it look like?" he asked distractedly as he looked at a file that he had spread open on the bed next to him. "It looks like you're half naked in my bed," Rory bit out. He simply shrugged one wide shoulder as he grabbed a bottle of water and handed it to her. Since her head hurt and her arm felt like someone was shoving hot pokers through the bone, Rory decided to take her pills before she killed him. With a grumble, she took her pills, never taking her eyes off of him while she did it. Connor simply ignored her as he continued typing away at his computer, only pausing long enough to absently scratch his bare chest. Her eyes darted down to the pair of gray sweatpants he wore, and then back up to his bare chest, and then finally to his face, confirming her first observation. The jerk really was half naked in her bed. "Get out," Rory said, inwardly cringing when pain radiated up her arm as she slowly climbed off the bed and got to her feet. "Can't," Connor said, keeping his focus on his computer while she looked around for something to throw at him. When she spotted her boots, she considered throwing them, but they really wouldn't get the job done, so she settled on glaring at him while she made her way to the bathroom. "Out," she said firmly, as she closed the bathroom door behind her. Connor didn't say anything, so she decided to take that as an agreement. Now that he'd annoyed her first thing in the morning, he would be content on going about his day and leaving her alone. By the time she stepped out of the bathroom, he would be long gone, and she would, unfortunately, be spending the rest of the day in bed, since the very doctor opened his big mouth and told her brothers that she shouldn't work today. At least she'd be able to catch up on paperwork, Rory thought, as she used the bathroom and cleaned up. She hated paperwork, but now that she was stuck in bed, she had no excuses not to do it. That wasn't entirely true, since she was pretty sure that she could come up with a good excuse not to do it, Rory thought, perking up at the thought of not spending the day torturing herself. Then again, maybe she should just suck it up and get it over with, she decided, as she opened the bathroom door and sighed with relief. Connor was gone. She didn't bother wasting her time trying to figure out what he'd been thinking when he'd decided to lounge in her bed this morning. It would just be one of those things that was best left alone. Her stomach growled as she walked back into her bedroom. She tried to ignore it, but it refused to be ignored. Grumbling, Rory walked out of her room and made her way down the hallway, as she prayed that her brothers didn't hit her kitchen on their way out last night. Her cabinets were mostly empty to begin with, but if her brothers somehow forgot to make a side stop on their way out the door last night, she could whip up something with saltines, half an empty jar of olives, and scrape peanut butter out of the jar that probably should have been thrown away last year, and make something to eat. Her stomach growled approvingly at the thought of a peanut butter and olive saltine cracker sandwich, so she quickened her pace only to stop abruptly when she passed the open double doors of her living room. Knowing, heck, praying that she was wrong, Rory backtracked until she was standing in front of the open doorway. She took a deep, calming breath and slowly turned around until she was facing her living room. "They cleaned you out," Connor announced as he stared down intently at his computer, which was now on her oak coffee table with about a dozen files scattered around it. "What the heck are you still doing here?" Rory demanded as she walked into her living room. "Working. I told you to get out," Rory reminded him as she tried to cross her arms over her chest, but her left arm apparently wasn't happy with that move. She settled for propping her hands on her hips and glaring down at him as he continued ignoring her. "I did," he said. "No, you didn't." With a heavy sigh, Connor sat back on the couch and finally looked at her. "You told me to get out, so I did." "No, you only left the bedroom," Rory pointed out. "I told you to get out, which meant get the heck out of my house before I'm forced to kill you and bury you in my backyard." "You didn't clarify that," Connor pointed out with a shrug. "It was implied," she snapped. "It really wasn't. Get out." "Sorry, can't do that," Connor said, shrugging it off. "Why not?" "Because I'm waiting for my food to be delivered, and you and I have some work to do here, since you've decided to lounge in bed all day," Connor said, gesturing absently to the computer and the files everywhere, before he flicked his hand lazily in her direction. "I was not lounging in bed all day." "What do you call sleeping until 1 in the afternoon then?" Connor asked with a frown as he once again focused on his computer.
"I call it being knocked out by painkillers, you jerk," Rory snapped, even as she desperately tried to rein her temper in, but it was always difficult to pull off where Connor was concerned. Her stomach wouldn't stop growling, her head was starting to pound, and her very arm was killing her. All she wanted to do was get something to eat, grab some aspirin, and go back to bed, but she couldn't do that until her unwanted guest left. If he didn't get off her couch and get the heck out of here soon, she was going to come over here and sit down before you pass out, Connor said, looking concerned as he stood up and gestured for her to sit down, taking her off guard. "I'm fine," Rory said, casting a discreet look around the living room as she wondered what his game was. Connor O'Neill was not nice to her, never had been, and as far as I knew, he never would be. So she obviously found his concern a little unsettling. "I need you conscious so that we can work," Connor said, sighing heavily as though that much should have been obvious. When he took her elbow and led her to the couch, Rory guessed that maybe it should have been. He wouldn't do anything unless it somehow benefited him. Still, having Connor nice to her for any reason was unsettling. So while he settled back on the couch next to her, she cast another look around the room, looking for hidden dangers. Maybe he was going to get rid of her once and for all so that he could have Strawberry Manor to himself, she thought. "There's no poisonous spiders or snakes ready to leap out at you," Connor said, sounding amused as he handed her a bottle of aspirin. When she remembered a certain incident at summer camp when they were 12 and he laced her chocolate chip pancakes with laxatives, she understandably hesitated. With a sigh and a few muttered words about her being a big baby, Connor opened the bottle and popped 2 pills in his mouth and swallowed them dry as he handed her the bottle. Reluctantly, she took the bottle. When he handed her a bottle of water, she glared at him and swallowed her pills dry as well. "No trust," Connor said, shaking his head in disgust as he took the bottle from her and handed her a file. "What's this?" Rory asked, opening the file, and nearly groaned when she realized that he'd handed her a spreadsheet. Since looking at the numbers hurt her eyes, she shoved the file back at him and settled for bringing her knees up to her chest and hugging them while she laid her forehead against her arm. She couldn't believe how much her head hurt. It seemed with each passing moment, it became more painful. Between that, her arm and ribs, she really wasn't in the mood to deal with Connor's mess today. She suddenly felt tired. Wasn't she just asleep? Rory wondered as she felt herself drift off, but she fought it with everything that she had. There was too much to do today. If she gave in and fell asleep, then she'd have to deal with a ton of paperwork on top of all her other duties tomorrow, and she didn't have the time or patience for that. She needed to stay awake, throw Connor out, and get some work done. "Shh, go to sleep, Rory," Connor said soothingly as he wrapped his arm around her and pulled her closer. But she resisted until she was too tired to fight. Then, with a murmured grumble, Rory allowed him to pull her closer. Once her head rested on his chest, she found that she didn't want to fight it any longer. He felt too good to push away, and oddly enough, she felt safe in his arms. That should have frightened her, but she was too tired to do anything more than curl up against him. "I always knew that you wanted me," Connor said, sounding smug. So of course, she called up her last reserve of energy and did what any woman in her position would do. "Ow, leave my nipples alone, woman," Connor snapped, and she fully expected him to push her away. Instead, he pulled her closer.
mumbling something about rules and nipples as she fell asleep. "No," Rory said, as she snatched the slice of mushroom and meatball pizza right out of his hand. "What do you mean by no?" Connor demanded, snatching back his slice of pizza. He took a huge bite out of it, making his claim on the slice, but, of course, the very woman snatched it right back and took an even bigger bite. If that wasn't bad enough, she washed it down with his Coke. "I don't think that's going to work," Rory said, gesturing to his laptop screen with his slice of pizza. Glaring, Connor snatched it out of her hand and took a huge bite out of it as he pointed at the design he'd come up with while she'd slept. He still didn't know what gosh he'd been thinking. He should have just sent it to McGill without showing it to her, but he needed her cooperation. If he was going to keep her under his thumb, then he had to play nice, or at the very least, pretend. "What about the generator?" Rory asked, stealing the pizza crust out of his hand and nibbled on it as she gestured to his laptop. While he'd glared, wondering why she was being so difficult about this after he'd worked himself very hard all day. Well, he did that, and of course, he had a look around. He just couldn't resist. Not that he'd really tried to resist, that is. For years, he'd been dying to know what her house looked like, and when the need to use the bathroom became too much. After he'd carefully laid her down, he decided that he might as well have a look around. The master bathroom had been a bit of a shock. It was a rather pleasant surprise after all these years to discover that there was a secret side to Rory, a very feminine side. Instead of having a straightforward bathroom that met minimal needs like his bathroom, a guy's bathroom, Rory's bathroom was without question a woman's dream bathroom. The tiled wall was comprised of every shade of pink imaginable, while the floor was a combination of light pink, dark pink, and white tiles. Her shower could easily fit 10 people and had 4 shower heads and a built-in marble bench that lined the wall. She also had a 2-person light pink jacuzzi bathtub. What really surprised him was her built-in shelves that held dozens of body sprays, lotions, and a lot of girly products. He didn't check out her medicine cabinet or drawers since he wasn't a frickin' pervert. There were some lines that he wouldn't cross, even with Rory, and snooping through her personal things was definitely one of them. After one last look at her bathroom, he'd moved on to the rest of the house. The style was very close to what he'd chosen for his own house, which surprised him. He really thought she would have gone for a more contemporary look. Instead, it appeared as though she'd restored the house to its former glory with a few modern touches. He loved her den. It had the 19th century feel to it, with an 80-inch flat-screen television built into the wall that surprisingly didn't wreck the effect. Somehow, she'd managed to blend the television in with the rest of the decor. Now, the stack of chick flicks had taken him by surprise, since he couldn't picture her watching them, but he decided to ignore those. Not that he would ever tell her, but he loved her house. Maybe not as much as his house, but hers was a close second. There were a few things he would have done differently, but overall, the house was truly beautiful. She'd probably raised the value of the house by $100,000 with all the work she'd put into it. He couldn't help but wonder how much of it her brothers were responsible for. Probably for most of it, which was just another reminder that he had to get himself moving and convince the James brothers that it would be in their best interest to come work for him. "You know that they want the 458, but you have the schematics set up for the 310, Rory said, pointing at the laptop as she stole the last slice of pizza. Grudgingly, he allowed her to have it since she'd slept through lunch. Plus, he was a little distracted at the moment to really care.
"What gosh do you mean they want the 458? Connor demanded, trying not to get pissed, but it was very difficult at the moment. He'd spent all day redesigning the wine cellar, and now she was telling him that they wanted a refrigerating unit that not only would need a stronger feed, but it also wouldn't be able to fit in the space he'd designed for it. It also meant that he'd just wasted 10 hours on nonsense, and that he'd be spending the rest of the night and early morning trying to fix this. "It was in the facts," Rory said with a shrug as she took a bite of pizza. "What facts?" Connor asked as he considered snatching her slice of pizza away just on principle alone. If there had been a fax, then he should have been told about it, especially before he'd wasted his day. "They sent it yesterday morning," Rory said, taking another bite of her pizza before she continued. "There's about a dozen changes they want made," she said with a somewhat apologetic smile that did nothing to calm him down.
"Why didn't you give me the facts?" Connor demanded, giving up on glaring at her and stole the rest of the pizza out of her hand. She rolled her eyes as she snatched it back. "Because you weren't there, for one thing," Rory said, taking a huge bite of her pizza. "And I planned on having the new plans for the basement done last night, so there really was no point in telling you." "It's my project too, Rory," he bit out slowly. Another shrug as she finished off the pizza had his glare returning. It was one thing for him to keep her in the dark, but it was a whole different story when she pulled that nonsense on him. This was his project, and he should have been told about the facts. Gosh, she should have delivered the very thing to him while wearing a smile and something skimpy, Connor decided. He forced himself to turn around in his seat and stare at his laptop as he wondered how he was going to adjust the space for the refrigerating unit and not mess up the rest of the plans. "Look, it's really not a big deal. I can fix this," Rory said as she reached over to screw with his messed up plans. "No," Connor said firmly as he blocked her good hand with one of his. "Don't be a baby about this, Connor. It's not a big deal. I remember what was in the facts. I can—" "No," he said more firmly as he moved his arm to re-block her when the stubborn woman tried to reach past him and touch his computer. With an annoyed sigh, Rory reached over once again and tried to screw with his computer, but he was ready for her. It was an old move, but one that worked. He palmed her face and gently pushed her back. As she tried to slap his hand away, he focused on his plans. Maybe he could readjust the storage unit next to it by a foot and— He heard her loud gasp of pain before he registered the weak slap on his arm. He turned in time to see her hug her broken arm against her chest and double over in pain. "Gosh," Connor snapped, feeling like a jerk. He should have realized that she would forget that her arm was broken when she got pissed enough. Well, there was nothing he could do about it now. "Looks like it's time for bed," Connor announced as he stood and scooped her up in his arms. "Jerk," Rory choked out between pained gasps. "That wasn't very nice," Connor mused as he carried her into the foyer. "Jerk," of course, was the reply. "Words hurt, Rory," he said with a heartfelt sigh as he carried her up the stairs. "Words hurt. I wish," she muttered as she turned her face and buried it against his chest. Since she was in pain, he let it go and focused on gently placing her on the bed. As soon as she was curled up on her side and burying her face against the pillow, he released her and grabbed her bottle of pills. "Open up for a happy pill," Connor said brightly as he held one of the pills in front of her mouth. She opened her eyes just to glare at him as she did just that. When she swallowed, he considered going back downstairs and calling the office to have that fax emailed to him. But one look at Rory had him crawling on the bed next to her and pulling her into his arms. He was actually rather pleased when she didn't fight him. That is, until she got her revenge for palming her face. "Ow! Gosh, leave my nipple alone," Connor snapped, barely resisting the urge to rub it. The very woman fought dirty, but then again, that's what he liked about her, he realized with a smile. Rory James always managed to keep him on his toes and kept it interesting. It was a rather nice quality to have an enemy. "Why did you do it?" Rory demanded as she yanked back the curtain. "What gosh is wrong with you?" Connor asked as he grabbed the shower curtain and yanked it out of her hand, but not before she got an eyeful. The man had a very impressive backside, and she was tempted to pull the curtain back to get another glimpse, but she needed to focus. "Answer the very question," Rory demanded, waiting impatiently for him to finish his shower. "How did you get in my house?" Connor asked instead, making her roll her eyes. It really was a stupid question. "I picked the lock. Now focus. Why did you do it?" Connor sighed heavily as he reached out and grabbed the towel off the hook. "I knew you were crazy." She impatiently waved that off as if it were a given. "Just answer the very question." "Couldn't this have waited until we got to work?" Connor asked as he pulled the curtain back and stepped out, forcing her to back up or brush up against him. It actually freaked her out a little that she momentarily considered holding her ground just to see if those glistening muscles felt as good as they looked. Ugh, this was so wrong. She was not attracted to the bastard. Okay, so that was a lie. The man was incredibly good-looking, and he knew it. Normally, her attraction to him was easy to ignore, since her hatred of him usually overshadowed that rather frightening reaction. Since he'd been taking care of her, she'd been having some difficulty ignoring her reaction to him, especially when he held her. That was the reason that she was here. She needed to confront him and find out what sick and twisted game she was playing. As soon as he admitted that he'd taken care of her just to screw with her head, she'd be able to go back to loathing him so completely that she'd stop craving his touch. Then, of course, she'd kick him for making her think of him with anything other than revulsion. No, Rory said firmly as she moved to block the doorway and his escape, but then rethought the plan since it would most likely result in that touching that she'd already convinced herself was a bad idea. So she marched into his room instead. Once she managed to put some space between them, she motioned for him to get on with his answer. With a sigh, Connor closed the bathroom door and locked it, leaving her fuming. "That lock won't keep me out, you know," she said loudly, even as she had to admit to herself that the likelihood of her breaking into the bathroom a second time while he was naked was very unlikely. She needed to keep her wits about her, and checking out his body, no matter how yummy it was, wouldn't help her do that. "Are you going to tell me what has your panties in a twist?" Connor demanded from the other side of the door. "You going to tell me why you took care of me?" Rory snapped back, ignoring the panties comment since she knew that she wasn't overreacting. The man was up to something, and she wasn't leaving until she figured it out. "I think," Connor said, opening the door and stepping into his bedroom, wearing only a pair of cargo khaki pants that he'd left unbuttoned and may have drawn her attention for a moment, before her eyes roamed up over a set of well-defined abs before she forced herself to look away, that the better question is, why weren't your brothers here to take care of you? "Because I was fine," Rory said, waving off the comment in the hopes that he would just focus and answer her very question so that she could go back to hating everything about him.
"Fine?" Connor repeated in disbelief, shaking his head as if he couldn't quite believe what she'd just said. "You weren't fine, Rory." "Of course I was," she lied. But the truth was that she was grateful for Connor's help. She would have hated asking for her brother's help, mostly because they wouldn't have had any clue on how to go about taking care of her. They were great brothers, but they had no idea what they were doing when it came to pretty much anything that didn't involve a tool. If she needed her car fixed, help moving, or a million other things, she wouldn't hesitate to ask her brothers for help. For something like an injury or illness, they would have stood around, looking completely helpless. It wasn't their fault. That's how they'd been raised, after all. Each and every one of them had been raised to be self-reliant. They learned early on how to take care of their own scraped knees and how to threaten the monster hiding in their closets with baseball bats. Their father made very sure that they could take care of themselves, so that they would never need or expect a handout from anyone. They knew how to manage their money, pay their bills, cook, clean, and work with their hands. She knew that if she'd asked her brothers, they would have tried to help. Actually, if she'd asked her brothers to take care of her, they would have rushed her back to the hospital, thinking that she was dying or something. No one in the James family asked for help when they were sick or hurt. It just wasn't done, which made what Connor did for her special. No one had ever taken care of her before. It made her feel uncomfortable. She owed him, and she hated that, almost as much as she hated the fact that she liked being in his arms. It was unnatural, and she was here to put a stop to it. He walked towards her, not stopping until they were practically chest to chest, but she didn't back down. She never would, and he knew it. "Fine?" Connor demanded, looking down at her as though she were crazy. "You had a concussion, 5 bruised ribs, and you broke your really arm, Rory. You weren't fine, and you sure as gosh shouldn't have been left to fend for yourself," he snapped, sounding truly pissed, which only confused her more. "Why do you care?" she asked, propping her hands on her hips as she did her best to outglare the bastard. "I don't," he snapped, "but I am seriously considering beating the gosh out of your brothers for leaving you alone the other night. What the gosh were they thinking?" "Well," she started to defend them, but apparently he wasn't done yet. "You shouldn't have been left alone, Rory. They should have made sure that you had your pills and that you were okay. They called several. That wasn't enough," Connor snapped, getting in her face and giving her no choice but to back up.
She was so stunned by his outburst that she didn't realize what was happening until her back hit the wall and he was caging her in. Instead of coming over here and getting pissed at me for something that your family should have done, why don't you try saying thank you instead, huh? Connor demanded, as he got in her face, and before she could tell him to back the gosh off or come to her brother's defense, his mouth was on hers, hard and demanding, and God help her, but she didn't want him to stop. But he did. Before she could do something stupid like kiss him back or wrap her arms around him, he was pulling away, jaw clenched and looking even more pissed than before. Without a word, and before she could think beyond what just happened, Connor grabbed her by her shoulders and steered her out of his room and onto his patio, where the cool morning air brought her back to her senses. "Thank you," she snapped, pissed at him and pissed at herself because coming over here hadn't helped one very bit. Instead of clearing her head of him, all she wanted to do was go right back in there and kiss the bastard. And that was wrong, so very wrong. "You're welcome," he snapped back before slamming the sliding glass door shut and pissing her off even more. Would it really have killed him to let her have the last word? Rory wondered as she made her way back to her patio. "Stupid, toe-curling, kissing bastard," Rory grumbled as she marched into her room, slamming the sliding glass door shut behind her with her broken hand, which, of course, started a 5-minute owie dance and a mad search for her bottle of painkillers. By the time she'd popped a pill into her mouth, she was no closer to figuring out what Connor was up to than she had been when she'd stormed over there in the first place. One way or the other, she would figure out what he was up to, and then she would put a stop to it. "What the gosh did I just do?" Connor muttered as he leaned back against his truck. "Bunny," barked his answer, finishing it off with a growl of disapproval. He sighed heavily, even as he nodded his agreement. "Exactly. Women really with your head, buddy. Remember that," Connor told the dog who'd given up his search for the perfect spot to mark 5 minutes ago so that he could make sure that Connor didn't do anything to piss off his mommy. It was a dumb move, Connor felt compelled to say as he scrubbed his hands down his face, wishing like gosh that he could take the kiss back almost as much as he wished that he'd never let her go. There was no denying that he wanted Rory, had since the first moment he saw her, but he'd always known that there would never be anything between them. This strange relationship of theirs pretty much guaranteed it. Even knowing that there would never be anything between them hadn't stopped him from fantasizing about her over the years. There probably weren't many men in town that hadn't fantasized about taking Rory James to bed. She was a beautiful, desirable, incredibly sexy woman, and he would have been concerned if he hadn't been attracted to her. It didn't matter how badly he wanted her, though. There would never be anything between them. There was just too much history and nonsense between them to take things further. But apparently, that hadn't stopped him from doing something incredibly stupid like kissing her. One minute, he wanted to take her over his knee, and the next, he wanted her in his bed. And before he could stop himself, he'd kissed her. He'd never been a big fan of kissing before. It was one of those things that he did, but with Rory, he could have happily kissed her all day. Her lips were warm, soft, and felt so very good against his that it had taken everything he had not to tilt his head and deepen the kiss. He wanted to do that and more, but he knew that she would never let it happen. Rory James didn't want him, and the knowledge managed to knock some sense into him. It also hadn't hurt that she hadn't kissed him back. She was probably going to kick him for that lapse in judgment the next time that she saw him, which would probably be any minute now, Connor mused as he glanced down at his watch. It was almost 6 in the morning, and if they didn't move quickly, they'd be late for work. Maybe he should do his poor self a favor and let her fend for herself. But just as quickly as the thought flashed through his head, he shoved it away. Her arm was broken, and she really had no business driving. His gaze shifted to her Jeep, and he considered yanking a few cables out of the engine to take the choice out of her hands. But knowing Rory, she probably had some backups in the garage. Then again, she might have called one of her brothers to pick her up, Connor realized as he shot a look down both ends of the quiet street. When he didn't spot one of their trucks coming their way, he settled back against his truck door and waited. A few minutes later, Rory came walking out of her house with a backpack slung over her left shoulder and a large metal thermos that was no doubt filled to the brim with hot chocolate in her good hand. When she spotted him leaning against his truck, she noticeably swallowed.
Was that a blush creeping up her beautiful face? It was hard to tell in the early morning light, but he was pretty sure that it was a blush. Great, he thought dryly. She was embarrassed about what happened. Nothing like the woman who hated you finding out that you wanted her. He'd been a really idiot to think that she'd settle for kicking him, although she still might. She was probably going to use her newfound knowledge to bring him to his knees and make him wish that she'd just taken it out on him. He really was a really idiot, Connor decided as he walked over to her. "What do you want?" Rory asked cautiously as she continued making her way over to her Jeep. With a sigh, Connor gestured to his truck. "I'm driving you to work this morning." She shook her head stubbornly. "No need. As you can see, I got my Jeep back," Rory said, giving him a pointed look. Turns out that there was a glitch in the system. He simply shrugged it off. "You can't drive with a broken arm, Rory," he pointed out. "I'm pretty sure that I can," the stubborn woman said. Connor prayed for patience as he stopped himself from throwing her over his shoulder and tossing her in the back of his truck. "You just broke your arm, Rory. It probably still hurts, which means that you probably took a painkiller and you shouldn't be driving," he explained with forced patience. Rory paused a few feet away from her Jeep, pursing her lips up as she thought it over. Finally, with a heavy sigh, she reluctantly nodded. "I'll call one of my brothers for a ride," she said, placing the thermos on the hood of her Jeep so that she could dig around in her bag for her cell phone. "No need," Connor said, snatching up her thermos and headed for his truck, knowing that's all it would take to get her to follow him. And sure enough, it worked. "Hey, give that back," Rory snapped as she followed him. But of course, he just ignored her as he walked around the truck and opened the passenger door for her. "Get in or I drink it," he promised. With a glare, she snatched the thermos out of his hand and climbed in. When he tried to help her with her seatbelt, she slapped his hands away. He let it go since she hadn't rubbed the kiss in his face yet, and quickly made his way around the truck and climbed in. She didn't say anything as he started the truck and backed out of the long driveway. Maybe the kiss hadn't meant anything to her, and she'd already forgotten about it, he half hoped, inwardly cringing as he drove towards the site. Then again, maybe she was just waiting until her brothers were around so that they could get in a good laugh at his expense. He opened his mouth to ask her about it, but snapped his mouth shut. If she was willing to pretend that it never happened, then so was he. "Can I ask you something?" Rory asked, destroying all his hopes that she'd forgotten about his little act of stupidity. "No." Of course, she ignored him and asked anyway. "Why are you being so nice to me?" she asked, confusing the hell out of him. "What are you talking about?" Connor asked as he held back a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't talk about the kiss, they could have any asinine conversation that she wanted. "What do you mean by what am I talking about?" Rory demanded, sounding frustrated. "You took care of me after I fell, held my hand, kept my brothers from making things worse, spent the last couple of days playing nursemaid to me, and you really have to ask what I'm talking about?" Connor shook his head as he took a turn onto Slade Road, a normally busy road, but at this time of morning, there were only a few cars on the road. "It wasn't a big deal," he said, wondering why she was latching onto it. Obviously, it was bugging the gosh out of her if it had driven her to break into his house this morning. "It's a very big deal," she snapped. "Why?" Connor demanded, taking his eyes off the road so that he could look at her. "Because you're confusing me." He had to chuckle at that. "You're acting like no one's ever been nice to you before, Rory," Connor said, only realizing after the words left his mouth that there might be some truth in that. The dark blush that stained her cheeks and the way that she suddenly averted her eyes only confirmed it. "That's gosh, Rory," Connor said as he thought it over, trying to think of someone or something that would prove her wrong. He knew that her family loved her, adored her, but they tended to treat her like a weaker brother. The only time that they really watched out for her was when some guy stepped over the line, and then they simply beat the gosh out of the loser. Her father was pretty much the same way. From what he'd seen over the years, the man obviously cared for her,
but he didn't seem to have a clue about how to show it. There was no point in asking about boyfriends, since he knew that they either treated her like gosh or like a casual partner. He'd never seen anyone act sweet on Rory. Sure, they'd flirted with her and were obviously attracted to her, but they'd never treated her like she was anything special. While other women were treated to romantic dates, jewelry, gifts, and expensive meals, Rory was given sensible gifts, brought out for a beer or a burger, and treated like a guy. They were all really idiots. Rory deserved to be pampered, spoiled, and worshipped, and any man that was lucky enough to earn her notice should make sure that he did all of those things and more. He didn't give a gosh what she wore. She was still 100% woman and should be treated like one. He'd never gone out of his way for any of his ex-girlfriends, but at least he'd treated them a lot better than any of Rory's old boyfriends had treated her. He really didn't understand that at all. She was beautiful. Well, more like incredibly really beautiful, but the guys around her acted like they were doing her a favor by asking her out. They were all really idiots. Granted, he knew most of the problem was her overprotective brothers, because asking her out was just as good as asking to have you kicked. In his opinion, she was more than worth a trip to the ICU. "Just forget it," Rory said with a heavy sigh as she moved to take a sip of her hot cocoa. He considered taking it, but somehow managed to resist the urge. She'd probably try to smack him upside his head with her broken hand, and he'd be forced to turn the truck around and take her back home. He'd have to take care of her. Plus, he really couldn't afford to lose another day. They were 2 days behind and needed to catch up. He hated taking time off, especially since they didn't have any time to spare on this project, but he couldn't leave Rory. Yesterday morning, he'd had himself up by 4, shaved, showered, dressed, and headed down to his truck to get himself to work, telling himself that she'd call for help if she needed it when he remembered something important. Rory James was a stubborn pain and would never ask for help. While he'd walked back into his house and headed for his bedroom, he made a quick round of phone calls. 10 minutes later, he was pulling off most of his clothes and climbing back in bed with her, and not a moment too soon. She'd been dealing with a migraine that had left her helpless to move. He'd helped her take her pills before he crawled back in bed with her. He held her until she'd fallen asleep with that dog of hers glaring at him from across the room. If she hadn't been able to work today, he wouldn't have had a choice in the matter. He had to go to work today, but he'd fully planned on sending one of her brothers to take care of her. He'd also planned on checking in on her during his lunch break. It was probably a good thing that Rory was stubborn and was coming to work so that he wouldn't have to worry about her all day. If it became too much for her, she could always curl up on the couch in her office. He really didn't think she should be going to work today, but he knew better than to say anything since she'd just ignore him.
Well, at least she couldn't get into too much trouble hanging out in the office all day, he reassured himself. He'd have that secretary of hers keep him updated so that he could focus on the job. This was a big project, the biggest project of his career, and he needed to stay focused. Rory James was out of commission for a few months and probably wouldn't be able to do much once the cast was taken off. She could go around and play supervisor when she felt better. At least that would keep her safe while he busted himself to get this project going. A few minutes later, he was parking in the makeshift parking lot and preparing himself for the long day ahead. They were at least 2 days behind and would need to move themselves. Rory sent him a barely there nod as she climbed out of the truck and headed for her trailer. He followed after her, hoping her assistant was good for something, like making a cup of extra strong coffee and keeping his very eyes off Rory's incredible figure. Connor thought absently as he watched her figure sway slightly side to side. She had a great figure. He followed her into the trailer and somehow managed to tear his eyes away from her and headed for the coffee cart set up against the wall near the time clock. He ignored the questioning look her assistant was sending him and focused his attention on finding some damn caffeine before he lost his mind. "They canceled the meeting," he heard Jacob softly explain to Rory. As he searched the small cabinets, he couldn't help but wonder what meeting her assistant was talking about, but as he shoved box after box of some weird cocoa product out of his way, he decided that he really just didn't care.
He needed a caffeine fix, and all he could find was cocoa. Oh, they were going to have to change that really quickly, or it'd become difficult. "Did they reschedule?" she whispered, sounding nervous. Now that had his attention. He couldn't remember a time when Rory was nervous about anything. Pissed, yes, but never nervous. What could make a woman like Rory nervous? Connor wondered as he reluctantly settled on making a cup of hot cocoa and praying that it had a lot of caffeine in it. Otherwise, her assistant was getting a new chore added to his duties. "No, I'm sorry, Rory." They sent back the proposal with an apology. "They're not interested," Jacob said with true regret lacing his tone. He wasn't too surprised when he heard the trailer door slam shut seconds later. Hot cocoa forgotten, Connor turned around to find her assistant moving to go after her. "What has little Rory James in a huff, I wonder?" he mused, stopping her assistant dead in his tracks. "It's none of your business," Jacob said firmly as he stood his ground. Connor couldn't help but chuckle as he moved towards the man. "Did Rory ever tell you what happens when someone comes between us?" "Please don't fire me," Jacob said as soon as she stepped inside the trailer. She felt her brows very near shoot to her hairline when her eyes landed on him. It managed to distract her from her current problem of trying to figure out how to make Miguel change his mind. "Why exactly are you duct taped to a chair?" she demanded, even as the answer dawned on her. "Connor." She wasn't really surprised. Well, actually, she kind of was, since Connor tended to focus on torturing her these days. Sure, he went after the guys she'd dated, but that never really bothered her, since they usually turned out to be jerks and had it coming. She wondered what Jacob could have done as she walked over to the small kitchenette and started the 5-minute process of making a double cup of hot cocoa. "Are you going to release me?" Jacob asked, sounding unsure, which only piqued her curiosity, since most of the men that Connor dealt with normally threatened to call the police by this point. "How long ago did he tie you up?" Rory asked as her eyes shot to the clock on the wall. She hadn't seen Connor since this morning, so she was going to just go ahead and take a guess about the time. 5 hours ago, Jacob muttered pathetically, confirming her suspicions. "And what did you do?" Rory asked casually as she added a spoonful of vanilla and caramel-flavored creamer to her cup. There was a telling pause before Jacob muttered, "It wasn't my fault." "What wasn't your fault?" she asked, pouring more cream into her mug. He knows." "Knows what?" "About the plans, meetings, suites, everything," Jacob admitted, making everything in her go still. "Where is he?" Rory asked in a bored tone, even as panic shot through her. She realized that he would have found out about the project sooner or later, but she was kind of hoping on it being later, after she had a signed contract with McGill so that he couldn't interfere and take over. Now she was going to have to hunt him down, kick his butt, and make sure that he knew that this was her project and that it was off limits to him. Then she would be right back to trying to figure out how to convince them to let her do this. Maybe she could. "I think you and I should have a talk," Connor announced as he stepped into the office, holding a thick folder. Thankful that he'd saved her the time of having to hunt him down to kick his butt, Rory grabbed her drink and headed for her office, knowing that he'd be right behind her. "Hey, what about me?" Jacob asked, but she ignored him. "Seriously, I have to use the bathroom. If you could just make a little tear in the tape, I'm pretty sure that I could." Connor closed the door behind him and moved to sit in her chair, but she was faster. She sat down and couldn't quite bite back the smug little smile that came along with besting Connor. It seemed as though this meeting was starting off on the right track, Rory mused seconds before he snatched the hot cocoa out of her hands, placed it on her desk, grabbed her good hand, and gave it a yank. "Hey!" He ignored her as he took her seat and yanked her back down so that she was sitting on his lap. Once he had her settled, meaning trapped, he reached around her and picked up her cup of cocoa. "Don't even think about it," Rory bit out, even as she struggled to get off his lap. But the arm he had wrapped around her waist held her right where he wanted her. He ignored her and finished off her cocoa as she was forced to sit there watching as her precious cocoa was devoured. Once he finished, Connor placed the coffee cup back on the desk with a little more force than she felt was necessary, and shifted her on his lap so that she was facing him. "Anything you feel like sharing?" Connor asked as he leaned back in her chair, making himself comfortable as he studied her. "You're a jerk. Anything else?" he asked in a deceptively calm tone, but there was no missing the anger in his eyes. Yeah, stop touching my cocoa, Rory said as she tried to climb off his lap, but he refused to let her go. No. Anything else you want to tell me, Rory? He asked, reaching up and pushed a strand of hair away from her face. I hate you, she offered with a sweet smile. For a moment, Connor didn't say anything as he studied her. Finally, he leaned forward and grabbed the folder he'd dropped on the desk only minutes earlier and handed it to her. What's this? Rory asked as she cautiously opened it. It was from Connor, after all. My bargaining chip, he said, sounding pleased, a little too pleased for her comfort. With a feigned casualness, she opened the envelope and pulled out paperwork. She ignored him as he shifted her on his lap and looked over the papers. With one glance, she knew that she was looking at a contract, and a few seconds later, she realized that it was a contract from McGill. When her eyes landed on the third paragraph, she felt her brows pull together and her jaw pop. You son of a difficult person, Rory bit out with barely controlled rage as she jumped off his lap and turned on him. Checkmate, sweetheart, Connor said with a wink and that sexy grin of his that had her seeing red.
Checkmate? Rory repeated in a strangled voice as she fought against the urge to jump him and act on her intense attraction. You stole my project, you son of a difficult person. Did I? Connor asked in a bored tone as he leaned back in the chair and appeared to think it over. I think you just might be right about that, Rory, he said with a careless shrug. You've gone too far this time, Connor, Rory said, slamming the papers down on top of the desk as she continued to glare down at him. Oh, but I'm not even close to being done, Connor drawled as he reached over and picked up the contract, making a show of looking it over. What are you talking about? Rory asked, reminding herself that this was the way the game was played and that she couldn't make her move until he'd laid out all the cards on the table. When he was done, she was grabbing her pliers and planning her retaliation this time. He did a lot of horrible things over the years, but stealing her project was by far the worst thing that he'd ever done to her, besides ruining her life, that is. How was she supposed to explain to McGill that this was her project and that Connor had stolen it from her without sounding like a child and creating problems? There probably wasn't a way to do it without destroying her reputation in the process. So she was just going to have to settle for using the pliers until Connor promised to back out of the contract so that she could take it over. You arranged a meeting and tried to go behind my back, altering my project. For that, he paused, meeting her glare, you're going to have to pay. It's my project, Connor. I worked my butt off designing those sweets, and I had every right to go to McGill and present them. Those are my designs, Connor, and you had no right stealing them. Do you want to yell some more, or are you ready to stop the nonsense and get down to business? Connor asked, and God help her, but she considered slapping that smug smile right off his face. Yes, she grated out. The project is yours, Rory. For what price? She asked, already knowing that Connor was going to make her work her butt off for it and probably put her through hell while doing it. If she didn't want this contract so badly, she would have just shrugged and walked off, but she did. She might have to share Strawberry Manor with the jackass that she'd mistakenly started to like, but this project was hers. I'm glad you asked, he said with a heartfelt sigh that had her right eye twitching and her hand inching towards her tool belt. I have a few conditions, of course. Of course you do, Rory said dryly, cutting him off. But once you've completed them to my satisfaction, then you can start building your suites, have full use of my men and equipment, and Shadow Construction will get full credit for it, Connor explained as he watched her expectantly. Having the use of his men, the ones she hand-selected, of course, would help, as would having the use of his equipment. Know-it-all, which she normally liked, but right now it was creeping her out while everyone stared at them. They were never going to be able to pull this off. Not that she really cared. She really didn't.
Although it would be nice to be able to go a day without someone pointing at her or being asked to leave a store or restaurant because Connor was already there, and the establishment was one of 57 that had the very rule about not allowing both of them inside at the same time. It was really an inconvenient rule, and one that she wouldn't mind having lifted. Having the no trespass orders lifted wouldn't exactly hurt either, but none of that was worth this nightmare. Unfortunately for her, Strawberry Manor was worth it. Otherwise, she wouldn't be here. She'd probably be back at the site putting in a couple more hours before his asinine plan. Not that she could do much with her arm broken, but it was still enough to bring them one step closer to their goal. If they didn't meet the deadline, not only would their reputations be destroyed, but they'd lose the bonus money, and she wasn't about to let that happen. She'd worked very hard for years building her reputation for running a dependable company, and she wasn't about to let the project of her dreams change that. They would finish this project on time, along with those suites, and Shadow Construction's reputation would be set for life. How many? Amber asked, shooting a nervous look over at Phil, the manager, who was acting as the backup bartender for the night. Rory nearly sighed with relief. Phil ran a tight ship and had several strict rules when it came to them, and thankfully this was one of the 57 establishments that wouldn't allow them in at the same time. He was going to throw her out, and she couldn't wait. So, when Phil only shrugged a moment later, she nearly stomped her foot in frustration. What the hell kind of manager was he that he couldn't even follow his own rules? Rules were made for a reason. 2, Connor said, as he released her hand, and before she could sigh with relief or make a run for it, he had his arm around her shoulders and was pulling her closer. She felt her cheeks burn as every eye in the restaurant watched the move. Oh, she was never going to live this down. This moment of stupidity was never going to be forgotten. Years from now, people were still going to talk about this. She couldn't do this. She couldn't go through with this farce. She couldn't. A collective gasp sounded throughout the restaurant, but she couldn't really force herself to care about that, not with Connor kissing her. One thing she could say about the life-ruining jerk, he knew how to kiss, and well, very well, Rory thought, as he moved his lips against hers one more time before pulling away. He didn't go far before he leaned back in and pressed one last rather sweet kiss against her lips, and then one to her cheek before he whispered in her ear, "Relax, Rory." "This is so going on my Facebook page," someone said, drawing her attention away from Connor and his surprisingly soft lips. She looked past the shocked hostess in time to see several people putting away their phones. Great, her humiliation was about to go viral, Rory thought with a little whimper that had Connor chuckling as he once again took her hand in his and pressed a rather sweet kiss to the back of it. Very. The man was good, Rory thought, as she allowed him to lead her through the crowded restaurant towards a back booth where their waitress waited, looking a little more relaxed as she ran an appreciative eye over Connor. Not that Rory could really blame her. The man did look especially yummy tonight, she decided, as she was forced to walk behind him so that they could squeeze past a couple of tables full of gawkers. She used the opportunity to run an appreciative eye over Connor. She'd seen a lot of good-looking men in her life, but none of them were as hot as Connor. Of course, her brothers and cousins would argue that since they were all arrogant jerks, especially her cousins, Rory thought with a fond smile, but she didn't care. Connor O'Neill was the first boy she'd noticed, and he'd only gotten better with age. She ran her eyes up his long legs, over his firm form, perfectly encased in light brown pants, and up to his well-defined back, wide shoulders, and perfectly combed honey blonde hair. After she was done with her perusal, her eyes dropped back down to his form while she fought back a groan of embarrassment. He was dressed up while she was wearing a t-shirt and jeans, and for the first time in her life, she wished that she'd taken the time to find something pretty to wear, instead of just throwing on the first thing she found when she'd opened her bureau. She knew that she was beautiful, and normally she didn't really care, but tonight she kinda wished that she'd played it up a bit. Not that this was a real date, it wasn't, but that didn't mean that she wanted this to look like he was going out with her out of pity.
If anything, people should be wondering why she was out with him, not the other way around. "You look beautiful tonight," Connor said, with a secret smile as though he could read her mind, and he probably could by this point, Rory thought, as he pressed a kiss to her forehead before gesturing for her to slide into the cozy booth. She fought the battle to look over her shoulder and lost several times. Sure enough, everyone in the bar was now openly watching them. Several people were actually leaning forward, resting their chins on their fists as they watched her and Connor like they were the best thing on television. She was used to people watching them as they waited to see if they were going to kill each other, but this was ridiculous. "Your waitress is Susan," Amber said distractedly as she threw Connor a wistful glance. Well, that was kind of insulting. As far as everyone here knew, they were on a date. Granted, it wasn't a real date, but they didn't know that. She'd bet a huge cup of cocoa that Amber was going to find a way to slip her number into Connor's hand before the night was over. "I'm not interested," Connor said, dragging her attention back to him. He leaned back on the bench across from her and nodded towards Amber's retreating back as if she'd asked or cared. She really didn't. He could kiss every woman in town, and she wouldn't bat an eye. Nope, it wouldn't bother her at all, Rory thought absently, as she considered kicking Connor beneath the table and wiping that knowing look off his face. "So, you want to tell me why you're really doing this?" Rory asked, deciding that she'd had enough of his games. He wasn't worried enough about how they were treated to force her to go through with this farce. It probably aggravated him, and he'd probably be happy if it stopped, but that wasn't the reason that he was pulling this nonsense, and they both knew it. So the question remained, what exactly was he up to? "I told you why," Connor said, reaching over and taking her good hand in both of his, and for the moment, she allowed it. For whatever reason, it was important to him that people believed that they were together, and she really had no choice but to go along with it. Maybe if she figured out what he wanted, she could turn the tables on him and get her project free and clear. "Fine, don't tell me the real reason," Rory said, with a bit more attitude than she'd meant to, but she couldn't help it. She was tired, her ribs and arm were still sore, she'd missed her nightly hot chocolate fix when she got home, and to make matters worse, the way Connor was looking at her, kissing her, and couldn't seem to stop touching her was seriously messing with her head. Connor laced their fingers together as he gestured for Susan, a pleasant woman in her late 40s, who used to teach the 4th grade until an unfortunate incident involving the two of them and a fire hose during a school assembly years ago had ended her career. Rory had to admit that it was nice to see the woman smile again, and the limp was barely noticeable these days. Not that she took the blame for her injury. She didn't. To this day, she still didn't know why Susan had taken off screaming when she'd spotted them. At least she'd been able to put her past behind her and move on, Rory thought, seconds before Susan noticed Connor trying to get her attention. Her smile quickly disappeared as an expression of pure terror took its place. She shook her head in disbelief as she stumbled back, mumbling to herself before she blindly reached out for Amber as the other woman moved to walk past her. Rory watched as Susan whispered something to Amber as she gestured frantically in their direction. When Amber nodded, Susan tore off her apron and took off running through the crowded restaurant. Rory really hated when that happened. "Do you want to dance?" Connor asked, drawing her attention as she watched Susan shove a couple out of the way in her desperate attempt to get away from them. "Dance?" Rory asked, shifting her gaze to the right to find everyone still watching them, but at least now they were trying to pretend that they weren't. It really shouldn't bother her, but it did. She didn't like being on display. While she would have normally jumped at the chance to dance, since she didn't get to do it often, probably because no one ever asked her, she didn't want to dance tonight. She wasn't a very good dancer, probably from lack of experience, and she really didn't feel like giving the gossips something else to talk about. She was just about to tell him no when Phil walked up to their table and sighed heavily. "You have to leave,"
And why's that? Connor asked, casually, as he gave her hand a gentle squeeze. 2 of my waitresses just quit, and the other 6 are refusing to come out of the kitchen until I swear on my word that I won't make them serve you, he explained with a shrug. See what I'm talking about? Connor asked with a sigh as he stood up, never releasing her hand as he did. It didn't surprise her that he hadn't argued with Phil, since it was pointless. They were being kicked out, and nothing they said or did would change that. It's only because we're in here together. If I had come alone, I would already be on my 2nd cup of cocoa and making fun of you with the waitresses, Rory felt obligated to point out. Instead of glaring at her or getting annoyed like he normally would have, Connor simply shot her a grin and a wink as he wrapped his arm around her shoulders. They followed Phil, who was making sure that they actually left. Connor seemed relaxed and carefree, and heaven help her, but she actually liked him this way, which, of course, only made her want to kick him even more. He was up to something big, and she wished he would just get it over with and stop messing with her head. She didn't want to like him, and with every touch and smile, he was making it difficult to hate him. Please tell me that you're not actually following me, Rory said, abruptly stopping and almost causing him to crash into her, since his eyes had been locked on her figure and not her stone walkway. He caught himself just in time and even managed to look up before Rory had the chance to turn around and catch him staring at her, again. It didn't help that the effort caused his eyes to roam over her chest, and since they were there, they may have taken a moment to appreciate what Rory had to offer. What he wouldn't give to appreciate Rory's body more intimately. She was so beautiful, and he had absolutely no doubt that her body was just as perfect. As his mind registered Rory cupping his face, he couldn't help but wonder if his imaginations over the years came close to the real thing. Care to explain why you're following me? Rory asked, once his eyes moved the rest of the way up her body and met her gorgeous eyes. To go goodnight, he said, frowning and wondering why she even had to ask. Uh-huh, Rory said, returning his frown. Didn't we say goodnight in the truck? You mean when you climbed out of the truck, slammed the door shut, and walked off without a word? Yes, Rory said, nodding. How exactly is that a proper goodbye for a date? He had to ask. Because this isn't a real date, she said in an exasperated tone that he simply chose to ignore since he was too busy trying to hold back an annoyed sigh. Why did she always have to be so very difficult? Of course it is, Connor said, taking her good hand in his and gave it a gentle tug as he headed for her front door, where he planned on giving her a proper goodbye kiss, for appearances, of course. He was not looking forward to taking her into his arms, not at all. He was only doing this for the neighbors hiding behind their curtains and blinds as they spied on the 2 of them, and for the neighbors standing in their driveways and on the sidewalks holding flashlights as they openly watched the 2 of them. Since they had to appear to be a couple in love, then he really had no choice in the matter, Connor thought, with a smile.
He had to kiss Rory James. Poor him. No, it's not, Rory said, stepping up beside him in front of her door as she shot a nervous look towards their neighbors. Of course, this is a date, Rory, he said, drawing her attention back to him where it belonged. This was his time with her, and he'd be gosh if he shared it with anyone else. He might need their neighbors and the rest of the people in town to spread the word to her brothers that they were dating, but that didn't mean that he'd allow them to mess this up for him. Rory James was his for 5 months, and he fully planned on enjoying his time with her, especially since she'd probably never talk to him again after he stole her brothers from her and ran her out of business. How exactly was this a date, Connor? Rory asked, shooting another glance towards their nosy neighbors, who were really starting to aggravate him greatly. I picked you up, took you out to dinner. We didn't actually eat, Rory mumbled distractedly as she frowned at something behind him. He looked over his shoulder and nearly groaned when he saw several of their neighbors and people that didn't even live on their street gathering in front of her house and holding cameras trained on the 2 of them. With a sigh, he shifted in front of her, giving them his back and effectively blocking their view and bringing Rory's attention right back to him. That's not my fault that we didn't get to eat, Rory, Connor felt obligated to point out. He'd taken her to a restaurant, hadn't he? It wasn't his fault that they were asked to leave because of some ridiculous rule that better get lifted and soon. How is that not your fault? Rory demanded, yanking her hand free so that she could prop her hands on her hips as she glared at him. You're the one that got us banned from that restaurant in the first place. No, I wasn't, Connor said, mostly because he couldn't remember exactly why they'd been banned from O'Malley's, but he was sure that it was Rory's fault. You made my date have a nervous breakdown, she snapped. But that didn't really help him since several of the guys that she dated had that unfortunate response when he got involved. How exactly would that get us banned? They had to call a priest to come talk him off the roof, she snapped. Connor shook his head and shrugged it off as he said, still not seeing the problem. With an eye roll and a muttered, "I give up," Rory turned to let herself inside the house and end their date, but he wasn't about to let that happen. Whether she liked it or not, she was his date, and he wouldn't be denied the best part of the evening, the kiss goodnight. "What are you doing?" Rory mumbled nervously as Connor cupped her face in his hands and leaned in. "What does it look like I'm doing, Rory?" Connor asked, with that bad boy smile of his that did not make her stomach do funny things. I'm not really sure," she said in a daze as her mind registered that he was going to kiss her. Instead of getting annoyed, or at the very least disgusted by the idea, she was surprised to discover that she wanted to kiss him. She wanted to kiss Connor O'Neill. This was so wrong, Rory thought, as his lips came in contact with hers. The contact was brief, sweet, and not nearly enough. When she placed her hands on his shoulders and leaned into him, it was only because of their deal. For her project, she had to kiss the hottest man in town. It was a hardship, but at the moment she decided that she'd just have to suck it up and deal with it. As long as they kept it to kisses and perhaps a few touches, then that was fine. She could handle that, but intimacy was definitely out of the question. She might be attracted to the man, but that didn't mean that she planned on compromising herself for a project. Granted, most people were just going to assume that she was intimate with him, but she really didn't care what they thought. The only thing that mattered was that she knew that she wouldn't. There would be no intimacy with the jerk, Rory reminded herself, even as she used her hold on Connor and pulled him closer until her breasts were plastered against his chest. He let out an incredibly sexy growl as he wrapped his arms around her and moved to deepen the kiss. She'd been kissed by plenty of men in her life, but none of them had prepared her for a kiss from Connor. The intensity of his kiss had her panting and holding onto his shoulders for dear life, and the second had her fighting against the urge for more. What in the world was wrong with her? Rory wondered as she matched his passion. Instead of enjoying this, she should have kept it simple with a quick peck on the cheek, gone inside, grabbed a cup of cocoa, and tried to come up with ideas on how to get out of this deal and keep her project. She definitely should be doing that now. It wasn't too late, Rory absently thought as their kiss deepened. "Oh my gosh," a woman whispered loudly, "they're going to get carried away on the front lawn." She felt Connor go still against her as mortification set in. During her little makeout session with Connor, she may have forgotten about their audience. She'd never been one for PDAs, and here she was, practically lost in their kiss. This was bad. This was very bad, Rory thought as they pulled apart. "Good night," Connor said tightly, and as much as she'd love to kick him for making her forget about their audience, she was still a little breathless from their kiss and mortified by the knowledge that everyone in town would probably know about this slip in judgments by tomorrow morning. This was the last thing she needed right now. With an absent nod, Rory turned around and opened her front door, barely aware of Bunny slipping past her, his growl, or Connor's frustrated sound as she shut the door and ran for her kitchen. Once she was in her kitchen, she didn't hesitate in making a double chocolate, extra large, extra creamy cup of cocoa. When it was done, she closed her eyes and sipped the hot, tasty liquid until she'd consumed every last drop. This was very bad. Not the cocoa, that was really good,
but the fact that they'd been interrupted and she actually wanted to scream in frustration and drag Connor into her house, push him down on the couch, and continue their passion. She hated him, hated everything about him, she tried to remind herself as she reached out to grab the cocoa mix and make herself another mug of cocoa, since the first one apparently hadn't done the trick. Connor was a very bad man that she didn't want, who made her life a living mess and was a hell of a kisser and blackmailed her into a situation where she had to suffer through the hottest kiss of her life. As long as she remembered all of that, she would be... A startled gasp escaped her as she suddenly found herself turned around and pressed back against the counter and in Connor's arms as he picked up where they'd left off. It actually frightened her how fast her arms wrapped around his neck, her chest pressed tightly against his, and she welcomed him. How could something so wrong feel so good, so right? It shouldn't. Heaven help her, but this felt too good to stop. But she knew that somehow she'd manage to do just that. In a little while. Right now, she was too busy getting into character as Connor suggested. This was for the good of the project, and now that Connor was kissing her with intense focus, she realized that this was an excellent idea. If they were going to pull this off, then they needed to behave like a real couple. What better way to do that than to kiss? And he very well better keep kissing her, Rory decided, as he grabbed her hips and picked her up, placing her on the edge of the counter. If she hadn't been so focused on kissing him, she'd probably be horrified by how quickly her body responded to him and the way she sighed in pleasure as he took her up on her invitation. When he gripped her hips and dragged her the half-inch or so until she was sitting on the edge of the counter, she might have whimpered. When she felt the intense closeness, she may have moaned and held him tightly. "No sex," Rory said against his lips as she struggled against the urge to deepen their physical connection. Kissing and enjoying the way it felt to be in his arms was fine, and as long as she remembered that this was only meant to help create the illusion of a relationship, then everything would be fine. "No sex," Connor agreed against her lips as his hold around her tightened and he once again deepened the kiss. When he didn't push for anything else or try to argue, she felt herself relax. Maybe this deal wouldn't be so bad after all. "We should get going," Rory said, pulling away only to come right back again and kiss him in a way that should be illegal. "Yes, we should," Connor said, placing his hands on her hips and helping her move until she was straddling his lap. When she settled herself on his lap, he wanted to groan in pleasure at how good she felt and roar in frustration because he knew that this was as close as he'd ever get to her. It was enough, more than enough, Connor told himself as he did his best to ignore the little moans she made as she struggled not to move on his lap. When her breathing sped up and her grip on his shoulders tightened, he had to stop himself from putting them both out of their misery by deepening their physical connection. It was difficult, surprisingly even more difficult than it had been last night, but what a night that had been. They'd made out in her kitchen, in her living room, after they'd managed to pull apart and agreed that they'd practiced for long enough. Then he'd made the mistake of sitting down on her couch, and boom, Rory was somehow back on his lap and they were making out like teenagers. 2 hours later, Rory pulled away and they said goodnight from a distance. He was willing to call it a night, but then he'd spotted Rory out on her patio, and one thing led to another, and he somehow found himself on her lounge chair, holding her close and kissing her. When they'd finally managed to part, several hours later, they both agreed that they definitely had the kissing aspect of their relationship down and should probably just kiss only when it was necessary. The moment she'd stepped out of her house this morning, he felt that it was very necessary. For appearance's sake, of course. It didn't matter that it was 6 in the morning and that no one else in their quiet neighborhood was around to witness the kiss. He had to kiss her. Once they'd managed to break apart, 10 minutes later, he stole her hot chocolate thermos and once again drove her to work. Well, at least halfway there, before he had to stop at a red light, and just like that, they were at it again. They'd probably still be at it at that intersection if Mr. Jenkins, the 70-year-old crossing guard who used to blow that very whistle anytime he saw them walking on the same side of the street, hadn't blown his whistle right outside his door. After they'd separated and went to their respective sides, Connor realized that he was starving, and he decided to pick up some coffee and donuts. Once they placed their order, excuse me. With a sigh, Connor pulled his mouth away from Rory's so that he could glare at the pimple-faced jerk that had interrupted them. "Your order?" the kid said, shifting nervously as he held up 2 white bakery boxes. Instead of freaking out or getting embarrassed about getting caught making out in the drive-thru line, Rory grabbed the 20 he'd been holding in his hand and passed it over to the kid. She took the boxes of donuts and moved off his lap, their kiss forgotten as her attention turned to the chocolate-dipped glazed donuts that she'd demanded he order for her. He ordered them, but only after she gave him a kiss. He waved the change away as he threw the truck in drive and started to pull out of the parking lot when a parking spot near the back caught his eye. It was well away from the other cars, had decent shade, and looked perfect for— "Don't even think about it," Rory said, sounding amused as she nibbled on her donut. "It's really not safe to eat while driving," Connor pointed out innocently as he headed for that well-secluded spot. "Then I guess it's a good thing that I'm not driving," she said, laughing as she broke off another piece of donut. "Are you planning on drinking your hot cocoa?" Connor asked, nodding towards her canister of hot cocoa. "Of course," she said with a snort as she tore off another piece of donut. With a sigh, Connor drove over to the semi-secluded spot and parked. "Then I have no choice but to park here so that you don't spill any hot chocolate and burn yourself." "I see," Rory said, trying to bite back a smile. "You're just trying to save me from a trip to the hospital, is that it?" she asked, dropping what was left of her donut on a napkin and placed it on the dashboard. "That's exactly it, Rory," Connor said, reaching for her as she moved to climb back on his lap where she belonged. "This is just to stay in character," Rory explained as she settled on his lap. "Of course," he agreed as he wrapped his arms around her. "We're not really dating," she said, leaning in and brushing her lips against his. "This is just for show." "Exactly," Connor agreed, even though he was pretty sure that no one would be able to see what they were doing, but he wasn't about to point that out. "As long as you remember that I hate you," Rory mumbled against his lips. "I'll remember," he promised. "And you hate me," Rory reminded him as she continued to caress his lips with light, teasing kisses that had his arms tightening around her and his body trembling with the need to consume her, with a passion. "We're thinking of having you committed," Bryce announced as he pointed to where he needed her to sign. "I see," Rory said absently as she looked through the paperwork describing all the problems they were already encountering. Thanks to her accident, they'd lost 2 days of work. The day of her accident, all of their men had been ordered away from the manor as the rescue crews worked to get her out of the basement. After she was safely on a backboard and on her way to the hospital, the fire inspector had apparently showed up and closed them down, something she was just finding out about now. The next day, her brothers had worked very hard to get the fire inspector to come back and allow them to return to work. He had, but they'd lost most of the day. Her brothers, and surprisingly a good majority of Connor's foremen, did their best to keep the project going, even though they were forbidden to set so much of a foot in the mansion. Instead of working on the roof, gutting the house, or the few dozen major jobs that needed to be done immediately, their men worked on clearing the land and tearing up the mile-long private road that led up to the old mansion. By the time the fire inspector showed up and cleared them to continue to work, it was already late and their men were exhausted. She wasn't happy about the lost time, but there wasn't anything that she could do about it now. She just wished that someone had told her. Starting off a project of this size 2 days behind this early in the game was not a good sign. As she looked through the paperwork authorizing overtime, she was tempted to authorize work on Sunday, something she'd never done before. Sunday was supposed to be a day for rest. That was one of many rules that her father had shoved down their throats over the years, and one that she'd never been able to ignore. Her men worked hard, sometimes too hard. Working 7 days a week would not only kill her budget, but it would also exhaust her men, make their work sloppy, and increase the chance of accidents. So, as much as she would love to make up for those 2 lost days immediately, she couldn't. "Anything else?" Rory asked, handing the clipboard back over to her brother. She pulled on the sling that her doctor demanded that she wore when she worked so that she wouldn't do anything stupid like try to use it.
"No, that's it," Bryce said with a careless shrug, immediately drawing her attention and making her nervous. As far as her brothers knew, she was dating Connor, a man she despised since she was a child. Sure, he idly threatened to have her committed, but he'd sounded more amused than anything. Besides, if they were really going to have her committed, he wouldn't have said anything. They would have just tied her up and dropped her off on the front lawn of a mental hospital with a grunted, "Good luck." Since they hadn't said anything, or even threatened to beat Connor up as a standard warning, she was understandably concerned. They always threatened the guys she dated, even if they liked the guys. They were warned, but as far as she knew, they hadn't done that to Connor. The fact that she was supposedly dating Connor really should have elicited some kind of rage-fueled response, but it hadn't. Her eyes narrowed on her brother. "You're up to something." "Very," Bryce said with a smug grin. "Are you going to give me a warning?" "The only thing that you need to know is that we have your back, and we figured out a way to make up for the time we lost," Bryce said as he headed for the coffee truck, leaving her with no choice but to follow after him. "How?" she asked a minute later when she managed to catch up with him. "Don't worry your pretty little head, Rory. We took care of everything," Bryce said with a smug little smile that did not bode well for her or the project. It was bad enough that she'd made a deal with the devil and was apparently addicted to his kisses, but now she had her brothers going behind her back and orchestrating something that couldn't possibly end well for her. When had her life started spiraling out of control? Rory wondered, as she turned around and headed for her trailer and a much-needed cup of hot chocolate. "What's going on with you and Rory?" Andrew asked as soon as they were out of listening distance of the rest of the men. "We're dating," Connor said with a shrug as he dragged the large barrel the rest of the way to the chute they'd installed after they'd ripped out the window. "Since when?" Andrew asked, moving to grab the bottom of the barrel and help him dump the plaster and old horsehair insulation down the long chute, but a warning glare from Connor had his friend sighing in frustration and backing away. He knew better, and if Connor caught him pulling that nonsense again, he would punish him. "Why does it matter?" "I'd like to know when you became suicidal, that's all," Andrew said as Connor grabbed the barrel and pushed it to the side. "What are you talking about?" Connor asked as he walked over to the large blue cooler that he kept filled with ice and bottles of water to make sure that his men didn't pass out. "Her brothers are going to kill you," Andrew pointed out, shaking his head in disbelief. Connor simply shrugged as he took a sip of water. Since they hadn't tried to kill him when they'd caught him kissing Rory behind the coffee truck a few hours ago, he doubted that they were going to kill him. Punish him? Absolutely, and they probably planned on doing it tomorrow when he joined their old man for fishing and Rory wasn't around to get in the way. That was more than fine with him. He'd take a few hits if it meant that he could prove that he was serious about Rory, which he wasn't. It was all part of his plan, and so far his plans were moving along rather nicely. He'd use her, and then... "Honestly, I never thought Rory was that desperate," Andrew said, grabbing his attention. "What in the world are you talking about?" Connor demanded, tossing the empty water bottle into the barrel as he glared at his best friend. "Well," Andrew mused as he crossed his arms over his chest, "she hates you. She's hot, and did I mention that she hates you?" "She doesn't hate me," Connor said with a snort. "Then what do you call it?" Andrew asked, grabbing a bottle of water for himself. "Severely disliking me to the point that she's actually considered doing me bodily harm?" Connor suggested, chuckling when his friend flipped him off. "It makes me wonder why she agreed to go out with you," Andrew mused as he tossed him another bottle of water. Connor had to snort at that as he caught the bottle and opened it.
Because she's desperately in love with me. Andrew simply shook his head as he said, "No, that's why you're with her." Connor couldn't help but laugh at that announcement. "Yeah, okay, buddy," he said, taking a sip. "Wow, did you actually think that I was going to forget about that fateful trip of yours to Canada all those years ago?" Andrew asked, cocking a brow in question as Connor choked on his water. Yeah, he actually had. A good friend would forget moments of pure stupidity and never bring them up again, Connor pointed out with a scowl as he tossed the half-empty bottle of water in the barrel and headed back towards the rooms on the far side of the mansion where his men were working when Andrew's next words stopped him. "She doesn't remember, does she?" "There's nothing to remember," he said, forcing his mind away from one of the most painful and dumbest moments of his life. "You never did tell me what happened. Did you end up telling Rory?" Yes, he had. It had been one of the most frightening moments of his life, but he'd managed to get the words out of his mouth without making a complete fool of himself. When the words were finally out, Rory gave him the sweetest smile seconds before all the alcohol she'd consumed during the night before made a second appearance. After that rather momentous occasion, he'd spent the rest of the night helping her to the jail cell's toilet, helping her drink water, and waiting for the moment when the alcohol finally wore off. When that moment came, the look on Rory's face said it all. She didn't feel the same way, and probably wouldn't appreciate hearing that he was in love with her, so he kept his mouth shut. "It was just a childhood crush," Connor said with a shrug. It had been a painful and gut-wrenching experience, but one that he'd managed to get over with time and a lot of beer. He'd learned to appreciate their little antics, kept an eye out for her, but the palm-sweating reaction he used to get just from thinking about her was long gone. It probably also didn't hurt that he'd inadvertently ruined her life that night. There were a lot of things that he wished that he could change about that night, but following her out of that bar was not one of them. If her brothers had been keeping a better eye on her, they would have seen that jerk, leading Rory, who could barely stand at the time, out the back door. The only thing that he regretted was not getting Rory out of there before the bastard managed to pull a knife on him. If he had, Rory's life would be a lot different than it was now. He knew that much at least. He couldn't go back and change things, but he could at least help make her life easier by keeping her safe. He still planned on enjoying himself while he did it, and gosh, was he enjoying himself. There really were no words to describe what it felt like to kiss and hold Rory. He couldn't get enough of her. He must have kissed her half the night last night, and he'd been surprised to discover that he didn't want to stop. He'd still love to get her in his bed, but that wasn't going to happen, and he had no plans on trying either. This was more than enough for him. He'd enjoy kissing and holding her until the project was done, and then it would be time to move on for both of them. "You don't really believe that?" Andrew asked, grabbing another bottle of water. "It's the truth," Connor bit out. "Then why did you buy the house next to hers?" Andrew asked with a knowing smile. "Because it was within my price range, and it was the only house on the market at the time that wasn't built in the 20th century, he explained, again. The fact that Rory owned the house next door was only a bonus. He loved his house almost as much as he loved teasing Rory. "Okay," Andrew said slowly. "Then why are you dating her if you're not in love with her? The last time I checked, you didn't have to be in love with a woman to date her." "Just want her," Connor said, not bothering to point out that he really wanted Rory, since his friend probably already knew that. "True," Andrew said, sounding thoughtful, "but that doesn't explain why she's dating you." "Is it so hard for you to believe that she wants me?" Connor demanded, offended that the man thought so little of him. He was a great catch, and the man very well knew that. Andrew pursed his lips up in thought as he asked, "Do you want an honest answer?" "Yes." "Then yes, it is," Andrew said with a shrug. "I hate you," Connor snapped as he turned to leave. But, of course, the man wasn't done yet. "What did you do, Connor?" Andrew asked, stopping him in his tracks. "She's going to kill you," Andrew said hollowly 20 minutes later, when Connor finished explaining his brilliant plan. "Probably," Connor easily agreed with a chuckle as he grabbed another bottle of water. Normally, I stay out of the weird stuff that the two you pull on each other, mostly because it entertains me, but I have to tell you that I think this plan is going to come back and cause you trouble, Andrew said, sounding completely serious. It's just all part of the game we play, Connor said with a shrug. She'll understand it. She'd be pissed at first, but eventually she'd realize that he'd simply played the game better than her. Connor, it's fine, Andrew. Just let it go, Connor said, feeling his patience begin to fray. The last things he needed was his friend bothering him about a plan that he knew was going to work. Andrew put his hands up in surrender. Fine, it's your life, but just keep that in mind when you mess this up. This is a done deal, Connor replied, heading for the door and knowing that there was absolutely no chance of him messing this up. You're still not talking to me? Rory asked, biting back a sigh when Jacob continued ignoring her. You're going to have to talk to me at some point, she felt obligated to point out as she sorted through the large stack of mail that had gone into town to pick up, even as she noted that Jacob hadn't picked up her customary extra-large hot chocolate and vanilla cream donuts that he normally picked up for her every Saturday when he did the mail run. Apparently, he was still in a mood, Rory thought, biting back a sigh as she tossed the bills and junk mail on his desk. She really wasn't sure why he was mad at her. She wasn't even the one that had duct-taped him to the chair. If he should be mad at anyone, it was Connor, Rory thought, ignoring the delicious little shiver that raced through her body at the mere thought of the man. He had been the one who'd taped him to the chair after all. Granted, she could have untied him, and she'd planned on doing that after she'd made him sweat it out for an hour or two. But was it really her fault that she'd forgotten all about him when she was busy trying to figure out a way to get out of the deal she'd made with Connor? She'd eventually remembered that she'd left him taped to the chair and sent Bryce a text message to release him. Jacob was probably still upset about the dress and makeup her brothers had thrown on him and the photos they'd taken, Rory thought with an inward shrug as she dropped the rest of the mail on his desk. Did the supplies I ordered from Henderson's come in yet? She asked, wondering just how long the big baby planned on giving her the silent treatment. He shook his head. Great, she mumbled, sighing heavily as she reached out and toyed with the pencils in his old Dunkin' Donuts coffee cup as she shot him a hopeful look, but the stubborn man simply continued to type as he ignored her. Would you forgive me if I offered you a raise? She asked, wondering if groveling was going to be necessary to get him to stop pouting. A shrug. An extra week of vacation? She asked, not really sure that she'd be able to survive even that long without him running things. That offer earned her a killing glare, which of course was understandable, since they both knew that she'd probably run the business into the ground in that short amount of time. Last year, when he'd made the mistake of calling in sick 2 days in a row, she'd somehow managed to screw up payroll, crash every computer in the office, order 1,000 user manuals in Japanese for a copy machine that she didn't even own, and ran out of hot cocoa by midday on the second day, making her a tad difficult to work with. If you don't talk to me, I'll cry, Rory threatened, even as she allowed her chin to quiver. It was low, but sometimes she just didn't have the patience for this kind of mess. Jacob was temperamental, but fortunately for her, he was also a big pushover. She usually saved the crying act as a last resort, but today she just didn't have the patience to work her way up to it. They were already running behind. The basement was still considered a safety hazard and therefore off limits until the fire department cleared it. The deliveries that they needed were delayed, and to top it all off, she couldn't stop thinking about Connor. Somehow, the man managed to worm his way into her thoughts, and as hard as she tried, she couldn't stop thinking about him. Sadly, it wasn't just his kisses, which were really fantastic, that she couldn't get out of her head, but the man himself. Somehow, he'd managed to get under her skin, and not just in the annoying, manslaughtering way that he used to, but as a man that she actually enjoyed being around. If she hadn't been 80% sure that the painkillers that she'd taken over the past few days were having a lasting effect on her, she'd probably be panicking a bit right about now. She knew Connor well enough to know that this was just a game to him, and that once this project was done, they'd go back to their old ways. Earth-shattering kisses forgotten. It was what she wanted, Rory reminded herself, as she added a slight pout that she knew would break Jacob in a matter of seconds. This was just another game in a long line of games that they'd played over the years, and one that she would win. If she had to endure his kisses and touches, then that's just what she was going to have to do, Rory thought, as she felt her lips tug up into a pleased smile. Okay, so this deal wasn't all bad. She got her project, albeit through Connor, but she would change that as soon as she figured out what he was up to and turn the tables on him. She also had free use of his equipment and could use his men, which would save her a lot of money and time on the project. The only thing that really irritated her was having to let him call the shots, but she'd deal with it, for now. There was no doubt in her mind that it was only a matter of time before she figured out what he was up to, took control, and made him squirm. It was also just a matter of time before— "What the gosh is that?" Rory asked with a frown when something shiny to her right caught her attention. Jacob and his pouting quickly forgotten, she turned around and felt her brows very near clear her hairline as she took in the very large and obviously expensive machine that now took up a good portion of her hot cocoa workstation. Her confusion hit an all-time high when she spotted a 4-foot-tall, beautiful oak cabinet right next to it. She threw Jacob a questioning look, but he was still ignoring her. With an exasperated sigh and a roll of her eyes that he definitely deserved, Rory turned her attention back to the cabinet. She walked over to it and opened it, not really expecting much. So when she saw that all 4 shelves were packed with her favorite hot cocoa products, fluff, marshmallows, etc., she found herself stunned and wondering if this was all a dream, a wonderful hot chocolate fantasy-filled dream. "Do you like it?" the seductive whisper teased her ear as large, warm arms wrapped around her from behind and pulled her back into an equally warm body.
"Like it?" Rory mumbled as she ran her greedy eyes over 25 different flavors of hot chocolate, each one sounding yummier than the last. "Mm-hmm," Connor murmured as he pressed a kiss against her neck that would have normally sent her body into overdrive. She knew that she should play it off like she did with the flowers, but she couldn't. It just felt so wrong to lie in the presence of the most beautiful sight on earth. "I love it," Rory found herself admitting like an idiot. If there was one thing that she'd learned from Connor over the years, it was to keep her mouth shut and never let him know what she liked. Otherwise, she had to deal with the big jerk making her life miserable. But knowing that didn't stop her from letting out a happy sigh as her eyes ran over hot chocolate heaven. Yep, she was definitely going to pay for this later. It shouldn't please him that she liked his gift so much, but it did. When Andrew called him a few hours ago to let him know that Brannigan's, the insanely expensive coffee shop that they'd renovated last month, was arguing over the bill again and that they were refusing to pay, he'd decided to go down there and handle the matter himself. Normally, well, in the past year at least, he'd been leaving that job up to Andrew, but the manager was trying to mess her way out of paying. It was causing too very much drama and stressing Andrew out, which was the last thing that Andrew needed. By the time Connor arrived, Cindy, the manager and all-around difficult person, was in Andrew's face scolding him loudly. When she caught sight of him, her whole attitude turned from very difficult person to flirty in a matter of seconds. Once Andrew made his escape, Cindy invited him into her office, where she'd suggested that the two of them talk this little misunderstanding over at her house. He'd politely declined, and that didn't seem to make her happy, so she became more blatant about it. When he'd declined her offer to make him breakfast in bed, she'd flat offered him a personal favor in her office. She was a beautiful woman, and any other guy probably would have fallen at her feet and did anything and everything she'd asked. But he wasn't interested. It didn't take her long to figure out that Rory was the reason why. Well, she was the main reason, but he would never accept a quick, intimate encounter to drop the price of a bill. He didn't play games, and Cindy quickly learned that. After she gave up trying to persuade him with intimate offers in exchange for a huge price drop, she went back to being a difficult person. She tried to argue her way out of their contracted price, and when he wouldn't budge, she'd cried. It annoyed the gosh out of him and made him wonder why more women weren't like Rory. She wouldn't have cried or tried to play him to get out of the bill.
If she didn't think the bill was right, she would have argued it and backed it up with proof. If that hadn't worked, she would have tried reason. But not Cindy. Cindy tried to use every very ploy that she could think up to get him to drop the price by $5,000, but he wasn't about to budge. He didn't work for free, and neither did his men. He offered more than fair prices to his customers and didn't play games to jack up the price. She knew the price going in and had agreed to it. In fact, if she hadn't added a new office for herself and asked for a carport built at the back of the building to keep her car protected from the elements, the price would have been $15,000 cheaper. After a half hour of her mess, Connor had enough and told her to deal with his lawyer as he'd headed for the door. Apparently, that was the magical phrase, because 20 minutes later, he had a check for almost the full amount. It turned out that she'd spent the money set aside for construction on new equipment for the coffee shop. When he'd spotted the large box with fancy writing sitting in the corner of her office with the magical words "hot chocolate" printed beneath the picture, he'd decided to take pity on the woman and do a little bartering. He was out $1,000, but had a professional brewing machine and cabinet for Rory. He'd meant to give it to her in front of the trailer, make a big show of it so that her brothers would see how well he took care of her. He'd hoped to soften them towards him, but at the last minute, he changed his mind. He had 5 months to butter her brothers up to come work for him, so there really was no rush, he decided. While her assistant had pouted and glared at him, he'd hauled in her new cabinet and cocoa maker and did a little redecorating. Andrew arrived 30 minutes later with every cocoa product known to man. Unfortunately, 10 minutes after that, he had to haul himself out to the site to deal with the truck driver that was contracted to replace the dumpsters. The driver tried refusing to replace all the dumpsters. He gave some nonsense story about construction materials being a problem and overtime issues. It took an hour to get the driver to remove the dumpsters and replace them. They would have been in trouble if he hadn't replaced them. They only had half of the first and second floor torn out, and they desperately needed to be able to finish ripping the roof off, and if they didn't have the dumpsters to do that, they would have been in a difficult situation. As soon as he'd finished dealing with that nonsense, he'd hauled himself back to the trailer, anxious to see Rory's face when she saw his gift. He'd missed her initial reaction, but the way she'd settled back against him and sighed contently in his arms more than made up for it. When Rory laid her arms over his, he was glad that he'd saved this just for them. There was plenty of time to butter up her brothers, so he wasn't going to stress over a missed opportunity, not when Rory felt so very good in his arms. "What does it do?" she asked in a reverent whisper that had him smiling. "The machine?" he asked, ducking his head to press a kiss against her jaw. "Mm-hmm," Rory said, as she absently tilted her head to the side in silent demand for more, which he was more than happy to give her. He pressed another kiss against her jaw before he slowly ran his lips up to her ear and pressed a kiss just below it. "It makes hot chocolate even creamier. Are you sure?" Rory asked, sounding hopeful. "Very sure," he said, pressing a kiss just below her jaw. "And this is for me?" she asked slowly. "Mm-hmm," Connor murmured, pressing another kiss against her neck. "It's for you," he said, loving the way she felt in his arms. Gosh, he could happily hold her for the rest of his life and never grow tired of it. "Why?" Rory whispered, tilting her head back so that she could look up at him as he answered. "Why, what?" he murmured distractedly as he leaned down and brushed his lips against hers, unable to help himself. "Why did you get that for me?" Rory asked quietly as she followed his lips as he started to make a slow retreat. But once he felt her lips touch his, he stopped moving back and simply enjoyed the way her lips teased his. "I can take it back if you don't like it," Connor teased, his lips twitching against hers when she released a cute little growl. "Lay one finger on it and they'll never find your body," she swore against his lips, and even though she sighed softly in pleasure, he knew that she meant it. "Does that mean that you don't want me to show you how to use it?" Connor asked, leaning in for another kiss when he suddenly found his arms empty. When he spotted her standing in front of the machine, gesturing impatiently for him to get on with it, he couldn't help but chuckle. How could such a sexy woman be so very cute? Connor wondered, as he dutifully walked over to get the little addict her next fix, pausing only long enough to press a quick kiss against her lips that earned a gagging sound from her assistant. Rory didn't seem to notice. She was too focused on her cocoa machine,
barely able to stop herself from fidgeting as she ran her greedy little eyes over the machine. Since she seemed distracted at the moment, Connor decided to give her a hand with her assistant. "Ow!" Jacob whined when a small canister of Belgian cocoa powder bounced off his head. Connor couldn't help but shake his head in disgust as he started the machine, pausing only long enough to steal another kiss from Rory. As she returned the kiss, he wondered if she was even aware of how quickly they'd settled into this level of intimacy. Kissing her felt like the most natural thing in the world to do, and he wondered if it was the same for her. "Coco," she murmured against his lips, making him chuckle. After pressing one last kiss against her lips, Connor gave in to the addict's demands and showed her how to use the machine. He didn't miss the way her assistant watched his every move and shot him murderous glares each and every time he touched Rory. It wasn't too hard to figure out that the man was in love with Rory. Not that he could blame him, he didn't. But that didn't mean that he was going to step back and let the man have a shot at Rory. Oh gosh, no, that wasn't happening. He was not about to step back, even though he wasn't really dating Rory, and give some jerk who'd already proved that he couldn't protect Rory a chance to hurt her. Wasn't happening, and the sooner the man realized that, the better. "Is it done yet?" Rory asked, shifting from foot to foot as she tried to keep herself from reaching out and snatching up the large tan coffee cup as the flow of hot cocoa slowed down to a drip. He reached out and picked up the cup, afraid that she'd burn herself, and gestured towards her office. "You can attack it in there while we go over some paperwork," Connor said, smiling when she pouted. When she reached out for it, almost as if she couldn't help herself, he raised the cup higher and moved to step around her. Rory, being Rory, of course, tried to reach up and take it away from him, but he simply shook his head and sighed as he raised it higher and moved past her. He didn't bother to look back to make sure that she was following him, since he knew the little addict wasn't about to let the cocoa out of her sight. As he stepped around her desk, he placed her mug of cocoa on the desk and sat in her chair. He barely touched the chair when Rory was climbing on his lap as she picked up her mug of cocoa and took a slow sip as she settled against him. As he put his arm around her and gently cupped her hip, he couldn't help but wonder if she even realized how comfortable she was around him. Considering their history, she should be a nervous wreck whenever he was within a 50-foot radius of her. Then again, Rory James never reacted the way he'd expected her to, Connor thought with a smile as he leaned in and pressed a kiss against her neck, chuckling when she let out a little moan of pleasure. "That good, huh?" Connor asked, keeping his hand on her hip as he leaned forward, careful not to disturb her, and opened the manila folder that McGill sent over earlier. When Rory settled herself more comfortably on his lap and threw her injured arm around his shoulders so that she could turn and look over the files with him, he had to force his mind away from how good it felt to have her here like this with him. Granted, she was only doing this because he was blackmailing her, but that was just a minor detail that he chose to ignore. "Did you see this?" Rory asked, pausing mid-sip to nod in the direction of the file. "No, I didn't get a chance to look at it yet," Connor said, pulling the file to the edge of the desk so that they could both get a better look. And when he saw McGill's new request, he forced himself to go back and read it again, sure that he was mistaken. "Are you really kidding me? He wants us to rearrange the entire wine cellar again and turn the sub-basement room that you fell down into another storage room for wine?" Connor finished for her, letting out a frustrated sigh as he sat back in his chair. "That's going to make things more difficult," Rory grumbled, taking another long sip of her cocoa. "Just a little," Connor said dryly, mentally calculating the time and cost this addition just added to the project. The materials would be covered by McGill, but this new request could kill this project. "We're going to have to go overboard on the overtime just to meet the deadline," Rory said, worrying her bottom lip as she placed her mug, which he didn't need to check to know that it was empty, on the desk. With all the other things that needed to be done in under 5 months, that was an understatement.
Even with all the men their companies employed, they were already going to have to work extremely hard to make that deadline. He'd already figured the amount of overtime that his company could afford on a weekly basis that would allow them to finish this project and not suffer a loss. With this added project, they'd be lucky to break even. They'd get paid more, but that wasn't the problem. The problem was labor. That was if they managed to make the deadline. If they missed the deadline, gosh, he didn't even want to think about that. They both had so much invested in this project. Not only would they lose the bonus, but they'd also lose their reputations. The only thing that would save his company would be his plan to steal the James brothers. Even though he planned on running Rory out of business, he didn't want to do it this way. If this project bankrupted her, she'd lose everything, including her house, and he wasn't about to let that happen. She'd probably hate him for the rest of her life once this project was over and her brothers left her to come work for him, but that didn't mean that he wanted her out of his life completely. Gosh, he didn't even want to think about going a day without seeing her. He still planned on having her come work for him, but it wouldn't be the same, and there would be no guarantee that she would take it or even stay in town if she lost everything. That meant that he was going to have to figure out a way to finish this project so that they didn't end up losing everything they had. And unfortunately for Rory, he knew exactly how to do it. She was going to argue it, but in the end, she would see that this was the only way. "We're not going to make the deadline with this new addition," he explained slowly, trying to figure out the best way to break the news to her. "If you have any suggestions, I'm all ears," Rory said with a sigh as she removed her arm from around his neck, picked up the file, and stood up. He almost stopped her, but decided that space would probably be for the best right now. He waited a minute before he decided to just get it over with. "Rory?" She said absently, never taking her eyes away from the file as she paced the length of the office. "We're going to have to postpone building your suites," Connor explained, knowing that was the only way that they were going to cut back on overtime and supplies and be able to meet the deadline with the new project. She paused mid-stride to shoot him a frown. "What are you talking about?" "Your suites, Rory. They're going to have to wait until after we finish this project," Connor explained once again, getting to his feet. "We can't spare the men or the equipment right now. Once we get the manor done, we'll complete the suites, Rory," he promised, knowing that it was going to cause a problem, but not really caring. They needed to finish this project, and he knew that Rory would be understandably upset, but she'll pull it together and they'd focus on the manor, and once that was done, they'd turn their attention to her project. He hated doing this to her, but there really was no other way. "Let me get this straight," Rory said, tossing the file on the desk.
You want me to wait until after all the renovations are done to build my suites? It's the only way that we're going to get this project done, Rory," Connor explained again. She met his gaze dead on as she said, "No, it's not." "What the really do you think you're doing?" Connor demanded. "What does it look like I'm doing?" Rory asked as she picked up her tool belt and dropped it on her desk. "You're not working," Connor bit out from what sounded like clenched teeth from behind her. "It's not your choice," Rory pointed out as she walked around her desk as she pulled off her shirt, revealing a black sports bra. She dropped the shirt on her desk chair and leaned down to open the bottom desk drawer to grab a gray tank top when she suddenly found herself swept off her feet. Before she could so much as gasp, she was plopped down on the edge of the desk with her legs hanging over the side, and Connor standing between them. "You really think that's true?" Connor asked as he slapped his hands down on the desk on either side of her hips and leaned in. She almost leaned back, but fought against the urge, reminding herself who she was dealing with here. She would never back down from Connor. Okay, so she did that one time, but that didn't count. She forced herself to ignore the hard glint in his eyes, the clenched jaw, and the fact that he looked close to throttling her, and moved into him. The move put their faces a few inches apart, and heaven help her, but she wanted to close the distance and kiss that firm line away from the lips that she found herself thinking about more than she should. This was just supposed to be a deal between them, just one more game. He shouldn't be affecting her like this. No, she should be royally upset that he'd pulled this crap, and part of her was. But there was another part of her that was glad to have the excuse to touch and kiss him. This whole thing was crazy. Only yesterday she was contemplating murder. Today it was a struggle to stay mad at him and not wrap her arms around him and pull him in for the kiss that she was craving. There was no doubt in her mind that more than 2 decades worth of hate was responsible for this. They say there's a fine line between love and hate, and for the first time in her life, she truly understood what that meant. As much as she hated him, and she really did, she tried to tell herself she also loved being close to him, touching him and kissing him. As long as they had this deal, she was free to do all those things, and after last night, she'd decided that for the sake of her project and to put an end to the town drama, she would have to do just that. That didn't mean that she planned on allowing Connor to call all the shots. "We might have a deal for the project," Rory said, placing her hands on his chest and ignoring just how good he felt beneath her touch. "But that doesn't mean that you have the right to tell me what to do, Connor. And if you think that it does, then you're going to be in for one really big surprise." She kept her eyes locked with his as she pushed him back, getting to her feet in the process. He allowed it, but she did notice his eyes narrowing even further as his jaw clenched until the vein in his jaw was throbbing double time. Deciding that she'd made her point, she turned around, grabbed a shirt out of the bottom drawer, and moved past him, not even sparing him a look as she headed for the door. "Then, let's make a new deal," Connor said, drawing her attention. "A new deal?" Rory asked, slowly turning around even as she prepared herself for the next blow. Oh, she had a pretty good idea of where this new deal was heading and knew that it would probably cause her to react strongly. If he tried to use this project to control her, she was going to... He cut off her slightly murderous thoughts with a soft kiss and chuckle that she refused to find sexy. "Hear me out before you go for the pliers," Connor said, taking her hand in his and giving it a slight tug that had her grudgingly following after him. "I was planning on reacting strongly, not being dismissive," Rory felt obligated to point out. "That's good to know," he said, sitting down in the middle of the couch, and with another slight tug that had her rolling her eyes, she climbed onto his lap. "If you want to talk, then why do I have to sit like this?" Rory asked, sighing in exasperation as Connor's eyes dropped to her sports bra-encased chest and stayed there. "'Cause I think better with you in my arms," Connor murmured, letting out an appreciative sigh that had her lips twitching. "They're just my chest, Connor," Rory said, pretending that she didn't like his answer. She loved being in his arms. She shouldn't, but she did. She only let him pull her onto his lap for the plan, of course. She really didn't want to sit on his lap as she looked into his handsome face. She really didn't. "That's blasphemy, Rory," Connor said, sounding pleased as she moved closer. For safety's sake, of course. Falls from this height could be very dangerous, Rory decided as she moved forward until she was close to him, her hands resting on his chest and his warm breath fanning her skin. For a moment, she forced her mind away from just how good he felt and focused on the issue at hand. "What's this new deal, Connor?" With a sigh, he looked up and met her eyes, but immediately looked back down, sighed heavily again before finally looking back up. Once his attention was on her face, she couldn't help but notice that his expression became even more pleased, looking as though he was truly happy with what he saw. "Put all the focus on the main project for 3 months, and I promise you that we'll get those suites built by the deadline," he swore softly as he wrapped his arms around her. For a moment, all she could do was stare at him in shock. Finally, Rory managed to choke out, "Are you high?" as she tried to climb off his lap, but he wasn't having that. He tightened his arms around her, keeping her right where she was. "Just listen to me for a minute, Rory. If we put all of our extra resources towards your suites right now, we'll really mess things up,
And even if you manage to finish them on time, it won't mean a very important thing if the rest of the hotel isn't completed by then, he explained. Gosh, you know that I'm right, Rory. She let out a frustrated groan as she once again settled into him. She'd always hated it when he was right, and this time there was no question about it. It didn't matter if she got her sweets built. Without the hotel being fully functional in time, they would be useless. Give me 3 months, Connor said, leaning forward and brushing his lips against hers, and I will make sure that you have everything that you need to get those sweets done, Rory. Fine, she whispered against his lips. After their intimate moment, Rory decided she would give him 3 months to get the hotel going, and when the time came, he better keep his word. Until then, she should focus all of her attention on the job. By the time he'd finished hog-tying her assistant, Rory was walking out of her office, wearing a new shirt and looking unhappy. 30 seconds after she'd told him about the text message Craig sent her, he'd become decidedly pissed off. The lumber they'd ordered for the roof, the same lumber that he'd been promised would be delivered by lunchtime, was delayed because the flatbed that was transporting it broke down in Massachusetts. After a dozen phone calls, it became obvious that they weren't going to be getting their lumber before Tuesday. Normally, that wouldn't have been much of a problem, but the forecast for Sunday night into Monday morning was rain and plenty of it. They'd been left with no choice but to send a dozen men into town to buy every last piece of tarp that they could get their hands on. It took about 8 hours and 100 men, but they'd managed to get the roof covered and sealed up tight.
He didn't even want to think about the mess they'd have to deal with if they hadn't been able to cover the roof. The building had enough problems without adding mold or fresh rot to the mix. He fought back a yawn as he reached for a towel. After putting in 14 hours today, he was exhausted. He should be crawling into bed right now, especially since he had to get up bright and early tomorrow morning to go fishing with Rory's old man and start working on her brothers. If this had been a date, not that this was really a date, with any other woman, he wouldn't have hesitated in breaking it. But this was with Rory. He only had 5 months with her, and he was not about to waste a single minute of it. Speaking of his date with Rory, he was late, Connor reminded himself with a grumble as he wrapped a towel around his waist. He needed to move quickly and get dressed. It was already after 8, and the place was going to be packed. They'd be lucky to get a table near the bathrooms tonight, and that definitely wasn't how he wanted to spend the night with her. He'd rather take her in his bed and hold her. Actually, he'd rather take her in his bed and share intimacy with her all night, but since that required more energy than he had right now, he was going to have to settle for taking her out and hopefully holding her in his arms a time or two on the dance floor. He walked into his bedroom, fighting back another yawn when his eyes landed on his bed, and what he saw there had him stumbling and doing a double take. Why was Rory curled up in his bed wearing only a pink cotton camisole and panties? Was he dreaming? Connor wondered, and not really caring as he walked over to her. Too tired. Not going out, Rory mumbled pathetically, not bothering to open her eyes. I see, Connor said, chuckling as she snuggled against his pillow. Good. Now carry me back to my room, she mothered, even as she blindly reached out for a blanket. When she didn't find one, she let out a frustrated groan and flopped over onto her other side and curled up. With a heavy sigh, Connor walked over to the bed and picked her up so that he could pull the covers back. When he laid her back down, she curled right back up, snuggled against his pillow, and released a happy little sigh when he pulled the covers over her. He should be pissed that his plans were being wrecked again, but he wasn't. Not when breaking their plans meant that he got to hold Rory in his arms all night. He would be holding her in his arms all night long, Connor decided, as he quickly pulled on a pair of boxers and climbed in behind her. When he wrapped his arm around her, she grumbled, but didn't stop him from pulling her against him. Once he had her where he wanted her, he closed his eyes and felt his body relax.
A few seconds later, he grunted in pain when she abruptly turned in his arms, whacking him in the shoulder with her cast as she snuggled against him. He winced as he tightened his hold on her, telling himself that he was doing it because he didn't want to wake up covered in bruises. She was a violent little thing, after all, Connor mused as he kissed the top of her head. It had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that he never wanted to let her go. He really was handsome, Rory thought with a smile as she gently caressed his jaw. She should leave, but she realized that she didn't want to go, not just yet. She could come up with a million excuses, but when it came right down to it, she enjoyed waking up in his arms. Not that she would ever admit this, but waking up in his arms while he'd been taking care of her had probably done more for her than the pain medication the doctor prescribed. She'd felt safe, truly safe, which, of course, was laughable considering the fact that this man had done anything and everything to make her life a living hell for over 2 decades, but she couldn't help it. She also couldn't help but like this Connor. He made her feel safe, wanted, and desired. She knew that it was probably all part of his master plan, but that didn't stop her from enjoying it. She'd been dealing with Connor for most of her life, and for once, he wasn't annoying the hell out of her. This Connor was funny, sweet, and made her happy, and she'd have to be an idiot not to enjoy this short reprieve. She had 5 months with this Connor, and she was going to make very sure that she enjoyed every single minute of it while it lasted. But that didn't mean that she trusted this plan of his. She didn't. He was up to something, and she'd be foolish to go into this blindly. While she enjoyed herself, she'd keep her eyes open, and as soon as she figured out what Connor was up to, she'd turn the tables on him. Until then, well, she decided that she'd play it by ear. As long as he stayed out of her way, focused on getting the manor finished, and kept kissing her in a way that she loved, then she would let things continue. It actually surprised her how easily she'd accepted this situation between them. Part of her, the part that still remembered the time that he'd turned her blue when they were 14, wanted to fight against this overwhelming attraction that she'd felt for him, but she realized something important last night. She didn't want to fight this. He mumbled something as he reached for her, but she wasn't there. When he frowned in his sleep, she couldn't help but smile as she leaned over him and pressed a kiss against his forehead. He let out a soft sigh as he rolled over onto his stomach, and she took that as her cue to leave. She climbed off his bed and took a step towards his patio when something occurred to her. She had free reign of Connor's house. Since she didn't know when an opportunity like this would come again, she'd be foolish to pass this up. At least that's what she told herself, as she shot a quick glance in Connor's direction to make sure that he was still asleep. After a quick visual check, she wasted no time in tiptoeing out of his room. Her breath caught as she stepped out of his room and into a dimly lit hallway. It felt as though she'd stepped back into the 19th century. The walls were white with dark trim. Dimly lit electric lanterns lined the wall, casting just enough light in the hallway for the historical house junkie in her to get a rush. Old houses were her favorite. When she was little, she used to love it when her father worked on an old house. She used to walk through each room, ignoring the modern changes, and imagine what the house used to look like, should look like. Her brothers would tease her, but she didn't care. There was just something about an old house that spoke to her. She'd always imagined that she'd grow up and design modern homes that looked like they belonged in a previous century, but with all the modern amenities blended into the design. In fact, she'd planned on going to college to earn a degree in architecture and one day design an entire town with old-time stores and houses with an 18th century facade. But it never happened. Thanks to the incident in Canada, she'd lost her college scholarship as well as her acceptance to several schools. She could have applied to another college, a less expensive college, especially since the charges had been dropped, but by the time she'd had enough money to do just that, her dreams had changed. She decided to open her own construction company, and truth be told, she'd never regretted that choice. That didn't mean that she couldn't mourn the loss of what might have been. It was the reason why she bought her house. She considered buying both houses, but she knew at the time that 2 mortgages and renovations would have been too much for her to handle. When Connor bought this house, she'd been pissed for several reasons, but not really surprised. His house needed a serious amount of work, and everyone in town knew that Connor enjoyed a challenge.
At 17, he'd started to work for Old Man Thompson, a mean, difficult person who paid very poor wages and worked his employees to the bone. Connor started off doing grunt work as a carpenter's apprentice. He'd put in long hours, got yelled at a lot from what she'd heard, but he'd stuck with it. It wasn't long before people were calling Connor and hiring him instead of Old Man Thompson. There were many things that she could say about Connor, but she could never call him lazy. Everyone in town knew that he'd worked very hard to get where he was today. He did good work, she grudgingly admitted to herself as she tried not to drool over the cast iron fittings that held the lamps to the wall. She was so going to have to get a set to replace the lights she had in her hallway, Rory decided as she walked across the hall and opened the beautiful oak door. As she stepped into the room, she threw the light on and nearly stumbled as her heart skipped a beat. She'd never believed in love at first sight, but right now she was a believer. "Do you like it?" Connor's sleep-rasped voice sent shivers throughout her body as his arms wrapped around her waist and pulled her against him as she let out a dreamy sigh. "Like it? I'm going to steal it," Rory told him honestly as she ran her greedy eyes over the most beautiful bathtub that she'd ever seen. It was one of those old-fashioned tubs with clawed feet, a high back, and appeared to be extra deep. "Might be a little heavy," he pointed out with a chuckle as he pressed a kiss against the top of her head. "That's what brothers are for," Rory mumbled, making him laugh as if she were kidding. She wasn't. In fact, she was pretty sure that she'd only need 4 of her brothers to get the job done. The other brother could keep Connor distracted while they removed the bathtub and carried it to her house. Her brothers could probably get the whole job done in under an hour. An hour after that, she'd be in the tub and it would officially belong to her. Possession was 9/10 of the law, after all. "Want to give it a test drive before you steal it?" Connor teased as he released her so that he could step around her. "You should probably make sure that it's worth throwing out your back," he explained with a chuckle as he walked over to the tub and started the water. It wouldn't throw her back out, since she planned on participating in the bathtub theft strictly in a supervisory capacity, but he didn't need to know that. Not when he was offering to allow her to sample what had to be heaven on earth. There was only one problem with this plan as far as she could tell. "Bath salts," she said, frowning as she looked around the large, beautiful bathroom. "What about them?" Connor asked absently as he adjusted the water temperature. "You don't have any," Rory said, sounding almost accusatory, but she didn't care. By all rights, no one should own a bathtub like this without having a decent supply of salts, oils, and bubble bath. Instead of shrugging it off or complaining about her complaint like most of the men she'd known would have, he stood up and headed for the door. "I'll go grab some from your bathroom. Anything in particular that you want?" Connor asked, pausing by the door as he waited for her answer. Not looking or sounding pissed off. Actually, he looked like he was actually happy to do it for her. "Lemongrass?" Rory asked, not used to men taking care of her. When Connor simply nodded and took off, her first reaction was suspicion. After years of screwing each other over, she couldn't help but automatically jump to that conclusion. Her mind raced through all the things he'd done to her over the years, wondering if she was about to experience a repeat of being turned into a Smurf, but she quickly dismissed the idea. He wouldn't do that, not when he needed her for whatever plan he was working. When she heard his patio door slide open from the other room, another thought occurred to her, a thought that should have disgusted her, but didn't. What if he was planning on joining her in the tub? And why did the thought of Connor holding her against his body make her toes curl? Because she wanted him. There, she admitted it to herself. She wanted Connor O'Neill close, and so what? She didn't see what the big deal was.
For the next 5 months, they were supposed to be in a relationship, and what woman in her right mind would date Connor and not welcome intimacy with him? He was handsome and had an incredible body. She was stuck working with him and trapped in this deal with him, so why shouldn't she enjoy what he had to offer? It's not like there would be any confusion or hurt feelings if they decided to be intimate. They both knew where they stood, and they both knew that they hated each other, but that didn't stop them from wanting to embrace each other passionately. The only downside that came to mind was that nasty little rumor that followed Connor around everywhere that he went. According to the local female population, Connor was extremely selfish in intimate moments. Then again, weren't all men selfish in intimate moments? She couldn't think of a single man that she'd been intimate with that hadn't been selfish. They all wanted intimacy their way and only their way. Most of them didn't care if she found her satisfaction, since they only focused on their own. Some of the men she'd been intimate with cared if she enjoyed herself, but usually, once she had a small moment of pleasure, they went right back to focusing on their own enjoyment. Once they were done, they couldn't leave fast enough. Then again, she'd never heard women complain about the skills of the other men in town as much as they did about Connor. Not that she listened to gossip or anything, but she'd heard that Connor did the absolute bare minimum to be intimate with a woman, and once he was with her, the complaints tripled. He didn't make eye contact, refused to kiss anyone once they were intimate, and hated initial intimacy. If any woman found satisfaction, it was purely by accident, but she wasn't sure how much of that she believed, since the rumors didn't seem to stop women from throwing themselves at him. It certainly wasn't going to stop her, Rory thought, as she shut the water off and headed for Connor's bedroom. If it was horrible, then she wouldn't waste the effort again. They'd go on with this fake relationship of theirs. But if he managed to keep her interest in their intimacy even a little bit, well, then this deal of theirs would be getting a lot more interesting. "Change your grand larceny plans?" Connor asked, chuckling when he spotted Rory in the hallway, heading towards his room. "No," Rory murmured with a shrug as she stepped up to him and placed her injured hand on his shoulder as her good hand moved to the back of his head. Before he could ask what she was doing, her mouth was on his, and he forgot about bath salts and coming up with an excuse so that he could sneak out in a couple of hours and go meet her father and brothers. He had a plan that he needed to work on after all, but right now he didn't really care. Right now, the only thing that mattered was the woman teasingly nipping at his bottom lip. "What's going on?" Connor whispered hoarsely, groaning when she licked his lip better. "Getting into character," Rory said, brushing her lips against his as she pressed tightly against him, making everything in him go still as the plastic bottle dropped out of his hand and fell to the ground with a thud. There was no way that he'd just heard what he thought he did. He knew Rory pretty well and knew that she would never use intimacy to get what she wanted. She wouldn't bother wasting the energy on all that nonsense. She would just kick him to get what she... "I want intimacy, Connor, and as long as you make it worth my while, we're going to add it to our deal," Rory said, as she somehow managed to back him up until his back hit the wall, before adding with a teasing note, "to get into character, of course."
He opened his mouth to make sure that he'd heard her right when she took advantage and kissed him deeply, taking him off guard and leaving him with no other choice but to give in to the stubborn woman. She wanted him. Rory James, the woman that he'd been fantasizing about since he'd first noticed girls, wanted him, and he wasn't going to do something stupid like question it or complain about her methods. It took a minute for her words to sink in, and when they did, he turned the tables on her and pressed her up against the wall. As he kissed her deeply, enjoying the way she couldn't seem to get close enough to him, he placed his hands against the wall on either side of her head. After allowing himself another minute of enjoying her decadent mouth, he broke off the kiss, but he didn't go far. When Rory fisted his hair and yanked him back down for another hungry kiss, he indulged her for another moment before he pulled back. When she let out a rather vicious growl, Connor chuckled and leaned in, but only allowed his lips to brush against hers. Before she could deepen the kiss, he pulled back. "Make it worth your while?" he repeated. "Mm-hmm." Rory said, moving her good hand down his neck, over his shoulder, and down his chest, her touch light and teasing as she traced his tattoo. "So this is my audition?" Connor asked, loving the way she touched him. "Yes. What exactly am I auditioning for?" Connor asked, already having a pretty good idea, but he wanted to hear it from her. "Well, if you pass—" "I will," he said tightly, insulted that she expected him to be unsatisfactory in intimate moments. Then, for the next 5 months, she continued as if he hadn't spoken, all while she ran her hand down his chest. "We're going to give in and enjoy this disturbing attraction that's going on between us." "Who says that I'm attracted to you?" Connor asked softly as he looked into her beautiful green eyes. She smiled coyly as her hand moved between them, her touch igniting a powerful response. The air in his lungs rushed out as his legs threatened to buckle. "This does," the tease said, her touch intensifying the moment. He'd heard several men complain about Rory's performance in intimate moments. Granted, he dealt with those men, but not before he got an earful. Seems the men that Rory dated didn't appreciate an assertive woman in intimate moments. They wanted a woman that allowed the man to take the lead, call the shots, and decide their satisfaction. They were all really foolish. There was nothing hotter than a woman who knew what she wanted and went for it. Nothing turned him off more than a woman that let him call the shots and just remained passive while he was intimate with her. It was boring and only made him lose interest faster. With Rory, he knew that he'd never get bored, and taking their relationship further was dangerous, but he'd worry about that later. Right now, he had the woman of her dreams, giving him a chance to fulfill every desire that he'd ever had for her. "What are the rules?" Connor asked, already knowing that Rory had something in mind. "This doesn't interfere with the project or our lives," she said, licking her lips as she worked her hand between his legs and gently caressed him, making him moan. "Fine. What else?" Connor asked, trying not to groan as she continued to drive him out of his really mind. His hands clenched into fists against the wall as he struggled not to grab her and turn her around so that they could come together intimately. "It's just to get into character. It means nothing," Rory said, leaning up to brush her lips against his, and for some reason that annoyed him, but not enough to turn down what she was offering. He didn't like the idea of her trying to play this off as something that she was going to do just for her project. She wanted him, and they both knew it. No matter what she said, she wanted him just as badly as he wanted her. For right now, he'd accept what she had to offer, but sooner or later, he knew that she'd stop kidding herself. He didn't expect a future with her, but that didn't mean that he was willing to accept anything less than the truth. "Anything else?" Connor asked as she went back to caressing him through his underwear. "That's it for now," Rory said, sounding a little breathless. "Then, since this is my audition," Connor said, pausing long enough to break away from her so that he could bend down and scoop her up into his arms, "I think it's about time that I show you what I have to offer." "That's really not necessary," Rory rushed to explain, so close to crying. She'd been enjoying herself. Would it have killed him to let her call the shots? It was probably the only way that she would have enjoyed herself, but like all the men before him, Connor wasn't interested in what she wanted. It was not a good sign of what was to come, Rory thought with a small pout. Just once, she'd like to find a man that wasn't greedy in bed and could handle a woman that knew what she wanted. When he placed her on her feet, she prepared herself for a few quick kisses, a couple of intimate touches, before she was expected to lay on her back and accept what he had to offer her. It wasn't exactly thrilling, and it was starting to kill the mood. Maybe she should... "What are you doing?" she found herself asking when Connor dropped his underwear, revealing the most impressive arousal that she'd ever seen, and simply stood there, watching her expectantly. "Letting you call the shots," Rory said, with a hungry expression that quickly reignited the flame that had been threatening to die out only seconds earlier. "You're going to let me call the shots?" Rory repeated, clearly not believing him as she ran her eyes over the hottest body that she'd ever seen.
She swore that when her eyes landed on the large form between his legs, that his arousal actually intensified, which should have been physically impossible. Yes, Connor said with absolutely no hesitation as realization dawned on her. He really didn't know how to use that thing between his legs. As depressing as that thought was, and it really was, she forced herself to push past it and focus on what he was offering. He might not know how to use it properly, but she was pretty sure that she could figure it out. She had to bite back a smile when she realized that this little plan of hers would allow her to use Connor's incredible body in any way that she wanted. She held up her hand and crooked a finger. With one of those sexy grins of his, he walked over to her, pulling her in his arms even as she reached for him. As his lips met hers, she couldn't help but sigh. At least he knew how to kiss, but then again, according to local gossip, she shouldn't expect to see much of that skill later. That was fine, because she was sure that she could find other things to focus on, Rory mused as she dropped her hands away from him. When she grabbed the hem of her camisole to pull it up, she found her hands gently brushed away. He continued to kiss her as he slowly pulled her shirt up, taking his time to run the back of his knuckles over her stomach and over her breasts. They both moaned as his knuckles glided over her, causing her body to respond with heightened sensitivity. He broke the kiss, but only long enough to pull her shirt off, and then his mouth was back on hers, taking his time to tease and caress her tongue as he pulled her closer until that impressive arousal of his was pressed against her stomach. He felt good against her, but not good enough. She wanted more, and had no problems with taking it. She just prayed that he'd allow her to enjoy herself before he took back control, and she knew that he would. There was just no way that Connor was going to be able to sit back and let her call the shots. His pride wouldn't let him. Until that moment came, she planned on doing everything that she'd ever dreamed of. And yeah, she'd thought about getting Connor into her bed a few times.
There weren't many women in town that hadn't, Rory reminded herself, not really liking the idea of another woman fantasizing about him, so she forced it out of her mind. He wasn't hers, and most importantly, she didn't want him to be, Rory told herself as she broke off the kiss and stepped away from him. She watched as his eyes moved from her face and slowly traveled down her body. When they reached her breasts, they became hooded as he licked his lips hungrily. She couldn't help but wonder just how hungry he was as she turned around and slowly crawled onto his bed. She felt the bed dip behind her and wasn't too surprised to feel him behind her as she lowered herself onto the bed. As she turned to lie on her back, Connor leaned over and took her mouth in a hungry kiss, picking up right where they'd left off as his hand came to rest on her stomach. As she enjoyed the way he kissed her, she waited for his hand to move, knowing that it was just a matter of time before he tried to take control. When several minutes passed and he didn't move his hand, she was surprised and admittedly frustrated. While he'd been kissing her, she'd been imaging just how good it would feel to have his hands roam over her body. It was something that she desperately wanted. "Touch me," Rory whispered against his lips, loving the groan that he released as he moved to do just that. He trailed his fingers up and between her breasts, and just when she thought that he was going to put her out of her misery and touch one of the breasts that craved his touch, he continued to move his hand up until he was cupping her face, gently caressing her jaw and ramping up her frustration. When she reached up to take his hand and put it exactly where she needed it, he moved his mouth away from hers. His mouth trailed kisses down to the opposite side of her neck as his hand moved back down and cupped one of her breasts. She bit back a small cry as she dropped her head back, giving him more access to kiss, suckle, and tease her skin with his lips and early morning whiskers that were driving her out of her mind. His hand, with a slight roughness from years of hard work, moved from one breast to the other with whisper-soft touches that were only interrupted by the occasional kneading or a gentle caress. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders as he continued to worship her, and that's exactly what it felt like. There were no rushed or awkward moves. Connor was taking his time learning her body, and she honestly couldn't remember ever feeling more wanted than she did at that moment.
but still, she wanted more. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, Rory widened her legs until she felt her right leg brush against his arousal. As she hooked her leg over his, she placed her injured hand over his roaming hand, and with a slight push, he took the hint and allowed her to guide his hand away from her breast, down her stomach. Their touch became intimate, and tension grew overwhelming. Tension broke, gave in to desire, connecting deeply. They shared an intimate connection, one of the most pleasurable experiences that he'd ever had. He'd be honest and admit that such intimate acts normally weren't among his favorite things to do for a woman. It was usually something he did for a woman he'd been dating for a while, and he only did it when he could no longer pretend that she was the one that he wanted. By the point that he was willing to engage in such intimacy for a woman, it was out of desperation. No matter what any of his old girlfriends thought, he'd tried. Gosh, how he tried to feel something for them, to want and need them, but he couldn't. He just couldn't. No matter what they did or said, he could never get past the fact that being with them felt wrong. For the longest time, he'd lived in denial and fear as he tried relationship after relationship, but nothing changed. When he was younger, he hadn't cared and never bothered trying. Going from one woman to the next had made little difference to him. Over the years, things changed. He'd changed, and he'd wanted more in his life. But no matter what he did, nothing changed. He dated some wonderful women that would make any other man drop to his knees and thank gosh that he was alive. But not him. He hadn't been able to return their feelings, and it just about killed him when he couldn't force himself to love them. He could easily think of 5 of his ex-girlfriends that would have probably given him a good life as they grew old together, but he hadn't felt anything for them. He couldn't love them. Gosh, he couldn't even feel aroused for them without thinking about the woman currently running her fingers through his hair as she urged him to continue with soft little moans that had his body responding in appreciation. This was the woman that his body craved day and night, and it would accept no substitutes. It was something that he'd have to worry about, but later. Right now, he was going to enjoy the freedom to touch her. Whatever happened later, he'll deal with it. Right now, nothing else mattered but the woman moaning his name. "Stop," Rory said, panting hard as she tried to catch her breath. Stopping was the last thing that he wanted to do, but he did. He wasn't a jerk and would never force a woman to do anything that she didn't want. It was a struggle, but he somehow managed to pull away from her. As soon as he made a move to go to her and make sure that she was okay, Connor found himself shoved onto his back. By the time the movement registered in his mind, Rory was already climbing over him and gripping him intimately as her body moved above his face. He didn't waste any time in raising his face to continue pleasuring her intimately as his arms wrapped around her body, holding her still. "So much better," Rory said on a throaty whisper as she touched him intimately. When she moved her tongue intimately, his hips jerked up in response. When she continued her intimate actions, he swore that he saw gosh. As his head hit the bed, he brought her down with him, too greedy for her to stop. Her hard nipples brushed against his stomach, back and forth as she continued her intimate actions, taking him as far as her talented mouth would allow while she pleasured him. He gripped her body, restraining some of her movements so that he could pleasure her intimately, mimicking her actions. He pleasured her intimately, loving the moan Rory released as they connected. What she was doing to him felt really fantastic, but what he was doing to her was life-altering. As they both took their time in their intimate connection, the only sounds that could be heard in his room were moans, groans, and whispered pleas never to stop. A loud cry escaped her lips as she struggled to continue giving him pleasure, but she couldn't. She just couldn't take it any longer. With another strangled cry, Rory ended their intimate connection and was forced to rest her head on his hip less than an inch from his aroused form that she'd been pleasuring only seconds earlier. Her body tightened as her back bowed, seconds away from what she already knew would be a powerful peak. She bit her lip as she pleaded with her body to hurry before he stopped, and she knew that he would stop. He hadn't yet, but in a few seconds, he would realize that she'd stopped pleasuring him, and he would demand that she continue. Men could be selfish jerks, Rory thought as she licked her lips hungrily. Just when she thought that he was finally going to stop, he didn't. Oh no, not even close. His arms tightened around her, holding her securely against him as he pleasured her intimately. And there really was no other way to describe what Connor was doing to her. It felt good, so good, too good. She tried to pull away, but he refused to give her an inch. Her good hand clenched into a fist, gripping the soft comforter in a death grip as a scream of pleasure like nothing she'd ever heard before ripped from her throat, taking her breath away.
The surge of pleasure that rocked her body left her boneless and barely able to softly cry, "Stop," as Connor continued, making her body prepare for another peak that would no doubt kill her. "Shh, baby, it's okay," Connor said soothingly as he pulled away and gently rolled her off and onto her back, where she lay panting as her overstimulated mind tried to figure out what just happened. Connor hadn't stopped, hadn't demanded that she continue pleasuring him or thrown a fit. Instead, he did everything that he could to make sure that she enjoyed herself. Why did he have to keep confusing her? Rory wondered, as Connor lay by her side and pulled her into his arms. He gently brushed her hair out of her face as he pressed a tender kiss against her lips, all while his aroused form pressed against her hip. "Are you okay?" Connor asked, giving her another one of those tender kisses that she was really starting to like. She sighed happily as she found herself leaning in and kissing him. More than okay, Rory thought, as she wondered just what else the women in town had lied about. Clearly, someone had lied about his aversion to kissing and foreplay, but now wasn't the time to worry about that. Right now, she couldn't think past how good he made her feel, how much she wanted him, needed him, and suddenly nothing else mattered but them. Connor growled in approval as he returned her kiss and his aroused form brushed against her sensitive skin. She reached between them as they took their time kissing, and when she found what she was looking for, she didn't hesitate in touching him intimately. She couldn't remember enjoying the way a man felt during such intimate contact before. The hot, silky skin that covered his aroused form felt incredible, and she realized as she took her time touching him intimately that she wasn't in a rush to finish this. She'd engaged in such intimacy for most of her boyfriends. Well, the ones that she'd become intimate with, but she'd never really enjoyed the act. It was difficult to enjoy something when all she heard were complaints or aggravated groans. Then again, when she usually engaged in such intimate acts for a man, she didn't usually enjoy it. But with Connor, she was finding herself aching all over again for him. It shouldn't be possible, especially not after the incredible peaks that he'd just given her, but she couldn't help it. The sexy little growls he made every time her hand skimmed over him had her shifting her legs as she tried to ignore the need growing inside her until she couldn't ignore it any longer. They were both breathing hard, the kiss becoming more aggressive as Connor reached between them and touched her intimately, careful not to get in the way of her actions. She tried to be good, tried to stay still, but the second that he pleasured her intimately with his finger, she was lost. She shifted her legs, desperate to give him more access. He growled approvingly as he deepened their intimate connection, matching the way she was touching him. She knew that if they continued like this, that they'd enjoy it, but she wanted more. Unable to wait another minute, she released him and hooked her leg over his hip. With a gentle nudge, she had him turning over onto his back. He removed his hand from her body so that he could wrap his arms around her and take her with him, which was more than fine with her. Better than fine, actually. Praying that he didn't change his mind about letting her take charge, desperately needing him to keep that promise, Rory shifted back, rolling her hips with the movement. When she moved intimately with him, they both groaned long and loud, and when she moved to do it again, his aroused form came to rest at her center.
"Are you sure?" Connor asked against her mouth. Was she? "Yes," she said in a harsh whisper as she pushed back, deepening their connection. His loud groan encouraged her to take more, but the problem was that he was more substantial than she was used to. But she didn't allow that to discourage her. She wanted this man, and she was going to make very sure that she had him. For their deal, of course. They had to appear as though they were really dating, and what better way than to share intimacy? Rory reasoned as she practically clawed at him, desperate for him. This was crazy, but right now she didn't care. Nothing else mattered. Not the fact that she hated this man, that they weren't really in a relationship, or the fact that they were about to do something foolish. A startled gasp escaped her lips as Connor suddenly moved, deepening their connection halfway. In the next second, she found herself on her back and Connor moving, connecting with her better than any man had before. As she lay there, digging her nails into his back as he moved deeply within her, she was torn between screaming in frustration and screaming at him to move. He'd told her that he'd allow her to take the lead, but obviously that was... He rolled them over until she found herself splayed on top of him. "It's all yours, baby, but you gotta move before I lose my freaking mind," Connor groaned softly against her lips as his hands moved up to cup her face while he kissed her. It took her a few seconds to realize what he'd said and done, and when she did, she couldn't help but release a satisfied moan as she tentatively rolled her hips. His answering groan was all the encouragement that she needed to continue. She might not be experienced in this position, but she was more than willing to keep doing it until she got it right, Rory thought with a throaty groan. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Long after their bodies were sated, she lay on top of him, kissing him leisurely as she enjoyed the way that he held her. For several minutes, she allowed him to hold her, comfort her, and make her feel wanted, loved, and cherished. But all too soon, she realized that she didn't have an excuse to remain in his arms. The sex was easy to excuse, since she fully planned on enjoying his incredible body during this deal of theirs. But cuddling afterwards? No, she couldn't explain that, and she'd be damned if she let Connor know just how badly he was affecting her. She allowed herself one more minute in his arms before she broke the kiss off and moved to crawl off him when his arms tightened around her. "Where are you going?" he asked softly. "Home. I have somewhere to be," which was actually true. In fact, if she didn't move her ass now, grab a quick shower, feed Bunny and put him outside, break a few speed laws and stop along the way to pick up coffee and donuts since it was her week, she was going to have 5 very pissed off brothers to deal with. "No, you're staying with me," Connor said matter-of-factly, leaning up to press a kiss against her lips as he turned them over until they were lying on their sides, facing each other. "No," Rory said, sighing as she tried to move out of his arms, only to find herself held securely in place. "I'm not. I have somewhere I have to be." "Then I guess you're going back on our deal," Connor said with a shrug, even as he pulled her closer until her breasts were pressed against his chest. "How exactly am I going back on our deal?" Rory asked, cuddling closer to him for warmth, of course. It didn't matter that it was probably 70 degrees in his room. She needed him. "Because it's part of our agreement," Connor said, as he leaned in and pressed one of those tender kisses that she loved against her forehead. "No, of course it is," he said, pushing her hair away from her face. "No, it's not." "Yes, it is," the infuriating man said, as he reached down and took her good hand in his and entwined their fingers. "We agreed to sleep together?" she asked, too exhausted to hide the confusion in her voice. "Yes." For a moment, Rory couldn't respond as she quickly ran the conversation that they'd had before the best sex of her life through her head. She couldn't for the life of her figure out what he was talking about.
When? It was part of our new agreement. No, it wasn't, Rory said, racking her brain once again, since she had been rather distracted during that conversation, but she was sure that she'd remember agreeing to sleep with him after sex. Not that she was really going to complain much, since it gave her the excuse that she wanted to stay in his arms. It really was, though, Connor said, leaning in and brushing his lips against hers. Whenever you use my body for sex? For the agreement, Rory quickly added, not wanting him to get the wrong idea or anything. He ignored the interruption as he continued, then you have to sleep with me. What if we have a quick, intimate moment during lunch? She asked, wondering if he was planning on making up the rules as they went along. She really should call veto, and she would, just as soon as he said something that didn't secretly please her. Then you have dinner with me, stay the night, and have breakfast with me in the morning, Connor explained, turning over onto his back, taking her with him and gently laying her on his other side so that she could curl up against him and rest her injured arm across his chest. With a put-out sigh, she did just that. Why exactly do I have to do all that just to be intimate with you? Rory asked, closing her eyes and snuggling up against him. How else are we supposed to convince people that we're madly in love? Connor murmured softly as he placed his hand gently over her injured hand. Good point, Rory said, closing her eyes and pretending that his words didn't make something inside her ache. I really have to go, Rory said, even as she tugged him down for another kiss. Then go, Connor said, as he wrapped his arms around her and raised her off the ground so that he could give her a proper goodbye kiss before he left. They'd barely managed to get an hour of sleep before his alarm went off, reminding him that he really needed to move his ass if he had any hopes of pulling off his plan. As much as he wanted to stay in bed with Rory and hold her for the rest of the day, he had to leave her. He had to take her father up on his offer so that he could get some time in with her brothers, and that meant leaving her. It didn't hurt that he knew that she wouldn't be too far away while he was getting in a little male bonding time with her brothers. While he was fishing, she'd be up at the house with her brother's girlfriends doing whatever the hell it was that they did. Knowing that he'd be able to sneak off and steal a kiss was the only thing that got him to move his ass and get in the shower before he did something stupid, like say to hell with his plan and focus on keeping Rory in his bed. He was actually pretty proud of himself this morning. He managed to beat the gosh out of his alarm clock, get out of bed and into the shower without giving in to temptation. He may have lingered in the shower for a few minutes on the off chance that Rory decided to join him. She had an injured arm after all, and might be in need of an extra hand to help soap up her incredible body. It was a sacrifice, but one that he was willing to make for her. After a few minutes, he'd given up and started getting ready. When he stepped into his room, he didn't even bother to bite back his disappointed sigh when he found his bed empty. He'd been hoping that she'd be there, giving him the excuse that he needed to focus on her. A wave of exhaustion hit him, and he'd been tempted to crawl back into bed, but without Rory lying in his arms, he hadn't seen the point. He'd just been resigning himself to spending a few hours without kissing her when he'd spotted her walking towards her Jeep, carrying her backpack and thermos. When their eyes locked, a hot current shot through his body, shooting straight to his heart and stealing the air out of his lungs. And before he knew it, he was making his way across their yards and pulling her in his arms. She went willingly, more than willingly, which stunned him considering that only a month ago she would have gone for her pliers. He'd dated plenty of women in the past, but none of them made him feel the way that she did, whole. On some level, she'd always made him feel that way, but after their intimacy, something inside of him clicked. He didn't understand it, but he wasn't going to fight it either. He was done fighting with her. When this project was over, he was keeping her, deal or no deal. She belonged with him. They were so much alike that it was a little frightening. Well, to everyone else. Years ago, he'd known that, but he'd convinced himself that they were both better off without the added complication in their lives. It wouldn't be easy convincing her to take a real chance on him, but he didn't care. This morning, he had a taste of what it could be like between them, and he'd have to be out of his freaking mind to give that up. He was still going to steal her brothers out from under her and run her out of business, but now he planned on doing it with a little more finesse. Instead of watching her business go under, he was going to step up when the time came and buy her business.
That way, Rory wouldn't feel like a failure and leave town, and she'd be able to spend the day working for him and her nights filled with passion. "Tonight," Rory said, sounding out of breath as she pulled her lips away from his. "Tonight? What?" Connor asked in a daze as he moved in to pick up where they'd left off, but Rory had other plans. With a teasing smile, she pulled her lips further away from his, but quickly made it up to him by wrapping her legs around his waist. "We'll have to continue this tonight, because I really have to go now or I'm going to be late," she said with a heavy sigh as she tried to pull her legs away from his waist, but he wasn't having that. He moved his hands from her waist to her lower back and kept her right where she was so that he could lean in and steal a kiss before they clarified one or two things. "You're having dinner with me, right?" Connor asked, even though she really didn't have a choice in the matter. "I usually meet my brothers for dinner on Sunday," she replied against his lips as her hold around his waist tightened, and he was tempted once again to say the gosh with everything and prolong their intimacy. But he had work to do. Sad, but true. If he wanted to keep Rory by his side on a permanent basis, and he did, then he was going to have to learn to prioritize. Plan and work first, and then amazing intimacy second. "You're having dinner with me instead," Connor informed her, since she seemed to think that she had a choice. She didn't, but that didn't mean that he was going to be a complete jerk about it. "You can pick the place. I don't care if your brothers are there, but you're going with me." He wasn't too surprised when Rory pulled back, looking more amused than anything. "And if I don't?" For a few seconds, he considered threatening to withhold affection, but then he remembered who he was dealing with and decided that it would probably be best not to take a chance of her calling his bluff. Instead, he carried her the rest of the way to his truck as he said, "You will." "What if I pick the most expensive restaurant in town?" Rory asked, tilting her head slightly to the side, studying him as she waited for his answer. "That's fine with me, Rory," he said, leaning in to steal a quick kiss before he carefully set her on her feet. "You can have whatever you want. For the deal, right?" she asked, eyeing him curiously as she held on to him until her feet touched the ground. "Yes," Connor answered, knowing that was the only way that she would accept what was going on between them right now. "Of course," she mumbled as she looked away. It was hard to tell in this early morning light, but he could have sworn that she looked a little disappointed. He should just let it go, especially since he couldn't risk her figuring out just how much she was coming to mean to him. But he couldn't do that. He didn't want her to think that she wasn't worth everything that he could give to her and more. "I would take you anyway," Rory Connor admitted, feeling like an idiot. "Why?" she asked, sounding as though she couldn't understand why any sane man would happily die for the chance to put a smile on her face. "Because you're worth it," he simply said, cupping her face as he leaned in to kiss her, but her next words gave him pause. "Because I'm beautiful?" Rory asked, with a touch of acid lacing her words. He didn't even want to imagine how many times she'd heard some jerk compliment her on how beautiful she was. They probably thought that's what she wanted to hear. It wasn't. Not for a woman like Rory, who knew that she was beautiful and didn't care. They really were really idiots. "Yes," Connor said with absolutely no hesitation, and when she tried to pull away from him, her expression a combination of hurt and disgust, he held on to her and continued to move in to kiss her. "But I'd take you because you're the best part of my day, Rory. Always have been and always will be." He planted a quick kiss on her stunned lips before pulling away from her and opening the passenger side door. "You can decide where we're going while I drive," he said, gesturing for her to climb in. And she must have still been stunned because she did just that. By the time he'd climbed into the truck, carrying her bag and thermos, she'd worked her way out of her shock. "I have somewhere to be," Rory said, taking her things as he turned the truck on. "I know," he said with a shrug. "Buckle up." "I can drive myself," she pointed out, only looking slightly confused now as she reached for the door handle. "You're going to your father's, right?" Connor asked, throwing the truck in reverse and taking the matter out of her hands. "I go every Sunday," Rory said, frowning, but she did buckle up. "Well, today you're going with me," he explained, taking her injured hand gently in his. Why? Rory asked, carefully lacing her fingers with his. Because your father invited me. What are you doing, woman? Connor demanded, chuckling like she was playing around. She wasn't. Oh my God, Connor, turn around. It's a trap, Rory demanded, desperately looking around for somewhere to turn the truck around. Relax, Rory. It's just fishing, he said, throwing her a wink as he took a left on Chestnut Road. No, Connor, you don't understand, Rory said, trying not to panic, but this was bad. Very, very, very bad. Only family is allowed at my dad's house on Sunday. Afraid they'll kill me? He asked teasingly. Yes, she snapped, wondering what was wrong with him. He'd known about her father's family-only Sunday rule since he was a kid. He used to get a kick out of sneaking onto the property and tormenting her on most Sundays. She'd lost count of how many times he got her into trouble just by letting her father see him. To this day, she still couldn't figure out why her father punished her over Connor when he knew how much she hated him, which brought her right back to the problem at hand. Connor, she said calmly, trying not to panic, you cannot go to my father's house. Do you understand? Just bring me home and let's pretend that this never happened. Having a nervous breakdown, are we? He mused, still smiling like this was all some big joke. Connor, my brothers hate you, and my dad is the one who invited me today. He finished for her with a shrug, as if he hadn't just confirmed her suspicions. They were going to kill him. Connor, Rory said, panicking and not really caring, you are the last person that my father would invite to the house. Yet he did, he pointed out, sounding amused as he took a turn onto Red River Road. She continued as if he hadn't interrupted her. There are no witnesses. The closest neighbor lives a mile away. There will be no one to hear your screams for help. Except for the women at the house, Connor said, making her frown. What women? She couldn't help but ask, temporarily distracted from her mission to save Connor's ungrateful self. Your father said that if I brought anyone, that she'd have to stay up at the house. What are you talking about? Rory demanded, before another thought occurred to her. Why would he think that you were bringing someone along when we're supposedly dating? I got the invite before we started this plan, he explained as he turned onto her father's road. She didn't bother correcting him about the whole we part about who started this plan, since she'd gone back into panic mode. I am begging you to turn around, Connor. His answer was an amused chuckle as he turned onto the long, secluded, private dirt driveway that led to her father's house, and suddenly reminded her of slasher films. This was crazy. Surely the man realized that he was walking into a trap. Connor, please turn around, she said, forcing herself to remain calm. If I didn't know any better, I'd think that you'd miss me. She opened her mouth to tell him that she wouldn't miss him, but she couldn't get the words out. She would miss the big jerk. Somehow, he'd gone from being an annoyance, an entertaining one at that, to, well, she really wasn't sure what he was right now, since she was too busy trying to save him. When she spotted the old oak tree that she'd once tied Connor to with her jump rope, she realized that if she was going to change his mind and save his obstinate self, that she had to do something now. Begging, pleading, and reasoning hadn't worked, so that left just one thing. Unfortunately for her, she didn't have experience using that one thing to get a guy to do what she wanted. But if it stopped Connor from doing something stupid, then she was just going to have to do it, Rory decided, ignoring the little fact that the idea of seducing him appealed to her a little too much. There was going to be trouble to pay for missing fishing with her family, but she was pretty sure that spending the day intimately with Connor would be more than worth it. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Does it matter? Rory asked softly, her trembling body responding to his presence. Not one really bit. The James brothers looked like they wanted to kill you, Andrew commented as he looked around to make sure that they were alone before he opened the small blue cooler perched on the driver's side seat of his truck. Connor shrugged it off as he looked around the basically deserted makeshift parking lot, playing lookout. It was a job that he'd perfected over the past year and one that he hated, but he knew that Andrew hated it more, so he kept his mouth shut and an eye out for unwanted company. Does it have something to do with that huge gosh-eating grin that you were wearing this morning? Andrew asked, chuckling, as he pulled out the first of many syringes. In a roundabout way, Connor admitted, feeling his lips pull up into that grin that he couldn't seem to keep off his face. Yesterday with Rory had been amazing. After somehow managing to drive the truck back to his house without wrecking it, they'd managed to stumble into his house and hadn't left until this morning. They came together passionately. Sex with Rory was incredible, but surprisingly, it wasn't the reason why he couldn't stop smiling. Rory was the reason. He loved spending a lazy Sunday with her. It didn't matter if they were sharing intimacy, holding each other, fighting over the remote, or trying to annoy the heck out of each other, just being with her felt good. She attracted him, made him laugh, and drove him out of his very mind, and he loved every single minute of it. She was definitely worth the mess that he was going to have to go through to get back on her family's good side after yesterday. "Oh, really?" Andrew groaned, dragging his attention away from the most incredible weekend of his life, in time to see his oldest friend stumble away from the truck and make his way towards the overgrown brush where Andrew proceeded to lose his lunch near a patch of poison ivy.
"Stop," Andrew said on a gasp when Connor moved to help him. He wasn't sure what he hated more, watching his best friend slowly lose this battle or feeling this helpless. It wouldn't be so bad if Andrew wasn't being so very pig-headed, but he was. Andrew refused to ask for help, and Connor feared that Andrew's pride was going to get him killed. He knew that it was Andrew's choice, but he wished he would ask for help, scream for it, but he wouldn't. Andrew was leaving his fate in God's hands, and Connor didn't think that was enough, not for this. "You need to go home," Connor snapped, sick of this mess. Andrew didn't belong here, especially if he wasn't going to put up a fight. If this was it, he'd rather see his oldest friend go out with a bang. But Andrew refused to act like anything was wrong. "Are you still going to pay me?" Andrew asked, sitting back on his haunches as he dropped his face in his hands, no doubt fighting another wave of nausea from the expensive medication that was supposed to be helping him. "Yes," Connor gritted out, already knowing where the stubborn man was going with this. Sure enough, Andrew shook his head as he slowly got to his feet. "Then, I'm staying, Connor. I'm not a charity case," he said, pressing a shaky hand to his stomach as he walked back to his truck. "No, you're a really idiot," Connor snapped, as the fear that he'd been fighting for the last year once again crept up his spine. He couldn't lose his best friend. They'd been friends since they were little kids and had always been there for each other. Andrew was one of the best people that he knew. The man was kind, always there for him, and put up with his mess and helped keep him in line. Without him, hell, he didn't want to think about that because it wasn't going to happen. Andrew was going to beat this very thing, and that's all that mattered. "Love you too, man," Andrew said with a forced smile as he placed the used syringes in a canister and stored it beneath his seat. Andrew carefully placed the cooler on the floor, grabbed his hard hat and clipboard, while Connor racked his brain, trying to figure out a way to fix this. He refused to believe that there was nothing that he could do. "Let it go, Connor," Andrew said softly. "I can't." "You're going to have to," Andrew said, sounding tired as he walked away. Connor cursed up a storm as Andrew stumbled on his way back to the site. He wasn't surprised when Andrew couldn't make it past the flatbeds before he needed to take a break. He was supposed to rest for 3 hours after taking his medication, but he never did. Andrew didn't want to be sick and didn't want to face what lay ahead of him, and Connor couldn't blame him. But sometimes, like now, it was too much to bear. He wanted to yell at Andrew, scream at him until his voice was hoarse, and then do it some more. He needed to shake some sense into his friend, tell him how unfair he was being by making him feel this really helpless, but he couldn't. Andrew didn't need to hear how scared he was. It wouldn't be fair. But then again, nothing about this situation was. "We don't have to do this if you don't want to," Rory said casually, even as her stomach fluttered in dread. "You're not getting out of having dinner with me tonight, Rory," Connor said with a hard glare as he caged her in against the side of her Jeep.
I'm not trying to get out of anything, Connor, she explained, reaching between them and hooking her fingers through his belt loop. Then why do you keep asking if I've changed my mind? He asked, frowning down at her as he reached over and lightly traced her jaw with his finger. Because you've been acting like something is bugging you all day and haven't said more than 2 words to me since lunch, Rory said, liking the way his lips twitched as some of the sadness seeped away from his expression. She shouldn't care if he was upset. This was only a deal, after all, albeit a deal that now included incredible intimacy, but a deal nonetheless. Not to mention that this was Connor, the jerk who jumped behind the student driver's ed car while she'd been taking her driver's test and made it look like she ran him over, causing her to fail the test and her instructor's breakdown when Rory may have inadvertently tried to run over Connor for real. If she were smart, she'd figure out what caused him to lose that easygoing smile of his a few hours ago and exploit it to get her project free and clear and get out of this deal. Apparently, she was an idiot, because not only did she not want to get out of this deal like any sane woman would, but she was afraid that she was falling for him. She should be wringing his neck and going for his nipples for stealing her project and dangling it in front of her like a carrot on a stick. But instead, she wanted to do whatever it took to make him smile in that way that curled her toes and made her heart race. Maybe her brothers should have her committed, Rory thought, as she used her hold to pull him closer. Is this your way of telling me that you missed me? Connor asked softly, his features softening as he smiled. Yes, unfortunately for her and her sanity, and not to mention her pride, she had missed him. Her brothers, who apparently were not speaking to her at the moment, spent most of the day glaring daggers at Connor and making fun of her like she hadn't been standing less than 10 feet away from them. When Johnny started chanting, "Connor and Rory sitting in a tree," she decided that it was time to go around and check up on the rest of her men, right after she stapled Johnny's rear to the roof. Nope, she lied, her focus moving to his lips. Not at all. Slowly, his lips pulled up into the confident grin that she had to admit looked good on him. You missed me, Rory. Just admit it. It's just so sad that you think so, she said, reluctantly forcing her attention away from his lips as she released her hold on him and gave him a gentle push. With a chuckle, Connor stepped back, giving her some space, but he didn't go far. When she moved to the side to open the driver's side door, he was already there, opening it for her. Not that she was surprised or anything. Even when Connor was going out of his way to make her life a living hell, he always seemed to remember that she was a woman. It was something that used to aggravate her, but now she had to admit that she kind of liked it. I'll pick you up in an hour, Connor announced as she climbed in her Jeep. She pretended to think that over as she looked over her shoulder. That's really not going to work for me. Better make it 8, she said with a shrug, moving to turn around. By the time she sat down, Connor was there, resting his forearms against the hood of her Jeep as he leaned in and pressed a quick, too quick, kiss against her eager lips. 1 hour, he said, moving to step away. Sorry, not gonna happen. I need at least 2, she explained, which was true. She really did need at least 2 hours to do everything that she needed to do. She had to take care of Bunny, clean up her house a little bit, take a long hot shower to relieve her sore muscles, enjoy a hot cup of hot cocoa on her patio, and get dressed. Actually, what she really needed was a night to herself so that she could get all of those things done, plus run a few errands, since she hadn't had a chance to do them on Sunday like she normally did. There was nothing to eat in her house, absolutely nothing. She ran out of cocoa last night, and Bunny ran out of food this morning. If she was going to be ready in an hour, and she already decided that she was, then she was going to have to move her ass and take a chance with the convenience store down the street for Bunny's food. Sadly, her cocoa fix was going to have to wait until later. Be ready in an hour, and I'll take you to Brannigan's for a cup of hot cocoa, Connor said, reading her mind or bribing her, not that she cared which one it was, since Brannigan's had the second best hot cocoa in town.
Hers was number 1, of course, but that didn't change the fact that just the thought of having a delicious, creamy cup of Brannigan's hot cocoa had her practically drooling. Extra large? She asked, already planning on ordering 2. They were extremely expensive, but so worth it, at least to her. To her past boyfriends, not so much. They balked at the idea of spending $8 on a cup of cocoa for her.
Not that she could really blame them, since they weren't addicted to cocoa, but it would have been nice if at least one of them acted like she was worth it. Connor leaned in and gave her another one of those 2 quick kisses. I tell you what, Rory, if you're ready in an hour, I'll buy you an extra large cup of cocoa before we go out, one before we come home, and as many as you want in between. As many as she wanted. Dear God, she was in heaven, Rory thought with a happy little sigh before something occurred to her, and when it did, her eyes narrowed dangerously on him. This isn't some sort of sick joke, is it? She demanded, because really, this was hot cocoa, and she didn't screw around when it came to her cocoa. He sighed heavily as he shook his head in mock disgust. So little trust, is it? You'll just have to wait and see now, won't you? Connor teased as he moved in and tried to give her another quick kiss, but she was done being teased. When he tried to pull away, she laced her fingers through his hair and kept him right where he was, determined to get the proper kiss that he owed her. They had to stay in character, and by kissing him in a way that let him know exactly what she expected at the end of the night, and she very well better be connecting with him intimately tonight, she did just that. It didn't matter that they'd spent most of yesterday and this morning sharing intimate moments. They needed to get into character, and achieving a deep connection was really the only way that they were going to achieve that goal. When he let out a sexy growl as he moved to deepen the kiss, she considered saying the heck with it and demanding that he share his bed, since Bunny would probably try to harm him severely if he tried to join her in her bed, but she couldn't pass up a chance at unlimited hot cocoa. It just wasn't humanly possible. Breaking off from that kiss was more difficult than she thought it would be. Even as she pushed him away, she followed after him, continuing that kiss that probably wasn't appropriate for public viewing. She didn't know when she'd climbed out of her Jeep or when Connor pushed her up against it, or even when she'd held him close, but she knew the moment that they drew an audience, because that's when the catcalls began. More annoyed than anything, Rory allowed him to break off the kiss and removed her legs from around his waist as she shot their audience, a mixture of his men and hers, a glare that had them moving their asses. The only one that lingered was Jacob, as he sent her a hurt look that confused her and reminded her that she really needed to have a talk with him just as soon as he stopped giving her the silent treatment. She couldn't figure out what was going on with him. He'd never acted like this when she dated before, not that she was really dating Connor. Jacob usually ignored the guys she dated, unless he was making fun of them, but that was usually it. He never really reacted one way or the other, but it was more than obvious that he wasn't happy about Connor. The fact that he'd lied the other day about the fire inspector to interrupt them was proof enough that he had a problem. It was something that she was going to have to figure out, but not right now. Right now, she needed to move quickly since she only had an hour to get ready if she was going to have an unlimited supply of creamy hot cocoa tonight, and she very well was. 1 hour, Rory said in warning, not because she was worried that he was going to be late or stand her up or anything, but because in an hour and 15 minutes, she fully planned on enjoying her first sip of an endless night supply of cocoa. 1 hour, Connor said, even as his eyes narrowed on her assistant. Realizing that she was wasting precious seconds, Rory climbed in her Jeep, biting back a pleased smile when she felt Connor's hands on her hips, guiding her inside, and sat down. Connor leaned in and pressed a quick kiss to her cheek before stepping back and closing her door. She didn't waste any time driving away. She knew what was at stake, and she wasn't going to waste a single precious minute because she knew that if she was even a minute late, that Connor would deny her much-needed hot cocoa fix. After hitting the convenience store and buying a small bag of dog food, a soda, and the items they'd both agreed this morning that they should be using, she headed home, planning the remainder of the hour down to the minute. If everything went well, she'd have 5 minutes to spare, she thought with a sigh as she pulled onto her street. A few minutes later, confusion took over as she was forced to park on the street because of the 2 semi-familiar black trucks that were parked in her driveway. As she climbed out of her Jeep, frustration took over as she racked her brain trying to figure out who owned the trucks. The Yankees bumper stickers should have been a huge clue, since most everyone around here was a Red Sox fan. Her family, Connor, and a few other die-hard Yankees fans were the exception, so it really shouldn't have been too difficult to figure out who owned the trucks. She threw her bag over her shoulder, grabbed her empty thermos, and headed for her door, pausing only long enough to throw the trucks another curious look. Her curiosity quickly turned into apprehension when her mind registered the fact that Bunny wasn't running around her, barking and demanding his customary pat behind the ears. In fact, Bunny was nowhere to be seen, and she didn't hear barking or anyone screaming for help. Concern for her dog had her rushing to her front door, when what she should be doing was running to her Jeep and grabbing a crowbar to deal with whoever had broken into her house. But she didn't want to waste any time. If someone had hurt her little honey bunny, she was going to— Oh my gosh, I'm dying. She heard a very familiar voice groan as she threw open her front door and nearly stumbled over the large body curled up in the fetal position on the floor. "I told you not to touch the brownies," an equally familiar voice said, sounding bored and making her smile hugely as she used the body on the ground to throw herself into the arms of the incredibly handsome man petting Bunny behind the ear. "Ow! Gosh darn it, woman, I'm dying," her cousin whined as one of her favorite people in the world caught her mid-jump and twirled her around, hugging her tightly as Jason, who she was 50% sure wasn't going to die anytime soon, complained about them being insensitive jerks. "Why are you people ignoring me? I'm dying here." "Oh my gosh, did the town finally lift the ban?" Rory asked, still upset after all these years that they'd banned all of her family on the Bradford side over a few simple misunderstandings between her uncles and a few restaurants, grocery stores, a gas station, a hot dog stand or two, an ice cream truck, and a lemonade stand. It wasn't if they did any permanent damage. Well, the lemonade stand didn't count. It was made with shoddy craftsmanship and probably wouldn't have lasted another season no matter what the fire inspector said. She'd only been a baby when they were banned, so she couldn't say for certain what happened, but she really didn't believe the rumors that were whispered around town. They were just a bit ridiculous.
True. All the Bradford males, and unfortunately some of the females, had an unusually large appetite, and Shed almost lost a finger or two at family gatherings. But really, how could that get someone, never mind an entire family, banned? A few times over the years, Shed tried asking her father what really happened, but the conversation always ended with a warning never to come between a Bradford and his food. Shed always thought that making her swear it on a Bible was a bit much. "That ban is total nonsense, Trevor," grumbled as he pressed a kiss against her forehead and placed her back down on her feet. "So they didn't lift it?" Rory asked, carefully stepping over Jason, and started to head for the kitchen for something to snack on, but common sense had her shaking her head, sighing, and heading for the living room instead. There was always a slight chance that her brothers would have missed something, but these were her cousins, and they never missed a thing. Not that there had been much to start with. The reminder had her stopping and throwing a curious look at Jason as he groaned and curled into a small ball. He wouldn't have been foolish enough to eat baking soda again, would he? As much as Shed loved to dismiss the possibility, and she would have if it had been anyone else, this was a Bradford that she was dealing with here, so she had to ask, "You didn't eat my box of baking soda, did you?" The glare she earned from him was a little over the top, but again, this was a Bradford that she was dealing with here, so she just ignored him and walked into the living room. She sat down on the love seat and picked up the baby blue shirt lying next to her on the couch. Connor left it here the other night when they'd been working out some of the problems they were already running into with this project. She loved the shirt on him, but she'd admit that she'd liked it a whole lot better when he took it off. Deciding that it was a little cold in the house, she pulled his shirt on and sat back while she waited for her cousins to explain why they were breaking the law to come see her. She knew it wasn't an emergency because her aunt, well, really cousin by marriage, Megan, would have called everyone in the family and told them that someone was in trouble. That's all it would take to get every Bradford and James to come running. They all stuck together, no matter what. It didn't matter if it was one of the younger Bradford boys that didn't know how to rein in his appetite and got himself into trouble, or one of their elderly relatives who couldn't manage to take care of themselves any longer. If a Bradford or James was in trouble, everyone showed up. They worked it out together, whether that meant kicking someone's backside, bailing someone out of jail, or taking them in and giving them a place to live. They didn't turn their backs on family, ever. The only time you didn't show up was if you were in labor, dead, or dying. If none of those things occurred and you didn't show up when you were needed, you better change your name, pack your bags, and haul themselves for the border, because as soon as the crisis was over, every Bradford and James would be coming for you and an explanation. "Well?" she asked, as Trevor sat down on the chair across from her, shooting her a grin that she was all too familiar with. It was the same grin that her brothers used seconds before they started spouting nonsense, the one they used to get away with everything and to get women to trip over themselves to please them. Quite simply put, it was the Bradford smile. It was the same grin that her grandpa, well, really great Uncle Wes, used to use when he wanted Grandma, really great aunt by marriage, Beth, to make him fresh biscuits and jam for his mid-morning snack. She could still remember Grandpa Wes giving Grandpa Beth that Bradford smile as he tried to sweet-talk Grandma into baking him a double batch of biscuits. Grandma Beth would give him a stern look as she huffed and puffed about all the work it would take to make the biscuits, even as she made them. She would smile that sweet smile that belonged solely to her when Grandpa Wes was looking the other way. God, she missed Grandma and Grandpa. They'd been gone 10 years now, but she thought about them every day, especially when her brothers used the Bradford charm. She missed spending time with them and cherished the little time that she'd had with them. She would have seen them more often, but with the ban and all, it had limited their time to weekends and holidays. That was the one thing her father never refused them, a visit to their grandparents. Her father loved them too, which wasn't surprising since Grandpa Wes and Aunt Beth had raised her father and his 4 brothers after they'd lost their parents in the fire. Just like now, every Bradford showed up the moment word got out, and within hours of finding out that her real grandparents hadn't made it out of the fire, her father and uncles had a real home, with Grandpa Wes and Aunt Beth and their brood of boys. Things had been tight with 13 boys to feed and clothe, but her grandparents never complained or let any of the boys know just how badly they'd struggled. They'd never let anything get them down and always worked hard to push ahead. They'd made sure that every single boy was well prepared to go out into the real world. They'd also made sure that they were there if any of the boys needed a helping hand. They made a lot of sacrifices for all their boys, and she knew that they did it out of love and not because they'd expected anything in return. They certainly hadn't expected all their boys and the rest of the Bradford bunch to show up one day and demolish their small house. The place was barely better than a shack, and because they'd refused any help from the boys as a thank you for everything they'd done, the boys took matters into their own hands. They had the house demolished in one day, cleared out the next, and a beautiful new house built within 2 months, as well as the mortgage paid off. Her father, uncles, and cousins all chipped in and worked on the house on their days off, before and after work, and didn't stop until Aunt Beth had the small picket fence and rose bushes that she'd always dreamed of. Rory hadn't been born when they'd built it, but it had been one of her most favorite places in the world to visit when she was a child. The cottage had been sweet, cozy, and filled with love. It also hadn't hurt that it was 20 miles away from Connor and provided her with much-needed breaks. Short breaks, but they were enough sometimes to help her calm down before she did something stupid like commit murder. He'd been such a miserable little jerk, Rory thought, but a really cute one. "What's with that smile of yours?" Trevor asked, drawing her attention back to the problem at hand. 2 full-grown Bradford males breaking the ban and in her house. Since she really couldn't afford the Bradford fine, she knew that she was going to have to make this quick and get them out of here before her cousins did something to give themselves away, and she was faced with a $2,000 fine and a night in jail. Yes, the fine was steep, but then again, according to local gossip, so was the damage the Bradfords had reportedly done to the town. "She's smiling because she's happy to see me," Jason grumbled as he stumbled past her, looking like he was in a lot of pain. He pressed his hand to his stomach as he moved towards the end of the couch, but after a slight pause, he shrugged and dropped down onto the couch next to her. "Yeah, that's why I'm smiling," Rory said dryly, realizing that she was indeed smiling, and surprised that it was because of Connor.
Not that she had found herself smiling recently when she thought of him, but that was for the sweet, funny Connor that she was starting to care too much about. This was the first time that she'd ever been able to think of Connor when they were kids and smile.
I know, Jason said on a drawn-out sigh as he flopped over onto his side so that his head was resting on her lap and he could curl back up into the fetal position. Are you going to tell me what you ate? Rory asked, settling back and resigning herself to being Jason's pillow. Pumpkin pie, Jason grumbled on a miserable groan. For the last fricking time, Trevor snapped. That was a fudge brownie, jerk. Rory couldn't help but frown at that announcement because the big baby curled up on the couch was a Bradford, and if there was one thing a Bradford knew, it was food. It didn't matter what color you dyed it, if it was burnt, squished, or 10 weeks past its expiration date and was growing a fuzzy blue, white, and green habitat, a Bradford would figure it out by the first bite, and by the second, he would know if it would make him sick. Not that they would stop eating it if they figured out that it might kill them, because they wouldn't. A true Bradford would take the risk. It was orange, gooey, and smelled like pumpkin and nutmeg. Jason snapped at Trevor before turning a glare on her. Would it kill you to rub my back? I'm dying here. Knowing that he wouldn't stop complaining until she did it, Rory gave in. After about 10 seconds, Jason decided to get a little more comfortable and flopped over onto his stomach and sprawled out on the couch. When she didn't recommence with the back rubbing fast enough, he cleared his throat, and just in case she didn't take the hint, the jerk reached down and pinched the back of her calf. Ow! Rory yelped, but she moved herself and started rubbing his back, knowing that the big jerk would only keep bugging the gosh out of her until she gave in and did what he wanted. Demanding jerk, she muttered as she rubbed his back. Nice to see that you're still a bully, Jason grumbled, silently demanding that she rub faster by wiggling until she got the very hint. How am I the bully? You pinched me, you jerk. Rory snapped at him, but wasn't foolish enough to stop rubbing. Because you called me a naughty, naughty name, Jason said on a huff that was quickly followed by a little sigh of pleasure as she rubbed between his shoulders. Called you a naughty name? She repeated in disbelief, foolishly pausing in her labor and earning another pinch. Ow! Stop doing that, jerk! Again, with the name-calling, Jason sighed. She was always so mean to us, Trevor mused, just as an odd crunching noise caught her attention. She moved her glare away from the large jerk, using her lap as a pillow, to the large jerk sprawled out in the chair across from her, and snapped, "Oh my God, stop eating that!" "This trail mix tastes funny," Trevor said with a cringe. "That wasn't trail mix, you jerk. That was potpourri." "Well, that explains a lot," Trevor said, giving her a sheepish smile as he returned the large wooden bowl back to the side table. She didn't need to look to know that he'd already eaten half the bowl of potpourri. She didn't even bother asking him what was wrong with him, since she knew the answer. The man was a Bradford. Enough said. It was also the reminder that she needed to find out why they were here and throw them out before she got caught harboring Bradfords. She really needed to find out what they'd done to get banned in the first place, but that was a problem for another time. Right now, she needed to deal with them, and hopefully she could do that in less than 20 minutes so that she could get in a quick shower and take care of Bunny before she met Connor and enjoyed her night of unlimited hot cocoa. "There's that smile again," Trevor said, sounding amused. "Why are you here?" Rory demanded, deciding to ignore the fact that she couldn't help smiling when she thought about Connor. "To help you, you ungrateful person," Jason grumbled, snuggling his head near her knees, and she was tempted, oh, so tempted, to shove him onto the floor and give him the wedgie that he was practically begging for. "How exactly is having you complain and whine helping me?" she demanded, rubbing faster when she felt his hand move near her calf. "I wouldn't be complaining and whining if that person's Red Sox-loving wife hadn't tried to poison me," Jason bit out harshly, and she knew without asking that her cousin was more annoyed about the fact that Trevor's wife, Zoe, had a soft spot for all things Red Sox than the actual poisoning. She still cringed when she thought about last Christmas family gathering.
All she had to say was that Zoe had guts showing up at a Bradford gathering with her twin baby boys dressed in matching Red Sox jerseys. She could still remember the stunned silence that took over the house when Zoe pulled the baby blanket off the twins and revealed those very jerseys that her brothers, cousins, and she may have accidentally smeared pudding, chocolate, and cold gravy on within minutes of the unveiling. It hadn't mattered that they'd accidentally dropped the small jerseys in the fireplace after they'd offered to clean them. The damage had already been done. She'd never seen Trucker look so angry before. Instead of yelling at Zoe like she'd expected, he became deathly silent and walked away. It had actually been kind of frightening. For the rest of the night, he'd sat silently in the corner of the room, never shifting his glare away from his wife. It wasn't until Zoe complimented Aunt Janice on her table arrangement that he'd reacted. He was up and out of his chair and across the room in seconds, shoving aside anyone foolish enough to get in his way. Without a word, he'd grabbed Zoe's hand, yanked her out of the room, and disappeared down the hall. She'd like to say that she hadn't heard the sounds of her cousin connecting intimately, and that those sounds didn't still haunt her to this day, but she couldn't. The rest of the family found it amusing, but they knew better than to say anything about it. Everyone else pretended that the incident had never happened, partly because they knew that Trevor would beat them up if any of them gave his wife any trouble, but mostly because they were all deathly afraid of Zoe and her baked goods. So far, the small woman who made her laugh heartily had managed to send a total of 29 Bradfords to the emergency room to have their stomachs pumped. Speaking of Bradfords and emergency rooms, should we bring him to the emergency room? Rory asked, throwing Jason a nervous glance and noting the slightly green color marring his normally healthy tan skin. No, he'll be fine. He only took one bite of the brownie, Trevor said, sounding unconcerned. She opened her mouth to argue, but then, with a sigh and a shrug, she reminded herself that Trevor would know the danger signs of eating Zoe's baked goods better than anyone. Fine. Then tell me how the two of you breaking the ban is helping me. Let us worry about the ban, Trevor said with a shrug as he reached for the bowl of potpourri, but one look from her had him pulling his hand back and shooting her a sheepish smile. Are you going to tell me why you're here? Rory asked absently as she threw another glance towards the clock. She might have to skip the shower and take one later with Connor, she realized, as she calculated the odds of throwing her cousins out, feeding Bunny, and at the very least brushing her teeth before Connor showed up. She had to admit they weren't very good. We're here to help you with your project, Rory, and we're going to help you build your sweets, Trevor announced, grabbing her attention in a big way. What? She asked dumbly, not sure that she'd heard him correctly. He said that we came to help you with your project. Now move quickly and get back to rubbing, woman, Jason grumbled testily, wiggling around in an attempt to get her to recommence with the rubbing, but she couldn't do anything more than sit there like an idiot as her mind quickly wrapped around that announcement. You're here to help? Rory asked, making sure that she'd heard them correctly.
Yes, Trevor said with a nod and a shrug, as if he hadn't just solved most of her problems. Where her brothers were good, really good, her cousins were the best. They were bigger, stronger, and faster, very fast. Having one Bradford working for her would be like having 5 extra guys. Some of the others will come out when they can to help, but for now, it's us, Trevor explained. Oh my God, she mumbled, feeling her lips pull up into a huge smile. Really? This is great. If you want, we can go have a look at this project right now, Trevor offered with a shrug. That would be great, she said, shoving Jason off of her lap and ignoring his whimpers and muttered, jerk, as she jumped to her feet and practically raced to the door. She was halfway there when one thought had her skidding to a stop. Connor. She didn't want to break their plans, but she had to if she wanted to get her cousins caught up on what was going on. She could always sneak into his room later tonight, but she already knew that she'd be too tired to do that. It didn't help matters that she had to get up early in the morning. Skipping out on their plans also meant losing a night in his arms, and she really wasn't sure that she could do that. Where are you going? Trevor asked as she abruptly turned around and raced upstairs. I'll be back in 10 minutes, Rory yelled, hoping to be back before her cousins did something to give themselves away and land her in jail for the night.
Connor? Speak of the devil, Connor thought, grinning as he wiped his hand down his face, wiping water out of his eyes. He'd just been thinking about her, but that wasn't really anything new. Granted, his thoughts used to run along the lines of manipulating her for his own entertainment or revenge, but now he found himself just thinking about her smile, the way she pouted when he stole the last slice of pizza, and the way that she felt in his arms first thing in the morning. Truly amazing. "How much longer are you going to be?" Rory asked, sounding impatient and arousing his curiosity. "I'm done," he said, stepping beneath the water and quickly rinsing off the body wash that coated his body before he shut the water off, ripped back the curtain, and nearly tripped as he stepped out of the shower, and his eyes landed on Rory. "I need you," she said, giving her bare back a little movement as she looked over her shoulder at him. Blindly, he reached out and slapped a hand against the shower wall. It was either that or take the chance of his legs giving out on him as a surge of desire tore through him, leaving him panting and struggling with the overwhelming need for her. The image of Rory bent over his bathroom counter, openly desiring him, was permanently etched into his brain. But it was her declaration that had him panting and so very aroused that he actually feared he would lose control. The fact that Rory wanted him so badly that she couldn't wait until the end of the night to be with him had him struggling with his sanity. That she was as desperate for him as he was for her gave him hope and had him dropping his hand away from the wall and taking a step towards her. "Couldn't it wait until tonight?" Connor asked, absently reaching down, his body responding intensely as he reached out and gently touched her side, giving it a light squeeze that had them both licking their lips. "No," she admitted on a needy moan, surprising him and ramping up his hunger for her. Never in a million years would he have ever imagined that Rory would be so very open and honest about how much she wanted him. As he knelt before her and kissed her beautiful smooth skin, he realized that Rory was his. He didn't need this ridiculous deal to keep her in his arms, not if she was this desperate to be with him. She obviously wanted. "Hurry, Connor," Rory demanded with a slight movement that had him grinning like a fool as he pressed a kiss to her shoulder. "What's the rush, baby?" he asked, loving how desperate she was for him. "Does it really matter?" she demanded with a groan, moving enticingly once again to get his attention right back where it should be. Did it really matter? Connor wondered, as he tilted his head just enough so that he could lean forward and press a kiss against the intimate view her position revealed to him. He tried to force himself to be content with that and give her what she obviously craved, a swift, passionate encounter, when she let out a throaty moan that had his body responding intensely and his desire growing for a real connection. "More," Rory said, sounding a little desperate as she adjusted her position, openly inviting him closer. He moved to give her what they both wanted when a thought had him pulling back. As much as he'd love to be with her like this, and he would very well be with her like this one day, today was not that day. Her arm and ribs were still sore, and leaning like that against the counter while they shared intimacy probably wouldn't feel good, and he definitely wanted her to feel good. "Wait," Rory rushed out, gesturing for him to put her back down mere seconds after he scooped her up into his arms and headed for the door. "What are you doing? I need a really quick, passionate encounter," she whined adorably. "And that's exactly what you'll get," he promised, as he carried her into his room and headed to the bed. Like most men, he enjoyed sex, at least the act, but it had always been straightforward with him, and always in a bed. Even when he was a kid trying to work Rory out of his system, he'd preferred a bed. He'd sneak into a girl's room or sneak her into his. His sex life had never been kinky or adventurous, and he'd never really cared enough to change that. Plenty of the women over the years had complained that he wasn't as into sex as they were. They'd complained, cried, and did everything imaginable to turn him inside out and make him wild between the sheets. Their attempts only made him realize that things weren't going to work out that much faster. For years, he'd wished that he'd been able to give a woman more, be there for her, and want her so very much that he'd thought he'd die if he didn't have her. But that never happened. Until now, that is. Right now, he wanted to drag Rory back into the bathroom and give in to the overwhelming desire he felt for her. He wanted to share profound intimacy with her, again and again, in every room in the house, in countless ways, 100 times a day. He wanted her, needed her, and he'd be very much committed to never walking away from her. He was done. Rory James was his perfect match in every way, and he'd been foolish to chalk up his feelings for her as a simple infatuation all those years ago. There was nothing simple when it came to him and Rory. They drove each other crazy in every way imaginable, and he wouldn't have it any other way. He wanted her, wanted to be with her, drive her crazy for the rest of their lives, and he was very well going to do it. As he gently laid her on the bed, he realized what he wanted from Rory. Forever. He'd get it, too. He was a ruthless jerk when it came to something that he wanted, and he definitely wanted Rory James. It became crystal clear to him what he needed to do in order to get what he wanted as he moved closer to Rory and pressed a kiss against her hip. He was going to marry her. Acknowledging the fact that he wanted to marry her didn't faze him in the slightest, because he realized that he was still in love with her, and that really terrified him. For a long time, he'd hoped, prayed really, that he'd find a woman that could make him happy, make him feel whole, and now that he'd found her, he felt oddly terrified and hopeful. Terrified because this was Rory James he was talking about here, and he would definitely have to sleep with one eye open for the rest of his life, but it would be worth it. She was worth it. They could have a good life together. Not perfect, but good.
He knew that he'd piss her off a lot along the way, but that was okay, because he knew Rory wouldn't hesitate to reach for her pliers. The only problem, as far as he could tell, was this little deal of theirs. It had to go. Things hadn't gone exactly as planned, but he was pleased with the results, nonetheless. Rory was in his bed, in his life, and it was very well going to stay that way. He still planned on taking over her company, but he'd do it as her husband now. He'd handle running the sites, and she could manage the office or whatever it was that she wanted to do. First, though, Connor needed to get this deal of theirs out of the way so that he could make his next move, making this permanent. He didn't want to hide behind this deal, didn't need to, he realized. Rory wanted and needed him just as badly as he needed her. Once the deal was off the table, she'd realize that and probably be just as relieved as he was not to have to hide the way she felt any longer. "If you don't hurry up, I'm going to have to kill you," Rory warned him, panting hard and making him smile as his suspicions were confirmed. She definitely wanted him. "You'd miss me," he said teasingly, as he pressed one last kiss against her hip and moved closer to her. "Not this time. My aim's getting better," Rory said, wrapping her arms around his shoulders and pulled him closer. He chuckled as he settled himself close to her, loving the way she loosely wrapped her legs around him, drawing him in. "And what exactly would you do without me around to brighten your day?" Connor asked, leaning down to kiss her as he shifted, feeling their bodies align intimately. "Probably lead a fuller, more productive life, and maybe get a hobby or something," she said, connecting with him intimately, her body responding to his presence. "You'd die of boredom if I wasn't around," Connor pointed out. She laughed softly as she moved her good hand to cup his jaw. "Probably." "You like being with me?" Connor found himself asking as they shared a moment of deep connection, her body responding with a soft plea. "More." He wanted to do just that, needed to do it, but somehow he found the willpower to pause their intimate connection and ask again, "Do you like being with me, Rory?" "Less talking, more sex," she groaned, cupping the back of his head and trying to pull him down for a kiss, but he refused to be distracted. He wanted to hear her say it. "Do you like being with me, Rory?" he demanded softly as he looked down into her beautiful blue eyes.
Do you want me to kill you, Connor? She demanded, sighing in annoyance as she moved her hips, deepening their intimate connection. He allowed himself one slow, intimate movement before he pulled back and forced himself to focus, further pissing her off. Connor, answer me, he bit out, wondering why she was being so very stubborn at a time like this. She glared up at him for a moment before she snapped. I forgot what you asked, you psychotic jerk. Would you like me to refresh your memory? Connor asked, smiling as he leaned down and kissed her. If it gets you to move your ass, she muttered against his lips with a pout. He pressed one last kiss against her lips before he pulled back just far enough away so that he could look into her eyes as he softly asked, Do you like being with me? Oh, my God, that's why you're denying me sex, Rory demanded, letting out a frustrated groan as she once again tried to roll her hips to entice him, but he was ready for the move and pulled back just enough to keep her attention. Yes, and if you want sex, then you're going to answer me, he explained, looking down into her beautiful eyes as they glared back up at him with murderous intent. For a moment, she simply laid there, glaring up at him, and he didn't need to ask to know that she was calculating the odds of him doing what she wanted without telling him the truth. He knew the second that she came to the conclusion that the odds weren't very good. The glare disappeared as she slowly exhaled, reached up, and cupped his jaw as she admitted, Yes, I like spending time with you, but I still hate you. Does that make you happy? He demanded, narrowing his eyes on her as he pulled back, pausing their intimate connection. She let out a frustrated groan before she snapped. Fine, I don't hate you as much as I used to. Are you happy now? Extremely, Connor said, grinning as he leaned down to kiss her. Are you going to tell me why it was so very important that you had to interrupt sex time for that? She mumbled against his lips as he slowly deepened their connection. If he hadn't been so very distracted by the feel of their intimate connection as he deepened it, and so very happy that she'd admitted that she liked being around him, he probably wouldn't have really messed up and told her the truth. Because I'm in love with you, Rory. Yeah, he was a really moron. Get off me. Rory, Get the hell off of me, Connor snapped, pushing at his shoulders and ignoring the sharp pain shooting through her broken arm as anger and desperation rushed through her, demanding that she put space between them. Rory, relax, Connor said soothingly as he slowly ended their intimate connection, and if she hadn't been so close to a nervous breakdown, she'd probably be crying in frustration at the loss. She was going to lose it, and she wanted to get away from him when it happened, afraid that she would truly kill the jerk this time. They'd both done some horrible things to each other over the years, but this was crossing the line. This was sick, vicious, and low even for Connor. If she wasn't so very sure that she was falling for the jerk, she would have laughed off his declaration of love, shoved him off, and walked away without a second thought. Instead, she was trapped beneath him, struggling against the need to act like a girl and cry as she screamed and slapped him for this sick joke. I love you, Rory, Connor said softly as he gently caressed her cheek with the back of his knuckles as he gazed down at her, a small smile touching his lips that just pissed her off even more. Stop, she begged, trying to push him away, but the very man refused to move. Rory, If you say that you love me one more time, I swear to God that I will kill you with my bare hands, Rory said evenly, as she shoved at his shoulders one more time, and this time, with a small groan, he moved away from her. She didn't waste any time getting off the bed and going to the bathroom to find her clothes. As she yanked on her shirt, she mentally berated herself for being so stupid. She should have never slept with him, never mind gone along with this deal. She'd been an idiot to think that she could handle Connor. She'd never been able to before, and she had no idea why she'd thought that she could handle him now. God, she was such a fool. The moment that she'd realized that she was feeling something for the jerk, she should have called off this ridiculous deal of theirs and figured out another way to get her sweets. Instead, she'd used excuse after excuse to take what she wanted, and now she was paying for it. She'd had her heart broken by several men before. How could she not? They treated her casually. When they became bored or something better came along, they'd moved on, leaving her feeling worthless. As much as it hurt to be treated like crap, it didn't even begin to what it felt like to have her heart broken by Connor. "We need to talk," Connor said, coming up behind her just as she finished pulling her jeans on and wrapped his arms around her. "Get your very hands off of me, Connor." "No, we need to talk," he said, tightening his hold when she tried to pull away, but not enough to hurt her. "The deal's over, Connor. I'm done. You finally won, okay? You won," Rory cried, struggling against his hold with everything that she had, but he refused to let go even as she kicked, rammed her elbow into his side, and thrashed in his arms as the first tear rolled down her cheek.
She didn't want him to see her cry, refused to let him know just how badly it hurt her. "The deal doesn't matter, Rory. The sweets are yours." Connor rushed out on a grunt when she'd managed to turn slightly to the left and slam her elbow in his stomach, desperate to get away from him. "I don't want them," she screamed, hating herself when a sob broke through. "Baby, please calm down," Connor pleaded, tightening his hold on her. "Let me go." "Not until you hear me out." "I don't want to hear you out, you lying, life-ruining jerk. I hate you, you jerk." She barely managed to get out through the sobs. For a moment, he didn't say anything, and she was thankful for that, but even happier when he finally released her. She quickly stepped away from him and headed for the bathroom door and her escape when his next words stopped her short. "I'm sorry about that night, Rory. I'm sorry for so many, really things," Connor said, his voice hoarse. "You shouldn't have come that night," Rory said tightly, forcing herself to face him. "I regret a lot of things about that night, but I don't regret that," he said, meeting her glare with a hard glare of his own. "You ruined my life that night," she said quietly, not bothering to wipe the tears away as they streamed down her face. "I know. If you hadn't come that night, you would have had to deal with something far worse than losing your scholarship, Rory," Connor said, cutting her off. Frowning, she asked, "What the hell are you talking about?" For a moment, he only looked at her, and just when she thought that she was finally about to get answers after all these years, Connor shook his head and moved to step past her. "Ask your brothers." No, he was not about to do this to her on top of everything else. They were going to finish this tonight. "I'm asking you, Connor," Rory said, stepping in front of him and blocking his path. "It would be better if it came from one of your brothers," he said, trying to step past her, but she was done playing this game with him. "It would be better if it came from you, and while you're at it, you can tell me why you followed me up there in the first place," Rory demanded, making it clear that she wasn't moving until he finally gave her the answers that she'd been waiting for. "Are you sure that you want to hear this?" Connor asked, leaning his hip against the sink counter as he waited. "Yes," Rory said with absolutely no hesitation. She desperately wanted to know what happened that night, why he was there, and why he couldn't just leave her the hell. "I came up there to talk to you about something, but when I got there, you were already the life of the party. For weeks, months really, I'd been trying to work up the courage to talk to you, but the moment that I saw you, I lost my nerve," Connor admitted with a rueful smile. "What did you come to talk to me about?" Rory found herself asking as she leaned back against the door. "I sat back, not sure what to do," Connor said, continuing with his story, and for the moment, she allowed it. "I hung back for a few hours, trying to work up the nerve to approach you," he explained, surprising her. Since when was he nervous about talking to her? "Just when I decided to put it off, I saw you stumble across the dance floor. It was more than obvious that you were drunk. The guy that you were with had definitely figured that out," Connor ground out, suddenly looking pissed. "I hung out for another minute, hoping that your brothers would step in, but none of them did. So, when the jerk dragged you, stumbling and giggling out the back door, I followed." "I don't really remember any of this," Rory admitted, frowning as she struggled to remember something, anything about that part of the night, but she couldn't. "I'm not surprised, Rory. You were pretty wasted by that point. You couldn't even walk without help."
Connor explained, as she noticed for the first time since this whole thing started that he'd pulled on a pair of jeans but had left them unbuttoned. That, along with his casual pose and mussed hair, made him look sweet and sexy. He certainly didn't look like a life-ruining jerk or someone who enjoyed playing with someone's heart. "Get to the point," Rory said, needing to hear how he'd ruined her life so that she could build up a defense around her heart and hate him so that this pain would end. Connor looked away, his jaw clenched tightly as he said, "By the time I got out to the alleyway, the jerk was trying to shove you down behind the dumpster." He didn't," Rory said, stopping to wet her suddenly dry lips when the words refused to leave her mouth. It didn't matter if she remembered it or not. Knowing that some guy had hurt her like that would be difficult to get over. As she waited for his answer, she prayed that Connor had gotten there in time. Please let him have gotten there in time, she hoped as dread coiled in her stomach. "He didn't have a chance to hurt you, Rory. I promise you that he didn't hurt you," Connor said softly, but wouldn't look at her. "What aren't you telling me?" Rory demanded, afraid that he was lying to protect her from the truth. "There's nothing else to tell, Rory. You know the rest," Connor said, shaking his head as he pushed away from the counter and moved to step past her, but she wasn't ready to drop this. "No, I don't," Rory said, planting her good hand against his chest, stopping him from ending this conversation. "He pulled a knife. We ended up in jail. Case closed. End of story. Let it go," Connor said firmly, gently pushing her hand away, and this time he managed to walk away from her and was halfway to his bedroom door when she asked, "And how did we land in jail and him in the hospital if he was the one with the knife, Connor?" she demanded, walking after him and cutting him off before he could make it to the door and walk away from her, taking the answers that she desperately wanted with him. "How did my life get wrecked, Connor? Tell me," Rory demanded. When he clenched his jaw and didn't answer, she screamed it. "Tell me!" "You wouldn't listen to me," Connor snapped, grabbing her by the arms and giving her a shake, not hard enough to hurt her, but it was enough to stun her. "I told you to get back in the bar, but you wouldn't listen. You should have really listened to me, Rory." Another shake. "Do you have any idea how close I came to losing you that night? Do you?" He practically roared in her face as he pushed her back up against the wall and got in her face, clearly done with avoiding the subject. "I begged you to go inside, Rory, but even drunk, you're a stubborn pain," Connor snapped, glaring down at her. "When that jerk pulled out a knife, you got pissed and went to punch him. I almost didn't get between you in time. Do you have any idea how close that piece of mess came to stabbing you? Do you?" he demanded, sounding angrier with each passing second when all she could do was stand there, desperately trying to catch her breath as his words sank in. "How did he get stabbed, Connor?" Rory asked, reaching out and grabbing onto him as a wave of dizziness tore through, with the knowledge that she was the reason the man ended up in the hospital having one of his kidneys removed. "He fell on the knife when I tackled him to the ground," Connor said, his tone gentler as his grip on her arms turned supportive. "But in the police report, he said that you'd attacked him," Rory mumbled, desperately trying to rack her mind around everything he'd told her and figure out how they'd gotten off when it was the other guy who'd ended up in the hospital when there hadn't been any witnesses. She'd tried to get her hands on the police report a few times over the years, but because the case was closed and she wasn't a Canadian resident, her request had been denied. "I know what he said, Rory, but his story didn't add up," Connor explained softly. "What are you talking about, Connor? There were no other witnesses, and he's the one that got hurt."
How exactly didn't his story add up? Locking his eyes with hers, Connor gently took her good hand off his arm and placed it on the left side of his chest. When she opened her mouth to ask what he was doing, he glided her hand over his chest. It took her a moment before a small raised line registered, and when it did, she shook off his hand and traced her fingers over the 3-inch scar that she'd never noticed before. Not that anyone would have really had a chance to see the scar with his tattoo covering it. When he raised his left hand, palm out, her eyes landed on a long, thin scar that ran across it. Without a word, she reached up with a shaky hand and traced the thin scar that ran across his palm that she'd always assumed was from working in construction. Defensive wound, Rory said numbly as she dropped her hand. Yes, Connor said, pushing away from the wall. When he sat down on the edge of the bed and dropped his head in his hands, it surprised her how badly she wanted to go to him. Why didn't you tell me? Rory asked, leaning her head back and looking up at the ceiling, desperately trying not to lose it as something occurred to her. He hadn't ruined her life. That was all her. She'd ruined her life by getting drunk and going off with some jerk. She'd put them both in that situation, and because of her, Connor had been hurt. There was no point in telling you, Rory. It was done. You were in the cell with me the next morning, Connor. How did you manage that if you were injured? She asked, trying to find a hole in his story and instinctively knowing that she wouldn't find any. For all his faults, Connor wasn't a liar. I let them stitch me up and then left against medical advice when they wanted me to stay the night, he explained softly. Why? She found herself asking, even though she wasn't really sure that she could handle anything more tonight. I couldn't stomach the idea of you being in a jail cell like that, Rory. By the time the ambulance came, you were already having problems. I made them bring you to the hospital, but they only kept you there long enough to give you some fluids before they released you back into police custody. Why did my father hit you? Rory asked, wondering if her father knew Connor's role in everything. She doubted it. Her father would never strike someone that protected one of his children. He didn't know what happened. The only thing that he knew was that I followed you to Canada and that you were arrested, facing some pretty serious charges. You could have corrected him on that, Rory said, feeling her eyes tear up once again. She hated crying, didn't want to do it, but very Connor if he didn't have her close to crying again. You had enough to deal with, Rory. It was simpler for me to take the brunt of his anger. Taking a slow, steady breath, Rory dropped her gaze to Connor, and for the first time in years, she didn't know what to feel when she looked at him. She couldn't hate him, wanted to, but she couldn't. He'd saved her, cared for her, and protected her, and she'd been an absolute difficult person to him over the years. Not that he hadn't deserved some of it, but there was no way that he deserved all of it. Why did you come after me, Connor? Rory whispered, praying that he wouldn't say or do anything else that would rock her world. She really didn't know how much more she could take. In the top drawer, he said, tilting his head to the side so that he could watch her. Heart pounding in her chest, Rory walked over to his bureau. She threw him one last look to find him sitting there with his head once again in his hands, and she couldn't help but wonder just how bad this was going to be. After taking a fortifying breath, she reached up and opened the drawer. It slid out easily, but that wasn't exactly surprising since there wasn't much inside. In the middle of the drawer sat a small velvet jewelry box. "What's this?" she asked, swallowing nervously as she picked it up. "Your birthday gift, Rory." Her hands shook so badly that she almost dropped the box twice, but after a minute she managed to open it. Her chin trembled as she traced the tiny diamond with the tip of her finger. It was the smallest diamond ring that she'd ever seen, but it was, without a doubt, the most beautiful one that she'd ever laid her eyes on. She pulled the ring out of the box for a closer look when something inside the ring caught her eye. Swallowing hard, Rory turned the ring over until the dim bedroom light hit the inscription just right, and when it did, she almost dropped it as she read the 3 letters engraved on the ring. L.R.J. Him and his big, really mouth. If he'd just kept his mouth shut and the way that he felt about her to himself, at least for a little while longer, they wouldn't be sitting here rehashing all of this mess. This wasn't how he wanted her to find out. Actually, he'd never planned on telling her, but he knew the moment that he'd walked into that bathroom to face her that the choice was no longer his to make. Now she knew what a pathetic jerk he really was. "What does L.R.J. stand for?" she asked softly as she knelt down on the floor in front of him. "Little Rory James," Connor admitted, with a sad smile, knowing that he'd truly gone and really messed up his one chance with her. "May I?" Rory asked, gesturing with her broken hand to his chest. With a small nod, he leaned back,
and wasn't too surprised when she traced her fingertips over the initials that he'd had tattooed all those years ago when he'd had a little bit too much beer and not enough common sense not to tattoo the name of a woman who hated him on his body. He'd been young and foolish, and now he just felt old and stupid. "The sweets are yours, Rory," Connor said when he couldn't think of anything else to say. "I know," she said softly as she continued to trace the letters with her fingertips, looking mesmerized by the tattoo. "The deal's off, too," he needlessly explained, licking his lips and trying not to moan when her fingers teasingly traced his chest. "Yes, it is," Rory said, running her fingertips to the other side of his chest while he sat there, trying to remain unaffected, but it was nearly impossible with Rory touching him. "What were you hoping to get out of this deal?" Rory asked, slowing her movements as she looked up and met his gaze. "It doesn't matter," he said truthfully, because none of it mattered without her. Not Strawberry Manor, his business, nothing. It might have taken him a while to figure it out, but he knew that the only thing that mattered to him was Rory. Her touches gave him hope that they might have a future, but he wasn't a fool. He'd pissed her off, and she'd be justified in toying with him. "Not going to tell me?" Rory asked, cocking a brow in question as she moved closer, resting her broken arm across his leg as her other hand slid up his chest and over his shoulder. "It doesn't matter any longer, because I don't want it," Connor confessed, unable to stop himself from reaching up with one hand and cupping her beautiful face. "Then what do you want?" she asked, moving closer until their lips were only a few inches apart. "You," he simply said. "Why?" she asked, looking a little confused. "Because I'm in love with you, Rory," Connor answered, wondering if she was going to try and kick his ass for saying it again. "You love me?" she said, not asked, as she leaned back, robbing him of her touch. But he let her go. What other choice did he have? He knew Rory well enough to know that if he pushed her for something that she didn't want, that she'd push right back. For the first time since he met her, he was terrified of pushing her. "Yes, I'm not sure how I feel about you, Connor," Rory admitted as she stood up and stepped away from him. "Do you hate me?" he asked, gripping his knees as he struggled to stay where he was and not do something foolish like beg her for a chance that he probably didn't deserve but wanted desperately. "No," she answered, walking away from him and heading for the patio.
"I need some time to figure this all out, Connor." "Take as much time as you need. I'll be here when you're ready," Connor said, knowing as soon as the words left his mouth that he'd just lost her for good. Oh, really that? Time. She needed time to think through everything, Rory reminded herself as she fought the urge to run back inside and throw herself in Connor's arms. A couple of hours ago, she knew where she stood with him. It didn't matter that she'd been falling for him because she'd known that she would never be able to get over what he did. Now she didn't know what to think about him. For the first time since Connor came into her life, Rory didn't think that she hated him, not even a little bit. Actually, she was terrified that she wasn't just falling for him anymore, but was more than a little in love with the man. Before she did anything that she might regret later, she needed to be sure that what she felt was real. She should kick his ass for confusing her, Rory thought as she opened the sliding glass door and stepped into her room. Why couldn't she just hate him? It made everything so much simpler. "Veto," Connor said, as he scooped her up in his arms, carried her out of the house, and placed her bottom on the patio railing before she could put up much of a protest. He settled himself close to her just as quickly, placing his hands on her hips to steady her and, hopefully, stop her from falling over the side. She'd never been afraid of heights before, but after falling into that cellar and breaking her arm, she could now say that she had a very healthy respect for heights. "Veto what?" Rory asked absently, reaching up with her good hand and placing it on his bicep to help steady herself as she fought against the urge to look down. "Space, time, a break, whatever the gosh you want to call it, Rory. It's not happening. I've waited too many years to have you in my arms, and I'm not about to let you go over some mess." "Wait a minute," Rory said, frowning up at him as his words registered.
You can't veto a break? Yes, I can, Connor said, leaning in and brushing his lips over hers in that soft, fleeting gesture that she both loved and hated. Loved because it made her feel precious, and hated because those kisses always left her wanting more, a lot more. Since when? She demanded, resisting the urge to hit him with her cast when he pulled his mouth away. Since now, Rory. You're not allowed to run away because you're too afraid to face what's going on between us. I'm not afraid of anything, Rory said evenly, using the same response that she'd used when they were kids, and he tried to taunt her into doing something asinine, kind of like now. Taking a chance, a real chance on him, was a huge risk, not only because they could wind up killing each other, but if things didn't work out between them, which was a real possibility given their history, she could wind up hating him for breaking her heart. This was a really bad idea, Rory berated herself inwardly as she looked into his beautiful emerald eyes and worried her bottom lip between her teeth. She should just push him away and end things right now, but really, when had she ever done the smart thing when it came to Connor? I don't think this is such a good idea, Rory said, needing to at least pretend to show good judgment and think it over, but unfortunately, common sense and good judgment were usually never around when it came to Connor. At least this time, she wouldn't have to worry about ending up in jail. I think it's a great idea, Connor said, pressing a kiss against her forehead before he leaned back and focused all of his attention on her broken hand. When he carefully picked up her hand and pressed something onto her ring finger, she couldn't help but frown as she looked down, but between his head and the lack of decent light, she couldn't see much. What the heck are you doing? Rory asked when she felt him slide something onto her finger. Nothing much, just decided that you and I are getting married, that's all, Connor announced with a careless shrug as he turned his head and pressed a swift kiss against her stunned lips. I'm sorry, what's this now? Rory demanded, sure that she'd misheard him. I'm thinking of a November wedding. It will give you plenty of time to plan it and get used to the idea, he explained, as if it wasn't a big deal when it was a very big freaking deal. I can't marry you, Connor, she blurted out, not really knowing what else to say, and wishing that she'd said it with a little more finesse. Then again, she should have known that Connor wouldn't take it personally. Yes, you can. All you have to do is show up, sign the license, and say I do, he mused as he leaned in to steal another kiss. No, I can't, she said stubbornly, leaning back away from him, but it wasn't all that far considering that he had her sitting on a narrow banister. I tell you what, Rory, Connor said, wrapping his arms around her and pulling her close until she had no other choice but to put her hands on his shoulders to help support herself. And when she did, her breath caught in her throat as her eyes landed on that tiny diamond decorating her finger. It was so beautiful. You give me until November to prove that we belong together, and if you still don't want to marry me by the time the manor is done, then we'll call it off. Oh, Rory asked distractedly, as she grudgingly accepted the fact that she never wanted to take the ring off her finger. And how exactly do you plan on convincing me to marry you? I plan on making you fall in love with me, Rory, Connor said softly, as he leaned in and kissed her in a way that wasn't fair. Wear the ring, and if you don't fall in love with me by November, then we can call the whole thing off, and I'll never bother you again, he swore against her lips. After more than 2 decades of being tormented by this man, the idea of never seeing him again should make her happy, but it didn't. She honestly didn't know how she would function without him in her life. But she wasn't sure if she was ready to promise him forever. Everything in her world had changed in such a short period of time that she didn't know if she was coming or going. The smart thing would be to put some space between them and ignore his veto, but she didn't want to do that. You really think that you can make me fall in love with you in less than 5 months? She asked, trying not to smile and failing miserably when she felt his lips kick up into that grin that she loved. I know that I can, Connor promised, as he stepped away from her only to scoop her up in his arms, turn around, and head for her bedroom. But he didn't get far. It's been more than 10 minutes, Trevor announced as he leaned back against the doorframe, startling Connor, but thankfully he didn't drop her, and she truly appreciated that. And we're hungry, Jason yelled from what sounded like her bathroom. Who the heck are you? Connor demanded as he stood his ground, holding her tightly in his arms as he glared at her cousin as if the man didn't have several inches and 50 pounds of muscle on him. Trevor's curious expression turned amused when his eyes zeroed in on her left hand. "Oh, by the looks of it, I would say one of your future in-laws." "Why are you glaring at me?" Rory asked, giving him a sweet, too sweet smile as the two men, no correction, his future in-laws from heck, periodically sent him killing glares as they tore through his kitchen and ate every last morsel of food. "Tell me that you didn't break the ban, Rory. Tell me that there aren't two Bradfords beating each other up over the last slice of cheese in my kitchen," Connor pleaded, already knowing the answer. It had been a good 15 years since he'd last seen a Bradford, but that was one experience that he would never forget. He'd been 16, pissed, and looking for a little revenge against Rory for the nonsense she'd pulled on him the night before at the drive-in.
Normally, he would have waited until she came home from her family's annual summer vacation, but that day he'd refused to wait to get his revenge. Well, that and his 16-year-old hormone-driven mind was hoping to see Rory in a bathing suit. It was the latter that had him climbing into the back of Mr. James' truck and hiding beneath a pile of gym bags in 90-degree weather, risking a severe beating by the James boys if he'd been caught. Somehow, he'd managed to make it to their destination without getting caught or passing out from the heat. As soon as he felt the truck come to a stop and heard Mr. James order his kids to unload the truck, he jumped out and darted across the rocky makeshift dirt parking lot and dove into what, unfortunately, had turned out to be a bush concealing a large briar patch. Once he'd managed to untangle himself from the thorns, he'd followed after Rory, who'd trailed behind her brothers. It made him angry that her brothers hadn't bothered to even offer to carry her bag for her, and he'd made it a point to get back at them later that night with poison ivy stuffed in their bags. He'd trailed after them in the woods until they came to a small clearing by the pond. While they'd set up camp, he went and found himself a hiding spot. Once that was done, he came back only to get the surprise of a lifetime. The once peaceful campsite was filled with men, very large men, and everywhere he'd looked, there was food, massive piles of it. The tents weren't even set up, but they had tables set up with food everywhere. None of them, not even what he'd suspected should have been little boys, were small. He'd always thought that the James boys were freakishly large, but the men that were beating each other up over food had been so much larger. Every single one of them had been shirtless, and all had been huge, which made him feel scrawny and made him wonder if Rory thought he was scrawny. Even though he'd never met them before, he knew that they were Bradfords. The tales of the other side of Rory's family were well known. They were often used to scare little children into behaving. If they didn't, they knew the Bradfords would come and eat them. He was ashamed to admit that it had worked on him when he was a kid. He'd even been warned away from Rory by the other kids on his first day of preschool. He'd been warned away from her because of the Bradfords, and because her brothers would beat anyone up that messed with her, but he hadn't cared. She'd been the prettiest little girl that he'd ever seen, and he just had to pull her pigtails. "Look, if you expect us to get in a decent day's work, then you're going to have to feed us more than scraps," the larger of the two men said as he tossed an empty cereal box on the counter with the rest of the empty packages. "Scraps?" Connor repeated numbly. "The kitchen was full of food not even 20 minutes ago." "That was 20 minutes ago," the other one said with a shrug as he pressed a hand against his stomach and headed for the door. "Learn to keep up with the times, Rumi," the larger one said with a mocking smile and a wink as he headed for the door, leaving Connor to process what he'd just said, and when he did, he turned a glare back on Rory. "What exactly does he mean by Rumi?" he demanded, as Rory gave him another cute smile that set off warning signals in his head. "Well, while you were grabbing a shirt, we talked it over and decided that it would probably be better if Trevor and Jason stayed with you," Rory explained, looking at him but not quite meeting his eyes as she said it. "Why is that exactly?" Connor asked with his jaw set and his hands clenched tightly into fists as he patiently waited for the woman that he loved to explain why she'd just deceived him. "If they stay with me, everyone will figure out who they are and will lose the extra help, and will also face a night in jail, a large fine, and community service," Connor said dryly, noting her wince.
I'd actually forgotten about the community service part, Rory admitted with a frown, but it quickly disappeared as she waved off what he'd said. Don't worry about it. No one is going to figure out who they are. We'll get the help we need and everything will be fine. He cocked a brow as he looked pointedly around his now barren kitchen. How exactly do you propose that we hide this? She worried her bottom lip as she followed his gaze. It will be fine, Rory said, but she didn't sound like she believed it. We'll just keep both houses filled with food and avoid taking them out to eat in public. As long as they don't get hungry, we should be fine. How exactly do you propose keeping one Bradford, never mind two, full? Her answering smile nearly undid him, but her next words had him cursing up a storm. Sam's Club. So, you think you're good enough for my cousin? Jason asked offhandedly as Connor pulled his truck into the parking spot of the wholesale food store, wondering how Rory had managed to talk him into this nonsense. He remembered putting his foot down and telling her that there was no way in hell that he was going to harbor Bradfords when the kissing started. He barely remembered the rest of their conversation, but he definitely remembered the way she yanked his mouth down to hers and kissed him until he forgot about her cousins, his empty refrigerator, and everything else that no longer mattered. They came together passionately if the jerk sitting next to him hadn't stormed back into the house and demanded that they feed him. Yes, Connor answered, deciding to be honest and noting twin looks of surprise on her cousins' faces. No doubt they thought he was going to give them a kiss-ass answer, but he didn't play around when it came to Rory and never would. Why is that exactly? Trevor, the larger of the two, asked, looking seriously, really angry by Connor's answer. Well, that was too really bad, because it was true. Because I annoy her, Connor said with a shrug, shutting the engine down and grabbing the keys. Instead of getting angry and tearing into him like any sane relative would have done, her cousin's glares turned into mischievous grins. They shared a quick look, nodded, and focused back on him, which was kind of unnerving, and he really wished that they'd rode with Rory instead. They'd insisted on riding with him, and he'd just assumed that they were going to try and kill him. He'd been fine with that, expected it even. You're that scrawny kid that crashed our family reunion, aren't you? Trevor asked, chuckling as he leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees while he considered Connor. I wasn't scrawny, he bit out tightly. Jason shrugged. Compared to us, you were. Point taken. Connor sighed with a nod. You know, you were lucky that Grandma Beth showed up when she did, don't you? Trevor asked, and Connor couldn't help but wonder if either one of these men was one of the large boys that had been ready to tear him apart with their bare hands all those years ago. A couple of them had managed to get in a few good punches before this sweet little old woman put an end to it. She'd swatted the much larger boys away and even demanded that they help him to his feet. Of course, when the boys explained why they'd wanted to kill him, the sweet little woman reached up, grabbed him by the ear, twisted it, and dragged him the half-mile back to their campsite where Mr. James and a really angry and embarrassed Rory were waiting. By the time she'd released his ear, it had been numb, but at least he'd managed to tell his side of the story. It had probably stopped Mr. James from killing him, but it hadn't stopped the man from grabbing a few of his large relatives and hunting down the real culprits. They hadn't believed that he wasn't the one spying on Rory as she'd changed out of her bathing suit. When he'd showed them that his hands were bloody and raw from beating them severely, the two men that he'd caught watching her, they'd believed him.
You really should have told us why you were there, Jason said around a bored yawn. We probably wouldn't have made you cry like that if we had. I wasn't crying, jerk, Connor snapped back, still angry after all these years about those 10 hours he'd been forced to wait at the campsite while every single Bradford and James taunted him for crying. Really? Then why were tears streaming down your face? Trevor asked as his attention went to searching the glove compartment for something to eat. Because one of you dumb jerks shoved my head in the pond. That was pond water streaming down my face. Are you sure? Because I could have sworn that I heard you sobbing, Trevor said, letting out a disappointed sigh when he didn't find anything. That's what it sounded like to me, Jason agreed, gesturing for Trevor to get out of the truck. I was embarrassed for you. Trevor admitted, his tone laced with pity as he opened the door and jumped out. I wasn't sobbing, you jerk. I was choking on the slimy pond water one of you forced down my throat. Wow, this is just getting sad, Jason said, shaking his head in disgust as he followed after his cousin. Before Connor could tell both men where they could go, Jason shut the door and headed for the warehouse, leaving Connor to curse and hurry as he resigned himself to spending the night in jail. Hands off, woman, Trevor demanded, but she ignored him as she shoved him back against the brick wall. She threw a warning glare at Jason as he tried to step away and head for the warehouse that promised unlimited free samples. She pointed her finger from one man to the other as she leveled a hard glare on them. I am not going to jail for the two of you, so listen up and listen good. You are only allowed to hit each sample cart 10 times and that's it. You difficult person. Trevor and Jason gasped in outrage. Ignoring them, she continued. And while we're at it, let's get to the other rules. Rules? Trevor repeated slowly, eyes narrowing to slits on her. You are not allowed to eat in any of the restaurants in town or within 20 miles of the town unless I am there with you. At that announcement, Jason's eyes narrowed dangerously on her. Also, you are not to buy anything that requires you to show your driver's license. If you hit the grocery store, you're each limited to 1 carriage full of food per day. You can order in, but you're only allowed to order enough for 6 people. I've always hated you, Jason bit out in a huff as he turned his back on her and headed for the double doors of the warehouse. Ditto, Trevor said, even as he threw his arm around her shoulders and gave her a reassuring squeeze, or a warning, she wasn't sure which. The warning wouldn't exactly surprise her, since she'd basically just put them on a strict diet. As they walked through the double doors, she pulled her club membership card out of her pocket, hoping against hope that the ban the manager threatened them with 7 months ago had only been a warning. She really hoped it was, otherwise they were going to have problems keeping her cousins fed enough to follow her rules. She really didn't want to spend another night in jail. Good evening and welcome to Sam's Club. Can I see your card, please? The smiling greeter holding the clipboard asked as they approached the entrance. Of course, Rory said, making sure to give the man a warm smile, praying that he just gave her card a quick glance and let them be on their way. Before she could hand her card over, a large tan hand covered her good hand and stopped her. They're with me, Connor said, holding her hand by his side as he handed over his card. You folks have a good evening, the greeter said, still smiling as he handed Connor's card back. You too, Connor said, giving her hand a slight tug, effectively pulling her away from Trevor's side so that she was walking with him. She heard her cousin's amused chuckle, but ignored it as she walked with Connor to the row of oversized carriages. Once she was sure that they were out of earshot of the greeter, she asked, "What was that all about?" Connor let out a long, suffering sigh as he pulled a carriage loose. "You're banned, Rory." "I know that, but so are you. So what in the world was that all about?" Rory asked, giving him a gentle shove out of the way and stealing his carriage. "I didn't get banned, baby," he said, swooping in and giving her a swift kiss as he deftly stole the carriage back. "Only you did." "How is that possible?" she demanded, gesturing wildly towards the automotive department. "You were the one that started it." His answering chuckle as he walked away had her contemplating running him down with a carriage for old time's sake. "You got banned from a warehouse?" Trevor asked, coming up to her right side as Jason joined her on the left. "What kind of loser gets banned from a warehouse?" "Ow, stop hitting us," Trevor snapped, grabbing Jason and shoving him towards Rory as the woman let loose on the men that had turned her year-long ban in less than 20 minutes. "How many samples did I tell you that you could have?" Rory demanded as she moved to kick Jason in the shin, but before she could make contact, Connor had her in his arms and over his shoulder. That didn't seem to slow her down, not at all. "How many?" she demanded when her cousins didn't answer her fast enough. 10, they muttered sheepishly. "And how many did you take?" The men muttered their answers. Not that it mattered. Rory was too busy flipping out to actually listen to them. "You scared everyone very much in that warehouse. You made men and women cry and run screaming for their lives. And thanks to you, my photo now hangs in front of the building next to the recall notice board, you greedy jerks." Hey, it's not our fault that those samples were so very yummy, Jason snapped back. We wouldn't have had any problems if they hadn't been so really cheap with the portions, Trevor added. That's it. Put me down. I'm going to kill them, Rory demanded, as she struggled to escape from his hold, but he'd been prepared for her escape attempt and kept his arm firmly locked around her. He looked past the two pouting men towards the front of the warehouse, where the manager and about 20 employees stood on the sidewalk, watching them warily. No doubt they'd already called the police. Not that he could blame them, but he really didn't want to deal with having to tackle Rory when she went for the cop's nightstick so that she could beat the gosh out of her cousins. Listen, Connor said, pulling his keys out of his pocket and tossing them to Jason. There's an all-you-can-eat buffet about 35 miles from here. The two men's pouts instantly disappeared as a predatory gleam took over. We're listening, Trevor said, intently focusing on him. It's in Haverville. There's a map book in the truck. The restaurant is on Copper Street. They close at 1 in the morning, so that should hold you over and keep you out of trouble. Rory snorted at that announcement. Not that he could blame her. Let yourselves into the house and be ready to work really hard by 5, he said, determined to keep her cousins busy and out of his way. He wasn't an idiot. He knew why they were here. They were here to help them with Strawberry Manor, but he knew that he was the main reason for their presence. It wasn't difficult to guess that her brothers were behind this one. They probably thought their cousins would manage to scare him off. They wouldn't, but he appreciated the effort. That didn't mean that he'd put up with this nonsense. He'd keep her cousins busy with work and food so that they didn't come between him and Rory. He had less than 5 months to convince Rory to spend the rest of her life with him, and he wasn't about to let anyone really mess that up for him. Put me down, Connor. I need to kick them, Rory snapped, but he simply ignored her as he headed for her Jeep. You can kick them later, Rory. Right now, we have to get out of here before the cops show up, Connor said, placing her on her feet and stealing her keys out of her pocket. He had the door open and her inside before she could put up much of a fight. Not that he'd expected her to put up much of a fight, not with the police on the way. They'd been in this situation enough times to know that it was time to hurry. Fine, she said, sounding tired as she buckled up. Can we please stop for a cup of hot chocolate before we head home? That's a good idea, Connor said, not mentioning that he'd already planned on doing just that. To be honest, he was exhausted as well. It had been a very long night, and it was barely 8:30. All he wanted to do was enjoy this quiet time with Rory, steal her hot cocoa, and hold her in his arms for the rest of the night. But he knew that the night wasn't over quite yet. There were a few things that they needed to clear up before any misunderstandings formed and interfered with his plans to make Rory his wife. Keeping his eyes on the road, he reached over and carefully took Rory's broken hand in his. When he felt his ring on her finger, he couldn't help but smile. It had been a long time coming, and to be honest, he'd never really expected this day to come. Granted, she hadn't agreed to marry him yet, but she would. Now that he knew that she cared about him, nothing was going to stop him, not even the stubborn woman that he loved. "We'll move your stuff into my room tomorrow night," he said quietly, hoping that she was too exhausted from the hell her cousins had put her through to catch what he'd said. But of course, this wasn't going to be easy. "Why would I do that?" Rory asked, pulling her hand away from his so that she could toy with her new ring. "I just thought it would be easier," Connor said offhandedly as he took a right on Oak Street. "Why would that be easier?" "I just thought it would be easier if you started to move in with me now. That way, we wouldn't have to worry about moving you out and selling your house after we get married," he calmly explained as he pulled into Brennigan's parking lot. I'm not selling my house, Connor, and I'm not moving in with you," Rory stubbornly argued. "Rory," Connor said, sighing heavily as he shut the Jeep down, "keeping 2 houses after we get married doesn't make sense. I suppose we could rent it out, but that's a real bother. I love my house, Connor. I'm not selling it," Rory said, shooting him a glare as she threw her door open and jumped out. He chuckled darkly as he climbed out of the truck. "I know that you don't expect me to sell my house," Connor said, shutting the door behind him and moving to join her on the sidewalk.
"That's exactly what I expect if you want me to marry you," Rory said with a shrug, effectively dismissing him as she headed for the small coffee shop, leaving him to trail after her as he did his best to rein in his temper. He was supposed to sell his house? Nonsense. That was not happening. He'd worked really hard for that house. He'd taken on extra jobs so that he could afford to renovate it. Did she have any idea how hard he'd worked to restore his house? She'd had help. He didn't. He'd worked really hard, and he wasn't about to sell his house. But for now, he'd drop it. There was plenty of time to deal with the simple misunderstanding after they were married. Right now, it was more important that he convince her to take a chance on him. And if that meant keeping his mouth shut until she was his, then that's exactly what he was going to have to do. "Large hot chocolate?" Beth, the senior barista, asked as Rory stepped up to the counter. "Make it an extra large, please," Rory said, pulling a $10 bill out of her pocket and tossing it on the counter. "I'll be right back," she said, fighting back a yawn as she headed for the bathroom. As soon as she got home, she was going straight to bed. She'd deal with Connor and her cousins tomorrow. Normally, she'd be worried that her cousins were hitting a buffet so close to home, but tonight, she just didn't have the energy to care. She'd worried about how she was going to keep them in line tomorrow. Tonight was, "Oh my God, did you hear the news?" A vaguely familiar feminine voice asked, sounding excited and drawing Rory's attention as she went to push open the women's bathroom door. She looked down the small hallway and realized that she was alone, and that she was hearing a private conversation coming from the manager's office behind her. Deciding that it was none of her business, and that she really didn't care about the latest town gossip, Rory moved to open the bathroom door when the next words stopped her dead in her tracks. Connor proposed to Rory! The excited woman practically squealed, making Rory cringe as her eyes shot down to the ring on her finger. She should have taken it off before she went out. She softly cursed when she realized that her father and brothers had probably already heard the news. That was just great. "No, he didn't," a voice that she knew all too well said, laughing off the news. Cindy, one of the most annoying women in town, and who was, unfortunately, the manager of this place. Not because she had a degree, had experience, or had even worked her way up to the position. Cindy became the manager of the best coffee shop in the area for one very simple reason. She had a unique influence on Old Man Webster. Rumor had it that Old Man Webster called Cindy into his office on her very first day, within the very first hour, because customers and staff alike had complained about her attitude and inability to become more active and do anything. As soon as Old Man Webster finished firing her, Cindy started negotiations to keep her job, and kept it up until Mr. Webster stumbled out of his office a half-hour later, smiling and looking more relaxed than he had in years. Cindy walked out of the office looking smug and still very much employed. A year later, Cindy was the manager and still hadn't served a single cup of coffee. And Mr. Webster no longer bothered coming to the coffee shop since Cindy had started handling his affairs directly. Normally, she didn't pay attention to rumors, but a few years ago, she'd witnessed Cindy in a questionable interaction with the owner of the Donut Shack. Megan called and told me that she saw Connor and Rory at Sam's Club and that Rory was wearing this really tiny diamond engagement ring. "So?" Cindy demanded, with what sounded like a sneer. "So? Everyone knows that she's been dating Connor. What do you mean by so? This is huge. It's also so sweet," the other women gushed. "Don't you think it's sweet? I wonder how long they've been in love." Cindy let out an indelicate snort as she demanded, "And what makes you think that they're in love?" "How could you miss the way he looks at her?" the other woman asked, sounding confused. "Oh, and just how does he look at her?" Cindy demanded mockingly. There was a slight pause before the other woman answered. "Like she's everything that he'd ever dreamed of, and he can't quite believe she's real. Oh my God, you've been reading too many of those trashy romance novels. He doesn't look at her like she's anything special. You're the only one that doesn't see it then. Really, if he loves her so very much, then why was he involved with me last week?" Cindy demanded. Rory stood there for another moment, feeling numb and barely registering the rest of the conversation as her mind worked through everything she'd heard. When she settled on a decision, she turned around and walked back down the hall to confront Connor. When he saw Rory walk out from the back hall, looking determined and angry, Connor knew that he was in deep trouble. That was confirmed when Rory ignored the cashier trying to hand over an extra-large hot cocoa and headed for the door, not even looking at him as she passed by him.
Great, Connor muttered, sighing heavily as he walked over to the counter and took the hot cocoa from the stunned cashier, who was probably wondering if hell had frozen over. Everyone in town knew that hot cocoa was Rory's weakness, and as far as he knew, she'd never passed up a cup. He couldn't exactly say that he was surprised to find Rory waiting for him when he stepped outside. They'd been playing this game for over 20 years, so he knew by now what to expect when Rory was pissed at him, and she was very well pissed at him. That little murderous glare that she shot him as she gestured for him to follow her told him everything that he needed to know. She didn't wait to make sure that he'd follow her as she walked over to her Jeep, climbed into the driver's side, and slammed the door shut behind her. Any sane man would probably walk the 10 miles home instead of facing this woman's wrath, but he was in love with this woman, so that pretty much negated the sane part, at least for the moment. Resigning himself to whatever Rory had in store for him, he took a sip of her cocoa, walked over to the truck, and climbed in. Without a word, he handed over her keys and settled back, sipping her cocoa as she started the truck and drove off. Still, she didn't speak, and to be honest, he was in no rush to be scolded right now. It had been a long day, and an even longer night, and all he wanted to do was go home, climb into bed with the cranky woman, and "Where in the world are we going?" Connor asked when Rory suddenly took a right into their old high school's parking lot. Their old high school that had handed them each a no trespass order along with their diplomas on the day they'd graduated. Rory didn't answer him as she drove around the back of the building and parked in the empty, dimly lit parking lot. He was in no mood to spend the night in jail and opened his mouth to tell her just that when she made a surprising move. The air between them crackled with unspoken tension, and he lost all ability to think, never mind talk. "You and I are going to have a little talk, Connor, and clear a few things up before I decide whether or not to take a chance on you," Rory calmly explained. The intimacy between them deepened, and his breath caught in his throat. "Are you going to answer my questions, Connor?" Rory asked, moving closer to him. The moment was charged with anticipation. When he didn't respond fast enough, she settled herself comfortably on his lap, creating an intense connection. She didn't bother asking him if he agreed again, but simply started asking her questions. "Do you love me?" Rory asked, cutting right to the point, which was part of the reason that he loved this woman. She didn't play any of the difficult games that other women played, and didn't use drama to get what she wanted. Granted, she was using their intense connection against him at the moment, but he was fine with that. "Yes," he hissed as Rory pressed closer to him. "Since when?" she asked, placing her bad hand on his shoulder to steady herself as she continued to move intimately against him, teasing him and driving him out of his mind with desire. "Since the moment that I saw your father drag you into daycare looking cute and mean as you tried to glare him down," Connor admitted as he placed his hands on her hips and moved them up her sides until he was holding her close. When she made no moves to stop him, he caressed her, and their connection deepened. "You really want to marry me?" Rory asked, a soft sound escaping her as she reached between them. His right hand quickly moved to assist. "Yes." "Did you sleep with Cindy?" Rory asked, pausing in their intimate moment. "Gosh, no. She offered intimacy to get out of her bill, but I'm not interested, and I don't barter for intimacy," he explained, leaning in and pressed his lips against hers, because he felt like he would die if he didn't kiss her. "Then you have less than 5 months to convince me to marry you, Connor. Don't mess it up," Rory said, sounding almost desperate as she struggled to deepen their connection. It was difficult to achieve with their intense movements, but he wasn't complaining. He didn't want her to stop. It felt so very good, and it felt even better a minute later when they managed, with a lot of effort, to fully connect. Once they were fully connected, Rory wasted no time in deepening their embrace. They both made soft sounds as she welcomed him completely. "If you mess this up, I'm gonna have to kill you,"
Rory swore, leaning in to kiss him. "I'm not going to mess this up," Connor promised as he met her lips in a hungry kiss. "Good," was the last coherent word that came out of her mouth for a while. They shared a passionate intimacy. Even when the police showed up and banged on the window, she was barely able to speak, but after she calmed down from the intense connection they'd shared, just as the shouting started and they were being read their rights, she managed to say a few words that had him grinning. He loved her too much to mess this up. He had 5 months to prove to her that he was the man for her, and he was going to make them perfect. July. "Are you still not talking to me?" Rory asked, shooting Jacob a glance as she sorted through the large pile of mail that he'd left on her desk. "Yes." "Are you going to tell me why?" she asked, already guessing that it was going to be another big fat no. For the past couple of weeks, he'd been giving her the silent treatment. He only answered her when it was absolutely necessary, and he made very sure that it wasn't necessary. His mood had been sour since she'd started this thing with Connor, and only got worse when she'd been forced to call him up at 3 in the morning to come bail her and Connor out of jail. Grudgingly, he agreed and came down to the police station 2 hours later with the checkbook. He only stayed long enough to bail her out, confirm that she was engaged, and send her a glare as he stormed out of the station, leaving her to bail Connor out. She tried to make it up to him and find out why he was so upset, but the stubborn jerk just kept on ignoring her and sending Connor glares whenever the two men were in the same room. Speaking of stubborn jerks, "You need to sign this so that we can have more lumber delivered," Bryce, another jerk that wasn't happy with her, demanded as he stepped into the trailer. Word about her engagement to Connor had spread quickly. Her family's reaction varied greatly. Her father simply called her up while Connor was arguing with the guard that had impounded her Jeep. He'd been very direct and unemotional as he asked her if the news was true. She'd been scared to death of his reaction when she'd explained that it was true. There had been a brief pause after she'd told him that she was engaged to Connor. She'd almost asked him if he'd heard her when he simply told her to make sure that she made it next Sunday for fishing, and then he hung up. Her brother's reactions had been a bit different. As soon as she'd managed to make it into work, 2 hours late, they'd hunted her down in her office and blocked off her exit, demanding to know if she was out of her freaking mind. Johnny went as far as to demand that she take a drug test. After a lot of arguing, a few threats to have her locked away, and a few shin kicks, her brothers agreed to let it go for now and get back to work. As they walked out, a few limping, they all glared at her, and she'd been fully prepared to keep Connor company in the emergency room that night. But they didn't touch him. They'd only glared at him. Okay, there was that one time that Craig had to wrestle a hammer out of Brian's hand when he went to throw it at Connor, but other than that, they didn't beat him up badly or harmed him in any way. The fact that they hadn't sent Connor to intensive care actually scared her very much. Every guy that spent time with her got the warning. It used to annoy her, but now she was wondering why the guy that she'd agreed to spend the rest of her life with hadn't received the same warning. Actually, one would think that the man that she planned on marrying would receive a more thorough warning. But so far, nothing. That could only mean that they were trying to handle this a different way, and she knew exactly how they thought they were going to do that. By having their cousins drive her and Connor out their freaking minds. Well, that probably was the plan, but it was failing miserably. The first week, Trevor and Jason stayed with Connor. The next week, they were replaced by 2 of her other cousins, and every week after, 2 fresh Bradfords showed up at Connor's door. This week, the twins were staying with him. Well, they stayed in Connor's house, but not with him, since Connor ended up sleeping in her bed, holding her all night, every night. The first night, he'd tried to get her to sleep in his bed with him, but having 2 Bradfords getting into a shouting match at 2 in the morning over the last jar of pickles quickly changed his mind. He hadn't brought up who was selling their house again, and neither had she. She was too happy to ruin it, and gosh was she happy. Never in her wildest dreams would she have imagined a man treating her the way that Connor did. He was sweet, funny, attentive, and he went out of his way to make her feel special. The other night, they came home after putting in a 14-hour day, looking forward to a quick meal, a hot shower, and bed. Instead of the relaxing night that they'd hoped for, they'd been greeted with a nightmare, a Bradford nightmare to be exact. They'd pulled into her driveway only to find a terrified pizza delivery kid stuck up in a tree where he'd been forced to run for his life. Not that she could really blame the kid for being scared. He had forgotten her cousin's double order of chicken tenders and honey mustard sauce back at the restaurant. It probably wouldn't have turned out so badly if the kid hadn't gotten lazy and offered a credit for the chicken tenders instead of going back and getting them. At that point, her cousins had been seeing red, and the delivery boy was lucky that all he got was the hell scared out of him. She'd actually been worried that their secret was going to get out, and that they were not only going to end up in jail, but lose the extra help that they desperately needed. Just as the kid in the tree finally managed to pull his phone out and started to call the police, Connor climbed up the tree and snatched the phone out of the kid's hand, and somehow managed to talk the kid down. Then, of course, her cousin Devin just had to go and make the kid cry again and sent him right back up the tree. It took Connor an exhausting half hour and $100 to get the kid to come back down and get him to promise not to call the cops. When Connor was done with that, he sent her cousins off to yet another buffet since Jason and Trevor had unintentionally shut down the last one. After that, she'd been more than ready to settle for a peanut butter sandwich in bed, but they quickly discovered that her cousins had cleaned out both kitchens to hold themselves over while they'd waited for their food. She'd been tired, hungry, and was starting to get pretty annoyed that she had to run out and hit the grocery store for the second night in a row, when Connor, who she knew was just as tired as she was, gave her one of those sweet kisses and told her to go take a shower and relax. By the time she was done with her shower, dressed, and ready to go get the trip to the grocery store over with, Connor surprised her with a large hot chocolate from Brannigan's and a sandwich with all the fixings from her favorite sandwich shop. As she took her first sip of that life-saving elixir, Connor kissed the top of her head and told her that he'd be right back, which turned out to be a bit of a lie. She tried to wait up for him, but she'd been too tired by that point to do much of anything but lie down, and once she did, she was out for the night. The next morning, she was awakened by Connor kissing her and the scent of hot chocolate. The kiss was sweet, and they shared intimacy, connecting deeply. It wasn't until she went downstairs to feed Bunny that she'd discovered that he'd made 2 runs to Sam's Club the night before and stocked both their kitchens with food. He'd also had a word with her cousins and told them to stay really out of her kitchen and to get their own very food from now on. Her cousins hadn't been happy about having to get their own snacks, but they weren't dumb enough to complain, not with Connor providing them with the names and locations of the buffets and restaurants offering all-you-can-eat deals. "Oh my freaking word, you're thinking about him again? Really?" Bryce said, dragging her attention away from the man that she decided that she should have a private meeting with within about an hour. "Rory? Rory," Bryce snapped, bringing her back to reality. So, with a glare and a kick to the shin, she yanked the clipboard out of his hand and signed her name. "You difficult person," Bryce gasped in pain, but she knew that he didn't meant it. He'd beaten the gosh out of enough guys who called her that to know that he wouldn't stand for anyone disrespecting her. She also knew that he'd feel bad once the throbbing in his foot subsided. He would apologize with a large cup of hot cocoa. Connor, on the other hand, "Oh my gosh," Bryce shouted as he stumbled back, cupping his nose as blood poured down his chin. "Don't you ever call her that again," Connor said evenly as he stepped in front of her and faced off with her much larger brother. Was it wrong that this made her feel a strong attraction? Probably, but it was really nice to have a man love and adore her and treat her like a woman, like she needed protection. She didn't, but it was still nice all the same. She never thought the day would come when Connor's chivalrous behavior would stop annoying her and start making her smile. But here it was, Rory mused, as she shoved him aside and went to help her brother. "She kicked me," Bryce said accusingly, his eyes narrowing to slits on her, and if she had still been a kid, that look would have had her hiding her toothbrush for a month so that he couldn't give it a special cleaning. "I don't care what she did. Don't freaking call her that again," Connor shouted, grabbing a roll of paper towels off the counter and tossing it at the big baby. "She knows that I didn't mean it," Bryce muttered as he tore off a bunch of paper towels and pressed them against his face, leaving enough of his mouth uncovered so that she could see that he was pouting. He really was a big baby. "It's fine," Rory said, turning her back on her brother and ignoring him as he continued to mumble and complain. "No, it's not," Connor said, sending Bryce one last glare, which earned another bout of muttered whining before he turned his attention on her. As soon as his gaze landed on her, his expression softened, and he smiled that sweet little smile that seemed to be reserved only for her. "Miss me?" he asked, taking her good hand into his. Ignoring Jacob and Bryce's twin sounds of disgust, she shook her head. "Nope, not at all," Rory said, lying a lot, but before that smile of his could turn knowing, she quickly changed the subject. "What did you need?" she asked. Connor leaned down and pressed a quick kiss to her lips, which earned more of that very muttering that was really starting to annoy her. "Sorry, baby, but I was actually looking for the big crybaby behind you." "What do you need?" Bryce asked, not sounding happy about having to deal with Connor, which she knew that he wasn't. Not that she cared. She didn't. For the first time in her life, she was truly happy. It didn't matter that her assistant wasn't on speaking terms with her, or that her brothers were up to something and were really starting to annoy her with their daily interventions. It seemed that every time her brothers tried to corner her to talk some sense into her, their plans would get messed up by whichever cousins were staying with her at the time. The interruption was usually work-based, and while it annoyed her brothers, they understood that the project needed to be completed. Sometimes they tried to hold their interventions outside of work, but those all failed as well, mostly because everyone was too very exhausted to get into an argument. It also didn't hurt that her brothers had to take turns babysitting their cousins. The few times that her brothers tried to make their cousins wait to eat so that they could try and talk some sense into her hadn't ended well. Apparently, they hadn't listened when their father warned them never to come between a Bradford and his food because more than once over the past couple of weeks, her brothers had learned that valuable lesson the hard way. She was still cringing at the memory of what happened last night when her brothers tried to ambush her while she'd been snuggling with Connor in bed watching a movie. The twins, Reese and Darren, warned her brothers several times that they were coming between them and a buffet, which was more than any other Bradford would have given them. But then again, the twins were both police officers, so it was probably more out of habit than anything. If her brothers had listened, they probably wouldn't have been dragged from her room, screaming and begging for mercy. It was more pathetic than anything, but she didn't complain about how the twins got the job done, since it left her free to stay in Connor's arms. "What do you want?" Bryce asked, tossing the bloodied paper towels into the trash as his glare shifted between her and Connor. "I need you to take over the third floor," Connor explained, stepping past her and grabbing 2 bottles of water out of the fridge. He handed her one before he took a sip from his bottle. "That's your little buddy's job," Bryce said with a bit of a bite, his glare taking on a whole new meaning, and for good reason. If she thought that Andrew was lazy before, then she'd been dead wrong. Over the past couple of weeks, the man had given a whole new meaning to the term lazy. He was constantly late, left early most days, hung out in the parking lot every couple of hours, and several times he'd been found asleep in his truck or on the site. It was also becoming painfully obvious that the man had a substance abuse problem. He'd been seen vomiting several times, having the shakes, sweating profusely after one of his many trips to the parking lot, and he'd lost a great deal of weight. Instead of firing him like any other boss would have done, Connor turned a blind eye to his best friend's downward spiral. They'd actually gotten into a few arguments over it, but no matter what she'd said, Connor wouldn't fire his friend. The only concession that he was willing to give her was that Andrew would not be touching any power tools. It wasn't much, and she wasn't happy about it, but she'd take it, for now. The moment that Andrew became a danger, he was gone. She didn't care if he worked for her or not. She was not about to put her men in danger to make Connor happy. As much as she cared about him, and she knew that she was in love with him, she couldn't keep turning a blind eye to this situation. She was very much afraid that Andrew was going to end up killing himself, and she was terrified that it would destroy Connor. It didn't matter that she didn't particularly like Andrew. She loved Connor, and this situation was hurting him. She could see it in his face every time he watched Andrew stumble, drop something, or head for the parking lot. "And now, it's yours," Connor said, his tone hard, leaving no doubt in her mind that it wasn't up for discussion. Bryce seemed to pick up on the hint as well, because, with one last glare, he stormed out of the office, slamming the door behind him hard enough to shake the trailer. "Connor, we need to talk," Rory said, hoping against hope that this time he would listen. "Tonight, okay?" Connor said softly, looking miserable and tired, and heaven help her, but she didn't want to make him feel worse, so she did something that she knew she would regret later. She dropped it. "August, stop doing that. We have to go," Rory said, giggling as she tried crawling out of his arms and off the bed, but the woman was laughing too hard to be able to put up much of an effort. "No, we don't, baby. We can tell your brothers that you're too sick to go. Then we can spend the first free weekend we've had in 2 months in bed doing nothing more than eating, sleeping, and making you feel utterly delighted," Connor said, pulling a very amused Rory back away from the edge of the bed and back into his arms. She let out an indelicate snort at that. "I have never screamed your name," Rory said, lying her hot little self off. "Really?" Connor asked in an offhand tone as he managed to wrap his right arm around her and pull her back against his chest, keeping her there as he used his other hand to tickle her until she was thrashing in his arms and laughing so hard that she could barely choke out his name. "You rascal!" Rory gasped, still laughing a minute later when he stopped tickling her. "Yes, I am," Connor said, chuckling as he shifted back just far enough so that Rory could turn over onto her back. As soon as her back touched the comforter, she was reaching for him. With her fingers threaded through his short hair, she pulled him down for one of her greedy little kisses that he loved. Their intimacy deepened, and he found immense pleasure in their connection. He loved touching her, loved the way she trembled against him, the way her breathing became uneven as she struggled to prolong the moment, savoring his touch. He would never get enough of her, Connor decided as their passion intensified. Their connection was overwhelming, and they gave in to their desire. "Connor," Rory moaned softly against his lips as their intimacy deepened. When he felt her reach for him, he shook his head, only breaking the kiss long enough to say, "No, baby, just lie back and enjoy this." After a slight hesitation, he felt her melt back against the mattress. She wrapped her good arm around his shoulder, holding him close as their passion grew. When she gasped into his mouth, Connor knew that she was on the brink of reaching her peak, and he wished that he could lay here with her and take his time making her feel good, but they didn't have much time. He continued to caress her, intensifying their shared experience. Rory's nails dug into his shoulders, and her breaths quickened. She pressed against his touch, and he responded, increasing the intensity. By the time he felt her body respond fully, he was on the brink of his own release. He held off as long as he could, but when she started to call out his name, he lost himself in the moment. Keeping their connection, he broke off the kiss and sat up, sitting back on his haunches, very careful not to interrupt her peak of pleasure as he found his own release. He watched Rory reach her peak, her back arching as she licked her lips hungrily. His own body tightened as he found his release, his eyes never leaving her beautiful face. When she opened her eyes and looked up at him, a shot of pleasure surged through him, intensifying the moment. She was so very beautiful, sweet, feisty, but it was the fact that it was Rory looking up at him that turned him inside out and made his heart skip a beat. "I love you, Rory," Connor said, struggling not to close his eyes as his spine tingled and he felt intense pleasure as his own peak approached. Rory didn't say that she loved him, she never did, but instead, her body responded around his touch as a second, more powerful wave of pleasure tore through her, setting off his own. He forced his eyes to remain open, too eager to miss this. He watched her call out his name again, enjoying every last second of it as it intensified his own release. It wasn't as good as their deepest connection, but it would have to do until he could manage to get her alone again. "We have to get going," Rory said, struggling to catch her breath as she sat up. Unfortunately, she was right. With a nod and a quick kiss, Connor climbed off the bed, taking her with him. Together, they walked into the shower, only pausing long enough to enjoy a leisurely kiss. He helped cover her cast with a plastic bag before they climbed into the shower and quickly washed up. He'd just pulled her back into his arms when the banging on the bedroom door started again. "We gave you half an hour. Move yourselves," Sean yelled, making them both groan as he reached for the shower knob and turned off the water. "Let's stay here, Rory. I was serious about spending the weekend in bed with you," Connor said, knowing that, even if they stayed, that he wouldn't be able to spend the entire weekend in bed with her. Andrew was getting worse, and he didn't know what he should do. There was no one that he could turn to and no one to share this burden with. He'd promised to keep his mouth shut, and that's exactly what he was going to do, even as it slowly killed him inside. He wasn't sure how much longer he could keep this up. Every day was like a brand new level of hell. If only Andrew wasn't so hell-bent on being stubborn, but the rascal wouldn't even listen to him and take a chance for him. That jerk was dying, and he wouldn't take a really chance, and God help him, but Connor hated him for it. "What's wrong?" Rory asked softly, reaching up and running her fingertips down his jaw, instantly calming him. "Nothing's wrong," Connor lied, turning his head and pressed a kiss against her fingertips as they moved down his jaw. He wished that he could tell her what was going on and ease some of his own pain, but he couldn't. He wouldn't do that to her, and he wouldn't break the asinine promise that he'd made to Andrew. He owed his friend that much, at least. "If you're not ready in 10 minutes, we're coming in," Johnny yelled, making Rory roll her eyes and had him biting back a groan at the reminder that he'd promised to spend an entire day with Rory's brothers and the rest of her extended family. Oh, joy. It wasn't that he didn't like her cousins, he actually did. He'd only met a dozen of them so far, but all of them were pretty good guys. They were arrogant as hell, and some of them liked to call him the pretty boy, which he thought was a bit messed up since he hadn't met a single Bradford that couldn't pass for a GQ model. Then again, being called pretty boy was a hell of a lot better than being referred to as the crybaby. He didn't really cry, and every time he'd pointed that out, he'd earned pitying looks and condescending remarks. Rascals. The problem was actually Rory's brothers and father. Since news of their engagement had spread like wildfire all over town, her father hadn't said a single word to him, not one. Not that the man was normally a chatterbox, but the way he watched his every move when he didn't think Connor was looking was a bit unnerving. He just wasn't sure that he could deal with the glares for a whole day when he barely survived it 5 hours fishing every Sunday. Her brothers were another problem entirely. He really wished that they would cut the nonsense and confront him and get it over with already. Their murderous glares and ridiculous warnings about watching his back were getting old. They sent him text messages at all hours of the day, reminding him that they were watching his every move. When they were fishing, or didn't want Rory or their father to hear what they were saying, they whispered their warnings or mouthed their threats. They even went so far as to send him drinks when he was at the bar just so they could write down exactly what they wanted to do to him on a cocktail napkin. They used stick figure illustration to explain it, just in case he missed the fact that they were dying to confront him. The only thing that wasn't clear to him was why they hadn't confronted him by now. They wanted to, that was obvious. He just didn't know what was stopping them from doing it. If he wasn't so very worried about Andrew, getting this project finished, and trying not to screw up with Rory, he would probably try to find out, but he just didn't have the time or energy to really care. "You better not be touching our sister, jerk," Bryce yelled, sounding close to killing someone. "Go away, we'll be down in 20 minutes, Rory yelled back, sounding annoyed as she stormed into her room, and he really couldn't blame her. When her brothers weren't trying to warn him off, they were harassing the hell out of Rory as they tried to talk some sense into her. It wasn't working. At least, Connor hoped that it wasn't working. He didn't want to lose her, not now, not when he was only 3 months away from making her his. She was marrying him. Rory James was going to marry him, and he couldn't wait. He knew that if they finished the project tomorrow, that she'd marry him. It killed him to have to wait, but he wasn't going to rush and screw this up. She needed him to prove to her that he loved her, and he would do just that. But the moment that the project was over, she was marrying him. We need to get going because the faster that we get dressed, the faster we can put some distance between us and my brothers for a few hours, Rory said, not sounding any happier than he was about spending the day with her family. I'll go get dressed, Connor said, giving up on trying to talk her out of going and headed for her patio. You really should just leave some stuff here, Connor, Rory pointed out with a shrug as she pulled down a pair of light gray lacy undergarments that he found very appealing. But unfortunately, they didn't have time. He cursed softly as he watched Rory continue getting dressed. He'd been avoiding this kind of thing since he decided to drop the subject of selling her house. Truth be told, he'd been hoping to avoid talking about this until after they were married, and it was time to move her into his house and stake a for sale sign in her front yard. I'll think about it, Connor said, hoping the vague answer would be enough for her to drop it. Okay, Rory said with another careless shrug as she focused on pulling a shirt on, reminding him why he loved this woman so very much. There was no drama, no pouting, and no whining to get her way. She hated that nonsense almost as much as he did, and that made him breathe a little easier, because he knew that when it came time for her to make some changes, that she would do them. Rory was a smart girl. She'd realized that selling her house and merging her business with his was the smart thing to do. I'll meet you outside in 10 minutes, Connor said, once again heading towards the patio door. 5 minutes! You have 5 minutes, Johnny yelled from the other side of Rory's bedroom door, earning an eye roll from Rory. 10 minutes, Rory said with a wink. 15 minutes later, he was leaning back against his truck, waiting for Rory and ignoring her brothers. You're really dead, Johnny snarled. Keep pushing us by touching our sister and see what happens, Craig, who'd just arrived, said between sips of his coffee and a yawn. Better watch your back, difficult person, Bryce said as he stole Sean's coffee. Sean, who had just opened his mouth to take his turn threatening Connor, quickly forgot all about Connor and focused on slapping the hell out of his brother and stealing back his coffee while Connor let out a bored sigh. Oh, he was sure that they meant it and would love to beat him up. Any other man would probably be feeling very scared and running the other way. But after listening to this nonsense day in and day out for the past month, it had lost its effect. Not that it ever really had much of an effect on him. It didn't. He'd gladly take a beating for Rory. She was more than worth it.
Hey, jerk. Did you hear me? Brian called out, sounding annoyed. Yeah, you're going to tear my throat out and beat me up, or some other nonsense, Connor said dryly, daring a glance down at his watch and wondering what was taking Rory so very long. Actually, no. I was wondering if you had any cream and sugar that I could borrow. They messed up on my order, Brian said sheepishly as he gestured to the coffee in his hand. Help yourself, Connor said, focusing his attention back on Rory's front door. Thanks, man, Brian said, walking towards Connor's front door, only to pause and add with a shrug. You know you're a dead man, right? Yep. Good, Brian said with a nod as he headed for Connor's house. That's right, you're in trouble, you little jerk, Johnny said, sounding smug, which was a little sad. Connor was just about to go see what was taking Rory so long when her front door opened and she walked out, smiling when she spotted him. He pushed away from his truck and walked past her brothers, ignoring their muttered threats to keep his dirty hands off their sweet little sister, and met her halfway down her walkway. He didn't care that her brothers and half the neighborhood was watching. He had to kiss her, so he did just that. Ow! He winced, stepping away from Rory and rubbing the back of his head where it throbbed. He looked over his shoulder and found all 5 of her brothers watching them as they did their best to look innocent. It was a squirrel, Craig said, somehow keeping a straight face. Vicious little rascals, Bryce added solemnly. You should really be careful, Johnny added, before mouthing, difficult person. This was going to be a long, really day. Can we stop at Henderson's? Rory asked, noting that it was almost 6 in the morning and the little dinner convenience store should be open by now.
At least, she thought it should. Granted, it had been more than 10 years since she'd been allowed within 30 yards of the store, but she was pretty sure that it still opened early and closed late. Connor took a left on Long Pond Road, annoying her brothers if the sound of their horns blaring was any indication. They weren't happy that Connor was going with her. They were also annoyed that their pathetic attempts to get rid of him had failed. They'd yanked the battery out of Connor's truck along with the spark plugs, a few hoses, and let the air out of his tires, probably thinking that would stop Connor from coming with them. Just in case that didn't work, they did the same to her Jeep and explained with smug smiles that they only had room for one more passenger. It was an amateur move. She knew that Connor really didn't want to spend the day with her brothers, and she really couldn't blame him. Even though she wanted him there, wanted to spend a whole day away from work with him, she'd understood and was willing to go without him. Just as she opened her mouth to let him off the hook, he made a rude gesture to her brothers and set to work. It wasn't exactly surprising to discover that Connor kept spare parts in his garage. She did the same thing. They'd caused trouble for each other enough in the past that they were pretty much prepared for anything and everything. "Do you want to go to Henderson's or do you want to hit McDonald's when we get to the highway?" Connor asked, gently caressing the back of her hand with his thumb as he took a right at the lights. "McDonald's is a half-hour away," she pointed out, starting to feel giddy at the prospect of going to Henderson's for the first time in years. It used to be her favorite store as a child, and she'd missed going there every Sunday for a stack of pancakes, bacon, and hot cocoa. As much as she would have loved to blame Connor for getting banned from her favorite store, she couldn't. Getting banned from Henderson's had been 100% her fault. Then again, the ban probably would have been shorter if Alex, her boyfriend at the time, hadn't decided to get in her face and call her a really difficult person for getting him tossed out as well. That's not what pushed Henderson into banning her for life, though. It was Connor grabbing Alex by the throat and shoving him into the shelves of penny candy that got them the lifetime ban, which had been lifted for a probationary period a week ago. In fact, every ban and restriction in town had been lifted. People were still placing bets on them, but at least they could now go wherever they wanted to without having to worry about restrictions. They hadn't had much time to enjoy the bans being lifted, but they had managed to grab dinner at O'Malley's last Tuesday, a place neither of them had been allowed to set foot in for the past 5 years. They'd even gone grocery shopping together. Granted, on both occasions, the managers had assigned someone to watch their every move and follow them, but still, it was progress. "You just want to see if Henderson still has those little chocolate balls that you used to love, don't you?" Connor asked, chuckling softly as he pulled into Henderson's cracked parking lot. "No, I'm just hungry," Rory said, only partially lying because she planned on getting 3 bags of those delicious little chocolate balls and eating every last one of them. "Uh-huh, sure," Connor said, smiling that sexy smile of his as he handed her 2 20s. Frowning, she asked, "You're not coming in?" and nearly cringed at how needy she sounded. She wanted to share this with him and enjoy visiting her favorite childhood store with him. "Sorry, baby," Connor said, leaning over and kissing her, "but someone has to keep your brothers from going in there and getting you banned again." She looked past him to see Craig's truck parked next to them, and when she saw the anticipatory gleam on her brothers' faces, she realized that Connor had a point. They'd hound her in that store and do their best to talk some sense into her, which, of course, would annoy her and cause her to do something stupid like get banned again. "I won't be long," Rory promised with a pleased smile as she climbed out of the truck and made a beeline for the old familiar white door that used to welcome her as a child. Bryce almost managed to cut her off, but Connor was there a split second before her brother could reach for her. Knowing that she probably only had a few minutes before her brothers managed to plow past Connor and start the next round of lectures, she quickly made her way through the old country store. She ignored the curious looks watching her every move and focused on filling her handbasket with chocolate balls, a bag of freshly made donuts that were still warm, ordering 2 hot cocos, grabbing some penny candy, a few small white boxes of fruit-filled pastries, a couple of waters, and a bag of homemade mini peanut butter cups, Connor's favorite, and quickly paid. "You better watch your back, difficult person," Johnny said, stressing difficult when she opened the door and stepped outside. As soon as her brothers spotted her, they backed away from Connor, who did an amazingly wonderful job of keeping her brothers off her back. Then again, judging by the murderous glares that her brothers were sending Connor, they'd probably forgotten all about her and gotten carried away with another one of their threat sessions that were more annoying than anything. "Are those donuts for us?" Brian asked, shifting anxiously as his greedy eyes locked on the bag in her hands. "Nope," she said, smiling when her brothers turned murderous glares on her. "I'd hurry up if I were you. They only have 2 bags left," she lied, knowing that it was the only way to get rid of them. Her brothers stood there a moment longer, obviously struggling with the need to keep a close eye on the 2 of them as the scent of warm donuts surrounded them. In the end, the donuts won, and the shoving match began. They didn't stick around to see who won. "Are you okay?" Rory asked as she handed Connor a warm donut a few minutes later, noting that he looked sad again.
That expression was becoming more common these days, and it was breaking her heart. "Yeah, I'm fine," Connor said, forcing a smile as he accepted the donut. "We don't have to go if you don't want to," Rory said, hoping that she'd kept the disappointment out of her tone as she said it. She wanted to go. She loved her family and missed them, but she loved Connor more and didn't want to see him like this. Connor shook his head. "No, it's fine, Rory." "Are you sure?" she asked, worrying her bottom lip. "Yes." She almost asked if this was about Andrew, but decided that she didn't want to spend their first real day off together fighting. With the way that Andrew was acting, she knew that it was only a matter of time before they came to blows over what to do. Until then, she just wanted to enjoy her time with Connor. He really was a scrawny jerk, Connor decided as he climbed out of his truck, and for the second time in his life, found himself surrounded by Bradfords. They were everywhere. Most of them were eating, but a lot of them were setting up the neighboring sites that they'd reserved for the reunion, with grills, dozens of them, coolers, tables, a volleyball net, more food, and was that a butcher setting up near the grills? Judging by his collection of knives, his apron, and the fact that the short, pudgy man was definitely not a Bradford, he would have to say yes. It was definitely going to be a long day, Connor thought, as he walked around the truck to help Rory out. He had the door opened and was reaching for her when he suddenly found himself picked up and moved aside like he weighed nothing. It was a bit unnerving, but not as unnerving as the wall of muscle that suddenly came between him and Rory. He heard an excited squeal the same time that he saw Rory's arms wrap around the jerk's neck. The man pulled her out, returning her hug as he turned around and placed her on her feet next to Connor. "How's it going, Jason?" Connor asked, pleased when Rory released her hold on her cousin and wrapped her arm around his. Jason grinned, looking very much happier than he had the last time he'd seen him a few weeks ago. The man had missed his wife, and it had taken its toll on him. By the time the week was over, Jason had been exhausted, and his appetite had been pretty much non-existent, making everyone worried. It turned out that the lovesick jerk missed his wife and couldn't sleep without her. Connor was glad to see Jason back to being Jason. Sure, the man embarrassed the living heck out of him and would annoy the gosh out of anyone just for the heck out of it, but he genuinely liked the jerk. "It's good to see you, Connor," Jason said, reaching over and shook his hand. "Didn't think we'd be seeing you here today. Thought my cousins would make sure that you... Jason broke off, frowning as he scented the air. "Is that cinnamon sugar and fruit filling that I'm smelling?" Jason asked, turning his back on them and focusing his attention on searching through Connor's truck. Connor was already stepping back and taking Rory with him when several large men around them suddenly stopped, sniffed the air, and growled out, "Cinnamon donuts! Let's go see if my dad is here yet," Rory said, sounding upbeat and happy while he resigned himself to a day of trouble and his truck being ransacked by Bradfords. "Are you hiding from me or my sons?" the man that he wanted to deck asked as he stepped up beside him. "Both," Connor admitted, taking a sip of his lukewarm beer as he looked across the large lake at absolutely nothing. "Afraid my sons are going to hurt you?" Mr. James asked, sounding curious. "No," Connor said, his grip tightening around his bottle as he forced himself to stand there and not take a swing at the jerk that had it coming.
For the past 5 hours, he'd been forced to put up with this jerk ignoring Rory, talking down to her, and acting like he couldn't really care less. Several times, he had to stop himself from doing something that he'd regret, not that he'd live long if he punched her father with dozens of Bradfords and James boys around. He honestly didn't care if they beat the gosh out of him. Knowing that it would upset Rory was the only thing that stopped him. Rory deserved so much better than this jerk. She deserved a father that loved her and appreciated her and knew that she was... "Did you know that Rory was my favorite?" Mr. James said, catching him off guard. Connor took a sip of his beer, not sure if calling his future father-in-law a lying person was the way to go on this one. It was painfully obvious, at least to him, that the man never wanted a daughter. He'd never treated her like she was anything special. All he did was push her away. It was clear that the man didn't have a clue about how to deal with Rory, but he should have tried. Connor had no clue what to do with a little girl, but if he and Rory were blessed with a daughter, he would very well do what he had to for her, even if that meant dressing up like princesses and playing with Barbies. Parents aren't supposed to have favorites, but the moment that I held Rory in my arms, she became my world, Mr. James said, sounding pleased. And that was pretty much what made Connor snap. "Nonsense," Connor ground out, moving to take a sip of his lukewarm beer when it was suddenly snatched from his hand and just as quickly was replaced with a cold beer. Frowning, and a little surprised that Mr. James hadn't swung at him, he looked over at the man just as Mr. James tossed his old beer in one of the trash cans that someone placed near the water's edge. Not that it was really needed since everyone was still back at the main campsite eating. He hadn't seen anyone in over an hour, and he'd been hoping to keep it that way for the rest of the night. "I know it's hard to believe," Mr. James said, staring out at the water, "but I love that little girl more than anything, and I'm very proud of her." "You have a funny way of showing it," Connor bit out, taking a sip of his beer and joining Mr. James in staring out at the lake. Mr. James chuckled. "You were very much nicer the last time we had this talk," he said, taking a sip of his beer. "This talk?" Connor asked, wondering if Mr. James was drunk. He looked over his shoulder to see if he could find one of the man's sons to help him walk it off, but everyone was still off enjoying the party. "The talk we had when you showed up on my front doorstep on Rory's 18th birthday and asked permission to marry my daughter," Mr. James said, reminding him of another humiliating experience that he'd really like to forget. "Are you going to tell me to go away again?" Connor asked, taking a sip of his beer as he did his very best to ignore the memories of that conversation and how close he'd come to getting extremely nervous. "That's not exactly what I said," Mr. James said, sounding amused. "Are you gonna go for your gun again?" Connor demanded, still upset that he'd refused to hear him out. Connor had really begged for his permission to marry Rory. Instead, Mr. James had gone for his gun and fired. "You weren't ready to get married, Connor," Mr. James said quietly, "and Rory deserved better than that. I would have taken care of her." "I know you would have, Connor," Mr. James said, surprising him. "You would have worked very hard and taken very good care of her as best as any 18-year-old boy could, but it wouldn't have been enough, and it wouldn't have been fair to either one of you." When Connor didn't say anything, Mr. James continued, "You would have both struggled. Rory probably would have dropped out of college because she's so very stubborn and wouldn't have felt right about you working very hard to support her. You wouldn't be where you are today if you'd had a family to hold you back. I know the type of man that you are, Connor. You never would have taken a chance at starting a business that could go belly up if you had a family to support. You both had a lot of growing up to do."
Seeming calculated, without humor, because that's probably what would have happened, but it still hurt, thinking about what could have been. "You're right. We probably would have started a family too soon and would have struggled to get by. You were too young and headstrong to see that," Mr. James said, nodding in agreement. He turned a glare on the older man. "You could have just said that instead of going for the gun." "My way was easier," Mr. James said, his lips twitching with amusement. "For who?" Connor asked, glaring at the man. "For me," Mr. James said, chuckling as he took another sip of his beer. "And that's really all that mattered?" Connor demanded.
seeing so much of Rory's Bradford cousins in the man at the moment that it actually frightened him a little bit. Mr. James chuckled. "It's the family way," he said with a wink. Connor took a sip of his beer as he returned his attention to the lake. For a few minutes, neither one of them spoke, and he should have been fine with that. But he had to ask, "Do you have a problem with me marrying your daughter now?" "Absolutely none," Mr. James said, sounding like he meant it. "Then why have you been glaring at me and ignoring Rory since you found out?" Connor demanded, wondering if he'd ever understand this man. "I can't let Rory know that I'm actually pleased," Mr. James scoffed. "Why not?" Connor asked, thinking that Rory would probably be happy to hear that her father was pleased about something in her life. Mr. James sighed heavily. "I know her better than anyone," Connor argued, finishing off his beer and chucked it into the barrel. "Then you know that she's stubborn as anything and will become suspicious if she knows that I liked you," Mr. James explained, once again shocking him into silence. The man actually liked him? That was surprising, since he'd done nothing but glare at him since they first met. Of course, he couldn't forget those times that their little misunderstandings went to court. The man had volunteered to beat some sense into him, at no charge, of course. "I learned very early on that my daughter doesn't like doing things the easy way. She likes to argue, put her foot down, and do the opposite of what's expected of her. Anytime I've tried to support her, she's either shut down or given up. It's only when I'm a cold person that she ends up following her heart. It's what makes Rory, Rory, and I wouldn't change her for anything in the world. I'm banking on you marrying her and making her happy." "I will," Connor promised, hating to admit that the man did have a point. That's what he loved about Rory, but that's also what made him want to rein in her stubbornness most days. She was the most stubborn woman that he'd ever met. "I know you will, because if you don't, I'm going to give in and let my boys do what they've been dying to do for the last 25 years. "I don't think this is such a good idea, Haley," Jason's wife, and the cutest little thing that she'd ever seen, said once again as she pushed her glasses back up her nose and shot another nervous glance around the dark, makeshift parking lot. "Relax," Rory said, as she continued to search through the huge toolbox in the back of Connor's truck. "Aunt Megan just had the 7th set of desserts put out. We've got a good 20 minutes before they're done eating." "Actually, we should have 30. Zoe, Trevor's wife, and one of the most entertaining women that she'd ever met, said as she risked a glance from their crouched position in the back of Connor's truck. "You didn't put out any of your baked goods, did you?" Rory asked, trying to mask the fear in her voice as she shot Zoe a look, only to find the other woman rolling her eyes. "I'm not allowed to bake while I'm pregnant," Zoe mothered, lovingly rubbing her very large stomach as she gave up crouching and carefully dropped to a sitting position with Haley's help. "Trevor's afraid of the babies getting food poisoning," Haley explained, shooting Zoe an apologetic smile and a shrug when the woman gasped in outrage. "My baking isn't that bad," Zoe argued. "Sweetie," Rory said, pausing in her search to reach over and give Zoe's hand a quick squeeze. "There isn't a Bradford alive that will willingly touch your baked goods. I overheard Jason and Trevor telling everyone that you baked my cupcakes so that they wouldn't have to share," Haley added softly as she took Zoe's other hand in hers. "Not one single Bradford went near them. In fact, they actually demanded that everything the guys claimed that you baked be taken away and given its own section." "Oh," Zoe mumbled, her shoulders sagging in defeat. "That would explain why Bradfords kept blocking me from going near the table overflowing with baked goods and telling me that they weren't good for the babies. I thought they were just afraid of the babies getting fat." "Nope, Bradfords don't get fat," Rory said with a shrug, as she once again turned her attention back to the task at hand. "Lucky people," Zoe muttered, and she couldn't help but agree. Bradfords could eat whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted, and never had to worry about getting fat. The same could be said for any of the James boys. Rory didn't mention to Zoe that she'd also been blessed with that little problem, minus the insane appetite, because it would upset the very hormonal woman who was constantly struggling with her weight. The only time Zoe didn't worry about gaining weight was when she was pregnant, which was understandable since she was pregnant with Bradford twins, and it was actually a chore to eat enough to keep her unborn babies satisfied. "He's gotta have one in here," mumbled to herself as she carefully sorted through Connor's impressive assortment of tools. She'd already picked out a few tools and gadgets that she was going to steal later, but none of them would do for what she needed right now. "Maybe you should wait until next week," Haley said, sounding nervously, which was a tad insulting. "Your doctor's appointment is on Tuesday. Maybe you should leave it to him to cut your cast off." "I know how to handle a saw, Haley," Rory said, sighing in exasperation. "On wood," Haley snapped. "It's different than cutting something off your arm." "It will be fine," Rory said absently as she continued her search. I kind of have to agree with Haley on this one," Zoe said, shifting uncomfortably and making Rory wonder how they were going to get the 8-month pregnant woman off the back of the truck. Getting her up here had been a miracle. She really couldn't see getting her off working out as well. "It's not a big deal," Rory said, hoping they'd just drop it. "If it's not a big deal, then why are we sneaking around?" Haley asked. "We're not sneaking around," Rory said, carefully moving the large circular saw to the side in hopes that she'd be able to find something smaller and more manageable. "Then what would you call sending us text messages, asking us to sneak off with you when it's dark out, while the men are distracted with food so that we can meet you at Connor's truck, and to make sure that we keep our mouths shut?" Zoe asked dryly, making her lips twitch. "Female bonding?" Rory suggested, grinning when Zoe and Haley glared at her. "Over power tools?" Haley asked, laughing. "Exactly. I'd rather bond over cupcakes," Zoe mumbled, rubbing her stomach, and Rory could sympathize. She couldn't imagine what it must be like carrying Bradford twins. Trevor let it slip that it cost twice Jason's monthly food budget to feed Zoe. That was frightening, because during that week that Jason stayed with them, he must have gone through— "Aha, I found it," Rory said, cutting off her own thoughts as she pulled out a rather beautiful handheld skill saw with what looked like a fresh blade out of the toolbox. It would be perfect as long as she got the angle just right and the saw didn't shake too much. I really don't think this is such a good idea," Haley mumbled nervously as Zoe nodded in agreement.
Seeming calculated, once again, that she knew what she was doing when two large arms suddenly wrapped around her from behind and yanked her from the truck, making her drop the saw, and had all three of them screaming a bit hysterically. Before she could put up much of a fight, she found herself pulled tightly against a body that, under normal circumstances, she would have loved to touch, but the jerk had scared her very much, and for that he had to pay. Unfortunately for Rory, Connor had her in a pretty good hold on her, but she wasn't worried because she knew that her cousins had her back. They would deal with him and make him pay for scaring them. She didn't even bother to bite back the smug smile that played on her lips at the thought of the three of them dealing with Connor. He more than deserved it, and it would serve him right to be dealt with by three women. Any minute now, her cousins would come to her defense, Rory told herself as she waited for the punishment to begin. When a minute passed and she still didn't see any movement in the back of Connor's truck, she started to wonder what was holding up her rescue. "A little help here would be nice," Rory snapped, ignoring Connor's rich chuckle as it teased her senses. She heard Zoe clear her throat as she tried to make the woman out, but it was too dark to make out much of anything other than a few shadows. "About that, I can't really move. In fact, I think I'm stuck here, so you might be on your own for a few minutes." She'd prefer Zoe's help since the woman knew how to handle herself, but that was okay. She still had Haley, and even though Haley wouldn't have been her first choice in a fight, she always had her friends' backs, so Rory knew that she was all. If someone could help me find my glasses, I would be more than happy to kick some butt for you. But I seem to have dropped them when Connor scared me very much, and I can't see a thing without them," Haley explained. And Rory knew that this battle was over, and that Connor won. She really hated it when he won. Connor chuckled as he pressed a kiss against her nape and let her go, making sure that she didn't stumble. "If I help you find your glasses, would you promise not to kick my butt?" Connor asked, sounding deeply amused and making her smile. "Gosh." Haley let out a long, suffering sigh before she grudgingly said, "Fine, I won't kick your butt." "I really appreciate that," Connor said dryly, laughing as he climbed onto the back of the truck from the sound of it. "As you should," Haley said with a sniff. Feeling like an idiot just standing there, Rory quickly climbed back into the truck, thankful for the dim moonlight that stopped her from stepping on someone, and carefully joined the search. Zoe did her best to stay out of everyone's way, only making a sound when she thought someone might step on her. 5 minutes later, Haley had her glasses back and decided to commit the ultimate betrayal. She ratted on Rory. She was going to cut her cast off with a saw, Haley said, smartly moving behind Connor, who she really couldn't see that well, but was guessing wasn't happy with the news. Was she now? Connor asked, sounding thoughtful seconds before a small flashlight was turned on. When the beam of light landed on the toolbox that she may have broken into, she may have made a move to make a run for it. Before she could manage to turn around, Connor had her good hand in his, effectively holding her prisoner. Haley, on the other hand, did manage to make a run for it. Traitor. If someone could help me up and off the truck, I'd really like to make my escape now," Zoe said softly. Not that she could blame her friends for ditching her. She really couldn't. She just wished that she could join them and get away from Connor before he flipped out on her for doing something that he probably thought was stupid. "I'll help you down in a minute, Zoe," Connor said, before his attention shifted right back to her. "Don't move," he warned her as he released her. For a moment, Rory considered her chances of making a clean getaway, and, although they were pretty good, she couldn't just leave Zoe here. So, with a sigh, she nodded, wondering, very much hoping, that Connor would at least wait until he helped Zoe off the truck and she had a chance to waddle away. "Could you hold this light and keep it pointed on the toolbox?" Connor asked Zoe. Admittedly curious, Rory watched as Connor reorganized his tools while searching through them. When he managed to pull out a smaller skill saw with an even sharper-looking blade, she had to smile. He'd complained a few times over the last couple of weeks about allowing some quack that specialized in running noses going near her arm with a saw. He was so very protective of her, and she loved that about him. "Do you trust me?" Connor asked, closing the lid on the toolbox as he double-checked the saw's battery and blade. If it had been anyone else, even her brothers, who she loved and knew would never hurt her on purpose, she would have said no. But this was Connor, the man that she loved and the man that she was just starting to realize would never do anything to hurt her. So, to answer his question, she placed her arm on top of the toolbox. Connor leaned in and kissed her. "That's my girl." "Just be quick. I want to go swimming," Rory said, hoping to do a little more than that, actually. All summer, they'd been restricted in their activities because of her arm, and tonight she wanted to share an intimate swim with Connor. She didn't come to the reunion with that in mind, but when she was out walking a little while ago, trying to get over the way her father had been treating her all day, she'd stumbled upon a secluded area, not far away, with the perfect spot for a small fire and plenty of privacy. It would definitely be the perfect spot for what she had in mind. "I don't think that I can watch this," Zoe mumbled, her voice shaking, but thankfully her hold on the flashlight didn't waver. "Are you ready?" Connor asked, giving her one last chance to back out. "No," was Zoe's answer, but she trusted her guy. So, with one nod, Connor turned on the saw and touched the blade to her cast. She watched him work and was impressed by his focus and handling of the saw.
He kept his cut straight and even, his hand steady. In a matter of seconds, he was done. The saw was off, and she was pretty sure that Zoe was mumbling something and hyperventilating a tad bit, but she was too excited to finally have this very annoying cast off to really care. "How does it feel?" Connor asked once the cast was ripped off her arm. "It feels good," she said, sighing with relief to finally be able to move her hand and arm without that very annoying cast getting in the way. Actually, it kind of hurts," Zoe said, drawing their attention just as she leaned in to kiss Connor. "What hurts?" Connor asked, looking like he wasn't about to give up that kiss when Zoe's next words stopped them both dead in their tracks. "The contractions. My water breaking didn't exactly feel great either, but the contraction definitely hurt," Zoe said, as Rory moved past Connor and took the flashlight from Zoe, careful not to flash the light in her friend's eyes. And when she saw Zoe practicing her breathing exercises, she knew that their night just got interesting, mostly because they were a good hour away from the hospital. "Your water broke?" Connor asked, fidgeting and, for the first time in his life, not really looking all that confident. Not that she could blame him, since all she wanted to do at the moment was start screaming for help and give in to the panic clawing at her. "If your water broke, then why didn't you say anything?" Connor demanded, truly looking at a loss at what to do next. Give the man a saw, and he was calm. Give the man a woman in labor, and he shattered. "Because I didn't want you cutting off her arm, you jerk!" Zoe cried out, her words ending on a scream, as she grabbed onto Connor's arm and squeezed.
Seeming calculated by the strain on his face that it hurt. "Sorry," Connor mumbled. "You should be," Zoe snapped. "You scared me very much, and now I'm about to give birth to 2 Bradfords out in the middle of nowhere with no drugs. Do you have any idea how big a Bradford's head is? Huh? Do you?" Zoe demanded, between panting. Rory would have offered Zoe her hand to squeeze, but her broken arm had just healed, and she really wasn't eager to get another cast. "I'm going to call for an ambulance," Connor said, pulling his phone out of his pocket just as company arrived. "What in the world is going on?" Trevor demanded, climbing onto the truck. He went to put his arms around Zoe, but stumbled back as the small woman suddenly turned the most vicious glare that Rory had ever seen on the man. "You," Zoe said accusingly as her eyes narrowed to slits on her husband. For a moment, Trevor simply sat there, looking at his wife, until finally he sighed and gestured to Connor. "Do you have any rope?" "Rope?" Connor repeated as Rory asked. "What in the world do you need rope for? She's in labor." "It's to stop her from trying to cause me serious harm," Trevor said with a fond smile for his wife, who looked like she really wanted to do just that. Definitely the most interesting family reunion, Rory thought an hour later when the ambulance finally showed up just as the twins arrived, and she decided against telling Connor that she was late. "September, what time is it?" Rory asked around a yawn as she rolled over onto her side so that she could face him as she struggled to keep her eyes open. "A little after 2, Connor said softly, resisting the urge to go to her because he knew that if he did that, he would want to deepen their connection, need to be with her, and he couldn't do that to her, not now. "You're just getting home?" she asked, but made no move to get up or open her eyes this time. For the first time in months, Connor was thankful for the exhausting hours they put in every day. It was probably the only thing stopping Rory from asking a million questions that he didn't want to answer. "Go back to sleep, baby. We have to get up in a couple of hours," Connor said, smiling for the first time in hours when Rory let out a whiny little growl and flopped back over onto her stomach. He walked into her bathroom and carefully closed the door behind him, wincing as pain shot through his battered hand. For the last couple of hours, he'd been able to ignore the pain, but now that he wasn't working very hard and taking all his frustration and anger out on 2x4s and sheetrock, he was starting to feel all the damage he'd done to his hands. He held up his hands and cursed. Gosh, his hands were torn up, bloodied, blistered, and he could hardly move them without agonizing pain shooting from the fingertips and up through his arms.
Over the past month, he'd messed up his hands with his late-night adventures, but never like this. He'd be lucky if he could move his hands today, but with his luck, his hands would probably get infected and he'd be seriously in trouble. He walked over to the bathroom sink and carefully opened the medicine cabinet. When he didn't spot what he needed, Connor closed the door and looked beneath her sink, cursing as crippling pain shot through his hands, but at least he found what he needed. He grabbed the bottle of peroxide and stood up, only to have the bottle ripped from his hand. "What the hell did you do to your hands?" Rory demanded, sounding very much awake now and looking extremely pissed. "Nothing. They're fine," Connor said, trying to close his hands, and when that didn't work, he tried putting them behind his back and out of her sight. But Rory was too very stubborn to let it go and leave him alone. She grabbed onto his left arm and yanked it forward. Before he could pull it back, she was holding his bloodied hand and glaring up at him. "Yeah, they're real fine, Connor," Rory said with a sigh as she released his hand and stepped past him. "What are you doing?" Connor asked, kind of hoping that she'd just go back to sleep and forget all about this so that he wouldn't be forced to lie to her. "Helping you get your hands cleaned before they get infected," Rory explained as she turned on the shower. "I don't need help, Rory. Go back to bed and get some sleep," Connor said, trying not to think about how exhausted he suddenly felt. For the past couple of weeks, he'd been running on barely 2 hours of sleep a night and putting in 20 hours a day, and it was catching up to him. As much as his body was begging for him to stop, he couldn't. He just couldn't. If he didn't stay busy, stay focused on something other than his life, he was going to lose it. "Is this about Andrew quitting?" Rory asked, and although he'd been waiting for her to get around to bringing it up since Andrew decided to quit and cut him out of his life, he wasn't ready to talk about it. He didn't want to talk about it, didn't want to think about it, and he sure as hell didn't want to wait around for the phone call letting him know that his best friend had died all alone because the stubborn jerk was too very proud to let Connor be there for him. "Leave it alone, Rory. It's over," he said, shoving aside the agony that once again threatened to destroy him. "I know that you're upset that your friend quit," Rory said, sounding sympathetic as she checked the temperature of the water, "but it's probably for the best. He wasn't showing up for work. When he did show up, he was late, and he always left early. I know that you don't want to talk about it, but I think he had a problem. Like you said, he quit, so let it go," Connor said, yanking his shirt off and tossing it aside, ignoring the fresh wave of pain that shot through his hands as he forced his hands to remove his pants and boots. "I can't," Rory said, moving to step in front of him, but he was in no mood to deal with her or anything else right now. He just wanted to take a shower, pass out for a few hours, and get back to work where he could work himself into exhaustion and forget about how really bad this hurt. "You can't or you won't," Connor demanded as he stepped into the shower. "Both," she snapped, yanking the curtain closed. He stepped beneath the hot water, allowing it to seep into his pores and work its way down to his hands, stinging his sensitive skin as it washed away the blood. It wasn't enough to make him completely forget, but it was enough to keep him from losing it, something he'd been fighting since Andrew told him over beers and a Yankees game that he had a rare form of leukemia, and that he wasn't going to fight it. Andrew had type AB negative blood, a very rare blood type. The chances of finding a matching donor were very slim, and Andrew didn't hold out much hope of finding a match. But the main reason why Andrew was refusing to look, because he would rather see the bone marrow go to a child or someone with a family, someone that would be missed. Andrew wasn't married, broke up with his girlfriend last year, and his parents died years ago, leaving him all alone. So in his book, his death wouldn't be a loss. The jerk was trying to be noble to the end, and Connor really hated him for it. "We've put this off for long enough," Rory announced as she stepped into the shower behind him. "Go away, Rory," Connor said, feeling his hold on the situation slipping, and he didn't want her around when it did. "Not until we talk," Rory stubbornly said. "There's nothing to talk about," Connor said tightly, forcing his eyes shut while his hands clenched by his sides as he tried to stay calm. He needed her to leave so that he could focus on pretending that everything was okay just for a little while longer. "Oh, really? How about the fact that I've barely seen you over the past month? You don't smile. You barely say more than 2 words to me when you do see me. All you want to do is work. You look like you're going to kill someone anytime someone mentions Andrew.
You haven't touched me in a month, and you want me to be intimate with you? Connor demanded harshly as he turned around and faced her, feeling his control snap, and even knowing that he was probably going to do something to lose the love of his life, he couldn't make himself rein it back in. He didn't want to hold it back any longer. Couldn't. He wanted to put his fist through the wall, scream at the world, and have someone to take his anger out on, and right now, that person was Rory. "Is that the problem, Rory?" he asked, stepping closer to her. "You're pissed because I haven't been intimate with you?" "No, it's not that," Rory snapped as she tried to stand her ground against him, but he was done playing games. "Then what's the problem, Rory? Huh?" Connor asked, moving until she had no choice but to back off, and once she did, he didn't stop until he had her back against the shower wall. "My problem is that you're being a jerk, and I want to know why," Rory snapped, trying to shove him back, but he refused to move. He moved into her, resting his arms against the wall near her head as he caged her in with the rest of his body. "It doesn't matter," Connor said, leaning in to kiss Rory when she turned her head away. "Yes, it does," she said in that mutinous tone that used to drive him crazy, but now it pissed him off. "No, it doesn't," Connor snapped as he leaned in and pressed a kiss against her neck in the spot that he knew drove her crazy. If he wasn't going to be able to work himself into exhaustion, then he'd be intimate with Rory until he couldn't remember his own name, never mind the pain that was driving him out of his really mind, he decided as he continued kissing her neck. "Talk or stop touching me," Rory demanded, but he ignored her and continued to kiss her. Escape? That's all he wanted to do, and Rory's body would allow him to do just that. He just needed to escape, Connor told himself as he continued to kiss her. "Gosh, Connor, stop touching me and tell me what the hell is going on with you," Rory yelled as she placed her hands on his shoulders and shoved him back, robbing him of the escape that he needed. "It's none of your really business," he yelled back, knowing that he'd hit a dangerous point and forced himself to step away from her before he did something really stupid. "Nonsense!" Rory screamed, getting right in his face and cutting him off when he tried to step out of the shower and leave so that he could calm down. "But she wouldn't let me really out of my way," Rory said, tightly through a clenched jaw. When she didn't move, he yelled, "Now!" "No," she yelled right back. "You're not leaving this shower until you tell me what's going on." "Forget that," Connor snapped, picking her up and moving her to the side so that he could leave. He needed space, needed to calm down, but of course, the very woman wouldn't let him have that. "I told you that you weren't leaving until you tell me what's going on," Rory said, getting out of the shower and moving to block his path, but he simply ignored her as he grabbed a towel and headed for the door. He didn't make it far. In fact, he'd barely made it 5 feet into her bedroom when Rory took him by surprise and tackled him, taking him off guard and down to the ground. She hadn't tackled him since she'd started to grow breasts, and because of that unfortunate incident in the apple orchard when she'd tried to teach him a lesson, but instead ended up giving him a glance that had him grinning like a fool for days. He wasn't grinning now. No, now he was pissed. Barely aware of what he was doing, he rolled them over and pinned Rory to the floor, ignoring her dog's demands to be let into the room and the pain shooting through his hands as he held her arms down. "You really want to know what's going on, huh?" he asked roughly, pressing his body against hers. "Huh?" "Yeah, I'd love to know why you're being a jerk," Rory said, not sounding scared, but pissed, Rory-level pissed, as she tried to get her arms free, but he wasn't ready to let her go yet. Not yet. "Because my best friend is dying," Connor announced, watching as the anger quickly disappeared from Rory's beautiful face and was replaced with sympathy. "Oh my God," she mumbled weakly. "Mm-hmm," Connor said, continuing to press against her. "Leukemia. But you want to know the real kick in the gut? He has a really chance to live, and he's ignoring it. Do you know why?" he asked, barely aware that his voice shook or that his body was trembling as he spoke.
No, Rory said hollowly as she lay there, no longer fighting him. Because the jerk has a rare blood type, and he's afraid that if he takes the bone marrow, that he'll be taking away the chance for a kid or someone with a family's chance to live. He doesn't care that I need him and that I'm going to miss him, he said, pressing against her harder. He doesn't really care. He kept pressing against her, not feeling anything as he looked down at her, watching as the tears rolled down her beautiful face. He doesn't care that I'm going to miss him. He doesn't care that he's making me watch him die and won't let me really help him. Now that he quit, he doesn't have health insurance and can't get the medicine that he needs. He won't even let me be there for him. The stubborn jerk doesn't want anyone to see that, but I need it. I need to be there for him and let him know how much I love him, and he won't give me that. Shh, it's okay, Rory said, putting her arms around him and pulling him down, but he wouldn't allow it. He didn't remember letting her arms go or moving to get away from her, and didn't care. Suddenly, he couldn't stand the thought of her trying to comfort him. It made this feel real, like his best friend really was dying, and there was nothing that he could do. He couldn't deal with it, just wanted to pretend for a little while longer. Shh, baby, it's okay, Rory said as she gently pushed him back down until he was sitting on the floor with his back against the bed. Before he could move, Rory was climbing on his lap and straddling him. He went to push her off, desperate to avoid her touch, but when he moved to push her away, he found himself grabbing her and pulling close, suddenly desperate for the comfort that she was offering him, needing it more than his next breath. Everything is going to be okay, Connor, Rory said soothingly as she wrapped her arms around his head and held him. Shh, it's okay. He tried to tell her that it wasn't, but he couldn't. The only thing that came out was an agonized sob, then another and another, until all he could do was hold on to her as he lost control and finally gave in to the pain. What the gosh do you mean you and Connor aren't coming in today? Craig demanded, sounding stressed, and for good reason. They had less than 2 months to finish the hotel, and they were barely keeping their heads above water. They should be at work, but Connor needed some rest, and she needed to do something. She leaned over and kissed Connor's cheek as he slept, his stubble tickling her lips and making her smile sadly as she looked down at him. He'd been shouldering this secret for far too long. She hated seeing him in this much pain, and she refused to let it continue. With that in mind, she said, "Our cousins aren't coming in today either. I need their help with something." "This has to end," Andrew said, his legs giving out beneath him, dropping himself to the floor before he could make a half-hearted attempt to hold himself up against the wall. He was tired, too very tired, and couldn't wait for it to end. He was ready. He'd said his goodbyes and accepted his fate. He just wished fate would stop really messing with him and get it over with, because he wasn't sure that he could... "Rory?" Andrew asked, sure that he was seeing things as he watched the stunning woman climb through his window. When 2 very large men followed her inside, he prayed that they were here to finish him off. The woman hated him, always had, and he really couldn't blame her because he'd been a jerk.
He'd love to say that he'd had an excuse for treating her the way that he had, but unfortunately, he'd been a dumb kid, a jealous dumb kid who'd had a crush on her and hated the fact that Connor loved her first. Connor was his best friend, more like a brother, and because of him, he'd never tried anything with Rory. But once upon a time, he'd dreamed of making her his own. He'd hated that she was off limits, but as the years passed, he'd realized that he'd simply been harboring a childhood crush on her and had been a complete jerk to her for no good reason. "Oh, good, you're ready to go," Rory said, smiling when she spotted him. Frowning, he looked down at his bare chest and boxers and had to wonder what she was talking about. He moved to open his mouth, but no words came out as he watched more men crawl through his window. A lot more. A few he recognized, but most of them he'd never seen before. He knew by their builds, their dark hair, and bad boy looks that they were all related, and they were all looking at him. "What's going on?" Andrew asked, hating how weak he sounded. Rory gestured a few of the men forward. "Nothing much.
We've just come to get you and end the mess. Oh, gosh, Andrew mumbled when they came for him. October. Get the gosh away from me with that, you psychotic harpy, Andrew shouted, making Connor smile as he headed downstairs, more than ready for this morning's battle. It had been almost a month since Rory and her cousins kidnapped Andrew. Well, talked him into leaving his house and coming to live with her, as Rory had explained it to the nice police officer that showed up when Andrew managed to get his hands on a cell phone and called for help. The two of them fought day and night, and they seemed to hate each other more than ever. But Rory didn't let that stop her from making sure that Andrew was cared for. She took care of him in the morning, came by several times during the day to check up on him, and even had that little snot rag of an assistant of hers help out, and she took care of him at night. Andrew, who'd been ready to give up, hated every last second of it. He complained and whined and tried to make several escape attempts, but unfortunately for him, the Bradfords decided to take a special interest in him. They now had 3 Bradfords a week, 2 to work on Strawberry Manor, and 1 to hang out at Rory's during the day and keep an eye on Andrew. He'd only managed to sneak past a Bradford one time, but he didn't get very far, not with Bunny on the job. One vicious growl, and Andrew was making his way back to the bedroom that Rory had set up for him on the first floor. Thanks to Rory taking over, Andrew had gained back some weight, had health insurance, and all of his medication. He also made it to all of his medical appointments, and Rory somehow managed to browbeat the man into putting his name on the waitlist for a transplant. He had a very rare form of leukemia and was somewhat lucky that a bone marrow donation could heal him. The only problem was that he had a very rare blood type, but that wasn't stopping Connor from praying for a miracle. "Take your medication," Rory snapped. "Go to gosh," Andrew shot back. "Take it. Make me," Andrew snapped, making Connor cringe on his behalf as he stepped over Bunny and headed for Andrew's room. When he stepped inside Andrew's room and discovered that Rory had his best friend in a headlock and was trying to shove a pill in his mouth, he wasn't all that surprised. Andrew had set down a challenge after all. "Would you two cut the gosh? We have to get going or you're going to be late for your appointment," Connor said, ignoring the power struggle going on behind him, and grabbed some clothes for Andrew. "Actually," Rory said, pausing just as Andrew muttered and made a few gagging noises, "if you have room for one more, I need a ride to the medical center too." Frowning, Connor tossed the clothes he'd grabbed for Andrew, who was chugging down a bottle of water as he glared at Rory. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," Rory said, waving it off like it was no big deal. "I just have a checkup." "Then why do you have to come with us?" Andrew asked, watching Rory suspiciously, probably because Rory had a tendency of taking over Andrew's appointments and interrogating his doctors and making Andrew feel like a 5-year-old. Rory rolled her eyes as she snatched the t-shirt out of Andrew's hands and returned it to the drawer, only to pick out a different shirt and toss it to him. He tried to bite back a smile as Andrew shot him an "I told you so" look. The man complained day and night about Rory babying him, and even though Connor told Andrew that he was imagining things, he wasn't. Connor wasn't about to interfere, for several reasons. 1, he knew that Andrew secretly liked the attention. It had been a long time since anyone took care of him. Secondly, it entertained the gosh out of him and her cousins. It lightened the mood and helped relieve some of the stress of trying to get the manor done and kept their minds off of what would happen if the doctors couldn't find a match. "Because I lent my Jeep to Max so that he could check up on some orders in town for us and help with the manor. Now, stop your complaining, eat your breakfast, and get dressed or you'll make us late," she said as she walked out of the room, only pausing long enough to give Connor a kiss, and then she was off, probably to double-check Andrew's afternoon pills. "I hate her," Andrew said evenly as he picked up the toast that Rory slathered with butter, peanut butter, and jelly, part of her effort to put some weight back on him. Connor chuckled. "No, you don't." Andrew released a long-suffering sigh as he took a big bite, knowing the little general would just shove it down his throat if he didn't eat it. "You're right, I don't, but if she tries to check on me in the bathroom one more time, I'm going to throttle the little difficult person. I'll let her know, Connor said, chuckling as he headed out the door to give his friend some privacy. You be sure to do that, Andrew mumbled, and Connor didn't need to look back to know that his friend was smiling. Rory was a gosh of a woman, and he'd been very lucky to snatch her up before some other jerk realized how great she was. Very lucky. What the gosh is taking them so long? Andrew asked as he fidgeted in the waiting room chair. No idea, Connor said, looking at his watch again. It was a doctor's office, so they usually ran behind, but never like this. They were running an hour and a half behind schedule, and if Rory wasn't already in an exam room and Andrew needed this appointment, he would have told his friend to reschedule. He had a lot of gush to do today. Connor, can you go see how long Rory is going to be? Andrew asked, sounding tired, which was a side effect of the medication and something the doctor should have considered before making him wait this long. Yeah, no problem, Connor said, trying to figure out how to convince his friend to wait a little while longer. He walked through the door that led to the examination rooms, not bothering to ask where Rory was, since he'd overheard the nurse tell her which room to go into. Plus, they'd just tell him to wait in the waiting room, since they weren't related and he wasn't her husband. Next month couldn't come fast enough as far as he was concerned. Rory? He asked as he knocked on room 10's door. Connor? Rory asked, sounding happy, which of course pleased him. Can I come in? He asked, already opening the door and walking in just as Rory pulled on her shoe. Yes, Rory said, smiling and looking happy, which was a bit unexpected, but he wasn't going to complain since he liked seeing her happy. Andrew's appointment is running behind. I just wanted to see how much longer you are going to be, Connor said, leaning in and kissing her. Just a few more minutes. Can you sit with me? She asked, taking him off guard.
Is everything okay? He asked. Not that he had a problem with sitting with her, but it was just an unusual request coming from Rory. Yeah, it's just boring in here by myself. Do you mind? Rory asked, giving him a sweet smile that he was helpless against. Sure, Connor said, returning her smile as he moved to stand next to her as she sat on the exam table. They didn't have to wait long before a doctor came into the room, looking surprised to see Connor. But when Rory quickly explained that he was her fiancé, the doctor nodded and sat down. Your test results all look great, Rory. I ran a pregnancy test, the woman announced, making his heart skip a beat. Oh gosh, the test came back negative. You've been under a lot of stress and have been working too hard. I think once you're able to slow down and take a break, that your cycle will go back to normal, the doctor announced with a polite smile. Thank you, Dr. Hahn, Rory said quietly. Connor chuckled as he leaned down and kissed the top of Rory's head. I guess we got lucky, huh? Maybe you should see if you can get a prescription so that we don't have to worry about this for a while. I can write you a prescription for birth control if that's what you want, Dr. Hahn said, smiling. But I'd like to talk to you about your other request first. Connor was just about to ask what the other request was when a nurse popped her head in the door. We found a match for your friend, she said, worrying her bottom lip between her teeth as relief surged through him. That is, until she added, we also need you to help pick Andrew up off the floor. He may have passed out when we told him the news. Oh gosh, Connor said, giving Rory a quick kiss on the cheek before he followed the nurse out the door, thanking his lucky stars that he'd managed to avoid becoming a daddy and been given a chance to keep his friend for a little while longer. Definitely a great day. Do you think that you could swing by and visit Andrew in a couple of hours? Connor asked, sounding excited when all she wanted to do was curl up in a ball and mourn the child that wasn't meant to be. It had been foolish to let herself get her hopes up. She should have gone to the doctor sooner, or at the very least bought a home pregnancy test, but she'd been so very positive that she'd been pregnant. She'd never been late a day in her life before. It had only been natural to assume that she was pregnant. She'd been stupid, so very stupid, and now her heart ached, and all she wanted to do was cry, but she couldn't. Connor was happy, and she didn't want to wreck that for him.
He didn't want a child yet, and as much as that hurt, it would have hurt a hell of a lot more having a child with a man that didn't want it. "Rory?" Connor asked as he pulled into Strawberry Manor's parking lot. "Yes?" she asked, feeling like she was in a daze. "Can you check up on him for me later?" Connor asked, reminding her that at least she had something else to focus on for a while. "I'll try, but I might not be able to," Rory said, avoiding his eyes as she lied to him. "Why not?" "I have to go away for a few days." "What the hell are you talking about? Now? You need to go away now when Andrew is getting his transplant?" Connor asked, sounding confused and a little disappointed. "I'm sorry, but I got a call from Trevor while you went to check up on Andrew. I guess with all the excitement, I forgot to tell you, but Zoe's not feeling well, and Trevor is running himself ragged between work and taking care of both sets of twins. Everyone else is trying to help, but they really need someone to stay with them." "I'll only be gone for a few days," Rory said, forcing a reassuring smile. "Okay," Connor said, sighing and not sounding particularly happy about it, but at least he let it go. "Drive safe, baby, and give me a call when you get there to let me know that you're okay." "I will," Rory said, with another forced smile as she gave him a quick kiss on the lips, glad that this at least bought her a few more days to move on. New Haven Hospital. The next day. "We're not supposed to release you unless you have someone to take care of you," the nurse explained, even as she helped Rory out of the wheelchair and into the waiting taxi. "My brothers are going to take care of me," Rory said, as another wave of dizziness shot through her head and threatened to make her lose the green jello lunch that they'd forced down her throat. "Are you sure?" the nurse asked, looking uncertain. "Yes," Rory assured her, thankful when the nurse took her at her word and closed the door behind her. "Where to, miss?" the driver asked. "The Holiday Inn on Tremont Street," she said, closing her eyes and letting her head drop back against the faded cloth seat as she did her best to ignore the throbbing that was starting to make itself known in her hip. 30 minutes later, Rory was letting herself in her hotel room and praying for death with each step. She thought a soak in a hot bath would help, but by the time she made it to the bed, it was obvious that she wouldn't be making it that far. At least, not today. "You're fired. Get really off my sight," Connor told the difficult person that he'd caught sitting on his seat and text messaging his girlfriend while the rest of the men were working hard. "What? You can't fire me?" Dave, the man that he'd foolishly hired as a supervisor and had given way too many chances, said. "I just did," Connor said, stepping around the jerk as he gestured to a few of his men to remove the difficult person. "What the hell am I supposed to tell my wife?" the man demanded as Connor walked away. "That texting your girlfriend got you fired," Connor yelled over his shoulder, not bothering to waste another second on the jerk. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and, after one look, shoved it back in his back pocket and kicked a bucket full of sand out of his way, not caring where it landed. 3 days, 3 freaking days without a word from Rory. He'd never gone this long without talking to her or seeing her, and he didn't like it, not one freaking bit. This wasn't like Rory. The night that Andrew received his transplant, he'd called her to tell her that everything was good so far and that he loved her, but she never answered. The next day, he'd sent her an email update of the project, and still nothing. Something was seriously wrong. He didn't know if he'd pissed her off or if she just needed space, which he could deal with. What he couldn't deal with was not knowing where she was or if she was okay. Rory wasn't the type to leave a project of this size for 3 days without checking in. She wouldn't do that, not unless she didn't have a choice. He called Trevor and left a message this morning, but he hadn't heard back from him yet, and "I just got your message. What's going on?" Trevor asked, pulling on a Yankees baseball cap as he climbed out of his truck and headed towards Connor. "What the hell are you doing here?" Connor asked, frowning as he noted that the parking lot was suddenly overrun with trucks sporting Yankee stickers and Bradfords. A lot of freaking Bradfords. "Is that really any way to talk to your favorite in-laws?" Jason asked with a tsk as he threw a tool belt over his shoulder as he joined them. "We're here to get this project finished," Trevor said absently as he tossed a hard heart to one of his younger cousins. "Why aren't you home with Zoe and the babies?" Connor demanded as he headed for the office because he knew without a doubt that something was seriously freaking wrong. Rory would never volunteer to play babysitter so that someone else could finish building her dream. Mom's staying with Zoe and the babies, and so are Haley and the kids, Jason said, following after him. What the hell is going on, Connor? Why did you call me looking for Rory? Where the hell is she? Trevor demanded. I don't know, Connor said, opening the trailer door, but I'm about to find out. You'd better, Jason bit out.
Where's Rory? Connor demanded as he stepped inside the trailer, not caring that Jacob was on the phone. When the man held up a finger, indicating that he needed a minute, Connor walked over, snatched the phone out of his hand, and hung up. Hey, that was an important call, Jacob snapped, moving to grab the phone back. Connor tossed the phone to Jason and leaned over the desk. Where is Rory? He asked, biting out each word as he forced himself not to reach across the desk and grab the difficult person by his neck and shake him until he told him what he wanted to know, needed to hear, that Rory was pissed off at him and giving him the cold shoulder. He'd rather her be pissed at him than hurt. Jacob frowned in confusion as he shot a look at Trevor. I thought she was staying with you. No, I haven't seen her since the twins were born, Trevor said, starting to look worried, and for very good reason. Then I don't know where she is, Jacob said, rubbing his hands roughly down his face as Jason pulled out his phone. Craig, any idea where Rory is? Jason asked, pacing the office while Trevor and Jacob waited for an answer. But he was done waiting. Something was going on, and he was very well going to find out what that was. When he found Rory, he was going to spank her until his hand fell off. Pull up her bank records, Connor snapped, pointing at the computer. Jacob's eyebrows arched in surprise a few seconds before he started shaking his head. I can't do that. Oh, I think you can, Trevor said, crossing his massive arms over his chest as he joined Connor in front of the desk. No, I mean, I really can't do that. I don't have her passwords for her personal accounts, Jacob rushed to explain. Then who does? Connor asked, praying that someone had that information because they were starting to run out of options here. Maybe one of her brothers, Jacob suggested, sounding hopeful as he stood up and made his way around the desk. Where are you going? Jason asked as he placed his phone in his pocket. To see if she left any clues on her desk, Jacob explained, heading for Rory's office door. But Connor already knew that it was pointless. I've been working in there for the past 3 days and I haven't seen anything, he said, fighting back the urge to slam his fist into something. Where the gosh was she? Wherever she was, he wasn't going to find her by standing around here, Connor realized as he headed for the door. Where are you going? Jason called after him. To find Rory so that I can kill her. Rory sighed contentedly as she settled back in the deep tub that she really needed to have her brothers steal for her. It really would make things a lot simpler for her if she didn't have to sneak into Connor's house for these late-night soaks. Granted, this one was more of a midday soak, but that didn't change the fact that this tub really belonged in her house. Maybe she could get Connor to install it as a wedding gift, Rory thought with a pleased little smile as she looked down at the engagement ring that she loved. She loved this ring because she knew how hard Connor had worked to buy it for her. He'd offered to replace it for her and had even gone as far as to drag her into several jewelry stores, but she absolutely refused to wear anything else. This was her ring, and she loved it, and she loved the man that had given it to her. Since he'd proposed, told her that they were getting married only a few short months ago, she'd been stressing out about the future. What if they got married only to discover that they really hated each other? What if he lost interest in her? What if he broke her heart? Not being able to walk for a few days had helped her sort through everything. It also hadn't hurt that for the first time in years, she'd been able to relax.
She hadn't been forced to get up before the crack of dawn, put in a 12-hour shift, work herself into exhaustion to meet a deadline, take care of someone else, or run errands. She should have left the hotel as soon as the pain started to become manageable, but she hadn't been able to force herself to face the real world. She'd slept in late every morning, went to bed at a decent hour every night, and set a world record for taking naps. She'd lounged in the bathtub, watched television while she'd pigged out on ice cream and junk food, and when she wasn't relaxing, she was thinking about Connor. She'd missed him, and by this morning, she couldn't take it anymore. She decided to end her vacation and come home to him. She loved him, and she couldn't wait to tell him. She was also going to marry him, Rory thought, smiling as she closed her eyes and just enjoyed the hot water. She couldn't wait to see Connor's face when she told him that she loved him. "Time to wake up, baby," that deep, sexy voice that sent shivers down her spine said, pulling her away from one of the best dreams that she'd ever had and into one of the strangest moments of her life. How exactly had she ended up in her bed? The last thing that she remembered was closing her eyes and enjoying a nice long soak in the tub that she decided was hers. It was possible that she'd climbed out of the tub and made it back to her room, but she doubted that's what happened, since she wasn't the type to willingly give the neighbors a show. That, and the fact that her arms and legs were tied to the bed, told her that she probably hadn't got here on her own. "What's going on?" Rory asked, thankful that there was at least a sheet covering her body. She wasn't normally shy around Connor, but something about being restrained made her feel a little vulnerable, and she wasn't exactly sure that she liked it. "How was your nap?" Connor asked, sounding bored, and drawing her attention to her left, where she found him, half naked and lounging in a chair, watching her. "Good," she said absently, wondering if this really was a dream. "That's good," Rory said, his eyes never leaving her face, and she decided that maybe this wasn't a dream, since he looked kind of pissed, and she wasn't able to will the ropes away with a thought. "Why am I tied to the bed?" Rory asked, giving her restraints a slight pull, hoping the knots were loose. After a moment, she came to the conclusion that Connor was definitely pissed and that he knew how to tie an excellent knot. "No reason," he said with a one-shoulder shrug, still watching her expectantly. "I see," she murmured as she looked around her room, but she couldn't find anything out of place or something to clue her in on what was happening. She did a quick sweep of the bed and was about to move on when something caught her eye and made her stomach drop. Her ring was gone. Oh God, she'd lost her ring. She looked around the bed anxiously, but it was useless. She couldn't see anything, couldn't move, and she was terrified that the ring had fallen off in the tub. "What are you looking for, Rory?" Connor asked in that bored tone that she really didn't appreciate at the moment. "My ring! I lost my ring, Connor!" she snapped, yanking on her restraints as she tried to sit up, but she couldn't move. "Let me go so that I can find it." "No, you don't understand, Connor. I think I lost my ring in the tub," Rory said, letting out a frustrated growl as she struggled to break free. "You didn't lose the ring in the tub, Rory, so relax," he said, leaning back in the chair, appearing even more relaxed. "Then where is it?" she demanded. "It's right here," he said, gesturing lazily to the desk behind him. "Why is it over there? And why am I tied up?" "Because I took it back," Connor explained, getting to his feet. "Why?" she asked absently, as she tried to pull her hand through the rope, but it was useless. "Because I've decided not to marry you." "What?" Rory asked, her voice barely louder than a whisper, as all the color in her face slowly drained away. A few days ago, that hurt expression would have done him in.
He would have apologized, said anything and everything to make her happy, but not now, not after everything that she'd put him through. For the last 3 days, he'd worried about her, missed her, and all this time, she'd been less than 5 minutes away from their houses, staying in a hotel with another person. When he needed her the most, she hadn't been there for him. He could have used her support while he'd sat in that hospital waiting room, doing his best not to lose it as he waited for the doctors to tell him that the Andrew hadn't rejected the bone marrow, that his best friend was going to make it. But she hadn't been there for him. And now he knew why. "You heard me," Connor murmured as he walked over to the bed and ran his fingertips over her leg until his fingers touched the little toes that he loved to kiss. Slowly, he pulled the sheet away. "What's going on, Connor?" Rory demanded, not complaining that she was exposed, and for some reason that made him wonder who the other person was. The thought of another man with her turned his stomach. He had to force himself to focus on something else or he wouldn't be able to see this thing to the end, and he would very well be the one to end this. After 20 years of playing this game with her, he was finally going to bring the game to an end. Then he was going to walk away from her. After today, she was just going to be his neighbor and the woman that he was going to run out of business. She was going to mean absolutely nothing to him. "The transplant worked," Connor said, reaching out to toy with one of her toes before he could stop himself. "I know that. I called the hospital. He's doing well, but he's driving the nursing staff nuts with his complaining," Rory said, shifting her foot to the side and away from his hand. "Now, tell me why you're acting so very difficult and give me back my ring." He ignored her because there was no way in the world that he was putting that ring back on her finger when she didn't love him. He'd worked incredibly hard for that ring. He'd been so very proud and excited when he'd bought it and hadn't been able to wait to give it to her, to the woman that he loved. But that wasn't her. She'd cheated on him, and he couldn't really believe it. If anyone would have told him that Rory James would cheat on him, he would have called them a really liar. Now, he just wanted to kill the person who'd touched her before he shared intimacy with her one last time, to show her exactly what she'd lost, because he couldn't say goodbye to her without being with her one last time. "Where have you been for the last 3 days?" Connor asked, tilting his head to the side as he watched her, waiting for her to lie. Needing for her to lie so that he could hate her enough to push her away. For a moment, Rory watched him, glared, and then muttered a few words that he couldn't quite catch as she squeezed her eyes shut and said, "You know, don't you?" "Yes," Connor said, deciding that if she was done playing games, then so was he. "What I don't know is why you lied to me." "I didn't want you to get upset," Rory said, shocking him into stunned silence. "Upset? I'm going to really kill him," Connor shouted, wondering if he'd ever really known Rory. Up until today, he would have sworn that he knew her better than he knew himself. He never thought she would do this to him. She opened her eyes to frown up at him. "Kill who?" "Oh, don't play this freaking game with me now, Rory," Connor said, somehow stopping himself from demanding the name of the person. He would find out, but later. Right now, he needed to let Rory know that he was done with her. It was over, and he was the one that ended it. "Are you serious?" she asked, laughing without humor. "You tied me up, you jerk, and you really cheated on me?" Connor shouted, regretting the loss of control as soon as the words left his mouth. He was a freaking idiot. "You think I cheated on you?" Rory asked, sounding hurt, which she had to admit was a nice touch. "Yes," Connor snapped, hating her even more for trying to talk her way out of this now that she'd been caught. "Oh my God, you're an idiot," she mumbled, shaking her head in disgust. "I didn't cheat on you, you jerk." "Nonsense. It's the truth. If you didn't cheat on me, then why were you shacked up in a hotel room for the last 3 days?" Connor shouted, moving closer to the bed until he found himself climbing on it and over her so that he could glare down at her, needing to look into her eyes as she lied to him. He had to admit that she looked really upset as she glared right back up at him. "Because I was recovering from donating bone marrow." His automatic response was to open his mouth and call her a liar, but her words stopped him. "What? I was recovering from donating my bone marrow, you jerk. If you don't believe me, then you can call my doctor or look at the bruise," she snapped, sounding really upset.
Then who was the guy that was spotted going into your hotel room? Connor demanded. Bryce. Someone from the hospital called him to check on me, and he put two and two together and hunted me down. He helped me out the first day and checked up on me, making sure that I had food and that I was okay, Rory snapped. And he knew, just knew, that if she was loose, that she would be going for him. But he really couldn't care less. He was too very happy to care about himself. You didn't cheat on me? Connor asked, knowing that there were a few other things that she'd said that were important, but he couldn't force himself to care. No. Oh, thank goodness, Connor said, sighing with relief as he leaned down to kiss her, only to get her cheek instead of those lips that he'd missed. Get off me, Connor, she said evenly. Oh, he knew that he'd messed up, but he was just as stubborn as she was, and he wasn't about to back down. Not when there was a good possibility that he might lose her. Nope, the best defense here was definitely to go on the offense. I forgive you, Rory, Connor said, making very sure to sound put out as he leaned back down to get that kiss that she owed him. This time, she was too stunned to move, so he got his kiss. Granted, he would have preferred her lips a little softer and perhaps a little more responsive, but he'd take what he could get right now. Wow, had he messed up big time. Not that he was going to admit it, because he wasn't. Her father had been right. If he admitted that he'd messed up, then Rory would just focus on that and the fact that she had every right to be upset with him and leave him for being a freaking moron. Since that wouldn't work for him, Connor decided that messing with her head until she apologized to him was definitely the way to go. Forgive me? She repeated in a tone that really didn't bode well for his plan, so he kissed her again. Yes, I forgive you, Rory, Connor said against her lips, but the stubborn woman refused to respond. For having a needle shoved into my hip to save your friend's life? She asked, obviously clarifying what she needed his forgiveness for. Yes, Connor said, deciding that perhaps she needed to be distracted, so he kissed his way down to her throat. She choked out a laugh as he kissed her neck. You can't be serious. Oh, but he was. Very serious. He raised his head to glare down at the woman who really did deserve a spanking. You lied to me. No one knew where you were. Do you have any idea how scared I was that something happened to you? He expected her to shout at him, but instead, her features softened as she looked up at him. I'm sorry that I lied to you, Connor. Why did you do it, Rory? He asked, his tone softening as he finally allowed himself to think about what she'd done for him. She'd saved his best friend's life. She'd also done it all alone. From what the doctor said, the procedure could be difficult and very painful. Unfortunately for people like Andrew, not a lot of people volunteer to donate because of that. He couldn't stand the thought of her being in pain. He hated that he hadn't been there for her.
I didn't want you to hate me if it didn't work, Connor, Rory admitted quietly. Connor sighed as he moved off her and laid down on the bed next to her. He placed his hand on her bare stomach as he said, "That is the dumbest freaking thing that you have ever said." Her eyes narrowed to slits as she gave her restraints another tug. As soon as I get out of this, you're in trouble. Not really giving me much of a reason to let you go now, are you? Connor mused as he absently ran his hand over her stomach. I hate you, she muttered, but he knew that she was lying. She wouldn't have gone through such great lengths to protect him if she hated him. She loved him, and he wasn't letting her go until she admitted it. No, you don't, Connor said with a shrug. Yeah, I really do. So, since you've decided to call off the engagement, then we're over, so let me go, Connor, Rory bit out, once again looking upset, which wasn't really working for him. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, Connor said as his focus shifted to her body. Now that his anger was gone, he took it all in, and what he saw had his desire growing intensely, his breaths coming faster and his body breaking out in a sweat. Before Rory, intimacy had just been a way to find release and get his mind off things for a while. Since they'd started their intimate relationship, his interest in intimacy had grown. They'd experimented a lot, but he'd never tied her up, never did anything like this, and right now, he couldn't help but imagine what it would be like to be intimate with Rory this way. Not that she'd ever go for it. Rory liked to be an active participant and would hate giving up any type of control. "You took my ring back. You tied me up and acted difficult," Rory snapped, clearly hellbent on rehashing something that really should be done and over with by now. He'd forgiven her, hadn't he? "The ring's yours, and we're getting married in less than a month, so stop trying to get out of it," Connor murmured as he skimmed his fingertips over her stomach and between her breasts, mesmerized by the movement and the way goosebumps suddenly covered her skin. "Okay, good. That's settled then," Rory said, her breaths coming faster. "Then you can just go ahead and let me go, and, well, forget this whole thing." "Then you apologize?" Connor asked as he ran his fingertips between her large breasts, watching as her body responded. "Yes," she very near shouted. "I see," Connor murmured, sitting up so that he could lean over her and press a kiss against her stomach. "What are you doing?" Rory asked, her body trembling as he continued to press kisses down her stomach until he came to her navel. "Touching you," Connor said before he pressed a kiss against her navel, teasing the spot that usually earned a cute little giggle from Rory, but this time she let out a low, needy moan that had him cursing and teasing that spot again before he forced himself to move on. We shared intimacy. Eyes darkened. Afterwards, breathless. She desired him intensely, wanting to experience their passion fully. "Tell me to stop, and I will, Rory," Connor said, his voice rough as he touched her intimately. Now, she should tell him to stop, now. She opened her mouth to do just that when an embarrassingly loud moan escaped her. Why did every touch and kiss feel so much more powerful like this? She hated men taking control in bed, and she should hate this, but she realized that she didn't. She wanted to experience this with Connor. For once, she wanted to let go and allow someone else to call the shots, while she got to lie back and enjoy herself. Closing her eyes, she took a slow, steady breath, trying to steady her nerves as her cheeks burned with embarrassment, and said, "Don't stop." He stopped. "You want this?" Connor asked in a sexy whisper that made her shiver. "Yes," she said, hating the way her voice shook. "Open your eyes and tell me that, Rory," he said, cupping her breast. "I think you can hear me just fine," Rory said, not sure that she could look him in the eye and admit that she wanted this. She wanted this more and more with each passing second, but she was actually scared. She wasn't used to feeling like this, and she wasn't sure if she liked it. "Do you trust me, Rory?" Connor asked, stroking her breast. "You know that I do," Rory said quietly, keeping her eyes shut as she moved to turn her head away, but he wasn't having that. He released her breast to gently cup her face, caressing her cheek with his thumb as he said, "Then look at me, Rory, and let me know that this is really what you want." She turned her head and somehow found the strength to open her eyes. "I've never done this before," she admitted. "Neither have I," Connor admitted. "But you want to?" He leaned down and brushed his lips against hers. Yes, his admission turned her on more than she ever thought was possible. "Then, yes, I want this. I want you, Rory," he said against her lips. "Forever. I want you too, Connor," she said on a soft moan as their touch became intimate. "You've got me," Connor said, giving her one last kiss before he moved his mouth down her neck, kissing and teasing her as their intimacy deepened further. She tried to push down, but she couldn't move. It both frustrated and excited her. She was completely at his mercy, and she loved it. It made her feel wanted and desired, and that was absolutely perfect for her. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. "I love you, Rory," Connor murmured. Minutes or hours later, she wasn't sure and didn't care as she struggled to catch her breath. The man took his time, enjoying her body as he touched and explored her at his leisure. "I love you too, Connor," Rory said as they prepared for further intimacy. "You very well better," he said hoarsely. Passion peaked. They came together intimately, deeply connected as he leaned down to kiss her. "And why is that?" she asked, licking her lips. "Because I'm never letting you go," Connor swore against her lips. "Good, because I would hate to have to go for my pliers if you did." "November? I can't believe we did it."
Connor said, pulling into a spot on the freshly paved parking lot of the newly renovated Strawberry Manor. And 1 week ahead of schedule, too, Rory said, beaming with excitement as she looked at the beautiful new hotel. He had to admit that it was beautiful, but that wasn't what he'd meant. He chuckled as he threw the truck in park. I meant, I can't believe that we're married. Well, I really wasn't left with much of a choice, Rory reminded him, smiling that pleased little smile that she'd been wearing since the nervous justice of the peace announced them as husband and wife over an hour ago. After the initial shock, the justice of the peace decided that they needed a little fatherly advice and explained that he believed that they were making a mistake and that perhaps they needed to take some time and come back on December 2nd. At first, Connor had been annoyed that he was interfering, but by the time the JP mentioned December 2nd for the 3rd time, it became clear that the man had placed a bet that they would get married on December 2nd. Once the JP resigned himself to losing $200, he'd married them, glaring at them the entire time until the deed was done and he could storm off. You didn't have a choice, huh? Connor mused, reaching for his wife as she unclipped her seatbelt and moved closer to him. No, not at all, Rory readily agreed, with an impish smile that had him wishing that they could skip the final inspection and start their wedding night early. And how's that? Connor asked, wrapping his arms around her. I had to do it for our deal, of course, Rory said, nodding solemnly and looking so very serious that he couldn't help but laugh. For our deal, huh? He asked with a chuckle, leaning in and stealing a kiss. Mm-hmm, she murmured, returning the kiss. Before he could deepen the kiss, Rory opened his door.
She pulled away and climbed out of the truck, jumping back when he reached for her with a teasing grin. We need to clear the site so that we can start that insanely expensive honeymoon that you promised me, Rory said, heading for the manor. That wasn't part of our deal, Connor pointed out as he climbed out of the truck. It is now, she said, sounding happy. Do I get a veto? Connor asked, following her. Sorry, you're a married man now, Connor. Your job is to fulfill each and every one of my needs, Rory explained, throwing him a wink over her shoulder. And you need an insanely expensive honeymoon? He asked, chuckling as he veered off to the right towards her trailer. I really do, Rory said, sounding happy, really freaking happy. And for a moment, he was content with just watching her as she made her way inside the manor. How had he gotten so lucky? Connor couldn't help but wonder as he turned around, hoping to get this done quickly so that he could move on to the insanely expensive honeymoon that his beautiful wife was demanding, when he realized that he had one last problem that he had to handle before it caused him trouble. I heard you tell Andrew that this was all a game, Jacob, the surly assistant from hell said numbly as he looked at Connor with what could only be described as disgust. I kept my mouth shut because I thought Rory could handle herself, but apparently I was wrong. It's not what you think, Jacob, Connor said, taking a step towards the man only to have him take 2 steps back. Then, you didn't just marry Rory so that you could take over her company? Jacob demanded. Connor opened his mouth to tell him that he had it all wrong, that it wasn't like that anymore, when he realized that this simple misunderstanding had just blown up into a huge mess up in under 60 seconds. Married? Johnny repeated, sharing a confused look with his brothers as they quickened their pace and headed towards him, looking angry. As he watched the 5 large men make their way towards him, Connor realized that there was no way that he could explain any of this without landing in a body cast. They wouldn't believe him. Not that he really cared, but he did care if his wife believed him. As he watched them approach and listened as Jacob ratted him out, he realized something very important. He was out of options. So he did the only thing that he could think of. He made a run for it. Get back here, Johnny yelled as Connor shoved past several men and ran inside the manor and into the beautiful lobby. Where's Rory?
he asked Andrew when he spotted his friend sitting on the couch, going over paperwork and looking better than he had in months. In the ballroom. Why? Andrew asked, but Connor didn't have time to answer him, not with 5 seriously angry James brothers after him. You have some explaining to do, Reese, one of the Bradford twins and a freaking cop, shouted, drawing his attention. Scratch that. He had 5 James brothers, a little jerk, and 2 seriously angry-looking Bradfords after him, and he probably only had seconds to convince Rory that he loved her and wasn't after her company before they harmed him severely. Not wanting to waste another minute, Connor made a run for the ballroom, shoving men aside as he ran down the long hallway. The entire way, he could hear them chasing after him, and he'd be lying if he said that he wasn't a little concerned about the punishment that he was about to receive. But he was more terrified about losing Rory. He was just about to run through the open doorway of the ballroom when Rory stepped out, looking down at the clipboard in her hands and unaware of all the men barreling down on her. She'd barely looked up when he grabbed her arm and gave it a pull towards the elevators. He didn't have a plan, but he hoped like hell that this would at least buy him a few minutes. "What the hell are you doing?" Rory demanded as he yanked her into the elevator, pushing her behind him as he slammed his finger against the closed door button, just as her brothers and cousins abruptly turned and headed for them. "Come on, come on, come on," Connor muttered, panicking as the door started to close, but not fast enough. Her brothers were getting closer until all they had to do was put their arms out to stop the doors from closing, taking away his only chance to make this right. Just when he resigned himself to a trip to the hospital and losing Rory, something unexpected happened. The 2 Bradford twins reached out and grabbed Craig and Johnny just as they reached out to stop the elevator doors and yanked them back. "What the hell is going on?" Rory demanded. "First things first," Connor mumbled as he reached out and pulled the emergency elevator button. The elevator shook hard once as it came to a complete stop. When the alarm began to blare, he flicked it off, took a deep breath, and turned around to face the woman that she loved. "I love you," Connor said, needing her to know that. "I've always loved you, and no matter what happens, I will always love you." "You son of a difficult person," Bryce shouted, reminding Connor that it probably wouldn't take the brothers long to crack those doors open and kill him. "I love you too, Connor, but what the hell is going on?" Rory asked, shooting a nervous look past him at the closed doors. "I need to tell you something," he said, cringing when the banging behind him started. "Yeah, looks that way," Rory mused, shifting her gaze right back at him. "Did I mention that I love you?" Connor asked, shooting her a nervous smile as he tried to figure out how exactly to explain the whole really messed up deal he'd come up with without Rory getting angry with him. "Start talking, Connor," Rory said, arching an expectant brow as she folded her arms over her chest. Since time was a serious factor, Connor decided to get right to the point. "I really messed up." "And?" "There was more to the deal than I let on," Connor said in a rush. "I didn't think it was worth mentioning because once I realized that I was still in love with you, I didn't want it any longer." "What didn't you want any longer?" Rory asked with a put-out sigh, the same one she always used when he was telling her how he'd screwed her over. He felt himself relax, somewhat. "The plan," Connor said, searching desperately for the right way to explain his original plan to her without making her hate him. "And why did Darren and Reese attack my brothers?" she asked. "Because of me," Mr. James suddenly announced from behind him, making him curse when he realized that at some point during their conversation, the doors had been opened. At least the doors worked quietly and efficiently, Connor thought, as several pairs of hands grabbed him and yanked him out of the elevator. As Craig pulled back his fist and let it fly, Connor hoped that they didn't break his jaw so that he could beg Rory for a second chance. That's if she came to visit him in the hospital. "Mother, really?" Connor gasped as Craig punched him in the stomach, causing his legs to give out. But before he dropped to the ground, Bryce and Sean were there, picking him right back up for more. "Stop!" Rory cried, moving to help him, but her father stopped her by stepping in front of her and blocking her path. He kept his eyes locked on her as he told the twins, "She doesn't get past me until we're done, and you make very sure that no one interrupts us." "Sure thing, Uncle David," Darren said as he stepped in front of the elevator with Reese by his side, standing guard and blocking her view of Connor getting his ass kicked by her brothers. "Gosh," she heard Connor groan a few seconds later. "Dad, please tell them to stop," Rory begged, panicking as she placed her hands on her face, struggling to keep it together. "I'm sorry, Rory, but he has this one coming." "They're going to kill him," Rory said, trying to stay calm. "Probably," her father agreed with a shrug.
Dad, please, why didn't you call me when you were hurt? For that matter, why don't you call me when you need help? And why did you just get married without me there to give you away?" "What?" Rory asked, unable to help but frown. "Why would I call you?" she blurted out before she could stop herself. "Because I am your very father," David shouted, losing his temper for the first time in her life. While her father could get pissed, really pissed, he never lost control, never shouted, and definitely never at her. "When you're hurt or need someone, I should be the first person that you call. Do you have any idea how freaking scared I was when I found out that you'd been rushed to the hospital? I had to hear it from the freaking mailman that my daughter was seriously injured because no one called me. Dad, Do you have any idea how it feels to have to sit outside your child's house, scared to death that she's in pain or worse, that she might not make it through the night? Do you?" he snapped, looking angrier than she'd ever seen him before. "But you taught us to be self-reliant. I didn't think that. That's mess that your brothers shoved down your throat. You are my daughter, and there will never be a time when I don't worry about you or want to take care of you. You were stubborn and didn't want to let your brothers think that you were weak, so you tried to act tough. You were my little girl, my little princess, and you used to run into my arms crying my name every day when I got home from work until you turned 5, and your brothers decided that it would be easier to treat you like a little brother. From that moment on, you thought that you had to be as pig-headed as they were, and you stopped being my baby girl," he said, his voice softening as his expression turned sad. "You are my baby girl, Rory. I love you more than you will ever know, but you are so very stubborn," her father said with a sigh. "You need to know that you can always call me," he said, stepping aside, only to pause and glare at her. "And the next time that you're hurt, sick, or you need help, you better call me, because if I have to hear it through the mailman again, you and I are going to have words, young lady," he said, shooting her a wink to soften his words, making her relax as he stepped back. "I will, Dad," Rory said, feeling close to crying. Her daddy loved her, and she'd probably be rubbing it in her brothers' faces if she wasn't sure that they were killing her husband at the moment. "Step aside, boys," her father said as he took her hand in his and led her off the elevator. The scene that met them had her heart skipping a beat and her stomach dropping. Johnny and Brian held back a struggling and Andrew, who was still weak, while Craig and Sean held Connor up as Bryce pulled back his fist and let it fly, connecting with Connor's face and splitting his lip. "Stop!" Rory screamed, releasing her father's hand. She tried to help him, but Reese grabbed her and pulled her back. She went to elbow him, but the large jerk was fast, too fast, and he had her arms behind her back and restrained her before she could take her next breath with a simple hold but a very effective one. "Okay, let's clear this up, shall we?" her father said, gesturing for Jacob, who looked like he wanted to take a swing at Connor, to come forward. He didn't look like he was going to listen, but one hard look from her father had him swallowing hard and stepping forward. "Okay, tell her what you told my boys," her father said, gesturing for him to get on with it. She was just thankful that Bryce had stopped punching Connor to listen. Connor's plan was to use you to get your brothers. He was using the relationship to look good in your brothers' eyes to win them over.
When the project was finished, he was going to get them to come work for him and run you out of business, Jacob said, shooting Connor a murderous glare, which explained why he'd been acting like such a jerk for the past couple of months. He'd known about the plan, and knowing Jacob, he wasn't happy about it, but he'd obviously trusted her to handle it on her own. "Don't freaking listen to him, Rory," Connor yelled, but he was quickly silenced by a punch to the gut from Bryce. "And how exactly did you find out about that?" Darren asked. "Because I overheard Connor explain it to Andrew," Jacob said, gesturing to Andrew, who'd closed his eyes in resignation and cursed. "When?" Reese demanded. "In June, I think," Jacob said, looking thoughtful. "He was just using her. He wasn't in love with her. As long as he didn't hurt her, I stayed out of it. I didn't know that marrying her was part of the plan." "That's mess," Andrew snapped, but thankfully no one hit him, probably because none of them were mean enough to strike a man recovering from a life-threatening illness. "I heard every word," Jacob said firmly, crossing his arms over his chest. "I love her," Connor shouted. "Then why are you after her company?" Jacob demanded. "Okay, let's get this over with. I have somewhere to be in an hour," her father said, gesturing to her brothers to drag a bloody and panting Connor forward. "I'm a little confused about something," Johnny said. "If he was trying to get on our good side, then why didn't he try sucking up to us?" "He only kept telling us to really go away," Sean said, sounding confused. "He punched me," Bryce complained. "That's because I didn't want any of you," Connor snapped. "What the hell do you mean that you didn't want us?" Johnny demanded in outrage. "We're a freaking catch," Sean snapped. "You'd be lucky to get guys like us." "Lucky?" Bryce said, sounding insulted. "I don't want any of you," Connor snapped. "You jerk," Johnny gasped, as her brothers glared at him. "Rory," her father said, drawing her attention but not enough to look away from Connor, who was looking up at her through one swollen eye. "Yes? Do you love him?" "Yes," Rory said softly with a small nod that had Connor noticeably relaxing. "And what are you willing to do to prove to my daughter and my boys that you're telling the truth and that you love her?" her father demanded, watching Connor intently as he waited. For a minute, Connor stood there, not saying anything as dread twisted in her gut. She wanted to tell her father that he didn't have to prove anything, but she needed to know that their deal was truly a thing of the past. Connor looked up and met her eyes as he said, "Anything, everything. She can have my house, my business, everything that I have. I don't care about any of it. The only thing that I want is her." She bit back a smile as she walked over to him, making a show of thinking it over. "What about the bathtub? It's yours. Will you stop stealing my hot chocolate?" she asked, reaching up to cup his slightly bruised and still incredibly handsome face. "No," Connor said, turning his head so that he could press a kiss against her palm. "But I'll learn to make it the way that you like it, so that I can make it for you." "Highland Construction is mine?" Rory asked, already deciding a month ago to combine their companies into one and run it with him. "Yes," Connor said with absolutely no hesitation. "You'll work for me?" "Yes." "Fetch my drinks?" "No." "Be at my beck and call?" Rory asked, loving the way his poor abused lips kicked up into a grin. "No." She sighed heavily as she said, "You really suck at interviews." "Do I have the job?" Connor asked, giving her that bad boy smile that she loved. "I'll have to think about it," Rory said with a shrug as she turned to walk away. Rory, what do you want us to do with him?" Johnny called after her. "Give him the official welcome to the family," Rory said, laughing as she walked away. "Rory?" Connor called after her, sounding uncertain and for good reason. "Rory?" She paused long enough to look over her shoulder and wink as she announced smugly, "Checkmate." Epilogue 1 year later. "Who do you think we should call?" Rory asked as she snuggled closer to him.
Your dad? Connor suggested, not sure that calling his father-in-law at 2 in the morning to come bail them out of jail was the best idea, but that's all he had at the moment. "No," Rory sighed, laying her arm across his chest as she did her best to get comfortable, but the small bench and cement wall behind them made it impossible. "Why not?" he asked, pressing a kiss to the top of her still damp head. "Because I'd have to explain to him why we got arrested," she said with an adorable pout.
Connor chuckled as he wrapped his arm around her and pulled her closer. In a couple of hours, everyone in town is going to know what happened. "This town sucks," Rory muttered, making him laugh. "You have no one else to blame but yourself," Connor said, wincing when she poked him in his side hard. "You could have just said no," Rory said, tilting her head back so that she could glare up at him. "True, but then you would have gone for my nipples," Connor said, laughing when she poked him again. "At least it's not the worst thing that we've ever done," Rory muttered, giving up on trying to get comfortable on the wooden bench and move to sit on his lap. "Put some space between you both, now," the police officer manning the desk barked at them. Connor placed his hand on the large swell of Rory's belly as he stared the officer down. "If you want to put some space between us, then let my wife out of here." "I can't do that, and you know it," the officer said, not looking all that happy about having a pregnant woman locked up in a cell. Connor wasn't exactly thrilled about it either. If his hormonal wife hadn't reached over while he'd been driving them home after they'd made another late-night run for burgers and shakes and initiated intimacy, he would have used better judgment. He sure as hell wouldn't have pulled into their old high school's parking lot to give in to their desire. In his defense, Connor really hadn't thought that anyone would be able to spot his truck from the road, not with that storm making it difficult to see anything. At least this time, they didn't come banging on the window until after their intimate moment and Rory was dressed. He really hated anyone else seeing his gorgeous wife's body, but it did happen on occasion when passion peaked, kind of like tonight. "Let's call my brothers," Rory suggested, laying her head on his shoulder. "Can't. They're refusing to bail us out for 5 years because of what happened last month at the Strawberry Festival. That wasn't my fault." "Shh, I know, baby," Connor lied. It was completely her fault, but he wasn't about to point that out to his hormonal wife. He wasn't a frickin' idiot after all. "Andrew?" she suggested, sounding hopeful. "Nope, he's down in Boston for the weekend, helping with the walk to raise money for leukemia." "Oh, gosh," she said, sagging his arms. "What about Jacob?" "Not until after 6. You know his rules," Connor said, pressing another kiss to the top of her head as he shot another glance at the clock, wishing that it would speed up so that they could call their assistant. If the man wasn't the best at what he did, Connor would have fired the jerk months ago, but he couldn't because they'd be lost without him. For a few minutes, she didn't say anything, and when she climbed, with difficulty, off his lap and waddled over to the door, he was taken by surprise. But her next words had him groaning. "I have to use the bathroom," Rory announced, cradling her stomach as she leaned against the wall. "You have to wait for a female officer," the officer said, shooting her a sympathetic look, probably thinking that would be enough to make Rory waddle back over and sit down. It wasn't. "No, you're going to have to take me," Rory said, shifting. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but you'll have to wait for a female officer. I am 9 months pregnant with a boy whose idea of fun is to play kickball with my bladder, and you really think that I can wait?" Rory demanded. And he knew that if there hadn't been a set of bars separating them, that she'd already be kicking the mess out of the officer's shin. Connor stood up and joined his wife at the bars. "Just let her out. She doesn't need to be in here. Have someone take her home and I'll stay." "How is that going to work?" Rory demanded, turning a murderous glare on him, and he knew that the hormones had taken over once again. "Yup, pregnancy was a frickin' blast. I need help getting up the stairs, and with Andrew in Boston, there won't be anyone to help me," Rory snapped, and he really wished at that moment that Andrew had stayed home. 11 months ago, Andrew bought his old house so that Connor didn't have to watch it go to strangers, and it had been the best decision that any of them could have made. Rory and Andrew still liked to give each other a hard time, but they'd grown very close over the past couple of months. Andrew went out of his way to help Rory whenever he was home. He was also very protective of her. She'd saved his life after all, and was always there for him. "Well, all I want to do is to use the bathroom and maybe get a snack. And he," Rory said, gesturing to the stunned officer, "won't let me. And now you're willing to stay in jail just to get away from me? Rory sobbed just as the first tear entered the picture, and he just knew that she was going to go for his vulnerable spot this time. For years, he'd wished that she'd act more like a girl and cry a few tears, and now he was getting that wish and more. She cried at everything, and he meant everything. If he got her a cup of cocoa, she cried. If he told her that he loved her, she cried. If Bunny did something cute, she cried. If the mail was 5 minutes late, she cried. He could not wait for his sane, normal, happy wife to return to him. God, he missed her. When she buried her face in her hands and sobbed loudly, Connor threw the jerk keeping him locked up with her a murderous glare. The crying didn't stop. Oh no, it got worse, and soon the officer was fumbling with his keys and couldn't open the cell fast enough. You know what? You can both go home. I'll talk to my sergeant. You don't need to be here, and I'm sure that you can clear this whole misunderstanding up with the school board tomorrow, the officer said, opening the door and gesturing for them to leave, looking close to begging them to go. Are you sure? Connor asked as Rory somehow managed to sob louder. Yes! Thank you, Connor said, comforting Rory as he guided her out of the cell, but the poor thing was still pretty upset and wouldn't stop crying. She didn't stop crying while they were being signed out, handed their personal possessions, walking out of the building, and by the time he helped her in the truck, he was starting to panic because she couldn't seem to stop crying. As he walked around the truck to the driver's side, he resigned himself to a night of sitting in the very nursery that he'd built so that she could gush over every little sock, diaper, and teddy bear just to make her happy. He took a deep breath before he opened the door, climbed in, and started the truck. It wasn't until he pulled out of the parking lot that he realized that his wife was no longer making those rather disturbing sobbing sounds. Do you think we could stop at Roy's diner on the way home? I have a craving for their apple pie and hot cocoa, Rory said, sounding chipper and scaring the mess out of him. You want to stop and get pie? Connor asked cautiously, knowing that the wrong tone could get him killed. Mm-hmm, Rory said, nodding as she reached over and started playing with the radio. Okay, Connor said, not really sure how to proceed, so he went with a safe question, or at least what he hoped was a safe question. Do you need to use the bathroom? No, she simply said, with a shrug. No? No, I'm good, Rory said, shooting him a sweet smile. Then what was all that back at the jail? Connor asked, wondering if her hormones were starting to make him crazy.
I had a craving for pie, Rory said with another shrug as she settled back in her seat. He pulled to a stop at the light, and for a moment he could only stare at her in wonder. You did all that for pie? And cocoa, she clarified with a nod. He laughed. He couldn't help it. What's so funny? Rory asked, reaching over to hold his hand. You are a dangerous woman, Mrs. O'Neill, and don't you forget it, Mr. O'Neill, she said teasingly. Or what? Connor asked, raising their entwined hands so that he could press a kiss against the back of her hand. Or I'll go for my pliers, Rory promised, making him smile because he knew very well that she would. She didn't take any of his mess, drove him out of his mind, and he loved every single minute of it. Present-day Massachusetts. You're not doing it right. He was going to strangle the jerk with his bare hands, Jason decided as he ignored the jerk hovering over him. The party was in 2 hours, and he wasn't close to finishing Haley's present. 4 months of working on this very thing, first thing in the morning and late at night, and it still wasn't done. Thank God his father had started bugging the mess out of him 6 months ago to get this done. At first, he shrugged it off, deciding that it could wait until the last minute, but then his father, uncles, and a few of his cousins started to share their horror stories with him until he decided that perhaps it would be better to just get it over with. 4 stitches, 1 citation for trespassing, 2 second-degree burns, 10 migraines, 1 wrecked pair of jeans, 2,000 miles on his car, more than a dozen sleepless nights later, and he was cursing his great-great-great-great-grandfather to gosh and back for starting this ridiculous tradition in the first place. Would it really have killed the inconsiderate jerk to go out and buy his wife a necklace for their 5th anniversary instead of making one and dooming all his descendants to this ridiculous tradition? He really didn't think so, especially since the man had supposedly been the brother to a very wealthy earl. "What the gosh is that supposed to be?" Trevor asked, taking a big bite out of. "Those are my brownies, you jerk!" Jason snapped, snatching the half-eaten brownie out of his cousin's hand. With a roll of his eyes and an annoyed sigh, Trevor reached over and plucked the brownie out of Jason's hand and shoved it in his mouth before Jason could steal his precious brownie back. Mangled necklace momentarily forgotten, he stood up and shoved his cousin out of the way so that he could make sure that the rest of his precious babies were okay. He felt his heart break as he neared the kitchen counter and saw what was left of the platter of brownies that Haley made him for his mid-morning snack. "How could you?" Jason asked hollowly, picking up the empty plate and praying that his cousin had missed a delicious morsel or two, but there was nothing left. The jerk had probably licked the plate clean. "I was bored," Trevor said with a shrug as he sat down at the kitchen table and leaned over to get a better look at the mangled necklace that Jason was desperately trying to finish in time for the party. "If you're bored, then help me," Jason said, shooting a nervous glance up at the clock, and tried not to wince at the amount of time he'd lost complaining over the loss of his precious treats. "Can't," Trevor said with a shrug. "Why the gosh not?" Jason demanded, sitting down next to Trevor and picking up the small white bead that he'd made out of one of the rocks he'd managed to steal from the pool at Haley's old house. He really wished that they hadn't sold her house to that crabby old jerk. He'd taken great joy out of refusing to give Jason a few rocks from the pool area so that he could make Haley a necklace for their 5th anniversary. Actually, he really wished that he'd brought a steak with him later that night when he'd been forced to jump the fence so that he could grab a couple of rocks. Then again, the steak probably wouldn't have saved him from the psychotic little dog with the pink bow that had taken his job as guard dog a little too seriously. "Because you have to make the necklace by yourself from start to finish," Trevor pointed out unnecessarily, since all Bradfords knew the rules for this tradition by the time they were 10 years old. "The party is in less than 2 hours," Jason pointed out, hoping that his cousin ignored tradition and helped him. He didn't want to disappoint his wife, and he sure as very didn't want to break a tradition that the men in his family held sacred. "Then I suggest that you stop complaining and get threading," Trevor said with a smug smile as he gestured for Jason to get working. "Your 5th anniversary is coming up soon, jerk, so I wouldn't get so very cocky if I were you." "You're going to need help," Jason said as he gestured to the thin silver chain. "In 3 years," Trevor said in that smug tone that was starting to piss him off. "You'll need help," Jason bit out tightly as he arranged the tiny plastic bags in order, or at least what he hoped was the correct order. "Unlike you, I didn't wait until the last minute. As soon as I realized that Zoe couldn't live without me, I started to work on her necklace," Trevor explained as he leaned back, making a show of relaxing. "Didn't you have to beg her to marry you?" Jason pointed out, simply to piss him off. "I just let everyone think that." "Uh-huh," Jason said, switching the bag holding a small gray stone bead with the bag holding the small dark, almost black, stone bead. He'd made it from the stone he'd picked up from the bar's parking lot where he'd carried Haley that fateful night when she'd released her adorable fists of fury for the first time. "You're still not done?" his father snorted in disgust as he walked past them on his way to the kitchen counter. "Almost," Jason said, hoping that it wasn't a lie. "Where the gosh are my brownies?" his father demanded. "Jason ate them," Trevor said quickly, making sure to sound properly appalled as the rat jerk did his best to screw him over. "You selfish jerk," his father hissed in outrage, making him wish that he didn't have to finish this necklace so that he could kick his cousin's lying self. "Haley brought 10 platters to the party," Jason pointed out, hoping that his father and cousin would take the gosh out of here so that he could focus on the task at hand. "Gosh," his father snapped, yanking a chair away from the table and sat down. "There won't be anything left by the time we get there," his father bit out with a pout.
With a muttered curse, Jason rolled his eyes at his father's whining, even as he frantically rearranged the order of the small bags. He should have marked the rocks better. "Party's not for 2 hours," Jason pointed out, not bothering to look up as he placed the handmade stone beads in what he prayed was the correct order. "If you leave right now, Haley will probably let you have an entire platter to yourself to hold you over until the party starts," he murmured absently. "Can't leave yet," his father grumbled. "Why the gosh not?" Jason demanded, chancing a look up at the clock and wincing when he realized that another 10 minutes had gone by. "Gosh." "Tradition," his father and cousin said in unison, making him frown in confusion. "What the gosh are you talking about?" Jason asked, shooting the clock on the microwave one last anxious glance before looking back down at the bags of rock beads. "As your father, it's my job to tell you the story behind this tradition," his father started to say, only to shoot Trevor a wink. "It will be my job to tell you the tale as well." "I've already heard this story," Jason said, sighing heavily as he stared down at 2 gray stone beads that he couldn't for the life of him remember which one was which. "Well, you're going to hear it again, so stop your complaining," his father snapped before he grumbled, "I'm starving," and making Jason chuckle.
"Besides," his father continued in a calmer tone, "your Uncle Ethan is telling Haley the story even as we speak." "Tradition?" Jason asked with a smile as he looked up to find his father throwing the empty brownie platter a wistful glance, no doubt hoping that another batch of brownies would suddenly appear. "Haley left a small platter of finger rolls in the fridge in case I got hungry," Jason said, taking pity on his father. "Sit yourself back down." His father snapped at Trevor when the greedy jerk shoved away from the table and took a step in the direction of the refrigerator. "I'm starving," Trevor complained, but he did sit down. "Too very bad. I need sustenance if I'm going to tell this story," his father said, sounding irritated as he stormed over to the refrigerator, grabbed the platter of sandwich rolls, leftover cherry pie, and the gallon of chocolate milk. "That's the kids' milk," Jason pointed out, returning his attention back to making the necklace. He heard his father grumble something as he shut the refrigerator door. When Jason looked up a few seconds later, he wasn't surprised to see that his father had returned the milk and grabbed the gallon of iced tea instead. His father might be obsessed with food, but he would never willingly take food away from his grandchildren. No Bradford male would. Their children and wives came first, and they made very sure that they were well provided for. "Those look good," Trevor said, gesturing to the platter of sandwich rolls. "Can I have one of the—" "No," his father bit out, glaring as he shifted the large platter away from Trevor. "I'm starving," Trevor whined. "Then starve, you selfish jerk." "Can we get on with it?" Jason asked, cutting off his father, who looked seconds away from taking Trevor to the ground in a chokehold. "Fine," his father said, throwing Trevor one last glare before he picked up a tuna salad roll and returned his attention to Jason. Clearing his throat, his father shifted in his seat before he started. "Once upon a time." "Are you really kidding me?" Jason asked, shaking his head in disgust. "What?" Jared demanded. "You're really going to start it like that?" Jason demanded, sharing a look of disgust with Trevor, who was inching his hand towards the platter of sandwich rolls. His father narrowed his eyes on him. "If I want to start this story off with 'once upon a time,' then that's how I'm going to very well tell the story." Jason rubbed his hands down his face. He really didn't have time for this. Gosh. "Fine, tell your very story," he said, focusing his attention back on the necklace. "I will," his father said with a sniff, followed by the sound of a hand being slapped. "Ow, those are my sandwich rolls." "Dad," Jason said, not bothering to look up as he prompted his father to get on with it. "Oh, right," his father said, pointedly clearing his throat. "Once upon a time. Please paste the content."